Hey guys, how are you? Like this video for more interesting daily updates.
Chapter 1. My CAO. Do you know Yuan from Class 3? He seems to have awakened a profession that has never appeared before. Yuan? I know, isn't he just a guy who is always in the top 3 of his grades? The era of changing jobs has been going on for hundreds of years. Is there a job that hasn't appeared yet? I heard it's called a rule maker. I checked on the professional forum just now, but I really didn't find any information about this profession. If it hasn't appeared, then it doesn't have a rating? I don't know if this profession is strong. Hangcheng Number 2 Middle School, in the job transfer room. Everyone stood on tiptoe and looked at the extremely handsome young man in the crowd. Just when the job transfer ceremony was held, the job transfer god erupted with unprecedented brilliance, and announced Yuan's job to the public, a rule maker. This is a job that has never existed before. Therefore, we have to wait for Yuan to explain the specifics. And the focus of the audience's attention, that is, Yuan, was shocked by the strength of his career panel. Yuan. Race, human. Career panel. Occupation, rule maker, the only one. Level, leave 1, 0%. Attributes. Strength, 9. Dexterity, 9. Constitution, 9. Spirit, 10. Professional specific skills and talents. Talent origin. 80% of the experience gained from killing monsters is converted into source points. The level of killing monsters is different, and the quality of the source points obtained is also different. Career advancement cannot be carried out, and skill advancement is replaced by skill advancement, and the skill of this profession is unique. Active rule writing, leave 1. It can make up rules, which can be applied to individuals, dungeons, equipment, etc. It needs to consume source points to realize, and the success rate depends on the skill level and the strength of the rule making. General skills, talents. Talent lucky favor. You get a dice of fate. Each time you release rule writing, you can randomly increase the success rate of different degrees. Talent insight into truth. Every time rule writing fails, you will get a corresponding prompt and give reasonable suggestions for improvement. As a top student who has always been in the top 3 in his grade, Yuan is very satisfied with his basic attributes. When everyone first awakens, the basic attributes fluctuate from 1 to 10 points, with an average of 5 points, and 7 points are considered excellent. But Yuan. Every attribute is 9 points. The spirit item even reached the full 10 points. With such terrifying data, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a genius who is rare in 100 years. But the main thing, or this profession that I have never seen before. Rule maker. The only job in the world. As the saying goes, what is rare is the most precious. As the only profession in the world, it is absolutely impossible to be weak. What's more, this profession can make up rules. Although we still don't know how to make up the rules, as long as we think about it a little, we can appreciate the development prospects of this professional horror. Only. Yuan's eyes fell on his profession-specific talent origin. 80% of the experience gained from killing monsters must be converted into source points, and I can only rely on the remaining 20% of experience to upgrade. This is tantamount to slowing down your own upgrade speed a lot. Not only that, I actually can't make career advancement. You should know that for general occupations, at level 30, 60, and 100, one can change jobs once. After the job transfer is completed, the combat power will have a qualitative leap. But I can't advance myself. Instead, I need to advance skills, and the only skill in this profession? This means that the only skill specific to his profession is rule writing? Good guy. This profession is really extreme. But as long as rule writing is strong enough, it must be able to smooth out all the shortcomings of this profession. Student Yuan, this is the occupation registration form. This is the first occupation you have appeared, and you need to register. Sighed. Wu Yan, Su Yuan's class teacher, handed a form to Su Yuan with a nervous expression. Wu Yan is 22 years old this year. She just graduated from the professional university. She is a Leave 21 Wind Spirit Mage. Not only is she good-looking, but also has a great figure, and is regarded as the goddess of dreams by countless boys. Su Yuan is one of her most promising students. Now he has awakened a profession that he has never heard of before, and he does not know whether it is a blessing or a curse. Okay, Teacher Wu. Su Yuan came back to his senses. Soon, he registered his professional information on the registration form. Certainly. Su Yuan kept a hand. Concealed his general talents, lucky favor and insight of truth. He instinctively felt that his rule writing skill was very buggy, and the estimated success rate must be ridiculously low. After all, skills that are tied to the rules. If the success rate is still high, it is almost impossible to solve. Therefore, this lucky favor and insight into the truth may be the key to solving this contradiction. Soon, Su Yuan's registration is complete. Wu Yan took the form and looked at it with a shocked expression. Only 20% upgrade experience. Can't make career advancement. This. She opened her mouth. It seems that he hesitated to speak. These two disadvantages of the profession. For any professional, it is almost fatal. The rest of the students at the side were also surprised when they saw it. You look at me, I look at you, and finally look at Su Yuan. Is such a job good or bad? At this time, Wu Yan suddenly asked. Su Yuan, can you activate the skill now and write a rule? Su Yuan nodded. Let me try. Chapter 2. In front of everyone. Su Yuan activated the rule writing skill. As for what kind of rules to write, Su Yuan thought about it and made a bold decision. Rule writing, infinite growth. Infinite growth, automatically gain 1 experience point every second. The rules are being judged. The skill level meets the requirements. Need to consume 1000 common source points, success rate, 0.00001%. This. Su Yuan shared the result of the skill with everyone. A look of disappointment flashed in Wu Yan's eyes. Really? This profession looks perverted. But, however, the rule of gaining 1 point of experience per second has a success rate of only 0.001%. It is equal to 100,000 times to succeed once? Then if it is a more powerful rule, do you need millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, billions, or tens of billions of attempts? You know, this source point is transformed from experience. If you want to increase the success rate by accumulating the number of times, the experience required will be an unimaginable astronomical number. In this way, the future of this profession seems a bit dark. Not only Wu Yan, the rest of the students present. They all understand this truth. Looking at Su Yuan's eyes, he suddenly became a little sympathetic. However, what they don't know is, while Su Yuan activated his skills, he also used his talent. Fate dice. Throwing the fate dice is successful. This time the rules are fabricated, and the success rate is increased by 100,000 times. Su Yuan was stunned. Increased by 10W times, that is not from 0.001% to 100%? With a 100% chance, the realization of rule writing can be completed this time. Gaining 1 point of experience per second may seem a little small. But the problem is, there are 24 hours in a day. There are 60 minutes in every hour. There are 60 seconds in every minute. In this way, 86400 experience points can be obtained in one day. Is it still less? Little bit. These experiences can allow a newly awakened professional to directly advance to more than 10 levels. And this is just a day's experience. After a long period of time, what kind of terrifying experience will this be? Think about it. Su Yuan's breathing became a little short. Correspondingly, only 1000 common source points need to be consumed. 80% of the experience gained from killing monsters can be converted into source points. It is equivalent to only needing to gain 1250 experience points to complete the rule writing and get this passive called infinite growth. Bug. My profession, plus lucky favor, is simply a proper bug. After the awakening is over, each awakened person has 3 days to adapt to his profession. Within 3 days, no matter what, he must go to brush monsters to get the 1250 experience points. The joys and sorrows of people are not connected. When Su Yuan was extremely excited, the head teacher, Wu Yan, sighed, and was about to comfort him when the door of the awakening room was knocked open, and then a fat man from Mediterranean rushed in. This person is called Zhao Li, and he is the teaching director of Hangzhou No. 2 Middle School. He is extremely snobbish on weekdays and is very aggressive towards students. He is secretly called Zhao Laotu. At this time, his eyes light up. Immediately pushed aside the crowd surrounding the outside, and squeezed in front of Su Yuan. The eyes were smiling on that fat face, and he rubbed his hands, looking at Su Yuan expectantly. Student Su Yuan, I heard that you have awakened the profession that appeared for the first time? How is this profession? What is the future of development? The principal is having a meeting in another place and asked me to ask you about the situation. Heard the words. Wu Yan on the side. She has been teaching in Hangzhou No. 2 Middle School for 2 years. After each job transfer ceremony, as long as a student with good talent and potential appeared, Director Zhao always came up to make a relationship. Tang Tang, the dean, took advantage of the lack of knowledge of the students to fool them, and provided some help that was actually nothing, making himself seem like an investor. For those students with low talent and potential, it is as if they don't exist, and they don't even take a second look. Director Zhao, although my profession is rare, my future may not be very good. Ah! Zhao Li's eyes widened. Undisguised disappointment flashed in his eyes, and he muttered. How is that possible? The profession you awakened for the first time must not be low in strength. What are your professional talent characteristics? Is there anything special about it? A few minutes later, when he learned that Su Yuan's profession could not be advanced, and he was naturally 80% behind the leveling speed of other professions, Zhao Li immediately fell down. But he still had a sliver of hope, thinking that Su Yuan's skill description looked awesome, but when he saw the 0.0001% success rate, he immediately changed his face. Hey, forget it, I thought it was a powerful profession, but it turned out to be a daydream. Ahem, Mr. Wu, I will leave the rest of the work to you, I am still busy. Finished. Turn around and leave the awakening room. The contrast between the front and back is so great that it is jaw-dropping. After Director Zhao left, Wu Yan was afraid that Su Yuan would be hit, so she quickly said. Su Yuan, don't pay attention to Director Zhao's words. Even if you can't advance your career and upgrade a bit slower than others, as long as you level up and your basic attributes improve, you can become a strong person. Although the road may be a bit difficult, but the teacher believes in you, and you are not someone who gives up so easily. Facing Wu Yan's comfort, Su Yuan showed a gentle smile. Don't worry, teacher, I will work hard. Chapter 3. All the students in Class 3 have awakened. In addition to Su Yuan, there are 3 A-level occupations and 5 B-level occupations. The era of job change has been going on for hundreds of years, and most of the hidden and rare jobs have been recorded, and they are divided into 8 types: SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, and F from high to low. The vast majority of people are C-level or D-level, and a small number of people can reach B level or A level. S level and SS level, the legendary favored sons of heaven. As for the SSS class, since the advent of the job change era, there have not been many. So Yuan's profession, since it appears for the first time, has not been rated yet. It needs to be reported to Longxia's Job Changer Association, and then announced after evaluation. But everyone knows it well. Although Zhao Laotu's words were harsh, they actually hit the nail on the head. The so-called rule maker is completely daydreaming. In terms of rating, on the basis of scarcity and dream chasing, it may reach A level or S level. But in terms of combat power, it may not be as good as ordinary B-level occupations. After awakening, on the way back to class, the three people who had awakened A-level professions were surrounded by a lot of people, and they flattered each other with every word. However, they are obviously very useful, and the expressions on their faces are extremely flattering. Before awakening, their grades are only in the middle of the grade. Now after awakening and obtaining an A-level career, it feels like turning over and making decisions. From time to time, he glanced at Su Yuan, as if to see the joke about the former top 3 in grade. However, Su Yuan didn't even bother to pay attention to these guys. He is now trying out the new rule writing. You don't need to consume anything to write rules, only to materialize the rules. So, rule writing. Elemental immunity, any elemental spells are nullified. The rules are being judged, the skill level is insufficient. Insight into the truth. The revision proposal is completed. Suggested change to, elemental magic damage reduced by 5%. This insight of truth is a bit useful. Su Yuan's eyes lit up, and then he made corresponding corrections according to his suggestion. Elemental resistance, the damage of all elemental skills is reduced by 5%. The rules are being judged, the skill level meets the requirements. Realization requirement, 500 common source points. Good guy. Only need 500 common source points. You can get a elemental resistance regular passive. And if nothing else, wait until your rule writing level has improved. It is not impossible to increase the immune damage from 5% to 100%. What is invincible? This is so-called invincible. Soon, everyone returned to class. After half an hour or so, the awakening data of each class has been summarized. After class teacher Wu Yan got the summary list, her red lips parted slightly, and a hint of shock appeared in her beautiful eyes. Seeing this, everyone was curious and itchy. It wasn't until Wu Yan projected the summary data on the screen that everyone saw a familiar name at the top of the list. Mu Anyun, SS Class Profession Ice and Fire Elementalist. SS Class Occupation. Fire and Ice Elemental Envoy. This is a powerful combat class that ranks at the forefront of the SS class rankings on the professional forum. At the same time, he has the natural proficiency of both fire and ice elements. As a result, the combat power of ice and fire elementalists is often extremely terrifying, far exceeding that of professionals of the same rank. Our Hangcheng No. 2 Middle School actually produced an SS level occupation? It hasn't been out for more than 10 years, right? This is an ice and fire elementalist. They are among the strongest in SS level occupations, and the school belle of Muda is probably taking off. I'm crying. Is it true that school flowers and school grass are all born with halos? Stupid, it's a family tradition. Her mother is the famous priest of Shuiling in Hangzhou, and her father is the #1 fire magician in Hangzhou. Comparing people to people, it's maddening. When everyone is discussing, their eyes fell on Su Yuan in unison. In the usual grade exams, Su Yuan, Mu Anyun, and Zhao Ming were the top 3 all the year round, and their positions were often rotated. Correct. Zhao Ming is the son of Zhao Laotu. He is also at the forefront of this list, S-level occupation, ferocious beast war. This profession is famous. By killing a large number of ferocious beasts, one can obtain their innate abilities. At a high level, they are comparable to humanoid ferocious beasts. This year's Hangcheng No. 2 middle school has completely exploded. One SS level and one S level have broken the school history record. Only the first 3 miles of grade. There are 2 people who are geniuses among geniuses. Only the last Su Yuan was left, awakening a daydream job. There seems to be a hint of embarrassment to this. Su Yuan didn't care. He is still happily trying to write the rules. Spell power amplification. The spell power is increased by 10 times. Weaken when you see me, all attributes of enemies you meet will be reduced by 50%. Must have income, the next dungeon will definitely get the highest level equipment and drop it once. Unfortunately, to materialize these rules, Su Yuan's rule writing level is not enough. Leveling. Whether it's your own level or skill level, let me mention it all. Chapter 4. After awakening, the school will give each student 3 days of vacation to familiarize themselves with their profession. Certainly. In addition to being familiar with professional skills, there are also certain assessment requirements, that is, it needs to be upgraded to leave 3 within these 3 days. In the early stage, little experience is required to upgrade, so this assessment can be completed by almost an individual. According to the usual practice, the students will go to certain low-level areas outside the city for leveling, so a lot of business has been born. School gate. Several professionals waiting here, wearing all kinds of equipment. After seeing the students after school, all of them yelled as if they saw a fat sheep. Black Leaf Guild's direct upgrade to level 5 package. Number 88,888, number 66,666, just 33,333. The quota is limited, only 5 people will be accepted. Tai Yun Gang leads people professionally. Level 8 in 3 days is not a dream. It only costs 58,000. Take a look, take a look. Gold leveling. The era of job change. Although you can form a team freely, experience is allocated according to the degree of contribution. But it also has a prop called team contract, which can be divided by the user to allocate experience. This is not. As a result, various power leveling industries have been born, which are responsible for leading people to upgrade. Only team formation contracts that are currently circulating on the market are generally low level, and will be invalid if they exceed a certain level. And the high-level team formation contract is extremely precious and very rare. Like this group of people in front of you. The team formation contract in his hand should be the lowest level 1, and it will be invalid if it exceeds level 10. Let them themselves, at most 20s, ordinary professionals who have not completed the professional advancement tasks. Senior professionals, who rarely do such drudgery. Hey, little brother, do you want to level up? When Su Yuan strode out of the school gate, an uncle came forward with a smile. Sorry, no need. Su Yuan shook his head. The talent origin can convert the experience gained from killing monsters into source points, but only for those who kill themselves, and the experience gained from killing monsters by other people in the team is not counted. So he decided to go to the wild to brush monsters and upgrade. But Su Yuan does not need this service. Doesn't mean others don't need it. Many students from families with superior conditions have chosen to accept power leveling services. After all, their parents are not all combat occupations, some may be ordinary auxiliary occupations or life occupations, and their levels are not high, so they cannot bring their children to upgrade. At this time, a pair of figures walked out of the school gate with their heads held high, attracting the attention of many people. Impressively, it was Zhao Li and Zhao Ming, the father and son. Zhao Li is the teaching director of No. 2 Middle School. He is a level 31 Rock Shield warrior. Although it is a branch of the warrior class that focuses on defense, there is no pressure to bring his son Xiaoming to a higher level. This is the advantage of having resources and background, at least in the early and mid-term, you can get through it easily. When passing by Su Yuan, Xiaoming glanced at Su Yuan. On weekdays, he is almost always the third in the grade, and the top two are mainly dominated by Mu Anyun and Su Yuan. Mu Anyun's words are about the goddess he has a crush on, so naturally he won't do anything about it, but he has held back his anger for a long time when it comes to Su Yuan, who always overwhelms him with his grades and appearance. At this time, Xiaoming, who had already learned from his father that Su Yuan had awakened a daydream profession, smiled at Su Yuan. His tone seemed peaceful, but in fact it was full of sarcasm. Su Yuan, be careful when leveling up. After all, you have no other skills and can only dream. Stupid. A mockery of Xiaoming. Su Yuan simply left 2 words, and then drifted away. Cut. Xiaoming shrugged indifferently. He wanted to see how long it would take for Su Yuan's arrogance to be destroyed by his profession, which was full of shortcomings and clearly a dead end. As for himself, but the S-class ferocious beast with a bright future. Do you need to get angry with Su Yuan, a half-bad guy? The low-level wilderness area outside Hangcheng, Silent Forest. Most of the monsters distributed here are only level 0 to 3, very weak. Even ordinary people who haven't changed jobs can easily kill them with a weapon. Naturally, these monsters don't give much experience. On average, killing a monster can gain about 10 experience points at most. On the way out of town, Su Yuan didn't see many people. This kind of low-level area, usually only the professionals who have just awakened will come. But he was also happy to be quiet. Take out the equipment from your personal backpack. White leave 1 novice long knife. White LV1 simple leather armor. White LV1 simple leg armor. White LV1 simple shoes. Everyone will get a 5 cubic meter space backpack after successful awakening. As for this equipment, it was uniformly distributed by the school after awakening, which is better than nothing. There are no special entries, only the whiteboard attribute, a total of 2 points of strength, 4 points of constitution and 1 point of agility have been added. After wearing the equipment, Su Yuan is about to start looking for monsters. Suddenly, there was an inspiration. Rule writing. Range instant kill, instantly kill monsters below level 3 within 10 meters around. The rules are being judged, the skill level meets. FK. I will try. I didn't expect it to work. Chapter 5. In this low-level area, every time a monster is killed, an average of about 10 experience points are obtained. If you want to get 1250 experience points to realize infinite growth, you have to kill more than 100 monsters. But there are not many monsters here, usually gathering in 2s and 3s, more than 100 of them have to be killed to get the Year of the Monkey. It's good now. As long as range instant kill can be realized, the efficiency of killing monsters will definitely be improved a lot. Range instant kill, instantly kill monsters below level 3 within 10 meters around. Conditions for realization, consume 50 source points, success rate 0.1%. Not many source points are consumed. Only 50 points are needed, but the success rate is only 0.1%. The 1000th success rate, although much higher than the 100,000th of infinite growth, is ridiculously low. Fortunately, Fate dice. You rolled the dice of fate, and the success rate of writing this rule increased by 300 times. 300 times. From 0.1% to 30%. 1/3 success rate. Su Yuan is quite satisfied. Next, start looking for monsters and collect source points. Pfft. The long knife that shone coldly cut down neatly. Instantly kill a leave 2 wild dog. Su Yuan's grades in many practical combat courses in the school, whether it is unlimited combat or actual weapon combat, are excellent. This kind of wild dog is quite a common monster in the wild, and its strength is relatively weak. Even a professional with a lower level than it can easily deal with it. Therefore, it is naturally a one-shot solution for Yuan. White light flashed. The killing experience is imported into the body. Experience plus 10. Talent source activation, get 8 source points to experience. This was already the 7th monster that Yuan had killed, and he gained a total of 65 experience points. Under the transformation of talent origin, these experiences became 52 points of origin, plus 13 points of experience. 65 points of experience was enough for Yuan to advance half a level. But now, 13 points of experience is better than nothing. Certainly. Yuan doesn't care about these. Instead, with excited eyes, he started his first rule realization. Consuming 50 normal source points is realizing the range instant kill, with a success rate of 30%. Successful realization. Accompanied by the entry on the personal panel, there was an entry of range instant kill. Yuan's first realization of the rules actually succeeded with a success rate of less than 1/3. From now on, wild monsters below level 3 that are close to Yuan's body will be instantly killed. So, at the moment of range instant kill materialized, there were several white lights flying straight towards Yuan. Experience plus 11. Experience plus 9. Experience plus 12. Cool. Do nothing. Don't even think about it. As long as you take a stroll in this silent forest, you can automatically receive vegetables. Rule. It's just so worry-free and unreasonable. Yuan grinned and started his walking journey with satisfaction. To the southeast of Silent Forest, 2 novice professionals who have just completed their awakening are searching for monsters, and they are preparing to practice their skills while raising their levels. Suddenly, one of them put his finger in front of his mouth to signal silence, and his steps gradually became lighter. I saw, not far from the 2 of them, at a distance of 4 or 5 meters, a group of gap rabbits were grazing. This gap rabbit is a relatively weak and non-aggressive wild monster. Its only characteristic is that it has enhanced speed and runs very fast. Fortunately, one of them is an archer, and the other is a mage. Both of them are long-range occupations, and they can release long-range attacks without going forward to alarm the group of storm rabbits. However, just when the 2 were about to release their skills, sudden mutation. The group of gap rabbits who were still eating grass. It was as if there was a collective convulsion, and for some unknown reason, they all fell to the ground with their feet in the air, their bodies twitching, and after a while they kicked their legs and sent them away. FK? What's going on? The 2 of you looked at me and I looked at you, staring wide-eyed, not knowing what happened. Why did this good wild monster die all of a sudden? Doesn't make sense? The point is, without the slightest sign, they still died suddenly. There it is. Could it be that the grass they ate just now is poisonous? The 2 stepped forward immediately. Poisonous weeds are quite valuable. Not only can it be used to make all kinds of props, but the archer can even use it to smear arrows on it for physical enchantment. But when the 2 of them walked up to the group of violently dead gap rabbits, they froze in unison. How can there be any poisonous weeds here? It's all just ordinary grass. In this way, didn't this group of gap rabbits die from eating poisonous weeds? That is how the matter? When the 2 Zhong-Er monks couldn't figure it out. I didn't find it, but a few meters away, there was a figure passing by leisurely. Experience plus 7. Experience plus 8. Experience plus 6. Experience plus 9. Suddenly, a lot of experience hints came. Yuan, who was taking a walk, stretched lazily. It is estimated that I accidentally ran into a group of wild monsters, and then triggered the range instant kill, killing them all in seconds. This situation has happened no less than 3 times in the past 3 hours. People who haven't experienced it will not understand, it's a lot of fun. Thinking of this, Yuan glanced at his panel. 422 source points. The infinite growth that can be realized at 1000 source points is almost halfway. Chapter 6. After Yuan left, the archers and mages in that team couldn't find the reason for the sudden death of the Storm Rabbits group, so they could only go deeper and look for other wild monsters. But they walk and walk. The expression on his face is getting weirder and weirder. Because they found that there were monster corpses everywhere on the road. There is Gap Rabbit, there is Wild Dog, and there is Giant Spider. Still randomly distributed. Lay one on this, and another on that. But this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is, they went up to check it out. It was found that there was not a single wound on the corpses of these dead monsters. This also means, they are probably the same as the group of storm rabbits that the two of them ran into just now. They died suddenly. Grass. After discovering this, the two were dumbfounded. In any case, this silent forest can be regarded as a leveling area for experienced beginners. Nothing like this has ever happened before. How weird. The two took a deep breath. Final decision. Run. Just don't care about anything. He turned his head and ran straight out of the silent forest. These monsters will die suddenly for no reason, who knows if they will be the same as those monsters. Soon. The two ran out of the silent forest. With lingering fears in their hearts, they opened their own class group. Both of them are students of Hangzhou No. 1 Middle School. Have any of you practiced in the silent forest? If so, run away quickly, something serious will happen. Not for a while. There was a response from the group. Big thing? What's the matter? Don't scare me, I'm leveling inside. Excuse me, what can happen? Curiosity.jpg. The two replied quickly. The two of us teamed up to level up in the silent forest just now, only to find that the monsters here have been dying violently. No matter what kind of monster it is, there are no wounds on its body. The death is unknown. Ah! Unexplained sudden death. Real or fake? I do not believe. Everyone reacted differently. But most of them don't believe it. This is all right, how could wild monsters die suddenly? Is there a powerful professional who uses skills to brush materials? No matter how powerful a professional is, as long as the skills are used, the monsters must have wounds, right? The problem is that their corpses are all completely intact, without any sign of injury. What you said made me a little scared. FK. Stop talking, I'm still roasting rabbit meat in the silent forest. Brothers, what they said seems to be true, because I am also leveling in the silent forest now, and there are many complete monster corpses on the ground. Now, the class group exploded. Then, they changed the discussion ground. Directly boarded the job changer forum in Hangzhou and posted a post. The monster in the silent forest died inexplicably, does anyone know what's going on? Soon. This post has attracted the attention of many people. The silent forest is only the lowest level of the wild area, only those newly awakened professionals will go there, and almost no one pays attention to it on weekdays. Even those trainers are too lazy to go to such a low-level place. But the words inexplicable sudden death still aroused the curiosity of many people. Not for a while. Below this post, there were a lot of replies. Most of them are novice professionals who are also leveling in the silent forest, and they have confirmed the statement of this post. One of them described that when he was fighting a level 3 sharp-toothed beast, the moment the fight started, it belched right away, without any warning before. Immediately. This post was liked. Silent forest. Because I have nothing to do. When Yuan was walking and collecting vegetables, he posted on the professional forums in Hangzhou to brush up posts. Soon, he noticed the post of wild monsters died suddenly. Ah! Has my rule been treated as a weird event? Yuan smiled. He didn't think about it that much. Rules insta-kill is different from skill damage, but a mechanism. As long as you are within 10 meters of Su Yuan's body and meet the condition of wild monsters below level 3. So. Immediate death. There is no reason. This is called a rule. It is precisely because of this that there are no wounds on the corpses of those wild monsters. To this, Su Yuan could only express his apologies. Can write rules, that's all. Hint, you killed leave 3 angry wolf, elite monster, experience plus 82. Hint, angry wolf dropped a piece of green equipment. Suddenly, 2 prompts flashed. Su Yuan blinked and turned his attention away from the professional forum. I accidentally killed an elite monster in seconds? Elite monsters are much stronger than ordinary monsters. Not only more experience, but also a higher drop rate. Unfortunately. Even elite monsters. Then you are also a wild monster below level 3. You didn't discuss it in seconds. This is not. Also dropped a piece of green equipment. Green equipment is relatively rare, and it is much better than white equipment. Since the range instant kill rule can be triggered, it means that the angry wolf is within 10 meters around. Su Yuan searched immediately. A few minutes later. Then he found the body of the angry wolf. Next to the corpse, there was a pendant emitting a faint green light. Green leave 3 angry wolf pendant. Attribute, Spirit plus 3. Wolf howl, can release a wolf howl, causing a certain amount of mental disturbance to the target. Earn a fortune. It's not just accessories that are already quite rare. It even comes with a mental disturbance skill entry. Su Yuan glanced at his own panel, already at leave 2, 88%, it can be upgraded to leave 3 immediately, and can be worn. At the same time, my source points have also accumulated to more than 900 points. Unlimited growth, within your reach. Just make this rule real. You can earn more than 80,000 experience in one day. At that time, my upgrade speed will definitely shock everyone's attention. Chapter 7. The popularity of the posts on the Job Changer forum in Hangzhou is getting higher and higher. Naturally, it also attracted the attention of some senior job changers. Compared to the panic of a group of students, their reaction was much calmer. There's nothing to make a fuss about, there's no wound, it might be a spiritual attack. Upstairs, the title of this post has Silent Forest, except for the newly awakened rookies, who would go to that place, they don't know the spiritual attack skills, which is understandable. That is to say, damage-type spiritual skills are extremely rare, but those who change jobs at a higher level will not go to Silent Forest. We just awakened a spiritual mage in Hangzhou. The careers in the spiritual department all start at S level. If there is one, it is definitely another top genius. As soon as you wake up, you can use spiritual skills to instantly kill wild monsters of the same level. This is also a very explosive talent in spiritual occupations. Psychic damage skills. In the Silent Forest. Su Yuan smiled and shook his head, the more he guessed, the more outrageous he became. But, according to what everyone said, psychiatry professions start at S rank. But compared to my own rule class, that is, when the little one sees the big one, the grandson will be hanged and beaten when he sees his grandfather. Another walk. Due to the power of range instant kill. Wherever Su Yuan went, it could be said that not a single blade of grass grew. All the wild monsters in the Silent Forest were almost instantly killed by him. In this way, the remaining 100 source points. Instead, it took a long time. It finally reached the 1000 point mark of the materialized infinite growth. It would be a lie to say that I am not excited. Su Yuan couldn't wait to start to manifest. Infinite growth, gain 1 experience point per second. Conditions, 1000 common source points 100% success rate. Okay. Ready. Consume 1000 source points and realize it. Infinite growth, success in reality. As the skill prompt lights up on Su Yuan's panel, in addition to range instant kill, there is another item, infinite growth. At the same time, Su Yuan can feel it. My own experience is improving little by little. Although it is very small, but I can't bear it, it is rising every second. This feeling is cool. The only pity, that is the experience provided by this infinite growth, which cannot be transformed into a source point. But this is also reasonable, otherwise it would be equivalent to a card bug, which is unrealistic no matter how you think about it. Although it can't be converted into a source point, it also makes up for the shortcoming that I can only get 20% upgrade experience. 1 day's experience is 8.60,000, 3 days is nearly 260,000 experience, enough for me to soar directly to the 20s. Think 3 days later. Back to school time. A group of my classmates are still in the 3rd and 4th grades, and the better grades are in the 5th and 6th grades, and I am alone, when I am already comparable to the teacher's grade. How wonderful their expressions will be. As for the reason, it can be said that I am lucky. With a 1 in a million chance, I just happened to hit myself. That's all. Now, infinite growth has been realized successfully. It just so happened that it was getting late, so Su Yuan was about to leave the silent forest and go home. But when walking out of the silent forest, Su Yuan suddenly had another bold idea. Immediately, use rule writing again. Lord of the Silent Forest, 20% of the experience gained by anyone killing monsters in this area will be transferred to themselves. Open your mind. You know, rule writing can not only be applied to Su Yuan himself, but can even be applied to dungeons, equipment, and skills. But Su Yuan has no idea of success. I just want to see the possibility of success, and if it fails, it's also good to see how Insight of Truth will correct it. Rule testing, skill level meets conditions, consume 500 green source points, chance of success, 0.001%. Sure enough, Su Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. After all, this silent forest is just the lowest level of the wild area. It is reasonable to say that one's own skill level meets the requirements, but what this rule needs to manifest is the green source point. Think about it. Su Yuan glanced at his panel. Common source point, 23. Green source, 64. Since the realization of infinite growth consumed 1000 common source points, there were only 23 common source points left. As for the green source point, it was obtained by killing the elite monster Angry Wolf in that instant. High-level source points need to be obtained by killing high-level monsters. But the number of elite monsters is very small. But Su Yuan was not discouraged at all. On the contrary, the eyes are even more blazing. All he wants is a possibility. Now, the rules he made up can make him the master of a low-level leveling area. Then the future. Copy. Mystery. Remains. Even more advanced areas. You can follow this rule and write it yourself. Green source point. Hunting elite monsters. Where are there more elite monsters? Su Yuan thought about it, and suddenly smiled. I am the rule maker, the existence that is least restricted by difficulties. Because if there is no way, then create a way. And to do that, just write new rules. Guide to elite monsters, find and guide elite monsters within 3 kilometers. Rule testing. Insufficient skill level. Insight of Truth is being corrected, a correction suggestion is given, find the elite monsters within 500 meters around and give guidance. According to the correction given by Insight of Truth, Su Yuan changed the content of the rules and passed the rule judgment. Elite Monster Guide. Conditions, 100 green source points, success rate, 0.018%. Less than a 2 in 10,000 chance. But under the effect of fate dice. This probability has successfully increased to 27.5%. As for the consumption of 100 green source points, to be honest, it is not much, just killing one more elite monster is almost enough. It's getting late? That's all right. So Yuan went straight back to the silent forest and began to look for that lucky elite monster. At the same time, Wailing Mountains. This is a middle-level field area near Hangcheng, and the level of monsters ranges from level 5 to the highest level 10. Zhao Laota from the Mediterranean punched a monster. The experience was all allocated to Zhaoming through the team formation contract. In just half a day, Zhaoming directly rose to level 5, and his efficiency was much higher than that of the so-called training. Suddenly, Zhaoming, who was browsing the job changer forum, let out a snort. Father, this year in Hangzhou, there are professionals in the Department of Psychiatry. Chapter 8. Psychiatrist? Zhao Li threw away the corpse of a wild monster, walked up to his son, and poked the big Mediterranean bald head over. What's wrong? Zhao Ming pointed to a post on the job changer forum. Here, look. Zhao Li looked at it for a while. Then shook his head. It shouldn't be. This year there are only 5A level and above professionals who have awakened in Hangcheng. In our number 2 middle school, Yu and Mu Anyun are the only ones. The remaining 3 are from number 1 middle school. I haven't heard that there is a spiritual department professionals. What's the matter? Zhao Ming was puzzled. You don't care about him. Zhao Li lost interest and continued to kill monsters. As a rock shield warrior, he covered the rock with his arm and punched down with terrifying power, smashing the head of a wild monster to pieces. Now to upgrade well, you must be admitted to Longxia University and Imperial Capital University. Don't embarrass me. Father, why don't you underestimate me now? I'm an S-level ferocious beast. Didn't Longxia University and Imperial University be chosen randomly? Speaking of which, Zhao Ming's voice changed, and his expression mocked. On the contrary, it's that Su Yuan, usually good grades are useless, awakened to a useless career. I guess I can only go to a third-rate university. When I go back to school in 3 days, I guess he's already at level 10. He doesn't know if he can have level 3. He can only get 20% of the level up experience and only one class-specific skill. Heard the words. Zhao Li did not refute, but glanced at his son, and said meaningfully. Don't think about Su Yuan, you are not on the same level now. Your goal in the future should be on Mu Anyun. Zhao Ming's mind flashed Mu Anyun's coveted long legs, and her incomparably outstanding beauty. He wiped the corner of his mouth, and said with a chuckle. That's. Silent Forest. It has been 2 hours since we turned back. 2 hours, 120 minutes, 7,200 experience points. Su Yuan directly promoted to leave 7, 56%. Without the 80% reduction, this is a real upgrade experience. Still don't have to do anything, go straight to level 5. Corresponding. Su Yuan's basic attributes also skyrocketed. Currently as follows. Attributes. Strength, 21 plus 2. Agility, 21 plus 1. Physique, 21 plus 4. Spirit, 28 plus 3. Among them, what follows the plus sign is the attribute bonus provided by the equipment. In this case, even if there is no rule of range insta-kill, Su Yuan can also easily instantly kill wild monsters in Silent Forest. Pity. During these 2 hours, no elite monsters were encountered. Continue to go deeper. Suddenly, a figure popped out from the bushes. It was a petite girl with a cute doll face, with a flustered look on her face. Su Yuan recognized the person. Lin Xiao Xiao. The girl was also taken aback when she saw Su Yuan. But then he didn't speak, but directly took Su Yuan's hand, leading him to run without looking back. Lin Xiao Xiao. Su Yuan's classmate. One of the 3 A-level awakeners, A-level shadow assassin. That's right. As a lovely girl. Awakened and became a shadow assassin who sounds very cool. This caused quite a stir in the class at the time. Wait, what are you running? Su Yuan was dragged away by Lin Xiaoxiao and asked helplessly. A Leave 4 elite monster was refreshed there just now. It's dangerous. Lin Xiaoxiao was panting, her face was flushed due to excessive exercise, which was quite cute. Elite monster? Su Yuan's eyes lit up. No wonder it didn't trigger range instant kill, it turned out to be an elite monster of Leave 4, exceeding the condition of being below level 3. Suddenly he was freed from his hand. Lin Xiaoxiao was a little stunned at first, and then seeing Su Yuan turn his head and run towards the elite monster, he became anxious and shouted anxiously. Hey! What are you doing? The healing potion I'm carrying has run out, it's very dangerous. It's okay, you go first. Su Yuan's voice came. But the figure has disappeared into the jungle. In high school, this is the easiest time to breed feelings. Su Yuan's grades are excellent, coupled with his sunny and handsome appearance, quite a few girls in the school have a crush on him. Lin Xiaoxiao is no exception. It's just that because of my introverted personality, I never showed it. Now seeing that Su Yuan took the initiative to run towards that elite monster. Could it be because of his awakened profession, he was hit and couldn't bear it? Lin Xiaoxin's heart tightened suddenly, worried. Gritting her white teeth lightly, stomping her feet, she even turned back. However, when she ran for a while, after finally seeing Su Yuan's figure, he was about to say something when he froze in place. I see. In front of Su Yuan, the Leave 4 elite monster brute force giant ant that had chased him down and fled before, has no life, his legs and feet are broken, and he is flying. For a while, Lin Xiaoxiao's round eyes blinked. His eyes moved back and forth on the brute force giant ant and the ordinary long knife held by Su Yuan in a daze, and his small mouth opened slightly. This is... Su Yuan killed that Leave 4 elite monster? That's a monster that even a Leave 3 A-level shadow assassin like me can't break through. What's happening here? Certainly. If Lin Xiaoxiao saw the fighting process, her shock is estimated to rise to another level. Because when that giant brute force ant attacked Su Yuan only used one knife. Just cut it off. It's just a small Leave 4 elite monster. In front of Su Yuan, who has reached Leave 7 and whose basic attributes are much higher than ordinary job changers, I can only say. Lame. Chapter 9. After killing the Leave 4 elite monster brute force giant ant, Su Yuan gained up to 150 experience points. Through the transformation of original source, a full 80 points of green source points have been obtained, and the original 64 points have been added to reach 144 points. And to realize the rules of Elite Monster Guide, only 100 green source points are needed. But it's late enough today. Even if the rules are manifested, there is no time to hunt and kill elite monsters. Anyway, with infinite growth, I don't need to worry, as long as I continue to develop, I will stand at the pinnacle of this world sooner or later. Think about it. Su Yuan collected the valuable materials from brute force giant ant, the same as the last time he collected materials from angry wolf, and put them into the space backpack. Subsequently, then he walked towards Lin Xiaoxiao who was following behind. On the way back to Hangzhou from Silent Forest, Lin Xiaoxiao still couldn't figure out why Su Yuan was able to kill that brute force giant ant. Although Su Yuan's grades are very good in the actual combat class, the problem is that Su Yuan's profession does not add much to combat. When a professional is at a low level, the main fighting methods they rely on are the exclusive skills that come with the profession. Only when the level is high, will you have the opportunity to learn some general-purpose skills. However, Su Yuan's profession, the only exclusive skill, is not combat type yet. This made Lin Xiaoxiao puzzled. But she is introverted and embarrassed to ask. Slowly, her attention was diverted elsewhere. Then, during her hasty escape, she subconsciously took Su Yuan's hand. In the whole school, it seems that no girl has ever had physical contact with Su Yuan. Is this the first time for me? The girl lowered her head, thinking wildly. Until returning to Hang Cheng, Su Yuan called her softly. Only then did she raise her head, but she didn't realize that there were two blushes on her face at some point. Fortunately, the darkness covered the crimson well. Goodbye. Ah, goodbye. After saying goodbye to each other, Su Yuan turned and left. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at that figure for a long time, until it disappeared at the intersection, and then returned home with some reluctance. Su Yuan's home is located in an ordinary neighborhood in Hangzhou. Both parents were job changers and members of the Hangcheng Pioneers Association, but unfortunately died in a secret battle. The various pensions after the sacrifice of his parents ensured Su Yuan's smooth growth, and the care of neighbors and his parents and comrades in arms also allowed Su Yuan to have a fairly good childhood. As for now, although occasionally the house feels a bit cold, but Su Yuan has gotten used to it. After finishing his own dinner, Su Yuan returned to the room, pulled out a chair and sat down. First, realize Elite Monster Guide. Consume 100 green source points. The success rate is 27.5%. A few minutes later, realized success. Now, as long as there are elite monsters within 500 meters of Su Yuan's body, guidance will appear. Take a look at your skills. Unique rule fabrication leave 1, 3/10. In brackets, it should be the number of times required for skill upgrades. At present, owns. Infinite growth. Range spike. Elite monster guide. 3 rules for successful materialization. Successful realization of 10 rules will increase the skill level. Then, Su Yuan took the paper and pen. Under the desk lamp, I began to write my own ideas. Physical strengthening, double the physical attributes. Explosion rate increase, the explosion rate of killing monsters is increased by 100 times. Skill amplification, the skill effect is increased by 50 times. Write down the rules. Su Yuan's brain hole gradually grew, and he began to try to write some alternative rules. Good start. The first monster killed after entering the dungeon will definitely drop the highest level drop items of the dungeon. 100% impossible to sneak attack, the enemy will never be able to attack from behind. Son of Luck, each time fate dice the multiplier must be more than 1000 times. One should write down the rules. Su Yuan activated rule writing and began to try. The end result is, most of them fail due to insufficient skill levels. But, as the saying goes, failure is the mother of success. There is insight of truth. It is completely possible to modify Su Yuan's brain hole into a feasible rule under the current situation. For example, physical enhancement, when the level is upgraded, an additional 1 point of physical attributes will be added. Good start, the first monster killed in the dungeon will definitely drop green equipment. Skill amplification, the skill effect is increased by 1.5 times. Due to being too excited and using rule writing too many times, Su Yuan's spirit was extremely exhausted. In the end, even writing, his eyelids drooped, and he fell asleep on the table. Early the next morning, the first ray of sunlight falls. Su Yuan woke up from his sleep and stretched a lot. The exhaustion in the body disappeared invisible, not to mention refreshed, the whole body was full of strength. Unlimited growth. I slept for more than 8 hours. Just passed this rule and gained nearly 30,000 experience points. 3W. Su Yuan opened his personal panel. Su Yuan, Rule Maker. Level, Leave 14, 23%. Attributes. Strength, 35 plus 2. Agility, 35 plus 1. Physique, 38 plus 4. Spirit, 49 plus 3. Awesome! Get a good night's sleep. Directly upgraded from Leave 7 to Leave 14. The basic attributes have skyrocketed again. Cool. This feeling of lying down and getting stronger is so cool. But Yuan is in a hurry now. I have to use the fastest speed to manifest all the amplification rules of the four-dimensional attribute. Otherwise, every time you delay, your level will rise, and the extra bonus you could have obtained will be gone. Wouldn't it be a blood loss? Set off. Kill monsters. Brush level. Earn points. But today it's going to be a different place. Silent Forest, the level is too low, not suitable for me. Howling Mountains? It doesn't work either. The highest wild monsters there are only level 10, and the average is only level 6 or 7. I don't like it. So just go to Wild Night Ridge. The average level of monsters there is around 10. It's just right for me. Try to get all the four-dimensional attribute amplification out today, and if there are remaining source points, you can also get an extra Lord of the region. Chapter 10. But compared with Silent Forest, Desolate Night Ridge is much more dangerous. So before leaving home, you need to prepare well. Items such as recovery potion and teleportation scroll were all put into Yuan's personal backpack. Teleportation scroll is an extremely rare prop, made by a dedicated scroll master. After setting the teleportation anchor point, the teleportation can be completed within 2 seconds. Depending on the level, the teleportation distance is also different. What Yuan has is the lowest level teleportation scroll, and the teleportation anchor point is downtown Hangzhou. Thus, in case of any danger, you only need to hold it for 2 seconds to teleport back to downtown Hangzhou. Pity. Even the lowest level teleportation scroll is extremely expensive. What Yuan owns is only 5 cards left by his parents. After preparation, Yuan left home. But before leaving the city, he made a special trip to the stock exchange in Hangzhou. Yesterday in the Silent Forest, we carried out the wild monster massacre and obtained a lot of materials. There is not much use for these materials left, and I am not a craftsman occupation, but it occupies the space of my personal backpack, so it is better to sell it for money. After coming out of the exchange, there was an extra 100,000 yuan in Yuan's account. The most valuable ones are the materials of 2 elite monsters, Brute Force Giant Ant and Angry Wolf. The other monster materials are just leftovers. Now, a personal backpack of 5 cubic meters becomes quite empty. I don't know if today's harvest will be as rich as yesterday. When Yuan set off for Desolate Night Ridge, what he didn't know was that the class group, who usually didn't pay much attention, had been discussing one thing continuously from last night to this morning. About who killed Brute Force Giant Ant. Last night, Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't hold back. A message was sent in the group, asking how strong the Leave 4 elite monster Brute Force Giant Ant is, and how many levels of professionals can kill it. This is an elite monster. At least level 5, level 6, or higher. I remember the teacher introduced this thing in class. If the strength attribute is lower than 15, it may not be able to break the defense. Lin Xiaoxiao, you won't encounter this monster, will you? This thing is not a joke, it is very dangerous. I don't know Lin Xiaoxiao, but I don't care, I will run. Ha 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 ha. People were discussing in the group. In the end, Wu Yan, the class teacher, came off and cared a bit. Who knows? Lin Xiaoxiao's words directly confused everyone. I met Brute Force Giant Ant, but it has already been killed by a person from our school. Lin Xiaoxiao considered that this was Yuan's privacy, so she didn't directly mention Yuan's name, but only said that she was from the school. Now, everyone's curiosity was immediately aroused. They discussed who might be the killer of the Brute Force Giant Ant. At last, after discussion, there are only two options. Even Lin Xiao Xiao, an A-level shadow assassin, couldn't kill that brute force giant ant, so who else is stronger than her? It is nothing more than the SS-level ice and fire elementalist Mu Anyun, or the S-level fierce beast Zhao Ming. Except the two of them. Who else can kill a Level 4 elite monster directly in the afternoon of awakening? Everyone asked Lin Xiao Xiao for confirmation. But Lin Xiao Xiao remained silent. It looks a little strange. Desolate Night Ridge. The place lives up to its name. Over this mountain range, a mysterious thick fog is shrouded all the year round, and the day is like night. Monsters that are active here will get an additional night walk buff, and their basic attributes will increase by 10%. But other than that, there's nothing special about it. On the way to Wild Night Ridge, Su Yuan met several familiar students from the same school. They followed a team of higher-level professionals, waiting to receive the training service. Generally speaking, the team contract with the upper limit of level 5, the training range is in the Howling Mountains. The team contract with the upper limit of level 10, the scope of training is in Wild Night Ridge. The price of level 10 training is not low, but many students with good family conditions are willing to spend this money. Certainly. Except for guilds and groups that professionally undertake the service of leading training. There are also lying flat people who rely on their own strong men. For example, Zhao Ming, the son of the dean of No. 2 Middle School. Su Yuan saw the dazzling Mediterranean Sea of the teaching director Zhao Laota from a distance. From the looks of it, I guess I brought the kid here to Desolate Ye Ridge to level up. He glanced at his level. After a few hours' journey, under the rules of infinite growth, I have improved by another level and reached Level 15. This is an extremely exaggerated level, so exaggerated that no one will believe it. Even if there is a professional training team. Wanting to rise to Level 15 in one day is extremely difficult and far beyond imagination. But even so, Su Yuan is still not satisfied. His appetite. Big. Think about it. Take your eyes away from Zhao Ming and his son. Select the range spike rule, use rule writing, and modify it according to your idea last night. Range instant kill dash the weak all beheaded. Slash the weak, instantly kill the wild monsters within 50 meters around him whose level is lower than your own. The rules are being judged, the skill level is insufficient. Ah, this. Su Yuan coughed lightly. He used to like this rule with a bit of a secondary atmosphere. All the weak are beheaded, which means that the weak are not worthy of staying by my side. But now it seems that rules with variables require relatively high skill levels. The meaning of the variable, such as the judgment condition in Slay the Weak, is one's own level. And my level is constantly changing, including the possibility of upgrading to level 30, level 60, or even level 100 in the future. So, this rule is currently not implemented. It seems that for the time being, we can only retreat to the next best thing and use the rules of fixed data. However, as long as it works. Start modifying. Range instant kill, instantly kill monsters with a level lower than Level 15 within 50 meters around you. The rules are being judged, the skill level meets the requirements. Conditions, 2000 common source points success rate, 0.005%. After strengthening the effect of range instant kill, the normal source points that need to be consumed have soared to 2000, and the success rate has also dropped to 0.005%. Fortunately, after the increase of fate dice, the success rate has been increased to 42.7%. In Wild Night Ridge, the average level of monsters is Level 10, and the highest possible level is Level 15. In this way, killing a monster can gain an average of about 300 experience points, which is more than 200 common source points. As long as you kill 10 ordinary monsters, you can manifest yourself once. Without hesitation, Su Yuan plunged straight into Desolate Night Ridge. Go! Chapter 11. Wild Night Ridge. Xiaoming is the same as yesterday. Sitting aside, waiting for his father to chop melons and vegetables, and then lie down and upgrade. Now he has reached Level 8. This terrifying upgrade speed is estimated to rank among the top few in this session. When I have nothing to do, I like to watch group chats and enjoy the flattery of my classmates. But looking at it, he suddenly sat up, his expression became a little serious. Not for a while. Actually put on the equipment. Walk towards the monster not far away. Zhao Li glanced at him, and knocked a monster into the air casually. What's wrong? Yesterday, Yuan was able to single-handedly kill brute force giant ant. I also have to practice my actual combat ability, so as not to be pulled too far away by her. Turn out to be. Lin Xiaoxio's words spread from Class 3. Now the entire Hangcheng No. 2 middle school knows that someone killed the elite monster brute force giant ant on the afternoon of the awakening. Xiaoming remembered that he seemed to be only at level 5 or 6 at that time. I asked myself. At that time, could I be able to do brute force giant ant? It doesn't seem to work. Zhao Li next to him gasped when he heard this. Compared with ordinary monsters, elite monsters are not a little bit stronger. The basic attributes have almost doubled, and the newly awakened professional rookie met him, so he had to escape for his life. Unexpectedly, Yuan was able to directly kill a brute force giant ant, an SS level ice and fire elemental envoy. It was so terrifying. That's right. This father and son. It is reasonable to think that the person who killed the brute force giant ant was Yuan. After all, A-level professionals don't have the ability to kill elite monsters as soon as they wake up. And Xiaoming was promoted by Zhao Li yesterday, so he didn't go to Silent Forest at all. In this way, who is it not Yuan? Thinking of this, Zhao Li pondered for a while and said. It's time for you to practice, but the level of monsters here is too high. Dad will kill a few for you, and you can go up. Okay. When Xiaoming, who claims to be a super genius, still needed Zhao Li to train him by beating monsters. Yuan has already entered the depths of desolate Night Ridge, as if entering the land of no one. Seeing a monster, he will be killed immediately. The current him is a terrorist existence of level 15. Plus, when he leveled up, his attribute increase was much higher than that of ordinary job changers. It's a bit close to the gap between elite monsters and common monsters. Therefore, those monsters whose average level is no more than Level 10. In front of Yuan, it was fish on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. It took over 2 hours. Killed 12 monsters. Finally accumulated enough source points, reaching more than 2,100 points. Yuan directly began to realize the corrected range instant kill. Result. It failed? Good guy. This is a failure of realization in the true sense. Those who fail due to insufficient skill levels are not counted. But think about it, even with the increase of fate dice, the success rate is only in the 40s. Failure seems to be a high probability event, right? It should be my luck before. Yuan smiled, not at all discouraged. 2,000 normal source points only, kill 10 more monsters, wouldn't there be another one? As we went deeper into Wild Night Ridge, the density of monsters increased a lot. So this time it didn't take 2 hours, just over an hour. Yuan gathered all the source points needed for the second attempt to materialize. And this time, realized success. Now, range instant kill is corrected to, instant kill wild monsters with a level lower than Level 15 within 50 meters of the body. You're done. The fully automatic second kill machine is on. You only need to take a stroll in the courtyard and walk a few laps in this desolate Night Ridge. You can experience the thrill of automatic gear yourself. Hint. You killed Level 12 Steppenwolf, experience plus 325. You killed Level 11 Yes Yao Bat, experience plus 298. You killed level 13 Greystone Python, experience plus 386. You killed. With a reminder sounded. Experience was rushing towards Su Yuan like flowing water. However, 80% of them have been converted into ordinary source points and stored, and there is very little experience in upgrading. But with the blessing of infinite growth, Su Yuan can't see this experience at all. Hours passed. Infinite growth provides more than 10,000 experience points. After a while, Su Yuan will be able to upgrade from level 15 to level 16. Certainly. This kind of behavior of not a blade of grass grows wherever you go. Just like yesterday, it quickly attracted the attention of everyone in desolate yelling. Similar to the silent forest that was ravaged by Su Yuan, the roads, bushes, and branches of this desolate night ridge. Monster corpses are everywhere. And they all died suddenly without wounds. Crazy. Which boss is this? Come here to silence. All kinds of training teams, materials collection teams, leveling professionals, as well as Zhao Ming and Zhao Li's father and son, all stunned. What the hell? Along the way, almost all the monsters in Wild Night Ridge are gone. This is a extreme household. Soon. Someone remembered the post on the professional forum yesterday. The sudden death of monsters in Silent Forest described in the post is exactly the same as the current phenomenon in Desolate Night Ridge. Suddenly, everyone understood. This is clearly done by the same person. Only. Yesterday, everyone speculated that there were newly awakened spiritual professionals practicing in Silent Forest. As a result, today he can come to Desolate Night Ridge to level up? Do you want to be so exaggerated? There is a howling mountain range in the middle. The average level gap is as much as 7 or 8. Unbelievable. It's too bad. After everyone's continuous top posts, yesterday's post became popular again. Even good people. Although I still don't know who the mysterious spiritual professional is. But he has already taken a title based on what he did. Wild Butcher. Everywhere. The monsters in the entire area have been cleaned up. Isn't this Wild Butcher? Chapter 12. Posts on professional forums went viral. The name of Wild Butcher made those job changers who were leveling in Desolate Night Ridge howl like ghosts. Brother, please leave one for me. Brother. Be merciful. I'm still 2 levels away from reaching the membership standard of the Black Cloud Guild. Only 1 day left. Boss, please form a team. I am a lovely pastor. There is plenty of milk. Guaranteed not to stick. Sister rang above, this is a photo of my life, pure makeup, guaranteed no pee. When the forum was in full swing. The instigator of the incident, Su Yuan, dubbed the Wilderness Butcher by a group of job changers, was strolling leisurely in Desolate Night Ridge. Suddenly. He stopped. Then he looked in a certain direction, his eyes lit up, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Finally. It's not in vain that he walks so long. Elite Monster Guide, finally got a response. Within 500 meters of the whole body, as long as there are elite monsters refreshed, guidance will be generated. Su Yuan followed the guidance directly and walked in the direction of the elite monster. Along the way, while constantly gaining experience and sources, I also encountered many downcast professionals. A lot of people are the responders on that post. They won't know. The Wilderness Butcher they begged their grandpa to sue their grandma just happened to pass by them. It's not their fault. Because after constant discussion, in the end, everyone agreed that it was unlikely that the Wild Butcher was a newly awakened professional. Otherwise, this is against the sky. A whole day has passed since yesterday's awakening ceremony. The news of the awakening has already spread, and the names of those geniuses and evildoers have also been remembered by everyone. For example, Hangcheng No. 1 Middle School has produced 4 S-level professionals, and their strength is still strong. Hangcheng No. 2 Middle School, although there are only 2 professionals above A level, one of them is an SS level professional. However, everyone knows it too. That SS level professional, that is, Yuan, who is an ice and fire elementalist, was also unable to achieve the level of where to go. Her potential is extremely high, but she hasn't grown up yet, she is still in the beginning stage of a novice, and her strength is not enough to support her to do so. So, when passers-by saw Yuan, at most, I was surprised why a high school student came to Wild Night Ridge alone, but he didn't connect him with the Wild Butcher at all. This is for Yuan. Naturally, many unnecessary troubles are reduced. Soon. Follow the guidelines. Gradually approaching the unknown elite monster, Yuan's excitement became stronger and stronger. The last time I killed Angry Wolf in seconds, I dropped the green equipment Angry Wolf pendant. When killing brute force giant ant in seconds, there is no special drop. Not sure this time. Will Lady Luck take care of me? Step, step, step. In the mountains as dark as the night. A red-eyed tiger with red eyes and strange lines on its body is patrolling its own territory. This is an elite monster unique to Wild Night Ridge. It has a long refresh cycle and is extremely powerful. At least 2 to 3 professionals of the same level need to besiege it to solve it. Those red pupils were fierce and mighty, exuding a bloodthirsty aura. Suddenly, the red-eyed tiger stopped walking. He lowered his body, his whole body was like a tense arrow, and there was a depressive growl from his stinking blood mouth. This is the precursor of the red-eyed tiger's attack. It found the prey that invaded the territory. Moment. It's like an arrow off the string. In the blink of an eye, the red-eyed tiger had leaped over 10 meters. The prey. It was Yuan. However, faced with this extremely fierce and extremely dangerous red-eyed tiger, there was no movement at Yuan's feet, and while smiling on his face, he counted silently in his heart. 5 4 3 2 1. When counting to 1, that red-eyed tiger who was still fierce and mighty before, suddenly, as if deflated, the huge body hit the ground heavily, raising a cloud of smoke and dust. Sorry, you crossed the line. Yuan smiled, and walked towards the corpse of the red-eyed tiger. The range of 50 meters is the life and death boundary of monsters in this area. If you don't cross it, you may still be able to survive, but as long as you cross it, you will die. Elite monster? Can you escape the control of rules? Hint, you killed Leave 14 red-eyed tiger, elite monster, and gained 1400 experience points. Hint, drop green, good level, props. Hint, drop green, good level, equipment. Harvest. The smile on Yuan's face is even wider. 1400 points of experience, transformed into 1120 green source points. Besides, there are also high-level props and equipment. P.S. The order of this book: white, green, blue, purple, gold, dark gold, red. Common, good, rare, perfect, epic, legendary, mythical. Immediately, Yuan picked up the dropped props and equipment. Green violent blood potion. Green red killing knife. A bottle of medicine. A long knife. Look at the medicine first. Blood potion, after taking it, strength attribute plus 20 points, mental attribute minus 10 points, lasts for 10 minutes. Good. It is a relatively rare buff medicine. It can greatly increase the strength attribute within 10 minutes, but the price is the weakening of the mental attribute. This kind of potion has a pretty good effect on fighter professionals. But Yuan didn't need it for the time being, so he threw it into his personal backpack. Look at that long knife again. LV.15 red killing knife. Introduction: the blade is crimson red, faintly entangled with evil spirit. Attributes: strength plus 15, armor break plus 3. Characteristic Blood Fiend. The Scarlet Killing Knife is covered with Blood Fiend Chi, armor penetration +5, and can release Blood Fiend Chi for long-range attacks. Cost, 10 mana/s. Comfortable. This red killing knife actually comes with special attributes. 15 points of strength bonus, which is the basic 4-dimensional attribute bonus. But the 3 points of armor penetration is a very rare special attribute bonus. Not only that, it also has the same skill entry as Angry Wolf Pendant. The mana value is generally 10 times the basic spiritual attribute. For example, if the basic spiritual attribute is 5, the mana value is 50 points. Su Yuan's current base mental power is 52 points, and he has 520 mana points. He can maintain the Blood Fiend state for a full minute. In this minute, not only the armor-piercing effect has changed from 3 to 8, but it can even release the bloody aura for long-range attacks. It's been a great harvest. Su Yuan put away the red killing knife with satisfaction. Although Kishadeo is very handsome, but I can't use it now. On the contrary, obtained more than 1,000 green source points. It's time for the rules of 4-dimensional amplification to manifest. Chapter 13. Professionals want to become stronger. What is the most basic thing? Equipment? Skill? Props? No, neither. But basic attributes. Only when the foundation is laid well can high-rise buildings be erected on the ground and follow-up high-rise buildings can be erected. Therefore, 4-dimensional attributes, the rules of augmentation, the sooner it manifests, the better. Moreover, it is necessary to achieve the highest specification within the scope of current capabilities. Immediately, Su Yuan directly listed the 4-dimensional attribute augmentation rules. Physical amplification. When the level is increased, an additional 1 point of physical attributes will be added. Strength increase. When the level is increased, an additional 1 point of strength attribute will be added. Agility amplification. When the level is increased, an additional 1 point of agility attribute will be added. Spirit amplification. When the level is increased, an additional 1 point of spiritual attribute will be added. Activate the rule writing skill. Conditions: 500 green source points, success rate 0.0046%. Although the consumption of green source points is not much, but the success rate, a bit low. After using fate dice, physical increase, the success rate has increased to 64.8%. Power increase, the success rate has increased to 52.6%. Agility boost, the success rate has increased to 41.1%. Spirit boost, the success rate has increased to 83.7%. First select the spirit amplification with the highest success rate, it is successfully realized. Then came physical boost with the second highest success rate, failed. The more than 1,000 green source points accumulated just now have been spent. To this, Su Yuan was extremely emotional. Thanks to myself having dice of destiny. Otherwise, relying solely on the success rate of rule writing itself, it is probably the same as what other people said. The so-called rule writing is just a daydreaming profession. We still need to continue hunting elite monsters. Su Yuan withdrew his mind. After collecting the valuable materials from the red-eyed tiger's corpse, they continued to go deep into desolate Ye Ridge. Today's goal is to win all the 4-dimensional attribute increase rules. Hint: you killed Leave 12 three-eyed ape, elite monster, gain experience plus 1080. Hint: you killed Leave 13 bronze armored pig, elite monster, gain experience plus 1190. Hint: you killed LV11 rock python, elite monster, gain experience plus 1329. The number of elite monsters is too small. After killing the 2 elite monsters again, Su Yuan expressed such emotion. If this is heard by the other job changers, they may be so angry that they vomit blood. They almost rely on luck to find elite monsters. If they are unlucky, they may not meet them for several days. So Yuan is fine. As long as the elite monsters appear within 500 meters around them, they can directly and automatically navigate and track in real time, and the elite monsters will not be able to escape even if they want to run. What's more, even if you find elite monsters, they also need to fight carefully, and they may even get injured and die. How can they be as chic as Su Yuan? Although the drop rate of elite monsters is much higher than that of ordinary monsters, it is still low in general. After killing 3 elite monsters, no more equipment is dropped. These 3 elite monsters contributed nearly 3,000 green points to Su Yuan. The rest of the prizes. Green low-level defense scroll. After releasing, a defensive shield is formed, which can resist 200 points of damage in total. Green sprint potion. After taking it, sharpness attribute plus 15, lasts for 5 minutes. Green skill scroll spiritual arrow rain. After using it, you can release spiritual arrow rain once without consumption. Several kinds of valuable materials. After putting away the loot, Su Yuan implemented the rules again. Physical increase, successful realization. Strength increase, first time, failure, second time, failure, third time, success. Agility increase, the first time, failed, the second time, failed. 3,000 green source points 6 chances and spent all of them. Have to. I have to continue killing elite monsters again. At dusk. The sun was setting, but Wild Night Ridge was still as usual. It was still shrouded in thick fog, and it was dark and gloomy. There was not much difference between day and night. But, due to the existence of Wild Butcher, Wild Night Ridge has a lot less job changers. Oh shit! There is that guy. They can only eat car exhaust. Pick up a few mobs that leaked out from behind other people's buttocks. But the wild area is not just for leveling. There are also many materials that can be collected here, such as various herbs and various minerals. So, although the number of wild monsters has dropped sharply, it is not yet a no man's land. Only, without warning, all professionals in the Wild Night Ridge area have received such an area reminder. Area reminder: the number of common monsters and elite monsters in the Wild Night Ridge has died too much in a short period of time, and the accumulated death breath is too strong, which has awakened the hidden boss in this area. ICAO? After receiving this reminder, everyone was stunned. This Wild Night Ridge actually has a hidden boss? Why has no one discovered it for so many years? Etc. Yes. No one had killed all the wild monsters in the entire area in such a short period of time like the Wild Butcher before. But what the hell are these environment debuffs? Ghostly monsters are randomly born in the deserted Night Ridge. Dense fog, the attributes of all transferees are reduced by 10%, and the attributes of monsters are increased by 20%. Grass. Everyone spurted out a mouthful of old blood. Ghost monsters. This is quite a tricky thing. It has a certain immunity to physical attacks. Only magic attacks can cause damage to them. The issue is Fey or something. That is a noble profession. Most people's skills are physical damage skills. The point is, there is also a debuff in which the attribute of the job changer decreases and the attribute of the monster increases. So what are you waiting for? Run. Gathering herbs. Mining ore. Pick up monsters. All run away. But before they ran out for a few steps, they suddenly stopped inexplicably. The few people who were close looked at each other with confusion on their faces. Because the debuff in the status bar has just been added. But it disappeared in a blink of an eye. What's the situation? Chapter 14. For a long time, someone suddenly reacted. His eyes were full of shock and disbelief, and he murmured. The debuff is gone. Could it be the hiccup of the hidden boss? Beside him, The companions who teamed up with each other also realized something. Hidden bosses must be at least one grade higher than elite monsters, that is, boss-level monsters. After saying that, he paused, turned his head and glanced into the depths of desolate Ridge, swallowed with a grunt, trembling. You mean, from just now to now, in just a few seconds, the hidden boss was instantly defeated. Once this statement is exported, the surroundings suddenly fell into dead silence. When this group of people met the elite monsters of Desolate Yelling, they probably had to fight hard for a while. If you meet a leader-level person, you may have to escape. Not to mention, this is still a hidden boss. What's the matter? It must be stronger than ordinary leader-level monsters, right? However, it was gone in a few seconds. A spike in the true sense? Grunt. Everyone swallowed. A name came to mind, Wild Butcher. Wild Night Ridge, the deepest part. So Yuan looked at the spirit body that was gradually dissipating in front of him, and felt, something was out of line. He didn't expect that Wild Night Ridge had a hidden mechanism. As long as a large number of wild monsters were slaughtered in a short period of time, the hidden boss could be awakened. This is not. When the area reminder sounded just now, he also accepted. Just wondering where the hidden boss will be refreshed. As a result, a cloud of black mist gathered directly from the sky covering Desolate Night Ridge, and turned into a ghost-like monster. Leave 15 Hidden Boss Master of Ghost Fog. Su Yuan threw an exploratory technique in the past. The information obtained is a piece of. It looks like. As a hidden boss, this Lord of Ghost Mist is definitely not easy to mess with. Ghost monsters are already immune to some physical attacks. Su Yuan has not yet mastered any spell-type damage skills, and can only perform purely physical attacks. It stands to reason. It was supposed to be explained here. Even if it was replaced by other job changers with spell-type damage skills, it would probably be cool. But there are exceptions to everything. Ghost monsters are indeed immune to some physical damage. But are you immune to rule damage? So, it becomes like this. The Lord of Ghost Mist has just appeared on the stage. There is a dense ghostly aura wrapped around his body, which looks quite scary and bluffing. But it shouldn't, it chose to appear beside Su Yuan, because in this way, it crossed the line. Crossed the line of life and death within 50 meters. Range instant kill, effective. Regardless of whether you are an elite monster or a hidden boss. It doesn't matter how high your attributes are, what powerful skills you have, and what kind of resistance you have. I'll just ask you. Is it a wild monster of level 15 or below? Does it appear within 50 meters? Yes? Then you die. Then, after the debut, there is also a hidden boss Lord of Ghost Fog broadcast in the area. He only showed his face, and before he had time to flex his muscles, he was instantly killed by the irresistible force of rules. Hint, you killed the Leave 15 Lord of Ghost Mist, hidden boss, gain experience plus 10,120. Moment. Massive experience poured into Su Yuan's body. 10,000 experiences. Compared with the elite monsters of the same level, it is nearly 10 times higher. Generally speaking, the experience gained from killing a monster is directly proportional to the strength of the monster. This means that the strength of this hidden boss is comparable to 10 elite monsters. Rest in peace. Before the rules, all beings are equal. In the next life, stay away from me. Su Yuan mourned for Lord of Ghost Mist. At the same time, the corners of his mouth raised sadly, and he looked at his panel. Blue source point, 8,000. 10,000 experiences, 80% of them, were transformed into source points. But this time it is not a green source point, but a blue source point higher than the green source point. Earn a fortune. A full 8,000 blue source points can be used to write more advanced rules. Prior to this, Yuan had successfully materialized the last agility boost in the 4-dimensional attribute boost. Then, 4-dimensional attribute increase, plus infinite growth, elite monster guide, and 2 range instant kill, a total of 8 successful compilations. I glanced at the skill level, leave 1 rule writing, 8/10. You only need to write 2 more rules to upgrade. Take a deep breath. Yuan temporarily suppressed his excitement and turned off the panel. Because in front of him, there is still the baby that exploded from the hidden boss that has not been dealt with. This is a hidden boss, whether it is the drop rate or the drop quality, it is definitely much higher than the elite monsters. Certainly. Just that. Yuan will not be so ready to move. Mainly, he can see clearly. Among the items dropped by Lord of Ghost Mist, there are 2 things, emitting blue light and purple light respectively. Blue ray is fine. The important thing is the thing that exudes purple light. That's perfect quality. Extremely rare. Immediately, Yuan stepped forward quickly. Gather all the items dropped by Lord of Ghost Mist, and then inspect them one by one. Chapter 15. Green Leaf 15 Ghost Ring. Attribute, Spirit plus 20. Green Leaf 15 Ghost Boots. Attribute, Dexterity plus 20. Green LV 15 Ghost Cloak. Attributes, Dexterity plus 10, Strength plus 10. It is indeed a hidden boss. At the very beginning, there were 3 green outfits. Compared with whiteboard equipment, green equipment usually comes with a special equipment effect, and the drop rate is much lower. In the past 2 days, countless monsters were instantly killed by Yuan, including many elite monsters. But only Angry Wolf and Red-Eyed Tiger showed a green outfit respectively. But these 3 green outfits, why didn't they come with special entries? Angry Wolf Pendant and Red Killing Knife both have their own special entries. Wait! It's a set? Yuan was shocked. Between the equipment, most are independent. There is no influence or connection between them. But there are exceptions to everything. Set equipment. It is this exception. In the same series of suits, each piece of equipment may not be very strong when viewed separately. But once they are combined together, the set effect can often achieve the effect of 1 plus 12. The 3 pieces of equipment in front of me. It has a set effect. Suit Ghost, 3/3. Set, the attribute of each piece of equipment in the set will increase by 5 points. Ghostly, get 10% physical damage reduction, maximum single reduction, 200 damage. Shadow Concealment, activate this skill, you can get the effect of Shadow Stealth, immune to the perception of existence with mental attributes below 40. Cost, 20 mana/second. Really? Series suits are cool. There are 3 entries, and each entry is extremely practical. Needless to say, the increase in extra attributes and the 10% reduction in physical damage. On the contrary, it is the active skill of Shadow Concealment, which can be called an exaggeration. After all, if it is not for professions such as mages and priests that specialize in spiritual attributes, ordinary professionals often need to reach the 20th or 30th level to have a 40-point mental power attribute. And myself, immune to their perceptions. It is tantamount to forcing them to turn a blind eye to themselves. This skill, maybe when it will have a miraculous effect. Yuan smiled. Just put this 3-piece suit on. At the same time, he also realized one thing. That is, as a rule maker, the entries on these equipment, I can completely imitate them to make up rules. The slots for equipment are limited, but the slots for your own rules are unlimited. But now use the equipment effect on the line. The source points can be kept for making more useful rules. After the 3 ghost suits, the rest are some green quality props and scrolls. Most of them are of great value and usefulness. After putting them away together, Yuan's eyes turned to the next major event. First, it's the prop that emits blue light. Blue nucleus of Ghost Fog Lord. After taking it, it can permanently increase the spiritual attribute by 30 points. FK. The description of such props is very simple, as simple as only one sentence. But after Yuan saw it, he was shocked. It turned out to be a consumable item that can permanently increase attributes. You should know that the equipment and the added attributes are not your own. As soon as the equipment is taken off, what should be done, or what should be done, to use an ugly term, it is called revealing the original shape. And the power of many skills only depends on the basic attributes, not including the bonus of equipment. This has led to the fact that any item that can permanently increase attributes is priceless. This crystal nucleus of the Ghost Mist Lord can permanently increase the mental power attribute by 30 points. If you take it to the exchange for auction, you can definitely sell it for $1 million. Money is not important to me. Strength is the key. Yuan took a deep breath. On the spot, he directly swallowed the crystal nucleus of the Ghost Mist Lord. After just a few seconds, I felt refreshed, and my mental power became extremely abundant. After getting used to it for a while. The finale. It's that egg that exudes purple light? Yuan blinked and rubbed his eyes again to make sure he read correctly. What an egg! Purple Lord of Ghost Mist Pet Egg. Introduction. After 10 days of hatching, Pet Lord of Ghost Mist can be born. Awesome! The era of job change. A professional beast master can control beasts to fight. But for job changers of other professions, there is only one way to get a pet, which is to hatch from a pet egg. But if the probability of a monster dropping equipment and props is 1%, then the probability of dropping the corresponding pet egg is 0.001%. Therefore, there are all kinds of pet eggs in the list of the most expensive commodities on the major exchanges. Among them, the price of pet eggs of elite monsters can be dozens of times higher than that of ordinary monsters. As for more advanced, they are often not put up for auction. So, Yuan is thinking about a question now. If the hatched Lord of the Ghost Mist is a leader-level monster template, or a template that retains the hidden boss. If it's the former, then it's fine. But if it's the latter, earn blood. Finish counting the loot. Yuan admired his property panel. Attributes. Strength, 42 plus 30. Agility, 42 plus 35. Physique, 42 plus 4. Spirit, 87 plus 28. Such a panel. It can be called horror. Even if it is not a bonus of equipment. Strength, agility, and physique all broke through the 40-point mark. Among them, due to the 30 points of permanent spiritual power attribute provided by Ghost Fog Master Crystal Core, the spiritual power is even more exaggeratedly close to 90 points. This kind of data appeared on a senior high school student who just woke up yesterday. It can only be described in 2 words, hang force. At last, Yuan glanced at the place where Lord of Ghost Mist died. Since it is a ghost monster, it dissipates directly after death, and there are no materials to collect except for the treasures that exploded. Then next, the slave master rule that has never had a chance before is ready to start. Now, Yuan doesn't like the benefits of Silent Forest. Therefore, directly modify the original idea to Lord of the Desolate Night Ridge. He wants to let everyone who is leveling in Wild Night Ridge do so. Work for yourself. Chapter 16. Lord of the Wild Night Ridge, obtain 10% of the experience gained by the job changer in this area from killing wild monsters. The rules are being judged, the skill level meets the requirements. Conditions, 1000, blue source points, success rate 0.00045%. Okay. This rule can be realized. However, not only does it consume blue source points, but its success rate is terrifyingly low, which is the rule with the lowest success rate besides infinite growth. But if you think about it carefully, this is also understandable. After all, as long as this rule takes effect, this Wild Night Ridge is equivalent to a mine that provides unlimited experience. No one is 18 forever, but someone is 18 forever. The same way. No one will always level up in Wild Night Ridge, but there will always be people who will level up in Wild Night Ridge. With such accumulation over time, the experience it provides to itself will be an unimaginable astronomical figure. But anyway, we have to see how much Dice of Destiny can increase the success rate. If the success rate is still very low after the promotion, then everything is useless. After a few seconds, seeing the increase given by Dice of Destiny, Yuan smiled with satisfaction. The success rate is 38.7%. Although not high. But compared to the benefits after success, this is enough for Yuan to try. Give it a go, turn your bike into a motorcycle. Consumes 1000 blue source points. Manifestation, failed. It's okay, come again. Yuan's bottom line is 3 times. As long as he succeeds within 3 times, there are still 5000 blue origin points left, which he can still accept. It turns out, those who are brave will often have good rewards. There is no need for the 3rd time, the 2nd time, this rule will be realized successfully. But after this rule is realized successfully, there was no such scene where experiences flowed in like a tide. Yuan had already expected this. After all the monsters in Wild Night Ridge were almost killed by him. It should be fine after the next refresh cycle. Only occasionally, a few experience reminders would pop up, probably someone had killed the mobs he had missed. Follow up. Yuan imitated Elite Monster Guide and tried to write the rules of Hidden Boss Guide, but failed. It seems that the hidden boss is not so easy to meet, and it is pure luck that I can meet this time. Continue shopping in Wild Night Ridge for a while. After finding that almost all the monsters in this area had been killed, Yuan set out to return. The goal set today, the 4-dimensional attribute increase has been opened, and the experience mine has also been opened. The task is perfectly completed. After 2 days of continuous rotation, it is time to rest for a day. Hangzhou Job Changer Forum. A new post went viral and took the top spot. Wild Night Ridge, a hidden boss appeared, but died within seconds. What do you think? This post was naturally posted by the person who received the area notification when Lord of Ghost Mist appeared. Once released, it immediately caused a sensation on the page. Hidden bosses. There is actually a hidden boss in Desolate Night Ridge. This leveling area has existed for decades, why has no one encountered it before? People who had such doubts were immediately dumbfounded after seeing the explanation in the post. The reason why this hidden boss appeared was because the wild butcher slaughtered too many wild monsters in a short period of time. This also works. But compared to hiding the reason for the appearance of boss, what everyone cares more about is the hidden boss, who was instantly defeated. Is this too exaggerated? The strength of the hidden boss is several times higher than that of the boss monster. How difficult is it to achieve instant kills? Damn it, I just want to know which boss is the one who hides the boss in seconds. The things that exploded must be high-quality treasures? Exclusive inference, this hidden boss should be seconded by the Wilderness Butcher. It seems that he is the only one who is active in Wild Night Ridge. I cried. Why on earth did such a strong boss go to Desolate Ridge? I was so numb, I just killed 2 monsters after walking around for a whole day. Brother upstairs, I want to ask you something, has your experience gained from killing monsters in Wild Night Ridge decreased? I killed 2 monsters of the same level and type 1 after another, and the experience was actually 10% worse. Ah! I really didn't notice this, did you remember wrongly? It stands to reason that monsters of the same level and type should provide the same experience, right? On the Hangzhou forum, discussions about Wild Butcher and hidden bosses are in full swing. Everyone is guessing who is this mysterious boss who suddenly appeared. In the end, it even attracted the attention of the Job Changers Association and offered him an olive branch. However, the mysterious wild butcher has never issued any response. It was as if this person did not exist at all. Hangzhou, a well-known private restaurant. Lin Xiaoxiao sat in the seat reserved in advance, a little nervous. She didn't know where she got the courage to invite Su Yuan to dinner. As for the reason, said it was to thank him for taking action to solve the brute force giant ant, otherwise he might have been injured. For this reason, Lin Xiaoxiao himself felt a little lame. After all, she may not be able to defeat brute force giant ant, but it is relatively easy to escape from it. But what she didn't expect was that Su Yuan readily agreed to her invitation. Seeing a familiar figure appearing at the door of the restaurant, Lin Xiaoxiao quickly came to his senses. In school, Yuan is a well-known high-cold school belle in the school, and the iceberg goddess that everyone is looking forward to, but Lin Xiaoxiao is not bad either. Although she is petite, she has good proportions. A pair of small white legs are thin and long, with a cute face, a real lowly type beautiful girl. There are many people who like her. But at this time, her flustered appearance was quite like a frightened deer in the forest. One couldn't help but want to hold her in her arms and rub her well. Hello. Not for a while. Su Yuan came to sit down. He smiled lightly and greeted Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao was obviously shy, and nodded. You are here. Su Yuan has always been easygoing. So chatting slowly, Lin Xiaoxiao didn't feel nervous before. As the only one in the school who knew the truth, he knew that the brute force giant ant was killed neither by Yuan nor by Zhaoming, but by Su Yuan. Lin Xiaoxiao was actually a little curious about Su Yuan's current strength. So, she glanced at Su Yuan cautiously. Well, can I use insight to see your information? Can. Su Yuan did not refuse. The insight technique can only see simple level and occupation information, but not the specific content, so he doesn't care. Only. After a few seconds, there was a bang sound from the opposite side. It turned out that the tableware in Lin Xiaoxiao's hand fell to the ground. But she herself didn't seem to have the slightest reaction. She just opened her small mouth slightly and looked into Su Yuan's beautiful eyes, full of shock. You. Over level 15. Chapter 17. Insight has one feature. That is, it is impossible to detect existences that are 10 levels higher than its own level. After 2 days of leveling, Lin Xiaoxiao has reached level 5, which is quite good. However, when she was investigating Su Yuan's information just now, the result is a series of insight is invalid. This means that Su Yuan's level is at least 10 levels higher than hers. She is now level 5, so Su Yuan is at least level 15. But the problem is, how can this be? Everyone just woke up together yesterday, and they are all level 1 novice professionals. Even if you hire a professional training team and spend 2 days in the wild without eating or drinking, you probably won't be able to reach level 15. Correct. Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The insight technique will be invalid when probing a professional 10 levels higher than oneself, and at the same time, if the opponent wears equipment that can block the insight technique, it can also cause the invalidation. Thinking of this, the shock on her face gradually subsided, and she smiled a little embarrassedly, revealing 2 cute dimples. Sorry, I was so taken aback. Just now, the insight technique failed. I thought you were promoted to level 15. As she spoke, she paused, tilted her head slightly, and asked cutely. Did you forget to disarm the equipment that can shield the insight? Who wants to? Su Yuan just shook his head and said with a smile. I don't have the equipment that can block the insight technique, but I have indeed risen to level 15. Here. Lin Xiaoxiao was completely confused. Seeing this, Yuan suddenly asked a seemingly irrelevant question. When I was in the awakening room, Teacher Wu asked me to write a rule on the spot. Do you remember the content at that time? Lin Xiao, who was still in a state of shock, hadn't realized what Yuan meant, and just nodded in a daze. Remember, the rule you wrote at the time seemed to be you can get 1 experience per second, the success rate is 100,000th. She is a smart girl. Speaking of this level, how can I not understand what Yuan means? That little face was full of shock. You made it. Because it was too shocking. Makes the sound a bit loud. It caused the diners present to look back. After seeing a petite and cute lowly girl, I couldn't help but take a second look. Lin Xiaoxiu's cheeks flushed suddenly, she immediately realized her gaffe, and apologized repeatedly to Yuan, but the turmoil in her heart did not stop at all. Just because this is really too unbelievable. 1 in 100,000 chance. Even Mr. Wu, who was always optimistic about Yuan, turned to comfort Yuan after learning of the odds. Why? Because of this probability, it is very likely that you will not be able to achieve it in your entire life. It was precisely because of this that the dean, who was so annoying, would directly say that Yuan's career was daydreaming in front of so many people. But now, Yuan actually succeeded. Gain 1 experience point per second. Lin Xiao simply calculated the experience that he could gain in 24 hours a day, then swallowed lightly. Here. Yuan reached leave 15 in 2 days, which seemed so reasonable. Yuan didn't want to hide the meaning of infinite growth. He is very clear that relying on himself alone can develop, but the development will be slower. If you can get a lot of resource support, your own development path will be much easier. Therefore, he had planned for a long time. When he returned to school, he confessed that he had successfully realized infinite growth. In this way, some people may say that they have exhausted all their luck, that they have been lucky. But no matter. It cannot change the fact that infinite growth has been realized. At that time, relying only on such a rule, if I want to enter Longxia University or Imperial University, there should be no big problem. The era of job change. What they study in the university is no longer mathematics, physics, and chemistry, but various job-changing knowledge and magic principles. The top universities control a large number of secret lands, dungeons, and relic resources, which can maximize a person's potential and make people grow rapidly. These resources. I am bound to win. Eat the whole meal down. Lin Xiao had almost digested the shock. Just awakened yesterday, leave 15, 1 in 100,000 chance. All of these, looking at it now, are still too dreamy. At this time, she finally knew why Yuan was able to kill brute force giant ant. In the case of crushing levels, even elite monsters will appear weak. Soon. Dinner is over. It was already dark outside. Out of politeness, Yuan offered to send Lin Xiao home. Along the way, the two talked and laughed, and the atmosphere was quite good. However, when Lin Xiao was about to get home, an episode happened. The two met Xiaoming. Xiaoming has always regarded Yuan as an imaginary enemy, and seeing Yuan is not happy. At this time, seeing Lin Xiao, a well-known lowly girl in the school, is so close to Yuan, she is naturally even more upset. Between words. Just mocked Yuan a few words. Now, he followed his father to leave 9, and almost reached leave 10. In the whole school, it is estimated that only Mu Anyun may be taller than him, and the rest are all rubbish. At this time, Lin Xiao just stood aside. After glancing at Xiaoming, who was immersed in his fantasy, he sighed softly, and said softly. Xiaoming, I advise you to apologize to Yuan. Chapter 18. Ah! Xiaoming frowned. His goddess is Mu Anyun. However, he is also very clear that there is a big gap between himself and Mu Anyun, no matter in terms of identity, background or personal talent. So, a goddess is just a goddess. He still has several spare tires, one of which is Lin Xiao Xiao. Lolita girl, white legs, pure face of first love, plus the awakened A-level professional shadow assassin. Barely able to match myself. Certainly. All this is limited to Xiaoming's own thoughts. How do you say that? You said she was your girlfriend, sorry, does anyone know about that? However, self-confidence is Xiaoming's most notable trait. Awakening to become an S-rank ferocious beast made his self-confidence swell to overflowing. So, he glanced at Lin Xiao Xiao, as if he was displeased that she was helping Su Yuan to speak. He raised his head, his nostrils upturned. Apologize? I'm sorry. What I just said is the truth. What's the use of having good grades before awakening a daydream profession? No, it's still useless. As he said that, he suddenly smiled, and asked a very cheap question. Or, if I'm telling the truth, I'm wrong. Pity. He thought he was pretty good at taunting. In the eyes of Su Yuan and Lin Xiao Xiao, they didn't have the slightest power. Lin Xiao Xiao shook her head helplessly, and decided to let go of the plot of helping others and respect the fate of others. Su Yuan was a little speechless. This Xiaoming is like a fly. What should I do then? Give him a slap and see if he still goes crazy. Then, snapped. There was a crisp sound. Before Xiaoming could react, there was already a red palm print on his face. Due to Su Yuan's little strength, his whole body seemed to be sucked into a spinning top, and he spun a full circle before falling to the ground. Speed, crush. Strength, crushing. Su Yuan didn't bother to look at him at all, and didn't bother to taunt him back, dropping his price. He directly pulled Lin Xiao Xiao up, turned his head and left, simply and neatly, as if he really just swatted a fly. Finally, Xiaoming regained his strength. Let out a pig-killing roar. You dare to hit me? Su Yuan's footsteps paused. He blinked at Lin Xiao Xiao. There are dogs barking around here, do you hear that? Lin Xiao Xiao almost couldn't hold back her laughter, but she also nodded. I seem to have heard it. This sings a harmony. Xiaoming couldn't bear it anymore. He stood up abruptly, gritted his teeth, and rushed towards Su Yuan's back. As an S-level ferocious beast, he has extremely outstanding strength attributes. He thought that he just didn't expect Su Yuan to attack suddenly, so he suffered a disadvantage. Now, he wants to clean up Su Yuan in front of Lin Xiao Xiao, and get back his face. However, snapped. Another sound. But this time it wasn't a crisp sound, but a muffled sound. Then, a figure flew upside down, stuck to the wall not far away, and then slowly slid down like a dead dog. As expected of an S-rank ferocious beast, his physique is good enough. With such a smash, several cracks were faintly smashed into the wall. But Su Yuan wasn't worried, he acted with discretion. With Xiaoming's rough skin and thick flesh, at most, he could break a bone, and the rest was not a big problem. As for whether to lose money after the fracture, there are still a lot of materials in my personal backpack that have not been sold. In addition to the collection from the elite monsters, it is estimated that it can be sold for $1 million or so. Break a few, pay a few, no problem at all. Within minutes, Xiaoming, who was knocked unconscious by Su Yuan, woke up. My body was so sore everywhere, and in some places, it seemed that I had broken bones. Grass. What's up with that guy? Xiaoming couldn't figure it out at all. Isn't that guy's job a daydream job? No matter how good his physical fitness is, can he survive this S-rank ferocious beast? Besides, I'm FG Leave 9, not just awakened. At level 9, both strength and physique have reached a terrifying 30 points. How did Su Yuan do it? Directly knocked himself into the air, and even knocked him unconscious. Very depressed in my heart. But completely clueless. Zhao Ming could only grit his teeth and stand up. Fortunately, it was his perverted physique that allowed him to endure even a broken bone. But on the way home, the more he thought about it, the more something was wrong, and the more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Su Yuan's profession obviously doesn't have the slightest increase in combat power. Grass. Suddenly Zhao Ming's eyes lit up. He figured it out. Absolutely because of the equipment. The whiteboard equipment issued by the school was all rubbish, and he threw it away without even looking at it. In addition, I have been upgraded by my father all the time, so I don't need to fight by myself, so I don't have any equipment, and I plan to get a green outfit directly later. As for the equipment, you can choose to hide it. Su Yuan's sixth child probably did that. Otherwise, it is completely impossible to explain that his strength is stronger than his own. Damn, I suffered a lot. Zhao Ming spat. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. The day after tomorrow is back to school. After returning to school, there will be a unified assessment. During the assessment, it is forbidden to use equipment. He felt where the fracture was on his body, and then memorized the location. When the time comes, he will return it to Su Yuan exactly the same, and let him know the gap between the two. Pooh. Chapter 19. After sending Lin Xiaoxiao home, Su Yuan returned home. Every night now, he finds time to list all kinds of rule ideas. There are many rules that can be called whimsical, and some of them even directly involve the power of certain conceptual laws. As for the result, undoubtedly failed. The current level of rule fabrication is too low to support overly exaggerated rule fabrication. For example, Su Yuan tried to make up the rules of death immunity for himself. As the name suggests, immune to death. If there is such a rule by my side, then I can roam freely without any worries. However, the idea is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. Such a rule, even insight into truth cannot give a suitable correction. But Su Yuan believed it. As long as the rule writing level is high enough. One day, I will be able to write a rule like death immunity. At the same time, Hangcheng, Job Transfer Association. In the conference room, on the chairman's seat, sat an old man with grey beard and hair. The old man's name is Zhou Dun, and he looks kind and friendly, as if he is the uncle of the next door. But in fact, he is not only the president of the Hangcheng Job Transfer Association, but also a top Leave 104 strongman, enjoying great prestige in Hangcheng. The 10 seats next to him were seated by the 10 core members of the Hangzhou Job Transfer Association. Among them, there is Mu Anyun's father, Mu Dongjian, who is known as the #1 fire method in Hangzhou. And his wife, Lin Hero, the president of the Hangcheng Pastors Association, was also on the list. In Hangtown. With a family background like Mu Anyun's, he can be called a wealthy family. It is precisely because of this that it is not too surprising that she can awaken to become an SS-level professional owner. At this time, a strong man sitting opposite the couple scratched his head. President Zhou, why are you calling us out at this time? I ate well at home and called you out, and my wife scolded me so badly. Heard the words. Everyone present burst into laughter. Don't look at this guy, he's big and thick, he looks like a bear, and the 2-meter-plus man is breathless when he stands there. But in fact, as the president of the Hangcheng Warriors Guild, Leave 100 Violent Dragon Zhan, known as the humanoid Tyrannosaurus, is a very strict wife. But after he asked, all the people present all turned their eyes to Mr. Zhou, who was sitting in the chair, and they were really curious. Although they are core members of the Job Changer Association, they mainly serve in their respective associations on weekdays. For example, the brawny man just now is the president of the Warrior Association, Lin Hero is the president of the Priests Association, and Mu Dongjian is the president of the prestigious S-level guild Flame Punishment even though he doesn't hold a post in the Mage Guild. Anyway, the things that can bring them together to the Job Transfer Association for a meeting, without exception, have a great impact on Hangzhou. But recently, I haven't heard of any major events. As for the wild butcher who is making a lot of noise on the forum, in the eyes of people at the level of everyone, it's just a small fight, nothing worth noting at all. Everyone, don't worry. Facing everyone's questioning eyes, Mr. Zhou waved his hands with a smile. Then he signaled the assistant to send a copy of the previously prepared document to everyone. Everyone got the document, and after reading it, their expressions were different. Hey? New job? How many years has there been a new job? Rule maker? This profession sounds fierce, but, a success rate of 1 in 100,000? Isn't this too low? It's the little guy from number 2 middle school. Number 2 middle school is very fierce this year. In addition to Lao Mu's daughter who is SS level, there is also an S level fierce beast. Now there is a new profession. Being able to make up rules, I feel that this profession, if it wasn't for the low skill success rate, would be a heaven-defying bug profession. SSS is not too much. Compared with Zhao Li, a small school dean, the vision and insight of the people present have been expanded hundreds of times. As soon as I got Su Yuan's information, I felt the horror of the professional rule maker. The only pity is that the success rate of this skill is too low. For example, he made up the rule of gain 1 experience per second. In the eyes of ordinary people, this rule is extremely powerful, and tens of thousands of experience can be obtained in a day. But in fact, for these big guys who are close to level 100, the experience of tens of thousands a day is really not enough. They killed a wild monster of the same level at random, and the experience gained far exceeded this number. However, even so, the success rate of this rule is still only 1 in 100,000. How can I say this? Very contradictory. It takes a lot of resources to heap the number of heaps. But when this rule was needed in the early stage, there were not so many resources. When so many resources can be obtained, the level will increase, and this rule may not be very useful again. Tasteless to eat, but a pity to discard. It's almost a chicken rib. Moreover, the level of a professional is important, but it is not the only important thing. For example, at level 30, 60, and 100, there will be level shackles. Only after completing the corresponding advanced tasks can you break through this shackle and continue to upgrade. For each advanced mission, there are only 3 chances, and after 3 failures, there is no way to break through. That's why almost all the people present were at level 100, and only the president, Mr. Zhou, had broken through this hurdle. Besides, they also watched it just now. This profession only has the only profession-specific skills, and it cannot provide substantial help to combat power. Career advancement can't be achieved, it can only be transformed into skill advancement, which is outrageous. Every career advancement of a professional is a qualitative leap. No career advancement? The future is dark. After a few minutes, seeing that everyone has read the document, Elder Zhou asked with a smile. Everyone, what level do you think Su's professional strength can be rated at? Just ask. Everyone discussed with each other, and finally decided that it should be able to barely give an S grade. Although the success rate of writing rules is slim, it is not zero after all. For the sake of if you are lucky, you may be able to bump into it, it shouldn't be too much to give it an S rank. Elder Zhou seemed to have expected everyone's answers, but he just smiled and shook his head. After I passed student Su's career information to the imperial capital, guess what? A discussion meeting was held specially for him in the court. As for the final result of the seminar. Speaking of which, Mr. Zhou made a fool of himself and paused on purpose. Some people can't hold back their curiosity. SS class. Wrong. Elder Joe showed a meaningful smile. Over there in the court, make him, God level. Immediately. In the conference room. There was no sound. Chapter 20. God level. Finally. Someone struggled to squeeze out a few words. At present, there is no such level in the globally recognized occupational classification table. The highest potential level is SSS level, and in the future it will be SS level like Mu and Yuan. It can be said. If the imperial capital really defines Su Yuan's career as a god level, it is equivalent to creating a new career level just for him. It is still above the SSS level. This is exaggerated. To know. S-level professionals are already quite rare. The potential of every S-level professional can be called a genius. As long as he doesn't die young, he will definitely be a strong man in the future. As for SS-level professionals, they were even rarer. Among the 10 people present, only Mr. Joe was from SS-level professionals, and most of the rest were S-level professionals. From this, it can be seen how terrifying the potential of an SS-level professional is. At the SSS level. In the hundreds of years since the era of job change, it seems that there are only a few in Hangcheng. They are the protagonists of the era in the true sense, and everyone has made brilliant achievements. Now, Zhou Lao told them. That high school senior named Su Yuan. It was actually classified as a god level above the SSS level. How does this not shock them? The reaction of the crowd. Zhou Dean had a panoramic view. He said with a smile. In the final analysis, our thinking mode is still limited, and our vision is not broad enough. Student Su's rule writing has a very low success rate. It takes a huge amount of resources to make a sound, or even not hear it at all. But who said that this resource needs to be obtained by himself? If someone provides him with resources, does it mean that he has a lot of opportunities for trial and error? And if we replace that person with Longxia and use our Longxia's resources to train him, no matter how huge the resource demand is, it can be satisfied for a country. In this way quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. Maybe he can really complete the rule writing several times, and then our Longxia's strength will take off. Of course, to write rules that can affect the strength of the country requires his growth. The current low-level situation is definitely not enough to write such rules. Old Joe's words. Everyone present took a deep breath. Yes. Why didn't they think of it? 1 in 100,000, 1 in a million, 1 in 10 million, or even 1 in a billion. For individual professionals, the hope is extremely slim, and the resources that need to be consumed are innumerable, and it can only be done by chance. But if is it for a country? No matter how low the probability is, as long as there are unlimited resources thrown in, the probability will be infinitely increased. This is going to become our national treasure for Longxia. Among the crowd, some people are so emotional. Zhou Lao listened and smiled. It's really right for you. I just got the news that the court intends to invest resources for free to cultivate himself from now on until student Su reaches leave 100. Wait until he reaches leave 100, and then see if he is willing to help Longxia write a few rules. All resources are included. Longxia University, Imperial University, he has the qualifications to recommend, pick whatever you want. Damn it! It's so cool. The president of the warrior guild's eyes were as white as copper bells, dumbfounded. The daughter of Lao Mu's family awakened to become an SS-level profession, but the people in the court probably didn't even look at it. Let's take a look at Su Yuan's treatment again. He can be directly promoted to level 100, with all resources included. He can choose any top university at will, and he will be recommended directly. Ma Dan. What is the card face? This is called a card face. In the emotion of everyone, Mr. Joe got back to business. Okay, that's the situation. I talked with the court for a long time before they agreed that we, Hangzhou, will train him at this stage. This is the key to cultivating a relationship with Su. Then what? Warrior Guild, Mage Guild, Priest Guild, Knight Guild. Anyway, after you go back, pick out a few good players from your respective guilds and form a team together. Try to bring Su Yuan to me with leave 30 within 3 days, it shouldn't be a problem, right? No problem. All the people present were guaranteed. They can already foresee what kind of energy Su Yuan will possess as long as he grows up. At this time, it was still the president of the Warrior Guild, grinning. Mr. Zhou, I'm free these 2 days, can I go up by myself? Heard the words. Everyone cast contemptuous glances at him one after another. This is from now on, I want to be familiar with him, and have a good relationship with him, right? You don't feel ashamed to be the president of the Warriors Guild, you personally go to work for others, don't you? The contempt is over. Mr. Zhou, I've been quite free these 2 days. I don't have anything to do in the guild. Me too, I always feel so idle lately. Good guy. All come? Elder Zhou smiled helplessly and said. Stop it, you guys don't get meddled, the superiors have said, give preferential treatment, and include resources, but don't make too much noise, the less people pay attention, the better. One by one, who doesn't know you in Hangzhou? It's too exaggerated for you to go, and the influence will be bad at that time. Hearing what Mr. Zhou said, everyone gave up. But immediately, Elder Zhou's eyes fell on Mu Dongjian and his wife. The eyes are full of smiles, half serious, half jokingly said. Old Mu, your Xiao Yan and Su Yuan are classmates, how are you doing, do you have any ideas? Swish. Everyone immediately stared at the two of them. In their family, either the son or the daughter is too young or too old. Only the daughter of Mu Dongjian's family is the same age as Su Yuan and a classmate at the same school. This is a great advantage because she is close to the water and has the advantage. Facing everyone's eyes, Mu Dongjian was calm, with a calm expression. Young people, if you want to fall in love freely, it's not good for us parents to intervene. Beside him, Lin Haro nodded in agreement. With these things mixed in, it's not pure. Ox. Everyone is amazed. I was thinking of boasting that the two couples have high ideological consciousness. Who knows? Mu Dongjian suddenly spoke again. Honey, our Xiao Yan has awakened to a SS-level profession, shouldn't we hold a celebration party at home? Lin Haro nodded. I feel like it should be. How many classmates are you inviting? I think so too. Everyone? Chapter 21. Hangcheng, Southwest. The Mu family's manor is located here. Among the 10 members of the Hangzhou Job Changer Association, the Mu family occupied 2 seats. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to say a word about the top giants. At this time, Mu Anyun just returned home. After awakening as an SS-level Ice and Fire Element envoy, she didn't let her parents take her to level up like Xiaoming did, but went to the wild to level up alone. Since childhood, she has always adhered to one belief. The greatest reliance of the strong will always be themselves. So, in order to exercise their actual combat ability, except for the necessary meals and rest, she almost always fights in the wild. Now, she has risen to level 7. Such an upgrade speed fully embodies the power of SS-level professions. As an Ice and Fire Elementalist, she was naturally proficient in both Ice and Fire elements. When other mages were still using Fireball Ababa, she was already using group damage skills like Burning Rain to spawn monsters. Therefore, although it is 2 levels lower than Xiaoming at level 9, but Xiaoming was led to level up, and she was killed one by herself. It is self-evident who has the highest gold content. Certainly. This is thanks to the fact that Su Yuan directly skipped the Wailing Mountains after Silent Forest. Otherwise, Mu Anyun, who spends most of her time leveling in Howling Mountains, might not have so many monsters to spawn. Tired of being outside all day, Mu Anyun went to take a shower first. In the dense mist, the incomparably graceful curves can be vaguely seen. On the white skin like jade, the crystal drops of water first went through undulating waves, and finally dripped down those long legs that made people covet. If Lin Xiaoxiao is a cute lowly girl, then Mu Anyun is a veritable stunner in the world. Even though she is only a third year in high school, she is only 18 years old, but she is already full of allure. Unfortunately, the personality is relatively cool. In school, it is the kind of existence that can only be seen from a distance but not played with. Although there are reasons for her prominent family background, but more importantly, it is her own reasons. After taking a shower, Mu Anyun went back to the room to rest. Her father is the president of the S-level guild Flame Punishment, and her mother is the president of the Priests Guild. She is very busy all year round, and she has long been used to being alone at home. Only, I didn't expect to have just rested for a long time. For the first time ever, the parents came back early. Celebration party. Celebrating my awakening to a SS-level profession. Mu Anyun frowned tightly. She looked the two of them up and down, the suspicion in her eyes was like looking at a fool. Mu Dongjian's face was a little uneasy, but he still had an old face, and said earnestly, "Girl, you are graduating soon, at least you have a classmate. If you don't socialize at all, how will you integrate into society in the future? The strong are respected. As long as I am strong enough, they will integrate into me, and I don't need to integrate into them." Well said. She is indeed my daughter, Mu Dongjian. Mu Dongjian secretly praised in his heart. Only, girl, you don't understand. Dad, this is well-intentioned. No matter how strong you are, can you be stronger than Su Yuan, who is offered as a treasure by the state? Before he grows up, take it as soon as possible. Just like when I took down your mother. Cough cough. Mu Dongjian coughed lightly. He winked at his wife next to him. Lin Haro understood, smiled, and took Mu Anyun's hand, and sat down on the bed. Xiao Yan, your dad is also worried that you won't get used to it after you go to college, and you don't know how to get along with others, so you just follow him. A few minutes later. Fine. Mu Anyun sighed. After all, he reluctantly agreed. Anyway, after the big exam, she will leave Hangzhou soon, and may not be able to return home for a long time. They can come however they like. After convincing my daughter, Mu Dongjian and his wife discussed how to invite so that it would not appear abrupt. My daughter and Su Yuan are not in the same class. It is unrealistic to invite the whole school. Although they live in the manor, they can accommodate at most 100 people. Yes. Just invite students who have awakened A-level and above. Su Yuan's career will be classified as S-level, which can be regarded as meeting the requirements. Won't that make people feel too snobby? Then say we look down on other students. Just kidding, I always admire someone, it's not like others don't know. Besides, for Xiao Yan's future happiness, what's the point of losing face? It seems to be the same, that's fine, that's it. Zhao family. Look at the invitation letter in your hand. Zhao Ming's face was full of joy. The Mu family is going to hold a celebration party for Mu Anyun. The invitations are all geniuses who have awakened A-level and above in the school. In the entire number 2 middle school, there seemed to be a dozen or so who had awakened to become A-level professionals. But the awakened S-class, only me. In this situation, this celebrates the brightest person at the party. Besides the host, Mu Anyun, isn't it just me? Maybe, Mu Anyun will remember herself because of this, and leave some impression on her. In this way, isn't there some hope for conquering the goddess? Zhao Mingzi couldn't help it. As a result, he accidentally pulled the wound, and he gasped in pain. After returning home, he felt ashamed, so he didn't come to think about where the injury came from, but he couldn't bear it anymore. His father kept asking, and finally he could only confess that Yuan beat him. After the father found a pastor to connect his bones, he went out angrily, probably looking for Yuan. I don't know what's going on now. Grass. Thinking of Yuan makes me angry. FK it. Old 6-1. Attack him with equipment. I don't know what level his bullshit career is defined as. It would be fine if he was rated below A level, and he escaped a catastrophe. But it's going to be A level. When the time comes, I guarantee that he will make a fool of himself at the party. At the same time, Zhao Li is almost at the door of Yuan's house. He is the dean of the school, and he can easily find out where Yuan's family lives. Zhao Li is very clear that Yuan's grades are always better than his son's on weekdays. Is it because after awakening, I felt unbalanced, so I did it? This little BD. I have to give him some color to see. Thinking so, Zhao Li went upstairs. In the corridor, I met an old man with grey beard and hair. Hey? This old man seems familiar. Forget it, can't recognize it. Zhao Li didn't take it seriously. But when he came to the door of Yuan's house, he found that the old man had also stopped here. He raised his eyebrows, put his hands behind his back, raised his chin slightly, and assumed an aggressive posture. You are the parents of this family. Chapter 22. The chairman of the Hangcheng Job Transfer Association, the terrifying Leave 104 powerhouse, the old man Zhou De, and who is friendly and harmless to humans and animals. He looked at the bald middle-aged man in front of him in a daze, not knowing what happened. This is very good. Why was he blocked at the door? Coupled with the other party's look of asking questions, it seems quite uncomfortable. Are you here to find trouble? Zhou De frowned, and was about to say something. But the opposite. Zhao Li seemed to think that Zhou De didn't hear his words, so he raised his voice and said. I asked if you are the parent of this family, didn't you hear me? Good guy. Zhou Dean smiled. As the chairman of the Hangcheng Job Transfer Association, he is a proper boss. How long has it been since no one dared to talk to himself like this? Although I don't know who this person is. But this courage, he recognized. Pity. Zhao Li obviously didn't understand the situation, and was still aggressive. Hey, I said, what's the matter with you, old man? But at this moment, the door suddenly opened. Yuan came out from inside and glanced at the two people outside. Just now, he was trying to write new rules in the room, so that rule writing could be upgraded to Leave 2. It's a pity that after trying several rules, most of them were limited by the lack of skill level, which made the 6,000 blue source points in his hand useless. This feeling is hard. It's like having money in your hand, but you can't spend it. Then, I heard someone's voice at the door. Yuan thought, if he hit Zhao Ming, according to Zhao Laotu's temperament, he would probably come to give him a so-called warning. As for hands, that shouldn't be the case. Therefore, it was completely within Yuan's expectation to see Mr. Zhao outside the door. But who is the white-haired old man on the other side? Wait! Where is Zhao Laobold? Yuan was stunned. Just now, Zhao Laotu was still in front of him, putting on a menacing look. But in the blink of an eye, why did he disappear? Become a living person? To this, Zhou Dean smiled kindly. There is no meaning of explanation, but to directly reveal the identity. There is a green belt downstairs in the community. Ah! There was a cry like killing a pig. It was Zhao Laobold who disappeared out of thin air. He saw Yuan coming out just now, and was about to ask the teacher for a crime. As a result, before he could speak, his eyes went dark, and when he opened his eyes again, he was thrown into the green belt, with several thorns pierced in his buttocks, and he gasped in pain. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. I am a rock shield warrior of Leave 31. Known for its rough skin and thick flesh, its defense is extremely powerful. How could a branch from this green bush be inserted into his A? I am wondering. Zhao Li noticed that there seemed to be a debuff on his panel. Glancing at it, I was almost frightened out of my wits. Debuff weakening curse, 99% reduction in attributes, lasting for 5 minutes. Grass. The attributes are reduced by 99%. What the hell is this? My butt was so sore just now, I didn't pay attention. Feel it now, it seems that the whole body is weak. Zhao Li swallowed, and the figure of the old man flashed in his mind. Suddenly, the chills stood on end. This old man has a problem. Big problem. Zhao Li panicked. Where can I still remember what I taught Su Yuan a lesson? It's not bad if I didn't get scared. With his hips between his legs, he limped out of the bushes and fled Su Yuan's compound in a hurry. On the way, several residents of the community saw him clutching his butt, with some blood dripping from his fingers, and shouted. Brother! You can't run like this when your hemorrhoid is broken. Be careful of bleeding. I'm going to beat your mother's fairy board. Zhao Li scolded bitterly in his heart, if he kept it normal, he would definitely spray him with blood. But now, he didn't dare to stay for a minute or a second, and he was completely an ordinary person under the curse, so he could only take a taxi home. Result. The drivers outside saw his bleeding, and none of them were willing to pull him. In desperation, he could only cry and move home step by step. Living room. Su Yuan made a cup of tea for the kind old man in front of him. So, you are the president of our Hangzhou Job Transfer Association, Zhou Dun, Mr. Zhou. The court of the imperial capital wants to make my profession a god level, and train me to leave 100 for free. I only hope that when I grow up, I can write some rules for the country. That's right. Zhou Dun took the tea, took a sip, smiled and nodded. Su Yuan sat opposite the sofa, digesting this shocking news. Own profession. Was it taken by the country? But after thinking about it, this is also normal. The country has the top think tanks, whose vision is far beyond that of individuals and ordinary people. My own success rate is 1 in 100,000 or 1 in a million. The resources consumed are astronomical for individuals, but for the country, it is just a drop in the bucket. The goodwill from the country does not have any rigid additional conditions or constraints. What reason do you have for not accepting it? This is much faster than upgrading by yourself. Little Su, I had a meeting today and arranged for the Fighter Guild, Mage Guild, Priest Guild, to form a team dedicated to serving you and take you to level up to Leave 30 within 3 days. Generally speaking, after upgrading to Leave 30, normal professionals will open advanced tasks, but your profession is a bit special and there is no professional advancement, so we can only bring you to that level first. How many levels are you now? I'll go back and designate an upgrade plan for you to make it more efficient. No, you can upgrade as you want, just follow the rhythm you like, we are not in a hurry. The people on the other side of the court said. A longer cultivation period is not a problem at all. The current international situation is relatively stable, even if it lasts for several years, it doesn't matter. Thank you Mr. Zhou, I'm almost level 20 now. Oh, it's almost level 20, it might not take 3 days wait. Zhou Dean suddenly realized something was wrong, his eyes widened and his grey beard curled up. How old are you? Seeing that the old man was in a hurry, he stuttered. Su Yuan generously showed his level information, Leave 18. Unlimited growth, that's the good thing, no matter what you are doing, you can gain experience and upgrade all the time. Chapter 23. Leave 18. The moment I saw Su Yuan's grade, Zhou Dun almost jumped up from the sofa. It's not because of how outrageous this level is, it's mainly, a thing reflected from this level. Absolutely, Sir Yuan has already manifested the fabricated rules in that document. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to upgrade to this level in just 2 days. Only the rule of 1 second to gain 1 point of experience can achieve level 18 in 2 days. Student Su, have you realized that rule? Is it the one you showed in school? Just to make sure of your own guesswork. Zhou Dean still asked the same question. After receiving an affirmative reply, he first took a deep breath, and then there were only 4 big characters left in his mind: Son of Luck. It is clearly written on the document. This is a 1 in 100,000 chance. This incomparably slim chance of success was bumped into by Sir Yuan. What is it if he is not a child of luck? Zhou Dean smiled even brighter. If you can keep this luck, God level, maybe it will become a super God level. Don't look at the current world situation is stable. But in the dark, it was very turbulent. If Sir Yuan could write certain rules for Long Xia, he didn't need to be very strong, he only needed ordinary rules like increase Long Xia's attributes by 5% and increase the drop rate of Long Xia's copies by 10%. It is enough to change Long Xia's status and make him a world super overlord in one fell swoop. Zhou Dean came back to his senses. In his hand, there was an extra red card. There are dragon patterns intertwined and running through the card surface, which looks quite noble. Student Su, this is the Along card, which is universal in Longxia. There is an advance amount of 50 million in the card, and you can choose suitable purple equipment in the treasury of job changer associations in various places. In addition, the price of Longxia's official exchange can enjoy a 30% discount, and the official teleportation points in various places can be used for free. Crash la la la. Veteran Zhou explained the authority of the Along card. It's all exciting enough. After looking at everything, the so-called 5000W quota is actually the most common. After all, compared to the privilege of being able to go to the treasure house of the Job Changer Association to pick purple equipment at any time, such a small amount of money can only be said to be irrelevant. Take it, this is the preferential treatment you should enjoy as the only one in Longxia who has been designated as a God-level potential professional. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Sir Yuan accepted the Along card graciously, without shying away. He knows very well. Ask for something from the country by yourself. The country will definitely not think that it is a lion with a big mouth, but wants as much as possible. On the contrary, if you shirk it yourself, the country may be anxious instead. What is it called? This is called coercive treatment. After handing over the Along card to Sir Yuan, Elder Zhou's task was almost completed. Student Su, after the team is formed, I will send you their contact information, and I will be there whenever you want. Okay. Sir Yuan was about to see off the guests. There was another inexplicable knock on the door. When I opened the door, I found it was a man I didn't know. Hello, is this Sir Yuan's home? I'm Sir Yuan, are you? The visitor politely introduced himself, explained his purpose, and then handed over the invitation letter. Sir Yuan took the invitation letter from the man with a strange expression. Yuan is going to hold a celebration party? What's the situation? Although he is not very familiar with Yuan. But I also understand that she doesn't seem like the kind of person who would do this kind of thing. On the contrary, Zhao Ming's ostentatious guy is more suitable for this so-called celebration party. Party? Young people like to do this. If I'm not old, I might join in the fun. Sighed. Elder Zhou poked out his grey head and said cheerfully. Mu Dongjian and his wife did a great job. That's the way to be proactive. Matching Xiao Yan and Sir Yuan. Otherwise, when Sir Yuan leaves Hangzhou, it will be the time when Longli Shoal is swimming in the sea of clouds. By the time SS level, I'm afraid it's not enough to watch. After sending away Mr. Zhou and the man, calm was restored at home. Su Yuan looked at the privilege card with the dragon pattern in his hand and smiled. Just his rule-maker profession itself is enough for the court to designate himself as a god-level potential. Then if they also know that they have two accompanying talents, lucky favor and insight of truth, which can greatly increase the success rate of the rules. What level would you be then? Super god level? Maybe. In short, the country is willing to invest 10,000 times, 100,000 times, 1,000,000 times of resources to win the slim chance of the rules being realized. And I can use dice of destiny to compress the resources needed for realization to 10 times or 100 times. Then the remaining millions of resources. He had no choice but to accept it with a smile. Anyway, after growing up, he is also willing to give back to the country. Writing rules that affect the country, just thinking about it makes people feel heroic. Maybe one's own skills will also be advanced as a result, achieving a win-win situation. Put away the red dragon card. Su Yuan sat back at the desk again. A notebook on the table is filled with his various ideas. One of them, after being judged, met the conditions for realization, but it was interrupted by Mr. Zhou's visit at that time. This rule is called arcane comprehension. Arcane comprehension, when using a skill scroll, there is a 1% chance to learn the skill recorded in the scroll. Conditions: 4,000 blue source points, success rate 0.000134%. This rule. It was corrected by Insight of Truth. What Su Yuan originally wrote was much more exaggerated than this. After the correction, there is only a 1% chance, and to be honest, it is relatively low. Su Yuan was worried about this at first. After all, skill scrolls are quite expensive. If you want to learn skills, you will probably have to burn a lot of money. But now, with the full support of the country, what burden do you have? Burn it hard for me. Chapter 24. Soon. Realize success. The words arcane comprehension were added to the rules on the panel. The reason why Su Yuan made up this rule was to lay a foundation first. The skills that job changers can learn are divided into job-specific skills and general skills. Occupation-specific skills are unique to this occupation. They can be learned through the built-in skill tree, and cannot be learned by other occupations. General skills are not limited to occupations. As long as they meet the corresponding requirements, they can be learned, but they need to be learned through skill books. But compared to the one-time consumable skill scroll, the price and rarity of the skill book are more than thousands of times higher. Certainly, Su Yuan doesn't have to worry about resources now, it's not a problem for him. Mainly, some powerful skills, it does not have a skill book. For example, some dungeons and the forbidden spell level skills of secret bosses will drop a one-time skill scroll after being killed, but will not drop the corresponding skill book. At this time, other people can't master these skills, but Su Yuan can extract the skills from the skill scroll through analysis of the Olympiad. This advantage, huge. Because of boss skills, that's a completely unreasonable supermodel. When the success rate is adjusted to be higher, go to Zhou Lao and ask for some skill scrolls that the boss will drop. As for low-level skills, there is no need to use this method at all, just go directly to the treasure house of the Job Transfer Association to get the skill book. Think so? Su Yuan glanced at his rule writing skill. At present, 9 rule writings have been completed, and only one more time is needed to complete the upgrade. There are still 1,000 blue source points. Ding! A message came from the nearby phone. Su Yuan took a look, and it turned out that it was the news feed of the copy of the Job Changer Association that he subscribed to. After the advent of the job change era, the world map has expanded several times, and various wilderness areas have appeared. But similarly, dungeons, secret realms, ruins, and even other dimensional spaces also appeared. Among them, the copy can be refreshed repeatedly. Secret places and ruins are one-off. Different dimension space. At present, there is very little public information, and Sir Yuan doesn't know much about it. Compared with the wilderness area, the monsters in the dungeon are denser and the rewards are more abundant, so it often attracts a large number of job changers to attack the dungeon. Most of the high-level dungeons are in the hands of the officials of various countries, and only some of the low-level dungeons are allowed to be controlled by individuals and guilds. The job changer associations in each city will collect the dungeon information and push it after the dungeon is refreshed. Job changers who need a copy of the strategy will need to pay a certain fee before they can enter the strategy. Copy. As a high-quality resource, it is very difficult to grab. Ordinary personal job changers almost don't have to think about it, they only have to go to the wild monsters to spawn monsters. Only members of the major guilds and organizations are able to grab the quota for the strategy dungeon. Certainly. This is not a problem for Sir Yuan. One of the permissions of the Red Dragon card is the ability to unconditionally jump into the dungeon below the purple difficulty, unlimited times. Level 18 White Wolf Garden Dungeon, refresh. Level 20 Green Goblin Cave Dungeon, refresh. Level 25 Green Dryad Forest Dungeon, refresh. Watching the push of copy refresh information, Sir Yuan had a flash of inspiration. Copy. The skill introduction of rule writing is very clear, the rules I made up can be applied to the dungeon. So far, I haven't tried to write rules for duplication myself. Immediately, inspiration broke out and a rule was written. One key sweep, any dungeon after customs clearance can be carried out with one key sweep. This rule, quite bold. In the era of job change, although the real world has been gamified, this kind of one-click sweep function does not exist at all. This means that Sir Yuan is forcibly creating a new mechanism for himself. In this way, all kinds of dungeons only need to be cleared once, which can save time, effort, and worry. One-click sweep, gain experience, treasures, and drops. Isn't it cool? Realize. Sir Yuan tried to materialize. To be honest, I didn't hold out much hope. After all, the rules of this kind of mechanism. It seems that it should be a little difficult. Really. The message of realization failure is displayed soon. But the good news is, insight of truth can fix it. After the revision, although there are some changes in the rules, it is a good start, letting Sir Yuan know that the writing of the rules of this mechanism is completely feasible. One key raid, after clearing the dungeon, one-click raid can be performed, the success rate is 20%, dungeon limit, below level 30, below blue. Conditions, 3000 blue source points success rate, 0.000036%. Only need 3000 blue source points. You can sweep level 30, dungeons below blue difficulty with one click. Although the success rate is only 20%, Sir Yuan is quite satisfied. Feel. When I grow up, the skill level increases, and the source point level increases, what I can do will be comparable to a god. Sir Yuan's eyes were shining, and his fists were slightly clenched. This feeling of creation is really wonderful. If it goes to a higher level, is it possible to create the world, write the rules of the world? In this way, will no longer be a god, but above the gods, the god of creation. After looking forward to it for a while, Sir Yuan took a few deep breaths to suppress the excitement in his heart. He is very clear that he is still far away from this level, so let's talk about getting stronger step by step. It takes 3000 blue source points to realize one key sweep, and now there are only 1000 blue source points. Let's see if we can get the remaining 2000 points tomorrow. Chapter 25. Zhao family. Zhao Li finally returned home. The debuff of weakness lasts for 5 minutes and ends. Relying on his terrifying physique of a rock shield warrior, the wound on his butt healed immediately. But there were still blood stains on the pants. When he closed the door, Zhao Ming, who came out of the room, stared blankly at the blood stains and holes on his father's buttocks, his face full of shock. What the hell is going on? Didn't Dad teach Su Yuan a lesson? Where did the blood and the hole in the eye come from? He was taken aback. When Zhao Li saw it, he was very angry. When he was in Su Yuan's community, he dared not speak out, but now that he is home, it shouldn't be against the law to smoke his own son, right? But later, thinking that Zhao Ming's bones were not healed just after being connected, he put his hand down again, and just gave him a hard look. Look at what your father is doing. Go back to your house. Zhao Ming was yelled at. Monk Zhong'er was even more puzzled. Is this the wrong medicine? So angry? However, seeing Zhao Li like that, he didn't dare to ask more questions, but shook the invitation letter in his hand. Father, Mu Anyun is going to hold a celebration party tomorrow, and invited me to go. Invitation card. Heard such a stubble. Zhao Li diverted his attention a little. He took the invitation letter from Zhao Ming and read it. At this time, coincidentally, Zhao Ming sneered at the side and said, Father, that guy Su Yuan's bullshit job, has he been qualified after reporting it? It seems that Mu Anyun only invited people above our school's A level to participate. If Su Yuan also participates, I'll definitely let him, smack. The words are not finished yet. A crisp slap sounded. Poor Zhao Ming was twirled like a spinning top again, and a scene reappeared. Mom! Zhao Ming roared, covering her hot cheeks. Looking at Zhao Li with a puzzled face. Not for a while. A woman burst out of the room. Glancing at his precious son, and then at Zhao Li, he immediately understood what happened, and grabbed Zhao Li with a hammer. Well, you heartless man, it's my son, not yours, right? See if I don't beat you to death. Go, 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 go. If it is on a normal day, Zhao Li will bear it. But what happened today made him very depressed now. And he always felt that the old man who appeared at Su Yuan's house was not an ordinary person. So he just pushed his wife away, dragged Zhao Ming to him, spitting and yelling. UFG, put your mind on yourself, don't FG worry about that guy Su Yuan, you know. Gilu. Zhao Ming was too frightened by Zhao Li's move to dare to speak. He had never seen his father go crazy like this. Su. What's wrong with Su Yuan? He asked tremblingly. Don't worry about it. Zhao Li didn't think about explaining. Let go of the hand that was holding Zhao Ming's collar, took a deep breath, and stretched out his hand to smooth out a few tufts of hair on his head. Anyway, just remember, don't provoke him in the future. Heard the words. Zhao Ming let out an "oh" reluctantly. Seeing him like this, Zhao Li knew that he didn't listen to what he said, and when he thought of the old man's mysterious means, he became anxious again. Oh, what? Remember what I said clearly, when you meet Su Yuan in the future, just pretend to be your grandson in front of him, and you won't lose a piece of meat. I pretended to be a grandson in front of Su Yuan? Why? Zhao Ming obviously refused to accept it. At the end of the mouth, I added a sentence. If I pretend to be a grandson, then you are his son. You. A mouthful of old blood gushed out from Zhao Li's choking. Roll up your sleeves, and you can't control that much anymore. Today he had to beat up that kid Zhao Ming to relieve his anger. At this time, TV in the living room. There was a news report just now. The Pioneers Association of our city has recently conquered a difficult secret realm. President Zhou Dan of the Job Transfer Association personally expressed condolences and awarded rewards. On screen. It's a team of high-spirited job changers. And that one, President Zhou Dan of the Job Transfer Association, is presenting awards to everyone. Zhao Li glanced out of the corner of his eye. Why does the old man presenting the award look so familiar? Etc. His heart stopped suddenly. The pupils in the eyes shrank suddenly. Isn't this the old man I met at the door of Su Yuan's house? I was still blocking him back then. This is the biggest boss in Hangzhou. Boom. Zhao Li's eyes went dark, his legs went limp, and he fell down straight. He was actually fainted by fright. Dad! Zhao Ming exclaimed. The house was in chaos. The next day, in the Mu family's manor, the invited students gathered together in twos and threes, talking energetically. Take a look at this, look at that. The look on the face is excited, envious, and fascinated. When they were in school, they only knew that Mu Anyun's family background was quite superior, but only when they got here did they realize, what superiority, this is simply a wealthy family. In the corner, Lin Xiao, who seemed a bit out of place, looked for a familiar figure in the crowd. Finally, his eyes lit up, he trotted to the side of the man, and said hello. Hi. Hello. Su Yuan responded with a smile. The two stood together, attracting many people's surprised eyes. There are a total of 12 A-level and above awakeners in this year's number 2 middle school, but Su Yuan is not among them. Although Su Yuan was designated as a god level by the court, this was only known to the 10 people of the Hangcheng Job Transfer Association. The S rank on the bright side has not yet been announced. So, seeing Su Yuan on this occasion was completely unexpected for the geniuses. Not to mention Lin Xiaoxio's intimate performance next to Su Yuan, which made many boys overturn their jealousy. Fortunately, soon new people arrived. The arrival of this person immediately shifted everyone's attention away from Su Yuan and turned to him. Come. It was Zhao Ming, the only S-level transferee from the number 2 middle school besides Mu Anyun. Brother Zhao! Brother Zhao! The greetings sounded one after another. Zhao Ming, as the son of the teaching director, Zhao Laotu, already called the wind and rain in the school. Now that he has awakened the S-class professional fierce beast with unlimited potential, he has many followers. Unfortunately, Zhao Ming turned a blind eye to their greetings. Instead, after finding Su Yuan's figure in the crowd, he walked straight towards him. Chapter 26. See this scene. The atmosphere in the field suddenly stagnated. Zhao Ming's displeasure with Su Yuan is almost known in number 2 middle school. Now when he arrives at the scene, no one pays any attention to him, they just go straight to Su Yuan when they see him. Everyone knows Zhao Ming's character. That is very domineering. In the past, before he woke up, he might still be holding his breath. But now that the awakening is complete, he is S-level, and Su Yuan, who has always been on top of him, has awakened an inexplicable profession. This is, to embarrass Su Yuan in front of so many people? Stimulate. It's so exciting. As expected of my brother Zhao, he is so domineering in the territory of Mu University's campus bell. Quite a few of Zhao Ming's idiots thought this way, wishing to see Su Yuan's jokes so that he could make a fool of himself in front of Lin Xiaoxiao. To this, Su Yuan himself didn't take it to heart at all. He stood there indifferently, watching Zhao Ming Chao walking towards him indifferently. On the contrary, Lin Xiaoxiao beside him, with a nervous face, took a step forward unconsciously, and even half-covered Su Yuan behind him. This. Su Yuan was a little dumbfounded. This guy, did he forget that he is already above level 15? Not to mention one Zhao Ming, even if there are 3 Zhao Mings, he can still draw without fail. Zhao Ming, this is Mu Anyun's party, don't. Lin Xiaoxiao looked nervous. She really forgot that Su Yuan is very strong now. The attention was completely on Zhao Ming, worried that he was going to avenge what happened yesterday. However, she wasn't finished yet. He opened his mouth wide in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief, and the rest of the words stuck in his throat. I see. Zhao Ming came to Su Yuan. With his hands on both sides of the trouser seams, he stood in a more standard military posture than he did during military training. Then, in front of more than a dozen pairs of eyes at the scene, he bowed down at 90 degrees to Su Yuan respectfully. Hi brother Su. Su Yuan? Lin Xiaoxiao? Everyone? Everyone was stunned. They originally thought Zhao Ming was trying to embarrass Su Yuan. How did he walk up to Su Yuan and say hello with a 90-degree bow? What's even more exaggerated is that he didn't dare to lift his head after bowing. His low-browed and pleasing look is really that Zhao Ming who is rampant and domineering in school? They read it right? Many people rubbed their eyes. But Zhao Ming, who was standing like a minion, remained the same. Here. Not only them. Even Lin Xiaoxiao who was standing in front of Su Yuan was fooled by Zhao Ming's actions. Zhao Ming, what are you doing? I say hello to my brother Su. A crisp answer. Without hesitation at all. Lin Xiaoxiao opened her mouth, but stopped talking. In the end, he could only look at Su Yuan, his eyes were full of confusion, and he seemed to be asking, did Zhao Ming be fooled by your slap yesterday? To this, Su Yuan just smiled. He thought for a while, and then figured out what was going on. When Mr. Zhou visited him yesterday, Mr. Zhao who was beside him suddenly disappeared. Don't even think about it, it must have shown hostility, and Mr. Zhou picked it up and threw it to that place. What is Mr. Zhou's identity? Zhao Li didn't recognize it at that time. It is estimated that he recognized it after going back later, which is why Zhao Ming's current attitude is reversed. A snobbish eye. This father and son are in the same line. Go away, don't bother me. Su Yuan waved his hand casually. He's not interested in talking to this guy. Seeing this, Zhao Ming breathed a sigh of relief as if he was about to receive an amnesty. But when he turned and left, facing other people, he put on that domineering face again. This. Everyone took a deep breath. He no longer dared to stare straight at Su Yuan like before, but secretly looked at him, and couldn't help but wonder how he made Zhao Ming like that. The other side. Lin Xiaoxiao originally stayed more relaxed beside Su Yuan. But after Zhao Ming made such a move, she suddenly became a little embarrassed. Su Yuan saw it and said with a smile. We are friends. Just such a sentence. Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback for a moment. Immediately after that, 2 touches of blush appeared on her cheeks. In this way. After a while, Lin Xiaoxiao returned to normal, and became that lively and lovely lowly girl again. Not far away. Mu Dongjian looked at Su Yuan and Lin Xiaoxiao from a distance, and felt a pain in his heart. Although Mu Anyun agreed to hold this celebration party, but the party was about to start, she was nowhere to be seen, and she stayed in the room. This guy. Seeing the 2 of them chatting and laughing. Could it be that they are going to be caught first? Mu Dongjian gritted his teeth. Hate. Hate iron but not steel. Look at how active the girls are. When a man is 17 or 18 years old, it is the time when his masculinity is at its peak. How can he resist the initiative of a girl? No, it seems that I have to put down my old face and go to do ideological work for my daughter. Think so. Mu Dongjian was about to go upstairs. As a result, I found that there was an extra grey head beside me at some point. Old Zhou. Why are you here? Mu Dongjian blinked. SHH. Elder Zhou made a gesture. He glanced at the 2 people not far away. After a long time, I uttered the emotion of someone who came here. It's good to be young. It's a pity, this little girl is not good enough for Su Yuan. It's a bit unworthy. Mu Dongjian nodded in agreement. Although that little girl is nice, she is only a career with A-level potential after all, so she definitely can't go far with Su Yuan. At this time, Elder Zhou suddenly looked at Mu Dongjian meaningfully. Xiao Mu, your daughter may not have a chance. Mu Dongjian didn't understand what this meant for a while. Seeing this, Elder Zhou didn't explain much, just smiled mysteriously, and pointed to the gate of the manor not far away. I just received the news that there is a guest from the imperial capital today. That guy is the proud daughter of heaven who puts all the monsters in the imperial capital under her feet. Chapter 27. Hearing Mr. Zhou's words, Mu Dongjian was a little unconvinced at first. How? Geniuses from the imperial capital are honorable. What about Mu Dongjian's daughter? Snort. There is no such reason. He is just a career with S-level potential, and now he has become a big boss in one side. His daughter has SS-level potential. If she grows up, her achievements in the future are guaranteed to be no less than his. However, seeing his righteous indignation, Mr. Zhou was just amused, then shook his head and spit out a name. Luo Qiushui. I don't care about her autumn water, summer water, and spring water. What? Luo Qiushui. Mu Dongjian didn't pay much attention to it at first. But after reacting, he changed his words instantly. Not only did he no longer feel unconvinced before, but he was deeply shocked. A long time. He finally took a breath as if resigned to his fate, and smiled wryly. If it was Luo Qiushui, my daughter would have no chance. I thought that the court would attach great importance to Su Yuan, but I didn't expect it to reach this level. Luo Qiushui. This name used to shine brightly. She was the #1 scholar in the Longxia University examination 4 years ago, an SSS-level professional, and a holy hairsker. In the first 2 years of university, he set countless dungeons and the highest difficulty single brush record in the secret realm. In the end, in his junior year, he was successfully promoted to Level 100, becoming Longxia's youngest 100-level boss. Only. From then on, she disappeared for a long time and disappeared from public view. During that time, there were countless rumors. Some said that she fell into a certain mysterious ruin, and some said that she was lost in a different dimension. However, only Longxia's upper circle knows her actual whereabouts. After reaching Level 100, she suspended her studies and started her advanced task. However, the more powerful the profession, the higher the difficulty of its advanced tasks. The holy hairsker, even among SSS-level professions, is enough to be regarded as the top rank. Therefore, after spending 2 full years, her 2 professional advancement missions ended in failure. Each professional's advanced task has only 3 attempts. If you fail to advance 3 times, you will lose the opportunity to advance forever. So, Luo Qiushui, once regarded as the pillar genius of Longxia's younger generation, stepped on the edge of a cliff and fell into deep confusion and despair. Professional advancement tasks can only be completed by one person, without the help of others. In this case, the appearance of Su Yuan is undoubtedly a light of hope shining into Luo Qiushui's despairing darkness. Rule maker. His appearance means infinite possibilities. As long as he grows up, maybe he can write rules that are enough to help Luo Qiushui complete his career advancement. Exactly. Luo Qiushui's father. He is one of the members of Longxia court. According to the court's need for Su Yuan's protection, coupled with the court's high hopes for Luo Qiushui, a pillar genius like Luo Qiushui, a motion proposed by Luo's father was passed by the court unanimously. In this motion, Father Luo proposed that Luo Qiushui be Su Yuan's personal bodyguard. While ensuring that Su Yuan can grow up smoothly, it can also cultivate a certain relationship between the 2 pillar talents, which can be friendship or love. In short, wait until Su Yuan grows up. Then ask him to help Luo Qiushui complete professional advancement. So, then Luo Qiushui came. Of course, the external identity will be Su Yuan's distant cousin. Speaking of which, Luo Qiushui is now 4 years older than Su Yuan, right? Mu Dongjian said quietly, with a sad look in his eyes. The wealthy son-in-law who got it ran away, and as an old man, he almost wanted to cry. Elder Zhou laughed. How could he not know what he was thinking? Female junior, holding gold bricks. What's wrong with being a senior? Su Yuan is only 18 this year, and Luo Qiushui is only 22. Isn't this a perfect match? Seeing that Mu Dongjian's face was getting darker and darker, Zhou Lao changed his voice and comforted him again. However, after all, this is their young people's own business. The court just created an opportunity for them. Whether it will succeed or not, that's another matter. Your daughter has a chance. Have the opportunity? There's a fart chance. My daughter is still staying in the house. It is estimated that by the end of this party, it will be enough to talk to Su Yuan. However, Mu Dongjian sighed in his heart and didn't say it. Okay, then wait for that Luo Qiushui to arrive. Su Yuan, who was chatting with Lin Xiao, would not know. In this short period of time, I have already been arranged for several happy events. He was just thinking about one question, that is, after the party is over, he will lead the team to clear monsters. After using team contract, after the team members kill monsters, the experience allocated to them can be converted into source points? I didn't think of this problem yesterday, but I was careless. If it can't be transformed into the source point, then you have to kill the monster yourself. Certainly. At most, the upgrade is a bit slow. Resources or something, you can take it yourself. Su Yuan, which university are you planning to take? With your strength, you should be able to easily get into any university, right? Sighed. Lin Xiao bit the straw lightly, and asked a seemingly casual question. Which university do you want to go to? Su Yuan shook his head. I didn't think so. He now has a recommendation for any top school. For a while, I really didn't know which one to choose, and I was going to wait until I learned about it before making a decision. Well. Lin Xiao nodded. She plans to apply for the same school as Su Yuan. Since Su Yuan hasn't figured it out yet, she should wait for it. The two then chatted for a while. Suddenly, there was some strange commotion in the crowd. Su Yuan raised his eyes and saw that everyone's gazes were all looking in the same direction. Whether it's a boy or a girl, they all showed a FG look. Who is this? Su Yuan followed everyone's gaze. After that, he couldn't help being taken aback. He now knows why everyone has this expression. Because of the person who came. Beautiful. It is so beautiful. Su Yuan felt that Mu Anyun was already considered the pinnacle of beauty among girls. As a result, I only know now what it means to have people beyond people and heaven beyond sky. Flawless face. Delicate and fair skin like suet jade. The slender and round legs are just right. In addition, the magnificent waves and the ying-yang blue hair scattered on the shoulders. Su Yuan could even hear the other boys quietly swallowing their saliva. However, it was such a woman who had never met before. After coming here, he actually passed everyone directly and walked towards himself. Then, under the dumbfoundedness of everyone, he hugged himself into his arms, patted his back lightly, and whispered softly in his ear. You won't be alone anymore, brother. Su Yuan? Chapter 28. At this time, Su Yuan wanted to ask a question very much. Beauty, who are you? We don't know each other at all. You can't do whatever you want just because you look good, right? But before Su Yuan could speak, she whispered in Su Yuan's ear again. Where's Mr. Zhou? Hear this. Su Yuan closed his mouth. Since you asked this question, it means that the beautiful woman in front of you is probably sent by the country, and Mr. Zhou seemed to mention it yesterday. Only. Is it too ostentatious to look so good looking? Forget it, he has nothing to do with the country's arrangements. Su Yuan raised his head and looked around. On the second floor of the villa not far away, I saw a white-haired old man with a bright smile. Beside him, there is a red-haired middle-aged uncle with a sad face, red-haired, probably this is Mu Anyun's father, the number one Huofa in Hangzhou. Seeing that Zhou Lokong nodded slightly to himself, clearly to prove his identity for the beautiful woman, Su Yuan no longer resisted. Soon, the pretty woman let go of Su Yuan. A pair of beautiful eyes that looked like water in a peach blossom pond were filled with tears. That look, even a man can't resist. Remember my cousin? Yuan? Why are you still acting? I hugged you when I was a child. Yuan. At this time, the people next to him understood. The woman who came in a hurry turned out to be Yuan's cousin. Don't tell me, it seems to be a bit similar. Yuan is quite handsome, it seems to be a family inheritance. I originally thought that Mu Anyun was already the ceiling, but I didn't expect that above the ceiling, there are upstairs. I don't think this face is so good looking. Gilu. Look at your future. Don't look at it if you have the ability. Everyone did not doubt Luo Qiushui's identity. After all, they don't know Yuan's current strategic position. I completely thought that there would be someone who was idle and had nothing to do, and ran over to pretend to be someone else's cousin. What's more, she is such an unbelievably beautiful woman. Among the crowd. After Zhaoming glanced at Luo Qiushui, his eyes almost straightened. His original goddess was Mu Anyun. But looking at it now, compared to the woman in front of her, Mu Anyun is like a flower in bud, far behind. However, this is Yuan's cousin. So Zhaoming didn't dare to look at it. Even though my heart was full of laughter, I still restrained myself and looked away. I was afraid that Yuan would see it later and make him unhappy. This guy. It is clear that there is such a big background. Meet the president of the Career Changers Association. As a result, he was still so low-key at school on weekdays. Whenever he thinks about this matter, Zhaoming breaks into a cold sweat. I wish Yuan could slap him 100 times, as long as he relieved his anger. Just as Mu Dongjian expected. Before the party ended, Mu Anyun just came down and said, "Have fun, everyone," and then went back to the room. How to say? When everyone received the invitation letter, they all expected this result. After all, Mu Anyun has such a cold personality, no matter how you look at it, she doesn't seem to be able to hold this kind of celebration party. It must have been requested by her parents, right? But anyway. Just like what Mu Anyun said, everyone should have fun. After the party, the crowd gradually dispersed. Only Yuan and Luo Qiushui stayed. Mu's house, reception room. After setting up the corresponding shielding enchantment, Mr. Zhou formally introduced the two to Yuan. You should know this guy too. Our number one fire method in Hangzhou, President Mu of Flame Punishment, just call him Uncle Mu. Hello, Uncle Mu. Yuan smiled and shouted hello. This President of Flame Punishment is a well-known figure in Hangzhou. Whether it is the development of the surrounding wilderness areas, or the extermination of monsters escaping from the secret realm, Flame Punishment has always been on the front line. Such a character deserves his respect. As for this, Elder Zhou coughed softly. You also know that your current status is very important to Longxia. Although the court allows us to train you in Hangzhou, we still arrange a personal guard for you. Miss Luo, how about you introduce yourself? Heard the words. Luo Qiushui nodded. She completely lost her previous player look. She looked a bit more lazy and looked at Yuan with a smile, and stretched out her hand. Luo Qiushui, a senior at Longxia University, has lived his whole life. Luo Qiushui? Why is this name so familiar? And Long Xian's life? What's happening here? When Yuan was a little confused by this, Elder Zhou next to him smiled and said, Miss Luo is really humble. Longxia champion 4 years ago, SSS level Saint Hersker, Longxia's youngest 100 level powerhouse. Don't talk about these things, let's talk about Yanbai, which is not important. Luo Qiushui smiled. The way she smiles is so beautiful. But in his eyes, there was an imperceptible sense of loss. These halos, used to belong to her, or to say, belonged to the top talent under the spotlight. But After 2 career advancement failures, she only regards her current self as an ordinary Yanbai. What she wants to do? It's nothing more than waiting for Yuan to grow up. Then let this brother take him for an impact, the last hope of advancement. Look at Yuan again. Although he knew that this beautiful woman named Luo Qiushui must not be simple. But when veteran Zhou revealed her true nature, Yuan was still deeply shocked. Longxia heroes come forth in large numbers. Who can win Longxia champion? Which one is not the evildoer among evildoers? What's more, it's still an SSS level profession. Although he doesn't know much about the profession of Holy Hair Sker, it must be extremely powerful. The most exaggerated thing is that the number 1 pick 4 years ago, that is, 4 years older than himself, turned out to be a 100 level boss? Is the standard of my bodyguard so high? Again. Yuan personally felt the country's importance to him. Follow up. Luo Qiushui personally explained the specific arrangement of the court to Yuan. And, very sincerely asked Yuan if he would be disgusted with this arrangement. Of course not. Yuan shook his head. Personal bodyguards are quite necessary to ensure your own safety. Elder Zhou said just now that even though Luo Qiushui is limited to leave 100, in terms of combat power, it far surpasses him who has completed 100 levels of advancement. Not to mention such an eye-catching royal sister-type beauty. Who would dislike it? It's fine if you don't dislike it. See, Yuan accepted himself. Luo Qiushui finally felt relieved. The disappointment in his eyes was swept away. Pat the chest lightly, the scenery is really stunning. From now on, I will let my sister cover you. Go to leveling. Chapter 29. Ghost Howling Forest. This is a high-level wilderness in the Hangcheng area. The average level of monsters is level 30, and the highest level may reach level 40. In such a high-risk area, few job changers would come here on weekdays, but occasionally there would be guilds and small teams coming in a team form. After all, according to the statistics of the World Job Change Association, the job changers who can complete the first career advancement and break through the level 30 level limit account for less than 1/10 of the number of job changers. In short, 90% of the people in the world are below level 30. How about it? Ghost Howling Forest Deep. Luo Qiushui looked at Yuan expectantly. After leaving Mu's house, she followed Yuan here. With the help of infinite growth, Yuan has reached level 20 today. When forming a team, use team contract to customize the experience distribution ratio, but if the level of the job changer in the team is higher or lower than the 10th level of killing monsters, then the experience cannot be obtained. So Luo Qiushui didn't join the team at all, but the team arranged by Mr. Zhou, with Yuan promoted. Their levels are all around level 40, and they are the best of the major guilds in this level range. Brushing monsters here is the most efficient. However, after the team kills a monster, seeing the hint of experience gain, Yuan revealed a look that really did. The experience obtained by the team from killing monsters can be 100% obtained by themselves after the team formation contract is redistributed. But these experiences can only be used to upgrade, but cannot be converted into source points. So, only the experience gained from killing monsters with your own hands can be converted into source points? Yuan told Luo Qiushui about this. Luo Qiushui thought for a while, then smiled lightly. Then upgrade first. After bringing you to level 30, you can kill monsters to get the source point yourself, and the efficiency should be even higher. The several monster-intensive areas near Hangzhou were all taken over by Mr. Zhou, and some dungeons suitable for your level are also temporarily closed to the public, waiting for you to brush. Take your time, we have plenty of time. It's cool to hang up. Who knows the pleasure of fully automatic one-stop? Team kills level 29 Ghost Fire Ghost, you gain experience plus 1342. Team kills level 30 Face Cat, you gain experience plus 1541. The team kills leave 32 by Ling, you gain experience plus 1578. Along the way, the constant sound of experience prompts sounded. Su Yuan's experience bar just soared. It took only half a day to grow from leave 20 to leave 22. This kind of frightening upgrade speed is beyond the imagination of others, but for Su Yuan, it will probably be a daily routine for a long time to come. Fortunately, four-dimensional attribute amplification appeared early enough, and now every time I increase a level, my attributes will increase by an extra 1 point compared to the normal situation, which is very flattering. Because waiting to upgrade is just too boring. Su Yuan chatted with Luo Qiushui. Through Luo Qiushui, Su Yuan learned many things that he had never heard of before. For example, at present, the number of Leave 150 upper limit powerhouses in the world is ranked first by the Eagle America Federation, second by Longxia, and third by the Continental Federation. Leave 30, Leave 60, and Leave 100 are the levels at which the missions of the first, second, and third ranks are open, respectively. After completing the career advancement task of Leave 100, the level cap is open to Leave 150. Another example. Currently the most difficult dungeon in the world to conquer is the Leave 145 Dark Gold Dungeon of Longxia Raiders, followed by the Leave 140 Dark Gold Dungeon conquered by the Eagle Beauty Federation. As for the red quality copy above level 100, it has not yet appeared. Among the series of experiences Luo Qiushui told Su Yuan, what Su Yuan was most interested in was the topic of dimensional space. Instances, secret realms, ruins, these are all things that appeared on Blue Star. There is only different dimension space. According to the current speculation, there may be independent worlds different from Blue Star behind it. Unfortunately, even Luo Qiushui only knows a little bit about the different dimension space. I still heard it from her senator's father. As for the others, like Su Yuan, she was completely unclear. Say the last. Luo Qiushui looked at Su Yuan with a smile. Your career has unlimited possibilities. When you grow up, maybe you will break the current 150 level upper limit. When the country is determined to explore the space of another dimension, you may be the most critical help to distinguish our Longxia from other countries. So, I am responsible for protecting your sister, the pressure is really a bit heavy. Su Yuan. This Luo Qiushui sometimes appeared as a gentle big sister, sometimes as a lazy royal sister, and sometimes as a very alluring natural beauty. However, her own conditions are still so superior, whether it is appearance, figure, or strength, she is the top of the top. The country will use this to test me? Down all day. Su Yuan's level has successfully reached Leave 24. A 4-level increase in one day may not seem like much, but it is actually quite exaggerated. You should know that as the level increases, the experience required to upgrade increases almost exponentially. The current upgrade of 1 level is enough to raise a Leave 1 novice professional by 5 or 6 levels. So, Su Yuan is quite satisfied with this upgrade speed. After leveling was over and everyone in the team went back to rest, Su Yuan brought Luo Qiushui home. As a bodyguard. How could it be possible to live apart from myself? Chapter 30. On the way home, Su Yuan and Luo Qiushui, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, have achieved a 100% return rate. It stands to reason that there should be a special car to pick them up, but the program given by the court is to give all the resources and treatment that should be given. But in other respects, it's best to keep normal and not make it too special, which is a kind of protective measure. The aunts and uncles in the community, after seeing Su Yuan bring Luo Qiushui back, their gossip spirits ignited. Xiao Su is promising. I found such a beautiful girlfriend. Xiao Su is so handsome, why is it so strange to find a beautiful partner? Xiao Su, how long have you known your partner? To this, Luo Qiushui next to Su Yuan didn't seem to want to explain at all. In the end, Su Yuan could only helplessly explain. Aunt Wang, Uncle Zhang, this is my cousin. Heard the words. The aunts and uncles looked at each other. How come they never heard that Su Yuan has a cousin? However, this is Su Yuan's family matter after all, and they didn't ask too much. After returning home, Su Yuan first tidied up a room for Luo Qiushui. After that, I sat down at the table and started the daily brainstorming routine, writing down the rules that I thought were feasible. See, Su Yuan is so serious. Luo Qiushui's beautiful eyes flickered for a moment, and instead of disturbing her, she silently took out her luggage, packed it in her room, and took a shower. Su Yuan, who was concentrating on listing various rules in his notebook, suddenly smelled a faint fragrance. Look up. What came into view was Luo Qiushui's beautiful side face. Just now, after Luo Qiushui took a shower and had nothing to do, he wanted to come over to see what Su Yuan was writing. Because Su Yuan was too focused, she didn't notice her watching, but Luo Qiushui didn't even think of it. She was fascinated by watching it. Her beautiful eyes were shining brightly, obviously she was overwhelmed by Su Yuan's various genius ideas. Respond at this time. Chang Su Yuan smiled a little embarrassedly. Su Yuan originally thought she was going to apologize to herself, but who knows? This guy actually discussed his various rules directly and excitedly. If this good start can really be realized, will the Raider Dark Gold level dungeon definitely drop Dark Gold level equipment? Dark Gold level equipment is extremely rare. High level equipment is even listed as a national treasure. For the top powerhouses of various countries, if they can lead a piece of high-level Dark Gold equipment, it will be an overwhelming advantage. And this Longxia national luck, all Longxia professional attributes increase by 10%? My god, this is also thanks to you. Dare to think, if the guys in the court find out, I guess you will have to confess. Red Mythical Level Dungeon Generator, a high-level Red Mythical Level dungeon will appear in Longxia's domain every month. Peace and love, love and peace, the dungeon monster gives up resistance and doesn't attack. Even if it's a little dry-mouthed. But Luo Qiushui's blush caused by excitement has not yet dissipated. She stared at Su Yuan intently, her beautiful eyes flickering, as if she knew Su Yuan again. Although the success rate of these rules may only be 1 in a million, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, as long as any one of them can be realized, it is a rule that can change the world. Now, I finally know why my dad and his group set you as the only god-level profession. It's incredible. Well enough. Facing Luo Qiushui's frenzied reaction, Su Yuan just smiled lightly. Compared with what she saw, the rules he wrote on the last page of his notes were the real rules that even he found difficult to realize. For example, Eternal Life, Lord of Space, Lord of Time, God of Elements, Multiverse Mastery Theory. Those above. Just trying some basics. A success rate of 1 in a million, 10 million, 1 in a billion? That's not enough. There is Dice of Destiny. Maybe one day, the above rules will be realized. At best, it's just a matter of time. But, looking at Luo Qiushui in front of him, the corner of Su Yuan's mouth raised slightly, and suddenly he had a new idea. There are no restrictions on the rules written by oneself. So is it possible to write a special rule for one's own guard? Rule writing. Responsibility of guarding. When around the guardian, the attribute increases by 1%. Don't look at the increase of this attribute is only 1%, you must know that Luo Qiushui is an SSS level Holy Hair Skur at Leave 100. Even a 1% attribute increase is already very exaggerated. Try to materialize. Su Yuan said silently in his heart. Soon. Rule judgment begins. Judgment succeeded. This rule can be realized. However, it may be because Luo Qiushui's strength is too strong. The 1% increase was corrected to 0.1% by insight of truth. Conditions, 1000, blue source points success rate 0.0132%. Only 1000 blue source points are needed, and with the increase of fate dice, the success rate has reached about 72%. Su Yuan thought about it. I only need to make up one more rule to upgrade the rule writing level. Anyway, 1000 blue source points are not many, and after I level up, I can earn it back quickly by relying on Elite Monster Guide. That being the case, then manifest. The rules are being realized. Successful realization. The moment the word success appeared, the first one to react was not Su Yuan, but the direct beneficiary of this rule, Luo Qiushui. Seeing her body paused, her beautiful eyes widened suddenly. Feeling the sudden extra power in his body, as if thinking of something, he immediately looked at his panel. After a few seconds, she looked at Su Yuan in shock. You just successfully realized a rule. Didn't it mean that the success rate starts with 1 in hundreds of thousands? Chapter 31. It's not that exaggerated. Su Yuan shook his head with a smile, and showed the success rate of duty of guard without the increase of fate dice. Who knew that Luo Qiushui did not change his opinion at all because of this, but was even more emotional. 0.0132%? This is also a success rate of 1 in 10,000. Maybe it's a little bit of luck. You call this better? It's obviously too good. Luo Qiushui took a deep breath and stared at Su Yuan for a long time. It seems that we must speed up, and strive to grow as much as possible while your luck is still retained. Heard the words. Su Yuan couldn't help smiling. Maybe my luck will last forever. Luo Qiushui blinked, a cunning flashed in his eyes. If your luck can continue to improve, then I will follow you. Su Yuan laughed. You can even follow me from now on, just after you take a shower, take off your clothes and go to my bed and wait. Talking. He made a gesture to extend his hand to Luo Qiushui. She who was originally trying to tease Su Yuan, now turned into the one being teased. On the beautiful face of everything is under control, there was a rare hint of panic. Pretending to be calm, he ran back to his room, closed the door with a bang, and locked it, all in one go. The country sent me to protect you, not to sell myself. Su Yuan smiled and didn't say any more. He could see that Luo Qiushui was a bit of a paper tiger. If you don't respond to her teasing, she will only get worse. Look now. Get a little real. Run faster than anyone else. After sending Luo Qiushui back to the room, only now did Su Yuan have time to study the rule writing that he had just finished upgrading. After completing the writing of 10 rules, rule writing was successfully upgraded from Leave 1 to Leave 2. LV.2 Rule Writing. Guaranteed Success Rate, 0.00001%. Compared with Leave 1, rule writing has an additional entry of Guaranteed Success Rate. It seems that the success rate of 0.00001%, which is 1 in 10 million, is very small. But in fact, this is common to any rules. As small as it affects Su Yuan personally, as large as it affects the country and the world. All rules have a guaranteed success rate. For example, it is assumed that the level of rule writing is sufficient to write rules like Longxia Kuyun. But the success rate may be 1 in a billion, or even tens of billions, hundreds of billions, trillions. Now, the basic success rate makes it the lowest, not less than 1 in 10 million. At that time, the dice of destiny will be increased again, and the success rate will skyrocket. Su Yuan's eyes were fiery. Looking forward to that day. Have a good night's sleep. Infinite growth once again provides one night experience. When he woke up in the morning, Su Yuan took a look at his level, it was almost Leave 25, cool. Fragrance. Su Yuan sniffed lightly. Looking out the door, thoughtful. After getting up and going to the living room, as expected, Luo Qiushui was wearing an apron, cooking breakfast. Compared with her usual appearance, that concentrated and serious appearance has a different flavor. Only ask a leave 100 holy hairsker to make breakfast for himself. With such treatment, I'm afraid that the whole Longzia will not be able to find a few people to come, right? Wake up! After noticing Su Yuan, Luo Qiushui brought over the fried eggs. This is what Mr. Zhou and the others sent over in the morning. The eggs laid by Yunling chicken can improve physical fitness, and one egg can permanently increase physical fitness by 3 points. Su Yuan? It was a path he never envisioned. The eggs I eat for breakfast are all special, and can I permanently increase my stamina by 3 points? Seeing Su Yuan was a little surprised, Luo Qiushui smiled indifferently and said, "Cultivating geniuses should be like this, with everything in mind. If your physique doesn't allow it, there are many more advanced ingredients. Try it, I have learned cooking skills." Su Yuan nodded, sat down at the table, and ate breakfast. Turns out he found out. Except for that fried egg. The meat buns, boiled vegetables, 8 treasure porridge on the table, all can permanently increase attributes. The meat of 100 blood cattle, peeling vegetables, polished rice. Luo Qiushui introduced Su Yuan one by one. Including Yunling chicken, they are all ingredients cultivated by master-level cultivation professionals. After being prepared by a group of nutrition masters, the final menu for you. Talking. Luo Qiushui puffed up his chest with a proud expression. I will take care of all your 3 meals a day, and I promise to keep you fat and white. Su Yuan, 6. I can see it. Luo Qiushui seemed to have really studied cooking. Each of these seemingly ordinary dishes is quite delicious. Eat it in one meal. Su Yuan permanently increased his physique by 4 points, strength by 3 points, and spirit by 5 points, for a total of 12 attributes. This is just the simplest breakfast among the 3 meals a day. Exaggeration? Quite an exaggeration. Any kind of ingredients here. Put it on the exchange, all of which are at sky-high prices. To be able to be extravagant enough to use them as a daily meal, that is, the country, can have such a heroic handwriting. After breakfast. Today is the day to report to school after the 3-day adaptive holiday. According to the program of the court, try not to engage in specialization and differentiation. So Su Yuan went to school anyway. Say it all. After 3 days of farewell, you should look at each other with admiration. 3 days later, the group of students who have just awakened can reach level 3 or 4, which is already quite good. Those with better talents may be able to reach level 5, and even better ones, such as Xiaoming and Mu Anyun, have already reached around level 10. Only Su Yuan is alone. Leave 24. This is no longer as simple as standing out from the crowd. This is among the chickens, a skyscraper rising from the ground. In the office. What? Are you going to ask for leave until the final exam? The head teacher, Wu Yan, stared at Su Yuan in shock. In the era of job change, schools only provide the most basic education and resources. It is completely normal for those students with superior family background to ask for leave at home after awakening to receive better resource education. For example, Xiaoming, Mu Anyun, and a few A-level students from good families all asked for leave after the report, and never came to school again. But Su Yuan? Why does he want to ask for leave? As the class teacher, Wu Yan is still clear about Su Yuan's family conditions. After the death of his parents, he lived on pensions. Although he could maintain a normal standard of living, he couldn't afford the extra educational resources at all. In this regard, Su Yuan explained the reason compiled in advance. Ms. Wu, because this is the first time my profession has appeared, a university contacted me and said that they can recommend me a place, but they want me to cooperate with their research during this period. That's it. Wu Yan hesitated. Su Yuan's occupation has been designated as S-level by the Hangzhou Ministry of Education. But compared to the veteran S-level professions like Xiaoming, most of the gold content of Su Yuan's profession may come from the rarity of its first appearance. In this way, if it can be guaranteed, it can be regarded as a way out. Think so? Wu Yan finally agreed to Su Yuan's request for leave, and blessed with a smile. Since this is your choice, the teacher wishes you a bright future, but asking for leave may require the school's approval, not so fast. Thank you, teacher. Su Yuan is not worried about the approval, Mr. Zhou will help to handle it. Now I can leave school in a reasonable way. Go, take off. Chapter 32. When coming out of the office, Su Yuan met Lin Xiaoxiao outside the door. This cute lowly girl seems to have heard Su Yuan's request for leave, and her face has some unconcealable disappointment. Didn't you go back to school before the big exam? Su Yuan pondered for a while. He is not the straight steel man who is like a fool in a brainless novel. Lin Xiaoxiao's affection for him, he can feel it completely, it's just because I was recommended, I may not take the big exam. That's it. The loss in Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes deepened. But at this moment, a warm hand landed on her head and gently rubbed it. I was recommended to Longxia University. If you work harder, maybe we can meet again in the future. A sudden act of intimacy. The unsuspecting Lin Xiaoxiao was stunned for a while. Then the blush on his face spread from his cheeks to the back of his ears. I will work hard. Well, I believe you, goodbye. Goodbye. After saying goodbye to each other, until Su Yuan's back disappeared at the end of the corridor, Lin Xiaoxiao hasn't fully recovered yet. The deer on the chest is still on a rampage. Finally, she realized that Su Yuan had gone. In his eyes, he was no longer disappointed, but full of motivation, and he clenched his fist tightly. Su Yuan was recommended to Longxia University, and I must work hard to get into the same school as him. But talking and talking, she suddenly sensed something was wrong. Etc. Longxia University? Su Yuan was recommended to Longxia University? Grunt. In shock, Lin Xiaoxiao swallowed lightly. This is the best university in Longxia. Even if she awakened to a very rare A-level profession, the probability of being admitted to it is still very low. Thinking about the high cow she boasted just now, she couldn't help crying. After a while, she gritted her teeth lightly. He stomped his feet violently. Come on. You can. Must be admitted to Longxia University. Teaching downstairs. Luo Qiushui looked at Su Yuan, who was walking towards him with great interest. You guy, you have a good way of teasing girls? Seeing that little girl is fascinated by you, tisk tisk tisk. As a Leave 100 Saint Hersker, her spiritual power is as strong as the spiritual consciousness in fantasy novels. Even if he wasn't following Su Yuan, his attention was always on Su Yuan. So she heard the conversation between Su Yuan and Lin Xiaoxiao just now. Su Yuan didn't care about Luo Qiushui's teasing, but said openly. If you encourage her like this, if she can be successfully admitted to Longxia University, it will definitely benefit her for the rest of her life. Hey, she's clearly after you. For her, getting into Longxia University might be worse than being by your side. Su Yuan laughed and said. It may be a difference between men and women, but in general, there are only advantages and no disadvantages for her. Luo Qiushui was stunned for a moment, then looked at the handsome boy in front of him again, and smiled brightly. I find that you are really attractive. Thank you for the compliment. Hangzhou Job Changer Forum. Following the series of posts on the butcher in the wild. Finally, there was a post in the forum that overwhelmed it. Brothers, why can't I make reservations for the dungeons near Hangzhou recently? In this post, many people are crying. I already made an appointment, and I'm just waiting for the copy. As a result, I was suddenly told that the dungeon was temporarily closed to the public, crying to death. Me too. Our guild originally planned to clear the dungeon of Goblin Cave, but now we just blow it up. Brothers upstairs, don't worry, the official said that compensation will be given later. The matter of compensation is another matter, I just want to know what's going on. It can't be that someone has reserved the venue, right? Purchase? Are you funny? Who has the face to let the Hangcheng officials pack all the dungeons for him? Didn't you see that this year's new SS level geniuses don't have this kind of treatment? What happened? There is no explanation, just like the appearance of the wild butcher back then, it was inexplicable. Hey, tell me, is there any connection between the two? After leaving school, Luo Qiushui took Su Yuan to the Job Transfer Association. Last night, Luo Qiushui had a discussion with Mr. Zhou and the others. Since the monsters killed by the team, Su Yuan can only gain experience, but not source points. Then it is necessary to slightly change the original strategy. Today's schedule is for Su Yuan to brush the dungeon alone. Su Yuan is now leave 24, first go to clear all the copies of the corresponding level range, and get the source point. Otherwise, waiting until Su Yuan has leveled up before going to a lower level dungeon, the experience will be much less, and the corresponding source points will also be reduced. As for how Su Yuan can single play a copy, a full set of purple suits, a rare skill scroll, a large number of consumable drugs. There is nothing that cannot be smashed with resources. If there is, it will be super doubled. Then, in the treasure house of the Job Changer Association, Su Yuan was fully armed before the single brush copy. First of all, it is the Leave 20 purple suit called Blessing of Radiance. This is the strongest suit that Su Yuan can wear so far, providing 3 special suit effects. Gift, gain experience plus 10%, ineffective after level 30. Blessing, mental power plus 50. Attraction, has a special attraction effect on monsters. The effect of adding 10% to experience can allow Su Yuan to get more source points, and mosquito meat is also meat. Mental power plus 50 is to allow Su Yuan to use some advanced skill scrolls that require spiritual power. The buff that attracts monsters is even simpler and more rude, it is entirely to speed up the efficiency and speed of brushing dungeons. After wearing the equipment, Su Yuan's personal backpack was stuffed with a lot of advanced scrolls, consumable potions. 10 minutes later, Luo Qiushui led Su Yuan to each copy of the reserved venue one by one. Today's goal is to clear all dungeons below leave 30. As for whether it can be brushed, if the monsters in the dungeon could see what was in Su Yuan's personal backpack, they might rather commit suicide. Because of this level of tough battle, they have never fought before. Chapter 33. Level 20 Green Goblin Cave Dungeon. Here is Su Yuan's first instance of solo brushing. Although it is said that all the dungeons below leave 30 should be cleared, the white quality dungeons are still skipped because they are too hot, so just start with the green difficulty level. Go. Use whatever is in your backpack. 5 minutes should be enough. Luo Qiushui asked with a smile. Well, it should be enough. Su Yuan nodded. He has now fully realized. Compared to writing rules like range instant kill, and then looking for monster kills bitterly, isn't it much more convenient to reserve all the dungeons and then use resources to clear customs one by one? As for this kind of training method, whether I will be raised and disabled, this is a false proposition at all. I play by the rules. As long as you grow up, you can write higher level rules, and you still need to fight hand to hand? From that range insta-kill, what I pursued was to directly kill people without doing anything. So, combat experience and so on are all kinds of excuses used by combat professionals to comfort themselves. By the time, write your own rules like monsters trying to attack me will die automatically. Wouldn't it be much more comfortable than a fighter with rich combat experience, full of muscle memory, who stood out from the fight? I stand here, and this place is my domain. The rules are added, and those who violate them will be punished by God. This is what a master of rules should have. Hands or something. They are all too low. So, what are the concerns? Yuan smiled and stepped into the entrance of the instance. In the cave. Dark. Wet. Dull. Wet moss spread in the burrow, white bones and carrion can be seen everywhere, and the stench in the air is all disgusting. Here is the notorious Goblin Cave, a copy of Leave 20 with green difficulty. Most of the monsters here are goblin, an evil and ugly creature. Although they have no IQ, they are still much smarter than wild monsters. They can do basic teamwork, sneak attack, and other methods. But most intimidating is their evil instincts. There was once a team of professionals who came to attack this dungeon. They were sure of winning, but they were successfully attacked by goblins and suffered heavy damage. According to the scenes recalled by those who escaped, the reason why the goblins did not continue to pursue was because they captured a female professional in the team. Disgusting creatures really live in disgusting places. Yuan glanced at the surrounding environment and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. When the school teacher introduced Goblin, the female students all turned pale when they heard it, and said that they would never come to brush this copy. It is estimated that I will be one of the few people who come to attack this dungeon in this session. Wrong. I didn't come to attack. I have come to massacre. Swish, swish. Behind Yuan. Light footsteps sounded. It seems that something is approaching. Although he was aware of it, Yuan didn't look back, but walked straight into the depths of the cave. Bang! In the dark passage of the crypt. Suddenly there was a muffled sound. It turned out that it was the goblin who appeared from the shadows just now, holding a huge bone club, and attacked Yuan from behind. However, the expected scene of a successful sneak attack did not appear. The bone rod in its hand stopped abruptly when it was 10 centimeters away from Yuan's head, as if blocked by something. A hint of puzzlement flashed in the goblin's cloudy dark green pupils, as if he was thinking about why this happened. Unfortunately, there is not much time left for it to be confused. A small group of flames first enlarged in its pupils. Then it turned into a blazing fire snake, devoured it, burned it, and turned it into ashes. Shield of Flame Backlash. A purple quality skill scroll. Extremely rare and precious, 10,000 gold is hard to find. It has the functions of defense and independent counterattack. It can form a magic barrier that can absorb 6,000 points of damage around the body, and any attacker will be attacked by flame backlash. Yuan's blood volume has not yet reached 1,000 points, and the shield value of this fire backlash shield is thicker than his 6 lives. And before the shield is broken, the effect of flame backlash will always exist. After Yuan entered the dungeon, he used this scroll directly. That's why I ignored the footsteps behind me just now. Now it seems. The only downside to expensive things is that they are expensive. Although this fire backlash shield costs hundreds of thousands, it is not easy to use. It's a pity that Arcane Comprehension failed to extract this skill, otherwise, it would be bloody money. You killed Leave 19 Goblin, gained experience plus 412. The prompt lights up, and the source point has been credited. Yuan didn't care, because it was just an ordinary white source point. He even looked down on the green origin of the elite monsters. The blue source point provided by the dungeon boss is the goal of his trip. Thinking of this, Yuan moved on. Roar! Deep in the burrow, in an open space that resembles a small square. A huge goblin, nearly 2 meters in size, was looking at the tiny ants in front of him, and roared angrily. LV.20 Boss Goblin King. It is the final boss of this goblin cave, an ordinary boss template. For ordinary job changers, it is quite difficult to overcome it. But to Yuan, it was not much different from the ordinary monsters and elite monsters with piles of corpses outside, and it would take a blink of an eye to kill them. From his personal backpack, he took out a scroll of purple quality, Instant Thunderbolt. In the air. The thunder element is surging, converging, and solidifying. Before the goblin boss could react, several thunderbolts, as thick as forearms, slashed down on his head. Boom! 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 An instant skill scroll. Take that, goblin boss, for an instant. The speed at which the blood bar disappears is almost like an afterimage. Easy. Pleasure. After finishing, Yuan intends to go over to see where it fell. As a result, just as he took a step, a reminder suddenly appeared. Arcane comprehension. The rules are in effect. You have learned the general spell skill Instant Thunderbolt. Yuan. Chapter 34. What's the situation? When Yuan saw this prompt, he was taken aback for a moment. Isn't the success rate of arcane comprehension only 1%? After he wrote this rule, he wanted to hang on first, wait until the success rate increased later, and then use the rare spell scroll to give it a try. Result. This is inexplicable, and it succeeded once. Purple quality skills, instant type, extremely destructive and lethal. Is it just mastered by me? Although Yuan was pleasantly surprised, he also noticed something strange. No, this Instant Thunderbolt is not a low-level elemental skill, it needs the corresponding elemental proficiency to master. But so far, I haven't mastered the thunder element. Talking. Yuan's figure suddenly paused. Afterwards, he quickly clicked on his skill panel. In the field of occupation-specific skills, there is still only a single rule writing. But in the general skill column, besides Instant Thunderbolt, there is another skill. Passive Lightning Element Mastery. Really? Yuan's pupils suddenly shrank. My guess is correct. Through arcane comprehension, I obtained the skill of Instant Thunderbolt. But this skill has a prerequisite requirement, that is Thunder Element Mastery. However, what you write is the rules. What are the rules? That is the law of causality that will be unconditionally triggered as long as the conditions are met. So, while acquiring the skill Instant Lightning Fall, by virtue of the law of cause and effect, he acquired Thunder Element proficiency in advance. After thoroughly sorting out this relationship, Yuan's breathing gradually became short. Because he discovered that he had completely underestimated the rule of arcane comprehension before. Through this causal chain, I can even reach the sky in one step. For example, as long as you have the skill scroll corresponding to the forbidden spell. After using it, arcane comprehension is triggered. Then, while mastering the forbidden spell, you will also master its various pre-skills, passives, or talents. Awesome! He fully understands now. As long as it involves rules, it can never be weak. Even rules that seem useless can sometimes bring unexpected surprises. Think about it. Yuan couldn't help but try Instant Thunderbolt. With Thunder Element proficiency, he can already resonate with the Thunder Element. While mana was being consumed, more and more Thunder Elements gathered and solidified, until it turned into several thunderbolts and fell in front of Yuan just like using a scroll before. Boom! 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 The damage of Thunder Element skills is even more violent than that of Fire Elements. Even though Yuan had just mastered it, a deep hole was blasted in front of him. Behold the power! Although it is not enough to instantly kill the Goblin King of the boss template, it is more than enough to instantly kill elite monsters. The power is much worse than the Instant Thunderbolt sealed in the skill scroll, but it's still pretty good. As long as the skill level increases, the power will naturally increase. Also, the power of Instant Thunderbolt is positively correlated with Thunder Element proficiency. And Thunder Element proficiency can take specific Thunder Element spirits to grow. If you have time later, you can go to the treasure house of the Job Changer Association to see if there are such items. After finishing his hand addiction, Yuan went to see the drop of King of Goblins contentedly. This time I was lucky, I dropped a blue outfit and a few green quality props. As the saying goes. From simplicity to luxury is easy, from luxury to simplicity is difficult. None of the items in Sir Yuan's personal backpack were lower than the blue quality. So he just glanced at these things casually, and then swept them into his personal backpack. If this was seen by other job changers, they would probably have the heart to kill him. This Goblin Cave dungeon is only on green difficulty. If you want to get a blue outfit on the boss, it will be as difficult as heaven. If it really explodes, the Raiders team will probably have a meeting to celebrate. Look at Sir Yuan again. What's with this look of disdain? Is it true that the drought dies, and the flood dies? Goblin Cave outside the copy. Luoqia Shui was counting the leaves on the tree boredly. She didn't look down at the time until Sir Yuan's figure appeared after a burst of spatial fluctuations came from the entrance of the dungeon. It took about 4.5 minutes for Sir Yuan to enter the dungeon and come out, which was half a minute earlier than the originally scheduled 5 minutes. Yes, half a minute early. It's not bad. Sir Yuan was also quite satisfied with the trip. Not only mastered Instant Thunderbolt and Thunder Element Mastery through Arcane Comprehension, also obtained a total of more than 8,000 green source points and more than 2,000 blue source points. Next. Under the leadership of Luoqia Shui, Sir Yuan began to follow the arranged route, copying one by one. I have to say that once you have cleared the dungeon, it will be a bit boring to go to the wild monsters to spawn monsters. But dungeons are scarce resources after all, although they will be refreshed, but there are so many people who can't bear to do so, they often force their heads, and they can't grab one. Sir Yuan didn't have this kind of trouble, because the dungeons suitable for him near Hangcheng were all officially reserved. Even Zhou Lao said, "Don't worry about brushing, brush hard, our copy of Hangzhou is finished, and there are Ningcheng and Wencheng nearby." In short, the copy is enough. With Zhou Lao's words, Sir Yuan would not hesitate to let go of his hands and feet, and slaughtered all the dungeons with a sweeping momentum. After brushing the third copy, the blue source points have been accumulated to around 8,000. Sir Yuan began to try to realize the rules of one-click sweep. The reason for this rule is because Sir Yuan has another bold idea. We all know, the higher the level of the copy, the longer the refresh time. The dungeon of the dark gold level can be refreshed for several years, more than 10 years, or even longer. If one-click sweep can ignore the refresh time of the copy itself, then it will bring Sir Yuan and Longxia an unimaginable and terrifying improvement. Chapter 35. The realization of one-key sweep requires 3,000 blue source points and the basic success rate is 0.000036%. This is the first time that Sir Yuan has manifested the mechanism rules that apply to dungeons. If he is not excited, he must be lying. After using fate dice, the success rate of realization was increased to 25.6%. This success rate seems a bit low, right? But luck has always been good. Give it a go, it's not a big deal. First time manifesting, failed to manifest. Don't panic, do it again. Second materialization, failed to materialize again. Not a big problem. Just keep brushing the copy. I have to manifest this one key sweep today. Noon. Sir Yuan, who was about to enter the next instance, was stopped by Luoqia Shui. What's wrong? Sir Yuan looked at Luoqia Shui. It's lunch time. Luoqia Shui said solemnly. Then he took out a set of state-of-the-art kitchen utensils from his personal backpack. Looking at the magic pattern attached to it, it should be the product of enchanting by an enchanter. Sir Yuan, Leave 100 holy hairsker, the little cook who takes care of people. The contrast between these two identities is really too great. So much so that he is not used to it now. But let's be honest. After brushing the copy for so long, I am really hungry. Not for a while. Lunch is ready. The fragrance is overflowing and tangy. This lunch also uses precious ingredients that can permanently improve attributes. In addition to the various buff effects of the enchanted kitchen utensils, after Sir Yuan finished eating, he felt like he could kill a cow with one punch. This lunch boosted Sir Yuan's physique by 6 points, strength by 5 points, spirit by 3 points and agility by 4 points. A full 18 points of attributes. Treacherous and inhumane. After eating and drinking enough, Sir Yuan continued to brush the copy. It may be as a mechanical rule of dungeons, one-click sweep is a bit special, and it has failed 4 times so far. But Sir Yuan is like this, he is committed to one thing, and if he doesn't do it, he will feel uncomfortable. He still doesn't believe that he can't realize this rule. When Sir Yuan was brushing a copy in Hangcheng, a piece of news that shocked the world is spreading wildly among high-level officials in various countries. On the sea area where Longxia and Sakura meet, a new dungeon appeared. Originally, this was not important news. After all, many new dungeons appear every year around the world. However, this time is different from usual. Because the dungeon that appeared this time is a level Leave 130 Red Mythical Difficulty dungeon. Before this, the highest level of the Red Mythical dungeon that had appeared in the world was Leave 95. The era of job change has come for hundreds of years, and there are many rules that have been recognized by the world. Among them is such a: the first kill of each dungeon boss will definitely drop equipment of the corresponding quality in the dungeon. This means, if anyone can conquer this Leave 135 Red Mythical level difficulty dungeon, you can get the world's first 3-turn Red Mythical equipment above Leave 100. If this piece of equipment can be obtained, it will definitely be a qualitative improvement for the top combat power of each country. That's an exaggeration. Even enough to change some of the current world pattern. But at the same level, the difficulty of the Red Mythical level dungeon is not a little bit greater than that of the Dark Gold level dungeon. Leave 130 level mythical boss, which country in the world has the strength to win its first kill? Very simple. It is nothing more than Longxia, Yingmei Federation, and European Continental Union. It's just that this time the Leave 130 Red Mythical dungeon appeared in the waters bordering Longxia and Sakura, so the Continental Alliance had to go back a little bit first. But the cherry blossoms has always been the dog of the eagle United States. So in this way, it is tantamount to Longxia and Yingmei Federation competing for the right to challenge the dungeon for the first time. After a fierce confrontation between Longxia and the high-level Yingmei Federation, it was finally decided that the two countries would each send a team of strong men to form a team to carry out the dungeon strategy. When the strategy is completed, the loot will be distributed reasonably by the dungeon according to the proportion of damage in the team. This is the end of the negotiation. After some preparations, Longxia and the strong men of the Eagle Beauty Federation gathered in the Leave 130 Red Mythical level dungeon and started the first strategy. Pioneering is often accompanied by sacrifice. But both Longxia and Yingmei Federation can accept a certain degree of sacrifice. Those strong men from the two countries who went to the first raid also had this kind of awareness. However, what everyone didn't think of was, the result of the first strategy was actually so cruel. The cruelty was so unbearable for Longxia and Yingmei Federation. In this strategy, the two countries each sent 5 Leave 130 powerhouses to form a 10-man team. Everyone is carrying a few pieces of 3-turn Dark Gold level equipment, which can be called the world's top combat power. But in the end, only 1.5 people escaped from the dungeon. 1 from Longxia, and half from the Eagle American Federation. Such a result has silenced the two countries and the world. After finishing the tomb for the victim with the National Scholar Standard, the only strong Longxia who escaped from the dungeon and ascended to heaven, reported the situation in the dungeon in the court. He used to be one of Longxia's top powerhouses, but now because of the extremely serious injury in the dungeon, all attributes dropped by 50%. What's in that dungeon? Facing the inquiry of the court, the survivor could only smile wryly. We were almost wiped out before we even met the boss, only me and that white guy from Eagle America Federation were left. It's just that this result was foreseen the moment we stepped into the copy. To be honest, it's a miracle that we can persist until the extraction point opens. Why? All the members of the court were silent. 10 Leave 130 level powerhouses, equipped with dark gold level 3 rank equipment. Even if it is a dungeon with red mythical difficulty, it shouldn't suffer such a devastating blow before meeting the boss. Because after entering the dungeon, we learned about the rules of this dungeon. Here, no active skills can be used. So only I survived. One of the strongest melee professionals in Longxia. Leave 132 Dragon Eater, Gu Hao, said so. His physical strength is enough to fight a dark gold level boss hand to hand. Because of this, he became the only survivor in Longxia's team. After the court meeting, Gu Hao was sent to receive Longxia's best treatment. Even if the hope of healing is slim, those who sacrificed for the country will never be given up. Only paid such a heavy price. Could it be that the red mythical dungeon cannot be conquered? The dungeon rules that cannot use active skills are fatal to 99.9% of professionals. At this time, a member of the chamber suggested this idea. Rules against rules. In this way, the young man they identified as the only one with god-level potential. Will it be the only solution in this world to conquer that dungeon? Chapter 36. As long as Su Yuan can write rules enough to affect the red mythical copy, let Longxia's professionals be different from those of other countries, and can use active skills in dungeons. Then, the first kill of the dungeon boss, as well as the world's first 3-turn red mythical equipment above Leave 100, will belong to Longxia. At that time, Longxia's national strength will directly surpass the Yingmei Federation and become the world's number 1. And those pioneers exchanged their lives for Su Yuan's rules information, and their sacrifices will not be in vain. Everyone, I believe he will be the seed for our Longxia to take off. Now, we just have to wait for him to develop. Hangtown. Leave 30 Blue difficulty Red Ghost Mansion copy exit. After completing the sweep of this dungeon, Su Yuan got more than 7,000 blue source points. Finally, at the 5th time of manifestation, the rule of one key sweep was successfully realized. Call. Su Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief after the word successful appeared. Luo Qiushui at the side saw it, and thought Su Yuan was tired from copying, so he stepped forward with a smile and asked. Tired? Do you want to take a break? Well, yes. Su Yuan just wanted to try the function of one key sweep. Taking advantage of the break, when Luo Qiushui was not paying attention, he approached the entrance of the dungeon again, and used one key sweep. One click sweep, successful sweep. Total experience gained, 81,123 points. Total drop, blue leave 30 red ghost cloak, blue invisibility potion. It worked. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. Looking at the various trophies in the personal space out of thin air. Although they are all things of little value, the satisfaction in my heart still arises spontaneously. Unfortunately, the experience gained by one-click sweeping cannot be converted into source points, it can only be used as upgrade experience. And it's not an unlimited number of times, but has a built-in cooling time. The Scarlet Ghost Mansion's sweeping cooling time is 2 days. Thinking of this, Su Yuan asked Luo Qiushui. Do you know how long the cooling time of this dungeon is? Luo Qiushui checked and quickly replied. 20 days, what's the matter? Nothing. Su Yuan shook his head. On the surface, he is calm and expressionless, but in his heart, he is already happy. Could it be that the built-in cooling time of each dungeon for one key sweep is only 1/10 of the cooling time of the dungeon itself? If this is the case, there may not be much use for ordinary equal-level dungeons. But for high-level, high-quality dungeons, that would be very useful. It is equivalent to having 10 times the development speed of others. Accumulated over time, it is absolutely impressive. But whether it is a coincidence or a rule needs to be verified. Immediately, Su Yuan didn't rest anymore, and pulled Luo Qiushui directly. Let's go, and go to the next copy. Hey? Let's rest now. Luo Qiushui looked surprised. Of course she didn't care, she just admired Su Yuan's drive. Soon, another copy was successfully cleared. After clearing the level, Su Yuan used one key sweep on it. Then I asked Luo Qiushui about its refresh time again, and compared it with the cooldown time of one key sweep. The final result is really 1/10 of the refresh time of the original copy. Perfect. Su Yuan is satisfied. Now, any one of the rules in him is enough to make an ordinary person a genius. Now these rules are all concentrated on him alone, and the butterfly effect caused by the superposition is almost exponentially multiplied. The best evidence is his own level, leave 27. It's only been 3 days since I woke up. It took 3 days to reach this level. I am afraid that no one will believe it. Okay, this is already the last dungeon suitable for your strategy, that's it for today, Mingjin calls it a day. Luo Qiushui looked at Su Yuan with a smile, and after checking his level with the insight technique, he said something half joking and half emotional. It's already level 27. This terrifying level up speed, even me at the time, is far behind you. If I remember correctly, on the day of the big exam, I just reached leave 25. There is a huge difference between the treatment at the God level and the SSS level. Su Yuan did not deny this. If there are only rules written but no official resources, his growth rate will indeed be reduced by several levels. Thinking about it this way, Luo Qiushui's ability to reach leave 25 in the big test is already a proof of the strength of the SSS level profession. Thinking of this, Su Yuan said seriously. If you follow me, the salary should also be raised. Luo Qiushui was taken aback for a moment. Afterwards, he reacted, and directly played on the same stage, eye-catching like a wave. Then sister will rely on you from now on. Must. Puff. After finishing the dungeon time for the day and returning home, Luo Qiushui once again cooked a delicious dinner for Su Yuan. Compared with lunch, the added attributes of dinner are slightly less, only 4 points of constitution, 3 points of spirit and 5 points of strength, a total of 12 points of attributes, which is similar to that of breakfast. Certainly. That is what Su Yuan would think. If it were any other person, let alone a 12-point increase in attributes, even a 2-point increase would make them so excited that they couldn't sleep. This is a permanent attribute bonus. No matter how many people spend a lot of money to buy precious props, they can only add a few points, at most a dozen points of permanent attributes. Su Yuan can add so much to a meal. Can only say. Comparing people to people is to piss people off. After eating, Su Yuan thought of one thing. He looked at an egg lying quietly in a corner in his personal backpack. Pet egg Lord of Ghost Mist. At present, the remaining incubation time is 8 days. I don't know if there are any props that can speed up the hatching speed on the Job Changers Association. After Su Yuan shared his thoughts with Luo Qiushui, she chuckled and said, "Pet eggs. If you want to keep a pet, you can ask Mr. Zhou to help you find a better pet egg. Otherwise, the pet eggs that you killed and dropped before are probably the pet eggs of ordinary wild monsters. It may be helpful for ordinary professionals, but for you, there should be no difference between having or not, what to waste this time on." Hearing this, Su Yuan pondered for a while. The normal type is useless, so if it hides the boss template, it should be useful. Chapter 37. What? Luo Qiushui didn't react immediately. What Su Yuan said just now is, a pet that hides the boss template. Just kidding. As the level of the monster increases, the probability of dropping the corresponding pet egg decreases exponentially. The chance of ordinary monsters dropping pet eggs is already very small. Elite monsters and boss monsters are even more difficult. It is possible to kill tens of thousands of monsters before dropping one. As for the boss template, that is even rarer. So far, Luokia Shui has only seen 2 boss-level beasts under the command of her same SSS-level Master of the Spirit. So, Su Yuan wants a beast that hides the boss template. Is it possible? Yes, after all, Longxia has a vast land and abundant resources, and the foundation accumulated over hundreds of years has reached an unimaginable level for ordinary people. But even if Su Yuan wanted it, it might not be so easy. After all, Su Yuan is not a professional of the beast familiar branch. If there is really a beast egg that hides the boss template, from the perspective of making the best use of it, perhaps it is more appropriate to leave it to those geniuses who control beasts. Thinking of this, Luokia Shui spoke again. Although pets are helpful to combat power, we are not beast masters after all. To hide the boss-level pet eggs, to be honest, it's a bit violent. Of course, if you really want it, I can help you apply to the court, and they will probably agree to you. Heard the words. Su Yuan chuckled lightly. When did I say I would take it from the country? Ah! Luokia Shui blinked. Then, as if thinking of something, he smiled bitterly and said. You don't want me to take you to fight the hidden boss, and then forcefully spawn a pet egg. If this is the case, it is better to apply directly to the country. Firstly, hidden bosses are extremely rare, and they are hard to come by. Secondly, the probability of this is too slim. Stop! Su Yuan waved his hand, signaling Luokia Shui to shut up. Seeing her hesitant to speak, she simply took out the pet egg dropped by the Lord of Ghost Mist from her personal backpack. There is no need to trouble the country with this kind of thing. I have a pet egg that hides the boss myself. Luokia Shui. At first, she didn't believe it at all. Among the many dungeons that Su Yuan has brushed today, none of the hidden bosses exist. Since there is no hidden boss, how could Su Yuan get a pet egg of a hidden boss? However, when she glanced at the information of the pet egg with the insight technique, Hidden Boss Mist Master Pet Egg. Luokia Shui. At the moment of seeing the information, Luokia Shui froze in place. The mouth was slightly opened, and the beautiful face was slowly covered with shock. This. It turned out to be a pet egg that hides the boss? A long time. Luokia Shui accepted this fact with difficulty. She just wanted to know, when and where did Su Yuan kill a hidden boss, and luckily dropped the corresponding pet egg? In this regard, Su Yuan lightly said a few words. However, he is calm and breezy. Not Luokia Shui. She felt like she could hardly breathe. Because the reason Su Yuan explained just now directly refreshed her cognition and caused her worldview to collapse slightly. What is called? I wrote a rule before and accidentally succeeded. That's all. The question is what that rule says. Monsters below level 15 will be instantly killed by me as long as they approach me. No. How could this world allow such a rule to exist? Is this really something a professional can do? Everything that follows. Just met a hidden boss. It just so happens that it is only level 15. It just happened to be killed in seconds. Just dropped pet eggs. Although it looks outrageous no matter how you look at it, it is nothing compared to the shock brought to Luokia Shui by the range of instant kill rule. She even began to doubt her profession now. Oh, no, it should be all other professions in the world. What is the meaning of existence? They need to fight hard, to become stronger, to break through, but when it comes to Su Yuan, everything, just write a corresponding rule, and everything will be fine. There is such a difference in treatment? You. Luokia Shui stared at Su Yuan for a long time. In the end, thousands of words can only be gathered into one sigh. Maybe some people are born to be the protagonist. Is it the main character? Su Yuan smiled. Maybe. In previous eras, each had its own protagonist. Now they may be very old, they may have turned into dry bones, and what's more, they may have been forgotten by the world. Only myself. He is confident that his legend may continue forever. In the name of rules, deprivation of death, all ages from now on will reflect my name. This is his confidence. Certainly. It is still far away from this stage, but no matter how far, he will arrive eventually. Hangcheng, the headquarters of the Job Changers Association. After learning about Su Yuan's intentions from Luo Qiushui, even Elder Zhou's eyes widened. Hide the boss's pet egg. Where did you get it? Etc. Elder Zhou suddenly thought of something. Then he slapped his thigh suddenly, as if thinking of something. Don't tell me that the wild butcher who made a lot of noise in Hangzhou 2 days ago is you. Su Yuan nodded with a smile, and showed the rules of range instant kill. Old man Zhou was dumbfounded. His reaction after watching speed kill was exactly the same as Luo Qiushui's. Smash it with your mouth, how does it feel, why is it not a taste? This. Never mind. Not much to say. He is so old, he has long understood the truth that the gap between people may be greater than that between people and dogs. As the front wave, he was already mentally prepared to be slapped on the beach by the back wave. Just didn't expect. This back wave is a tsunami. It is useless to say more. Elder Zhou took Su Yuan directly to the Pet Animal Center under the Hangzhou Beast Guardian Association. There are many beast guarding professionals in Hangzhou, and the Pet Animal Center has corresponding incubation equipment. Using these incubators can greatly promote the hatching of pet eggs. Chapter 38. Southeast area of Hangzhou. A luxurious huge circular building stands here. This is the Beast Familiar Center under the jurisdiction of the Beast Masters Association. In the era of job change, the Beast Master is considered a relatively rare profession. They can subdue all kinds of beasts and command them to fight for themselves. The stronger the Beast Master, the stronger the Beast Master. According to the current statistics of the World Job Change Association, only Beast Masters with Grade A qualification or above will have companion beasts. Beastmaster professionals below A level do not have accompanying beastmen. In this case, Beastmaster professionals with low talent and potential can only spend the early stage by purchasing Beastmaster eggs. After the level is up, go to the wild, dungeons, secret places and other places to subdue your own beasts. In Eagle America Federation, European Continental Union and other regions, if the family situation of Beastmasters below A level is not good, they can only ask for blessings. But in Longxia, according to the corresponding laws enacted by the House of Representatives, after awakening, any Beastmaster can go to the local Beastmaster Center to receive a Beastmaster egg for free. This behavior has been ridiculed and questioned by many other countries, bluntly saying that Beastmasters are the elite among professionals, and it is a waste of resources for Longxia to cultivate so many garbage Beastmasters. To this, Longxia did not respond, but silently persisted for hundreds of years. Old Zhou. In front of the Beast Center. Chen Peeling, the president of the Beast Familiar Association, is responsible for welcoming Su Yuan and his party. He has a thin build, and his eyes behind black-framed glasses are very energetic, but his skin is a bit dark, which seems to be the result of long-term outdoor meals and sleep. After greeting Mr. Zhou, he immediately looked at Su Yuan, with an unconcealable excitement on his face. He is also one of the 10 people of the Job Changer Association and knows Su Yuan. Hi, Student Su, I'm Chen Peeling, the president of the Hangzhou Beast Familiar Association. Hello, President Chen. Su Yuan responded politely. I heard that you got a pet egg that hides the boss. Chen Peeling excitedly pushed the black-rimmed glasses that had slipped off the bridge of his nose. Su Yuan nodded, and took out the pet egg of Lord of Ghost Mist from his personal backpack to show it. The moment he saw the pet egg, Chen Peeling's breathing became a lot faster. After observing it carefully, he rubbed his hands excitedly, and couldn't wait to lead Su Yuan and his party into the Beast Familiar Center. Look at your worthless look. Elder Zhou teased with a smile. Chen Peeling wasn't embarrassed either, just smiled and said. I've never seen a pet egg that hides a boss in this life, it's normal to be excited. Come, this way. After walking in the dedicated passage for about a few minutes, Su Yuan and others came to a huge cultivation room. This incubation room is about 2,000 square meters, and there are all kinds of incubation equipment inside. Just by looking at the faintly glowing magic lines on those devices, one can tell that they are definitely not simple. This is the most advanced breeding room in our Beast Master Center. With that said, Chen Peeling walked to a cultivation cabin in the center. This breeding cabin is our trump card. It can not only speed up the hatching speed by more than 100 times, but also improve the hatching quality to a certain extent, so that the strength of the bred pet beasts can be increased by about 20%. Good guy. Worthy of being professional. Su Yuan directly handed the Lord of Ghost Mist pet egg to Chen Peeling. The latter held it carefully, then opened the breeding cabin and put the pet egg in. After some testing, the dashboard shows that it only takes about 2 hours to complete the incubation. From the remaining 8 days to 2 hours, it really is about 100 times faster. The waiting time is often tormented. Especially for a scholar like Chen Peeling who has devoted his whole life to the study of imperial beasts. He didn't even want to leave the training cabin for a single step, and he was always recording various data. With that fanatical look, he really loved the Beast Master to the bone. Elder Zhou didn't blame him for this, he just smiled and asked Su Yuan and Luo Qiushui to visit the Beast Familiar Center by themselves. Really don't say it. Su Yuan is not a professional Beast Master. There is very little understanding of Beast Masters, only that they can control beasts to fight. So everything in the Beast Familiar Center is quite novel to him. En route. He also passed the Beast Familiar battlefield. There are many Beast Masters fighting against beasts in the arena. This kind of Beast Master battlefield is the most important area of the Beast Master Center. Beast Masters can fight each other here to hone their ability to control beasts. Listen to Luo Qiushui's explanation. Su Yuan suddenly looked at her curiously. You're not a Beast Master, how do you know so much about these things? Hearing this, Luo Qiushui's face showed some remembrance. There's a guy in my class, half a friend and half an opponent, she's a professional animal steward. SSS level Spirit Master, have you heard of it? SSS level Master of the Spirit? Su Yuan shook his head, not impressed. However, he was sure that the person Luo Qiushui could approve of was definitely not a simple person. Soon. The 2 hours are almost up. Su Yuan and Luo Qiushui returned to the cultivation room. It will be done soon. Chen Peeling's excited appearance seemed much more excited than Su Yuan's master. Elder Zhou on the side kept his eyes on Su Yuan. He is thinking about one thing. Every year, Longxia provides free pet eggs for beast guarding professionals below A level. This is more than resource consumption. Although the country can afford it, it is also extremely large. After all, Longxia's population base is there. Any welfare that seems insignificant, if counted in the total amount, is an astronomical figure that is difficult to estimate. If Su Yuan was able to write such a rule, let all Longxia's beast monitoring professionals have companion spirit beasts, not only save this resource, but even increase Longxia's beast monitoring power a lot. Extend it a bit more. Warrior professions, mage professions, assassin professions, priest professions. If Su Yuan can write corresponding favorable rules for them, wouldn't Longxia enter the era when everyone is like a dragon? Thinking of this, Zhou Lao looked more and more at Su Yuan. He even wished he could directly give him the position of the chairman of the Job Change Association. This is the case with state-owned giants. What can my husband ask for? On the occasion of emotion. Finally, The cultivation cabin issued a reminder that the cultivation was successful. On the pet egg inside, cracks were exposed. Chapter 39. With the cracking of the eggshell, everyone's eyes fell on the training cabin. Soon, the broken shells fall off little by little. Revealed the etc. This small group of black and briquette-like things is the hidden boss? Although the Lord of Ghost Mist was instantly killed by his own range instant kill as soon as he appeared on the stage. But whether it is the kind of aura that makes people feel like falling into the netherworld, or the strong sense of oppression brought to him, they are completely different from this. What are you doing, buyer show and seller show? Not only Su Yuan. Even Zhou Lao and Luo Qiushui were a little surprised at this moment. Although it is a hidden boss that has just been born, it seems, why does it feel a little weak? Only Chen Peeling was not disappointed by its appearance, but quickly stepped forward to open the training cabin. The moment the hatch opened, the fist-sized black ball floated directly towards Su Yuan, and then stayed on his shoulder, rubbing it affectionately. It looked quite cute. Su Yuan wanted to grab it, but his hand went right through it, almost forgot that it was a ghost. Then let's take a look at your panel first. After hatching, this mini Lord of Ghost Fog is directly bound to Su Yuan. Su Yuan was able to view its panel. Lord of Ghost Mist. Introduction: the wanderer from the Netherland lost his authority and power due to his own brokenness. Quality: purple. Level: leave 0, 0%. Attributes: Strength: 50. Constitution: 60. Spirit: 100. Agility: 80. Etc. What the hell is this property? Su Yuan was dumbfounded. The job changer who has just awakened has a basic 4-dimensional attribute with a maximum limit of 10. But this Lord of the Ghost Mist, none of the attributes were lower than 50. The highest spiritual attribute even reached a full 100 points. That's it, it's still the attribute at level 0. If the level goes up, how terrifying will its attributes be? Su Yuan took a deep breath to calm down. He finally knew why he felt like falling into the netherworld when the Lord of Ghost Mist appeared. Dare to say that if there is no range instant kill rule, it would be cool at the time, maybe it would be me. Certainly. In addition to attributes, the introduction of Lord of the Ghost Mist also made Su Yuan feel something unusual. A wanderer from the Netherland? Lost authority and power because of your own brokenness? This means that the current Lord of Ghost Mist is not in a complete form, but in a state similar to a broken clone? If this is the case, how strong is its original strength? After thinking for a while, Su Yuan decided to continue reading. Talent: Soul Melting Complement, able to perceive broken clones within a certain range, swallow them and fuse them, and complement itself. From the netherworld, it has a natural deterrent effect on ghost monsters. Skill: Ghost Creature, spread the ghost creature all over the body, and the hostile creatures in the ghost creature will suffer damage every second. In the ghost creature, the attribute of Lord of Ghost Fog increases by 20%. Drain: Lord of Ghost Fog can absorb the blood and mana of the dead within a certain range. After reading the panel of Lord of Ghost Mist, Su Yuan decided to withdraw his initial evaluation of it. Sorry, I was superficial just now. Just a soul-melting complement talent is enough to show that, my guess is correct. This Lord of Ghost Mist is indeed an incomplete form, and can undergo fusion evolution by devouring the rest of Lord of Ghost Mist. They are all purple now. Then when all the fragments are fused, what quality will it achieve? Gold? Dark gold? Or, higher? If it is higher, it is the red mythical level. Are you okay? Su Yuan glanced at the little black ball on his shoulder. However, the latter was just still rubbing against him intimately, looking quite harmless and cute. As for from the netherworld, it has an oppressive deterrent to other ghost creatures, which can also be reflected from the side. This little guy has an unusual background. There are also those two companion skills, which are also quite practical, and are of great help to the battle. How, what are its attributes? When Su Yuan was looking at the Lord of Ghost Mist panel, Chen Peeling, who couldn't wait any longer, leaned towards him as he spoke. It turned out that he had just approached. The little black group immediately flew down from Su Yuan's shoulder, blocked in front of him, and instinctively launched Ghost Creature. At this moment, a cold, dark, ghostly atmosphere enveloped him. Certainly. This definitely has no effect on Chen Peeling, a 3-turn beast master who is above level 100. Not only that, but it made his eyes brighten, and he looked at Lord of Ghost Mist even more fierily. He has such a strong sense of protecting the Lord just after he was born. This is a domain-like skill. As expected of a hidden boss template. Chen Peeling observed with great interest for a while. Then he asked Su Yuan about the attributes of Lord of Ghost Mist. But when Su Yuan showed him the attribute panel of Lord of Ghost Fog, the pen used for recording in Chen Peeling's hand fell to the ground with a snap. This moment. There was a deep shock in the eyes of this beast master, and he muttered speechlessly. President Chen, what's the problem? Su Yuan recalled the little black group, looked at Chen Peeling and asked. Elder Zhou and Luo Qiushui beside him also showed curious expressions. Seeing everyone's gazes on him, Chen Peeling took a deep breath, the shock still lingering. This little guy is definitely not simple. I've seen a few purple boss level monsters before, but when they are at level 0, their attributes are not as good as 1/3 of your little guy. Even if it's a hidden boss, there's no reason to have such an exaggerated attribute. How powerful is this little thing? After hearing Chen Peeling's words, Luo Qiushui's beautiful eyes flickered, and she looked at the little black group beside Su Yuan. It now floats obediently beside Su Yuan, looking like a cute and lovely ghost pendant. Elder Zhou cheered up a bit at this time, and stared at the little black group with great interest for a while. Although he doesn't know about imperial beasts, he understands Chen Peeling. This guy is an out-and-out expert in beast control, and he is quite famous in the entire Longxia beast control world. Now that he said so, it means that the little guy Su Yuan got is really extraordinary. Chapter 40. Follow-up. Su Yuan stayed in the beast center for more than an hour. The main reason is that Chen Peeling repeatedly asked Su Yuan to give him more time to study and record the data of Lord of the Black Mist. After all, he is the president of the Beast Familiar Association, a well-known big boss of the Beast Familiar. This face must be given to Su Yuan. After the time is up. Although Chen Peeling was still reluctant to part with Su Yuan, he also knew that he couldn't keep Su Yuan anymore. After saying goodbye to a few people, he turned his head and plunged into the laboratory, probably to analyze the data. After leaving the Beast Familiar Center, at Luo Qiushui's suggestion, Su Yuan gave Lord of Ghost Mist a name. After all, Luo Qiushui is a girl, and several suggestions she made, such as names like Black Group, Little Briquettes, and Tuanzi, were directly passed by Su Yuan. The Lord of the Ghost Mist is a hidden boss anyway, and there is still a lot of room for growth. The future perfect body may be extremely powerful. Taking such a name is simply unsightly. At last, Su Yuan decided to give it a name that is simple, easy to remember and suitable for its identity, and it is called U. The little black group was obviously very satisfied with the name, flying around Su Yuan, looking quite happy. On the way, many passers-by cast curious glances at you. In their view, you, as a soul body, is like a pendant, small and cute. But what they don't know is, if it wasn't for Su Yuan giving you an order not to attack actively, the people in this street are likely to be slaughtered easily by it. After all, although it is now Level 0, its panel attributes are much stronger than those of the general 20 or 30 job changers. Su Yuan's house is downstairs. He originally wanted to invite Zhou Lao to go upstairs to have a sip of tea and take a rest. Unexpectedly, Mr. Zhou just waved his hand with a smile. I accept it with good intentions, but there are still things to deal with in the association, so I won't go up to the old man. Troublesome Zhou Lao. Su Yuan expressed his thanks sincerely. As the chairman of the Hangzhou Job Change Association, it may not be enough to manage every day, but there must be a lot of official affairs waiting for him to make a decision every day. Being able to temporarily put aside these official duties for his own affairs, this intention alone is enough to show that he attaches great importance to himself. Ham, what's the matter? As long as you can grow up, everything is easy to talk about. Why, seeing that you are hesitant to talk, do you still have something to say? Old Zhou smiled, but with sharp eyes. He soon realized that Su Yuan seemed to have something to say, so he continued. I've boasted a lot with the guys in the court, saying that I promise to train you to be comfortable. You are all my own, so why not be polite, just ask if you have any requirements. With Zhou Lao's words, Su Yuan is no longer polite. Mr. Zhou, I would like to ask if there are any spiritual objects in the treasure house of the Job Changer Association that can increase the proficiency of the element of thunder. Spiritual objects that increase the proficiency of thunder elements. Elder Zhou was taken aback for a moment, never expecting that Su Yuan would ask such a question. But immediately nodded. There should be some stock in the treasure house for this kind of thing. It's just, what do you want them for? I heard that you haven't taken the skill book so far. You probably haven't learned the skills that require the proficiency of thunder elements. At this time, Luo Qiushui, who was silent at the side, suddenly realized something, and stared at Su Yuan with her beautiful eyes. Won't you tell us what rule you successfully wrote to allow you to comprehend the skills of the thunder element? Su Yuan smiled lightly. Roughly the same. Talking. Stretching out his hand, the thunder elements gathered, gradually solidified, and then dissipated. This move left Luo Qiushui and Zhou Lao stunned. The agreed success rate is 1 in 10,000? Why have so many rules been written in just a few days? Is this really a normal probability? The two were relatively silent. A long time. Elder Zhou coughed lightly and finally accepted the fact. I'll go back and make adjustments. Tomorrow morning, I'll bring you all the thunder elemental proficiency boosters in the treasury that you can use. Then I will trouble Mr. Zhou. In the living room, Luo Qiushui sat on the sofa with his arms crossed. A pair of beautiful eyes fell on Su Yuan just like that, and they haven't moved away since returning home. Su Yuan, who was contemplating new rules, raised his head and met Luo Qiushui's gaze. What are you looking at me for? Luo Qiushui pursed her lips. I was thinking, why is your luck so good? It's only been a few days? You seem to have successfully written 3 rules now, right? 3? Su Yuan chuckled inwardly. But there was no refutation. Otherwise, he was afraid that when Luo Qiushui knew that he had successfully written not 3 rules, but a dozen rules, he would be so frightened that he would faint. So, he just replied casually. Maybe it's the luck you brought me. Luo Qiushui smiled. The way she smiles is beautiful. But in the tone, there is a little self-mockery. If I'm lucky, I won't fail the advanced task twice in a row. Su Yuan was taken aback. Any professional who fails 3 times in a row during career advancement will lose the opportunity to advance forever. Luo Qiushui's 2 consecutive career advancement failures, he didn't know about it before. In this way, what I said just now is tantamount to exposing a scar. Say sorry? Su Yuan shook his head. Sorry about this stuff, it never works. He temporarily put down the notes in his hand, and looked at Luo Qiushui again. I will help you pass your last career advancement. Here. It was Luo Qiushui's turn to be stunned. She looked at Su Yuan's serious expression. The mouth was slightly opened, and the eyelashes fluttered slightly, as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, she just smiled, making it hard to tell whether it was serious or joking. I told you you're an attractive guy. Now it seems that my vision is very accurate. Chapter 41. Kudos to Luo Qiushui. Su Yuan just retracted his gaze and focused on the idea of the rules. The dignified Leave 100 Saint Hersker condescends to serve as a personal bodyguard for such a low-level professional like me. I can't let you do it for nothing, can I? You are wrong about that. Luo Qiushui leaned on the sofa, raising those slender and round jade legs. Playing with the hair on her shoulders with her slender fingers, she turned back into that lazy yuja again. You don't know how many people in the imperial capital want to get this quota. If it wasn't for my father who is one of the members of the court, where would it be my turn? I'm so hot? Su Yuan chuckled inwardly. However, he didn't say anything more, but planned to implement a rule similar to infinite growth for you. In this way, its upgrade speed can also be accelerated, and relying on the terrifying template attribute, it may become a great help for him. Seeing that Su Yuan stopped talking, Luo Qiushui stood up. I'm going to take a shower. That night. In the room. Yu's infinite growth has been successfully manifested. It's just that the cost of blue source points is nearly 10,000 points. If it weren't for the fact that there are enough copies made today, I'm afraid it's really unbearable. At present. After 3 hours. Yu has been successfully upgraded to Leave 5. Its attributes naturally skyrocketed a lot. Su Yuan thought he was still a genius. Every time he raised a level, his strength, physique, and agility could only increase by 2 points, but his spirit could increase by 3 points. After adding 4-dimensional amplification, it can reach the level of 3 or 4 points per level. On the other hand, Yu. What the hell is it that the 4-dimensional attribute increases by 5 points every time it is upgraded by 1 level? With this kind of potential, it's no wonder that Chen Peeling, the Beast Master, was shocked for a long time after seeing it. Xiaohu floated up and down in front of Su Yuan, playing on her own, without realizing that she was a supermodel. Su Yuan could only sigh, turn off the light and go to sleep. Early the next morning. At breakfast time, I thought Xiaohu didn't need to eat. In the end, who knew that this guy even babbled and said that he wanted to eat it too? Su Yuan had no choice but to insert an egg with chopsticks, and took it for Xiaohu to hold and chew. It still doesn't make a sound, but it's a joy to eat. Luo Qiushui on the side propped his chin with both hands, looking at this little guy with great interest. Don't tell me, this little thing is really cute, huh? Why does it seem to be a little stronger than yesterday? Luo Qiushui thought that he felt wrong, so he used the insight technique to take a look. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it. After looking at it, I realized that it wasn't my misreading, but Xiaohu's level, which had reached Leave 10. Grunt. Luo Qiushui swallowed lightly. Glancing at Su Yuan who was eating breakfast calmly, he asked cautiously. Could it be, you compiled your own infinite growth rule, right? Su Yuan nodded. In order to avoid exposure of Dice of Destiny, he gave an excuse that he had thought up in advance. As long as you write the rules that have been successful, when you write them again, the success rate can be improved a lot. Luo Qiushui's reaction was much more violent than Su Yuan imagined. The big beauty became a little short of breath, staring at Su Yuan closely. Are you serious? Did you know that this feature allows you to cultivate a terrifying team by yourself? Everyone in this team can automatically gain experience without limit. Although they will be stuck in the professional advancement task, correspondingly, their growth rate will be much faster than before. Oh my god! I can tell. The shock that Su Yuan brought to her this time surpassed any previous one. She originally thought that the ultimate bug level rule of infinite growth would have a very low possibility of success. Su Yuan's success was completely accidental, and it was almost impossible to replicate this rule. Now it seems, not so. She immediately thought of reporting this important information. But after taking out the special communicator, she stopped suddenly. What's wrong? Su Yuan glanced at her. Of course he knew that Luo Qiushui had the responsibility to report news of this level to the court. Luo Qiushui pursed his lips. Before reporting, I want to ask for your opinion first. Su Yuan looked at Luo Qiushui in surprise. Luo Qiushui seemed to see the meaning in this look, and quickly denied. Don't think too much, I am not because of you, just have to. This excuse hasn't even been made up yet. Su Yuan joked. I didn't say anything. Don't you mean there is no silver 300 taels here? Seeing that Luo Qiushui's face turned red for the first time, he stopped teasing the Lord Hersker, and said leisurely. If the court wants me to write this infinite growth rule for some genius, it's fine, but I want to make a statement in advance. When accepting my rules, I add this one: be true to me forever, or die. If anyone is willing to accept this condition, I will write the rules for them. Certainly. When there is nothing to do, I don't need them to follow me, just go and do what I should, and they will come again when I need it. After listening to Su Yuan's words, a gleam of splendor flashed in Luo Qiushui's beautiful eyes. You guy, you're really domineering. Thank you for the compliment. Su Yuan accepted it calmly. Open the sunroof and speak plainly. As long as you accept your own rules, you have to accept your own control, which is out of the question. Correct. Luo Qiushui suddenly remembered that Su Yuan had also written a rule for himself. Couldn't you also add such a contract to my rule? No. Su Yuan shook his head. It's just a 1% increase in attributes, and it's not worth it. Whispering sound. Luo Qiushui snorted lightly. Seeing that you were quite good at flirting with that little sister before, don't you know how to say because you are special now? Su Yuan spread his hands with a smile. You know how to attack yourself, do you still need me to tease you? Luo Qiushui. Today's lunch and dinner, you make it yourself. Chapter 42. That's it for the breakfast episode. Su Yuan leaned on the sofa to rest for a while after eating. Today's breakfast raised a total of 9 points of attributes, and even Xiaohu also increased a few points. Of course, for Xiaohu who has a perverted template, these attributes are really better than nothing. As for Luo Qiushui, it reported to the court that Su Yuan was able to write infinite growth again with a relatively high success rate. After that, since Su Yuan had finished brushing the dungeons with a green quality below LV. In short, first-hand leveling in the wilderness area. One-handed dungeon brush is the source point. Going forward at both ends can make Su Yuan's growth rate reach the maximum. At the same time, in the laboratory of the Beast Control Center, Chen Peeling, who stayed up all night, finally left the laboratory with 2 big dark circles under his eyes. Last night, he retrieved the data of various purple quality beasts recorded by the National Beast Familiar Association, and compared them with Lord of Ghost Mist one by one, and got the result. This guy shouldn't be a purple quality royal beast at all. At the very least, it should be of golden quality. But, after all, it was Su Yuan's pet. He is also embarrassed to keep staring at the research. Then is there any way to get more data? I was thinking so. Suddenly, a high school boy with an excited face ran up to him. Holding a fleshy kitten in his hand, he excitedly held it up to Chen Peeling's eyes. Dad! My companion royal beast hatched successfully. Look! The boy's name is Chen Wei, the son of Chen Peeling. As a top student in Hangzhou No. 1 Middle School, he lived up to expectations and became an S-level beast master professional during this awakening. His companion beast is named Spirit Devouring Tiger. It is a powerful beast that ranks at the forefront among the purple quality beasts. When it grows up, its combat power is extremely terrifying, and its upper limit is very high. However, Chen Peeling just glanced listlessly at the data shared by his son. This panel, this attribute, this talent, the same purple quality royal beast, but was hanged by Lord of Ghost Mist in all directions without any dead ends. How is it, strong? With Ahu here, I guess Imperial University will be stable. Ahu is the name Chen Wei gave himself, spirit-devouring tiger. In his opinion, after a few months of training, he will definitely be able to use it to pass the entrance exam to God Capital University. It's quite strong. Chen Peeling was also not good at pouring cold water on his son, and responded with a smile. To be honest, if you don't compare it with Su Yuan's Lord of Ghost Mist, the basic stats of this spirit-devouring tiger are really outstanding. Wait. His eyes lit up, and he suddenly had an idea. Didn't I want to get more data about Lord of Ghost Mist? Then let my son have a battle with spirit-devouring tiger and Lord of Ghost Mist. It just so happens that spirit-devouring tiger is still a special attacking beast against ghost monsters. Maybe it can tap more potential of Lord of Ghost Mist. Dad, what are you thinking? Chen Wei looked at his father in confusion. From just now to now, it feels like he has been distracted. Didn't my mother tell you not to work all night? Cough cough. Chen Peeling coughed lightly. He has already figured out a plan to cheat his son. Then what? From now on, I will help you to train spirit-devouring tiger with all my strength, and then I may find someone to fight with you. Don't worry, he is in the same class as you. Ah! Hearing this, Chen Wei frowned. In the same class? I remember our class. It seems that there are no beast masters with higher talents than me, right? Am I bullying others? He's not a beast master professional, but he has a more powerful pet, which has just hatched in our place. Isn't a beast master professional? Wouldn't that bully him even more? Chen Wei was a little confused. For example, it is also spirit-devouring tiger, the beast master as a beast master, and the pet as an ordinary professional. The combat power may be twice as different. Because the beast master can develop and increase the strength of the beast to the maximum extent, whether it is talent or professional skills. How does this compare? Do not worry. Chen Peeling showed a kind smile full of fatherly love. I can guarantee that this battle will definitely be challenging. Thousand Corpse Canyon. The mountains on both sides are high and uplifted, creating the terrifying canyon that is frightening. Since it cannot be exposed to the sun all year round, the canyon is full of decay and death. Under the black rotten soil, there are countless rotting corpses and bones buried, which will break out of the ground at any time and devour someone. Here. This is Su Yuan's leveling location today. In the canyon, the average level of carrion monsters was above level 35, and the highest level even reached level 50. After reaching level 30, the professional needs to complete the professional advancement task, which is usually referred to as one turn. After completing the job change, the strength of the professional will be greatly improved. Corresponding monsters above level 30 are naturally much stronger than those below level 30. Ordinary guilds and teams hardly set foot here. First of all, the environment of Thousand Corpse Canyon is not very depressive, and it is very likely that people will have mental debuffs, resulting in a sharp drop in combat power. Secondly, just like the name of this canyon, sometimes, some slight movements that seem insignificant may disturb the bones and rotting corpses in the ground. If you are unlucky and disturb the crowd of corpses, you can truly experience the thrill of being chased and killed by hundreds of corpses. Until now, I don't know how many aggressive guilds and teams have been wiped out here, and they have been reduced to one of thousands of bones and rotting corpses. Pity. For Su Yuan, this problem does not exist at all. It is Luo Qiushui alone. If he wants, he can use a holy law skill. It is possible to clean up the carrion monsters on the third floor and the outer 3 floors of this Thousand Corpse Canyon in seconds, and it may not be enough to owe tens of thousands of them. In this way, the grouping of monsters in Thousand Corpses Canyon, on the contrary, became the chief culprit of their deaths. Leveling it. Of course it will come as soon as possible. So, facing the dense and pale corpses in front of him. Yuan snapped his fingers, indicating that everyone in the team can do it. Then, all of a sudden, various high-level skills were flying all over the sky. There is no underdog who can be selected for this team. With the raging of magic power, the explosion of elements, and the massacre officially began. The team killed leave 35 bone-rotting corpse, you gain experience plus 4032. The team killed leave 37 scavengers, you gain experience plus 4388. The team killed leave 37 black rotten elite, you gain experience plus 10,234. Swish swish swish. The vast amount of experience was absorbed by Yuan. The experience bar skyrocketed. Leave 27. Leave 28. Leave 29. Until, leave 30. Chapter 43. Leave 30 level. This is the first watershed in a professional career. It doesn't matter if you're a top genius at SSS level or a common man at D level. As long as you haven't completed the professional advancement task, you will be stuck at leave 30 and can't go any further. At present, only about 10% of professionals in the world have successfully crossed this hurdle and completed professional advancement. So, will I be that exception? Yuan stared at his experience bar. As the only rule maker in the world, he cannot progress professionally. Yuan didn't quite understand this point at first, but after thinking about it, he realized the hidden principle. Career advancement is to make the profession stronger. For example, a person's first awakening profession is an ordinary warrior, but with each advancement, the strength of the profession will continue to increase. But rulemaker unable to advance, which means itself. It is already the strongest profession. Because of this, there is no need to advance further. Team kills leave 36 bone giant leader level, you gain experience plus 33,611. Another reminder lights up. This time it was a leader level monster that was killed. More than 30,000 experience has been credited, although the increase in experience caused by this level is not large, but it is still increasing. You can also upgrade yourself. Although it has long been conjectured. But after he was really sure that he would no longer be restricted by his career advancement, Yuan had only one word for his thoughts. That is cool. Very cool. How many people have been stuck for a lifetime because of job transfer tasks? But now I don't need to worry about this kind of thing happening at all. After feeling refreshed for a while, Yuan noticed Luo Qiushui's gaze. Before getting ready to go in the morning. In addition to the spiritual objects used to increase the proficiency of the thunder element, Zhou Lao also sent a shielding badge. This kind of shielding badge is extremely precious, and it is a red mythical item, which can shield the wearer from being detected by others, which is very convenient. So, Luo Qiushui could no longer detect Yuan's level, so he could only ask with his eyes. Yuan smiled and nodded in response. Luo Qiushui knew exactly what this meant. He not restricted by career advancement requirements. It can also be upgraded. What does that mean? It means that Yuan is likely to become the only professional in the world who can upgrade infinitely. Exaggerate? Too exaggerated. However, it is obviously such a violation of common sense. Why is my reaction so flat? Luo Qiushui didn't understand at first. But soon, she figured it out again. The problem is not with her, but with Yuan. Due to repeated shocks, she seemed to take it for granted that no matter how incredible things happened to Yuan, they were normal. Therefore, after learning that he can upgrade infinitely, he will have this feeling of stillness. Perhaps in a few more years. Yuan suddenly told her that he had become a god. Maybe her first reaction would be to believe it. The headquarters of the Hangzhou Job Transfer Association. Elder Zhou received news from Luo Qiushui. The message is very simple, just a simple sentence. Su Yuan does not have the restriction of professional advancement, but can upgrade infinitely. Trembling. When he saw this news, Mr. Zhou's hands were trembling. He had previously guessed that Su Yuan might not be restricted by the level of job transfer. Because of this, he specially prepared a shielding badge for Su Yuan to avoid being noticed by the rest of the team. But before that, it was just his conjecture after all. But now, this conjecture has become a reality. Unlimited upgrades. What this means, Mr. Zhou is much clearer than Luo Qiushui. Although Luo Qiushui is Longxia's pillar-level genius, she is still young after all, no matter in terms of experience or understanding of the era of job change, she is far inferior to a veteran powerhouse like Zhou Lao. The current level limit of the world is 150. Because of this, the level limit of dungeons, secret realms, and ruins are all fixed at level 150. If Su Yuan can break through to level above level 150, then he will change the pattern of this world. Dungeons and secret realms above level 150 will appear one after another. At that time, except for Su Yuan, it is estimated that no one will be able to conquer these dungeons and secret realms. As long as Su Yuan is willing to feed back some of these resources to Longxia, even a small part, it will be enough for Longxia to embark on a new journey in the era of job change. More importantly, the first person to break through the upper limit of the world level will also receive extremely exaggerated rewards. The first person to break through level 30, level 60, and level 100 all became the protagonists of their era because of these rewards, and their names are recorded in history. The more Mr. Zhou talked, the more excited he became, until his entire old face turned rosy. As a high-ranking man, he felt the nervousness of his youth for the first time in decades, and immediately reported to the court that Su Yuan could be upgraded infinitely. Emperor Longxia. When everyone in the court received the news from Mr. Zhou, their reactions were almost exactly the same as Mr. Zhou's. The first person in the world to break through the upper limit of level 150, his importance, to say that he has reached the national strategic level, is no exaggeration. At present, there are very few top players in the world who have reached level 150. Even a superpower like Longxia has less than one hand. These powerhouses have all tried professional advancement, trying to complete the fourth turn, and become the leader of the world. And yet, without exception, all failed. Because the difficulty is so great that it is almost impossible to complete. So much so that the global powerhouses have maintained such a tacit agreement. The person who can complete the fourth revolution may not be born yet, and it may take hundreds of years, or even 1,000 years before such a person will appear. As for now, who will wait with you for hundreds or thousands of years? We, Longxia, now, immediately. There is such a monster. As long as he has enough resources, with a bug-level talent like rule writing, it shouldn't take much time to grow to level 150. In the second half of the session, everyone began to discuss the incident that Luo Qiushui reported earlier. Longxia is an outstanding person, and countless evil geniuses emerge every year. But what is certain now is that their growth rate will definitely not be able to keep up with Su Yuan. So, if Su Yuan is destined to be Longxia's leader in the future, so do you want to form a team for him from now on? For example, select young talents who have absolutely no problems in terms of family background and background. Let Su Yuan write rules like infinite growth for them, let them follow Su Yuan and grow with him. Chapter 44. Once this proposal was put forward, it aroused extremely heated discussions. Everyone present knew quite well that no matter how monstrous a genius he was, he would be overshadowed in front of Su Yuan. It might be difficult for them to keep up with Su Yuan by themselves. But the problem is that geniuses often have the spirit and arrogance of geniuses themselves. If you really want to use the rule of infinite growth in exchange for their followers, will they be willing? This is really hard to say. There should be some people who are willing and some people who are not. Finally, after several rounds of discussions, the court finally decided to put the matter aside for the time being. What they have to do now is to train Su Yuan with all their strength. Try to make him reach level 100 as soon as possible. If possible, level 150. Hang Cheng, job changer for him. Damn it. Thousand Corpse Canyon, what happened? Our guild originally wanted to go to the outskirts to kill some common rotting ghouls, but guess what? That place is completely empty. Don't brag upstairs, there are not 100,000 or 50,000 carrion monsters in Thousand Core Canyon. When I went there last week, they were all monsters. Cleared? Do you still remember the wild butcher from before? There has been no movement these 2 days. I thought he had disappeared, but now it seems that he won't do anything again, right? Are you joking? The so-called wilderness butcher slaughtered only a few low-level areas, and I can do it myself. But in this Thousand Corpse Canyon, the strong below level 60 dare not go deep alone. How do you feel that there are a lot of weird things happening in Hangzhou recently? Wild Camp. The massacre of Thousand Corpse Canyon lasted for 2 full days. In the past 2 days, the area around Thousand Corpse Canyon was completely blocked, and the blockade was not lifted until the monsters in it were wiped clean. Originally, with the level of this team, it was impossible to wipe out Thousand Corpse Canyon in such a short period of time, but the major guilds couldn't bear it and directly provided the team with the best resources. All kinds of equipment, scrolls, and potions are available. The only requirement is to wipe out the monsters in this area in the shortest possible time. To be honest, although the members of this team are all key members of the major associations, and there is absolutely no problem with their identity and background, they are still very curious. What kind of identity is their captain to be able to enjoy such exaggerated treatment? Could it be the son of some big boss? To know. But not all second generations are like Mu Anyun, thinking about relying on their own strength to become stronger step by step. There are many people, relying on the resources and connections of their parents to directly lead themselves to level up and upgrade. Only. After brushing so many monsters, isn't that guy still at level 30? Or, he has already completed a turn, and now he is simply relying on monsters to level up? Certainly. Curiosity is curiosity. But they all know that it is impossible to ask. Before they came out, the presidents of their respective associations had already told them that they were not allowed to ask for any information, otherwise they would be expelled from the association permanently and would not be hired for life. The other side. Su Yuan was chatting with Luo Qiushui casually. After 2 full days of slaughter, his level has reached level 45. It has increased by a full 15 levels from when I first came to Thousand Corpse Canyon. That is to say, there are enough monsters in Thousand Corpse Canyon. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to upgrade to level 15 in such a short period of time. However, with the improvement of the level, the experience provided by infinite growth is already a drop in the bucket. 1 point of experience per second, less than 90,000 experience points in 24 hours. These experiences can't even increase Su Yuan's experience bar by 5%. Therefore, Su Yuan is already preparing to modify infinite growth, at least to 5 points of experience per second, if possible, 10 points per second is not bad. It's just that modifying the rules requires a lot of source points, and in the past 2 days, it was all about killing monsters by the team, and Su Yuan didn't get any source points. The instance in Hangcheng hasn't been refreshed yet. I've asked Mr. Zhou to help you contact the instance in Ningcheng nearby. Well, thank you. Su Yuan stretched, then waved, and called Xiaohu not far away. Compared with 2 days ago, Xiaohu didn't seem to have changed in any way, but in fact, because it received part of Su Yuan's experience, it had already reached the upper limit of level 30. It stands to reason that after the pet beast reaches the upper limit of the level, it needs to use special props to advance, but Xiaohu is different. It needs to devour a broken clone before it can continue to upgrade. But even so, The current Xiaowu is already quite impressive in terms of strength. After entering the combat state, it will change from the current form of the little black group to the original form when Su Yuan met it, full of oppression. Needless to say, the ordinary monsters in Thousand Corpse Canyon, those elite monsters and boss monsters who are 5 levels higher than Xiaowu on average, can only be killed in seconds. The power of the hidden boss is fully reflected. I don't know where to find your broken clone. G. Xiaowu responded. It's a pity that Su Yuan couldn't understand. Don't call me that in the future, be careful of being treated as a villain, and die with regret. GGG. Xiaowu showed a puzzled expression and yelled a few times, then was slapped to the side by Su Yuan. Go to Ningcheng to brush up the copy. Ningcheng. Leave 40 blue quality Cursed Valley entrance to the dungeon. I do not care. Why? You tell me who made the notice. We have already pre-ordered this copy, so why give it up to someone else? Miss, this is an official notice from Ningcheng, and we are only following orders. Copy entry. The two teams are confronting each other. One of the teams consisted of about a dozen female professionals, with an average level of around level 45. They are a well-known women's guild in Ningcheng. They only recruit girls, not boys, but their strength is not bad, and they have cleared many dungeons. Not long ago, they successfully pre-booked the right to attack this cursed valley, but they didn't expect that they would be the first to get there 5 minutes ago. At this time, their captain Lu Yu was questioning the staff of the Job Transfer Association, with a full face of dissatisfaction. At this time, the vice president next to her gave her a hand. Forget it, anyway, the guy who went in just now was alone. I think he will probably fail the strategy, and he will come out in a short time. There is no need to be angry with them. Lu Yu thought for a while, and felt that it made sense, so she snorted coldly, stood aside with her hands folded, and began to watch coldly. This cursed valley dungeon is very difficult, and many guilds in Ningcheng are unable to conquer it. They gathered more than a dozen people this time to be 80% sure of the strategy. According to the members of the guild who arrived first, the boy who was one step ahead of them seemed to be a young high school student. Snort. It is estimated that the second generation who does not know the heights of the heavens and the depths of the earth, actually wants to conquer the dungeon by himself. It is simply wishful thinking. Lu Yu thought angrily. But at this moment, a spatial fluctuation suddenly occurred at the entrance of the dungeon, and a figure gradually appeared. On the side, the vice president raised his chin, with a look that I knew, and said with a smile. Look, let me just say, in such a short time, the evacuation point just refreshed, and I probably escaped in despair. Chapter 45. But when the figure appeared, the expected distressed appearance did not appear. Instead it looked quite calm and calm. Not only that. Why is this guy so handsome? Lu Yu swallowed lightly, the hostility in her heart suddenly weakened by 3 points. On the side, the short-haired vice-chairman was well aware of the nympho nature of his own president, and quickly stepped forward, blocking her behind, looking at the young high school student who had just come out, and said forcefully. Since you have failed in the strategy, get out of the way quickly, it's our turn. Raiders failed? Su Yuan, who just came out of the dungeon, blinked, completely unable to understand what the other party was talking about. He was wearing a level 45 purple top quality suit, and his backpack was filled with various high-level skill scrolls and booster potions. In addition, at this stage, he is proficient in the element of thunder at the full level, and he can randomly put instant thunderbolt, and there is Xiao who is so powerful all the way, he will be strange in seconds. If all of these strategies fail, I might as well find a piece of tofu and kill myself. But, looking at the picture on the opposite side, Su Yuan quickly realized their identities. Previously, the staff of Ningcheng's Job Changers Association had mentioned to me that this dungeon was originally reserved by someone today. Probably it was them. Thinking of this, Su Yuan rummaged through his personal backpack. 3 blue outfits of Leave 40, 1 purple outfit of Leave 35, and various props, scrolls. These things are all dropped in the dungeons. Before Lu Yu and the others could react, Su Yuan directly stuffed this huge pile of things into their arms. Here, these are the loot dropped in the dungeon, here they are for you. Anyway, the source point has been obtained. This is the main goal of Su Yuan's dungeon. As for these things, to be honest, for Su Yuan, apart from occupying the space in his personal backpack, there is no other use. Since I robbed them of their chance, it would be better to give it to them. Only, these things are rubbish in Su Yuan's eyes. In the eyes of Lu Yu and others, it is a priceless treasure. 3 blue outfits of Leave 40. Wow! This is a spiritual potion. It can greatly increase mental power. Purple outfit. Here's another purple outfit. There were exclamations one after another. The brilliance of the equipment and props made them dazzled and dazzled. But the most striking thing among them was the purple dress. Cursed Valley is a blue quality dungeon. If you want to get a purple outfit, you may need to kill the dungeon boss dozens of times, or even hundreds of times. Its preciousness far surpasses other drops. However, because of its preciousness, Lu Yu withdrew her eyes with difficulty, and after forcibly calming down, she looked at the gradually receding figure and shouted, "Hey! What do you mean?" However, not only did the other party not respond, they didn't even look back. After waving his hand, he disappeared into the distance. This. Lu Yu took a deep breath. Who is that guy? Not only is he handsome, but he doesn't even like purple clothes? Etc. Suddenly, Lu Yu realized that she seemed to have overlooked a problem. If you have these things in your hand, it is the drop of the copy. Doesn't that mean that handsome guy who looked like a high school student just now? In 5 minutes, he directly brushed the copy of Cursed Valley? Oh my god! Her legs went limp. Kneeling and sitting directly on the ground. Far away, Luokia Shui crossed his arms and looked at Su Yuan, who came back with a smile. You guy, do you just love to show off in front of girls? Su Yuan shook his head. I'm not being pushy, I'm just being reasonable. After all, I did snatch their copies. It's not normal to give those useless things to them. It's true. Luokia Shui no longer paid attention to this topic. Let's go, the next copy. Wait a minute. Su Yuan suddenly remembered that he was so focused on giving things to the girls just now that he forgot to use one key sweep. Although the loot is nothing, the experience is real. What's wrong? Luokia Shui gave him a curious look. Wait me a moment. After speaking, he turned back directly. Lu Yu and the others stayed where they were. Mainly, they still haven't accepted this fact. He obviously didn't do anything, but in the end he directly got a copy drop, which was too rich. Why is it their turn for this kind of pie in the sky? Just when all the girls looked at me and I looked at you, and didn't know how to deal with these things, Su Yuan turned back again. Not only was Lu Yu not surprised to see him come back, but she was relieved, with her hands on her hips, pretending to be filled with righteous indignation. Hey, we don't want your stuff. The vice president next to him tugged at the corner of his president's clothes, winked frantically, and signaled her not to say any more. However, Lu Yu didn't realize it at all, and hummed. I know you are very strong, but this is a dungeon you spawned, the loot should belong to you, we will just wait for the next refresh. Su Yuan just finished using one key sweep in silence. Hearing this, I feel that this girl is very interesting. Like him, be reasonable. Well, reward. So, after hundreds of thousands of experience were recorded, Su Yuan randomly picked a few useful items from the spoils of this raid, and stuffed them again. I missed a few things just now, sorry. Finished. After leaving a sentence of goodbye by fate, he ignored the stunned Lu Yu and the others, and walked away. Luo Qiushui, did you return it on purpose because you dropped a few items? This guy is really incomprehensible. But what's the matter with this earnest quality, somewhat attractive? Hello? You're distracted, you've taken the wrong path, do you know that? Ah. Luo Qiushui came back to his senses. I found that I really led Su Yuan the wrong way. Feel sorry. As the level rises, the experience of monsters gradually increases, and the speed of accumulating source points is much faster. After brushing several copies, Su Yuan accumulated hundreds of thousands of blue source points and tens of thousands of purple source points. Originally thought it would be enough, but who knows, to modify infinite growth to 10 experience points per second, it will cost 50,000 blue source points once. But think about it, 10 points of experience per second is 10 times higher than the original. More than 800,000 experience can be obtained every day. No matter how much it costs, it's still worth it. As for the purple source point, Su Yuan has already conceived a brand new rule, but he doesn't know if it can be realized with the purple source point. The name of this rule is attribute looting. Chapter 46. Come down these days. It's cool to upgrade, but it's not cool. After soaring to level 40, his attributes skyrocketed a lot. In addition, Luo Qiushui feeds himself well every day, and the extra accumulated attributes are also very impressive. If it were someone else, it might have been very satisfying. But Su Yuan's appetite is big, very big. These attributes are far from enough to satisfy him. Therefore, he wants to try to write a attribute plundering rule. The content of this rule allows him to plunder the attributes of the opponent when he kills the monster. Certainly. Su Yuan is also self-aware. Such a rule is definitely a god-level skill that can affect the balance of the world. Therefore, the probability of success in plundering is definitely not 100%, but should be probabilistic. Rule writing. Attribute looting. After killing a monster, plunder the corresponding attribute of the target. After judgment. The skill meets the requirements, but needs to be corrected. After the correction, attribute plunder is corrected to, after killing a monster, there is a 0.1% chance to plunder 1% of the opponent's attributes. Maximum effective level, level 60. 0.1% is a probability of 1 in 1,000. This was nothing short of a surprise for Su Yuan. Because the probability he originally expected was lower than this. Now, calculated according to the average probability of mathematics, every time 1,000 monsters are killed, 1% of the opponent's attributes can be plundered. As for the effective level of level 60, that is the dividing line for the second turn. Can you only plunder monsters below the second rank? That's enough for now. Conditions: 5,000 purple source points, success rate 0.000009%. Really? The success rate of such god-level rules is quite low. The degree of difficulty is even greater than infinite growth. Fortunately, after rule writing was upgraded to Leave 2, a guaranteed success rate was obtained, which corrected the basic success rate of 0.000009% to a guaranteed success rate of 0.00001%. After being augmented by Dice of Destiny, the final success rate, 10.5%. Su Yuan. This is the first time he has encountered such a low probability. In the past, no matter how low the basic success rate was, after the increase of fate dice, it was around 30%. But after looking at the 60,000 purple source points he had saved, Su Yuan decided to give it a try. The first time, failed. The second time, it failed. The third time, failed. Until the 10th time, it still failed. 10 consecutive defeats. Don't be so annoying, okay? Su Yuan complained silently in his heart, but then started the 11th manifestation without hesitation. Luck always favors the brave. In the 11th time, finally, a tribute looting was successfully realized. It's finally done. While the luck was still there, Yuan began to revise infinite growth. Although the blue source points are consumed, after all, it takes 5W once. The current accumulated blue source points can only support about 12 times. After half a minute. In the 6th manifestation, infinite growth was successfully corrected. Currently infinite growth can provide 10 experience points per second, which is 860,000 experience points per day. With such a huge amount of experience, even if Yuan is now at level 45, it is enough for him to upgrade to a level in a day. 10 minutes later, Luoqia Shui came to Yuan's side. How's it going? How's your rest? Yuan has just obtained the rules of attribute looting, and is thinking about giving it a try. Let's go, the last copy, wipe it dry. Purple leave 40 Hai Sion. Ningchang is near the sea, and the entrance to this purple dungeon is right by the sea. The dungeon of purple difficulty, for ordinary job changers, may be the most difficult dungeon they can come into contact with in their life. Further up, the dungeon with golden difficulty is extremely rare, and the difficulty is even more terrifying, which is completely beyond the reach of ordinary people. Copy entry. Luoqia Shui is introducing the details of this dungeon to Yuan. Hai Si is a strange creature that usually lives in the sea. It only comes to land to look for food under certain circumstances. Their individual intelligence is not high, but they have organizational brains similar to ants and know how to work in teams. Numbers are their greatest advantage compared to them. The corpses in Thousand Corpse Canyon are completely insignificant. You have to be careful and don't force yourself. Also, Hai Si will release a kind of neurotoxin, which has a great interference debuff on the mental power attribute. After you enter the instance, remember to use the scroll of Holy Spirit first, and you will be immune to neurotoxin. Everything is detailed, explained one by one. Not to mention, that serious and caring look is so beautiful that it is almost enough to win the heart of any man. No. Yuan said goodbye to Luoqia Shui with a smile, then turned and walked into the entrance of Hai Sian. How many? What he wants is a large number. Hundreds of thousands are not enough, tens of thousands are not enough, 100,000 is enough. As long as the number of monsters killed is large, then there is no need to worry about the low trigger probability of attribute looting. The sea breeze is blowing, with a faint fishy smell. Into the eyes, is the endless deep blue sea, the sea is as calm as a mirror. However, who would know what kind of turbulent waves are hidden under the seemingly calm sea? On the coast, Yuan didn't hold it up, but directly took out the Holy Spirit of Asylum scroll from his backpack, crushed it, and used it. This is a scroll of golden quality, the price is calculated in units of 100 million, and there is often no market for it. Its preciousness is self-evident. Soon, around Yuan, a light shield exuding pure white and holy light emerged. Holy Spirit of Protection, provides a huge amount of shield, a high increase in spiritual power, and the shield is immune to all spiritual attacks below level 60. At the same time, suddenly, there was a dull neighing sound from the calm sea surface. The surface of the sea began to tremble, densely packed, and black shadows that could not be seen at a glance rushed towards the shore from the sea. They look like a sticky mass of biomass, with two left and right independent eyeballs at the top, and a mouth full of fine and sharp teeth in the middle. This is Hai Si, a monster that has not yet been thoroughly studied, with extremely exaggerated reproductive ability and survival adaptability. In addition to the copy, many coastal countries have also found this monster. Here we come. On the coast. Looking at the Hai Si monsters rushing towards him like a tide, Yuan showed a gentle smile that was harmless to humans and animals. Under the boost of Holy Spirit, his spiritual attributes soared by about 3 times. The power of a single shot of instant thunderbolt has far surpassed the skill scrolls at that time. Boom! 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 The violent thunder fell. The terrifying destructive power almost instantly killed hundreds of sea descendants. Attribute looting triggered successfully. Plunder, Strength plus 14, Spirit plus 20, Constitution plus 15, Agility plus 10. This triggers it. So lucky? Chapter 47. G. The strange screams of the sea children converged on the shore. They were overwhelming, rushing towards Su Yuan as if desperate. Su Yuan, who was shrouded in Holy Spirit protection, watched the changes of his board while frantically releasing range of area skills. At the beginning, he was still using Instant Thunderbolt to attack. After all, this is the only active skill he has mastered so far. But later found that the speed at which he killed Heisei was not as fast as they gathered. So they simply replaced it with various skill scrolls, and threw them at the sea descendants for free. Punishment of Burning Flames. Storm Feather Blade. The Rock Falls. Boom. 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 The berserk magic power swept over those desperate Heisei, and centered on Su Yuan. A vacuum area with a radius of hundreds of meters was cleared. These skill scrolls are quite precious, and their power is much stronger than Instant Thunderbolt. They are often used as trump cards by the holders, and they are not willing to use them lightly until a critical moment. But for Su Yuan, none of these matters. The faster you kill, the better. Arcane Comprehension triggered. Punishment of Burning Flames study successfully. In the confusion of experience and drop reminders, Su Yuan just caught a glimpse of such a reminder, and couldn't help beaming with joy. During this period of time, he has used countless skill scrolls. After Instant Thunderbolt, did he finally trigger Arcane Comprehension again? This punishment of Burning Flames, if I remember correctly, seems to be higher in rank than Instant Thunderbolt. Although the release speed is a bit slower, the power is much greater. By the way, I took a look. Well, Fire Element Mastery is also available. As an SS level Ice and Fire Elemental Envoy, Mu Anyun possessed a certain level of Fire Elemental Proficiency and Ice Elemental Proficiency when she first awakened. Now, I also have Thunder, Fire Dual Element Proficiency. After using a lot of Thunder Element Spirits, his Thunder Element Proficiency has reached Level 5, far exceeding the same level of Thunder Element Mage. When I go back, I will ask Mr. Joe for a billion-point Fire Element Spirit, and pile up Fire Element Proficiency to Level 5, so can I also be called Thunder and Fire Element Envoy. A sudden scream interrupted Su Yuan's train of thought, making him look at the group of Heisei who were gradually separating in front of him. In the parting road, a huge figure emerged from the CLV.40 leader class Screaming Envoy. Different from ordinary Heisei, this Screaming Messenger has a slender body, 2 meters high, and no eyeballs on the top of the head. Instead, it has a mouth full of 6 sharp teeth. This moment, its 6 mouths opened in unison, releasing a disgusting scream. Beside it, those ordinary sea descendant monsters were affected by the scream, and gradually became fanatical, and their attributes all increased by about 10%. It may be nothing to increase the attributes of a sea ancestral monster, but if hundreds, even thousands of sea ancestry monsters collectively increase, the resulting increase in strength will be absolutely terrifying. Pity. If Su Yuan's current strength is 10, then they just increased from 3 to 5, and they are still the kind that are crushed. Especially the leader-level Screaming Messenger, the mental attack it was proud of had no effect on Su Yuan in front of the Holy Spirit of Protection. On the contrary, it is its figure that is different from other Heisei monsters, making it the most conspicuous target. Su Yuan crushed a skill scroll, piercing through the magic bow. After the scroll was shattered, magic power gushed out crazily. As the brilliance flowed, a giant light blue longbow formed in the air. Use the condensed magic power as an arrow, and release it towards Screaming Messenger. Swish! The thigh-thick magic arrow pierced through the Screaming Messenger in an instant, and instantly emptied its blood bar. You killed the leave 40-liter level Screaming Messenger, gain experience plus 43,211. More than 40,000 experience credits. It was directly transformed into a 3W purple source point. In previous dungeons, only the boss would provide purple source points. Even in some dungeons, the boss provides only blue source points. But now, the leader level monster in this dungeon can actually provide purple source points. Cool. Su Yuan took a deep breath, his eyes burst out with brilliance, and continued to bombard the Heisei group with scrolls. All he wanted to do now was to wipe out these ordinary mobs quickly so that the boss would appear and make him feel good again. Before the storm comes, there is a brief calm. On the coast, the corpses of Heisei monsters are all over the place. The blood stained the surface of the sea, and the sea water stopped rolling. But the dazzling scarlet is so calm that it makes one's hair stand on end. Su Yuan stood on the shore. Protection of the Holy Spirit in the shield, he is neatly dressed and looks indifferent, out of tune with the blood around him. When I came out of Thousand Corpse Canyon, I was at leave 45. After brushing up other dungeons, I was upgraded to leave 47. As a result, this one dungeon alone actually made me go up to level 2 again. It's almost leave 50, it's really fast. With emotion, Su Yuan glanced at the properties panel. In this massacre, I have killed almost 20,000 ordinary sea descendant monsters in total, and triggered a tribute looting 8 times in total. This probability is a little lower than the 0.1% indicated on the rule panel, but it is also within the normal fluctuation category. Plundered 110 points of strength, 105 points of constitution, 150 points of spirit, and 80 points of agility. A total of more than 400 attributes. Ordinary professionals may need to upgrade more than 10 levels to obtain. And I just brushed a copy. Think about it. Su Yuan stretched out his hand, feeling his own strength, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. I'm developing in the direction of a god. There is absolutely no problem with this. So far, there is no professional who can do what Su Yuan does. In terms of strength, it surpasses professionals from the SSS fighter branch of the same level. Spiritually, it surpasses the SSS mage branch professional of the same level. In constitution, in agility. Perfect hexagonal development. Let Su Yuan's future be full of infinite possibilities. And from awakening to the present, it has only been about a week. Such a terrifying growth rate, such a growth curve against the sky, the entire Longxia, no, the whole world, probably only Su Yuan is alone. After the silence, the calm before the storm was finally broken. The scarlet sea water, which looks like blood, is rolling up and down, making people extremely uncomfortable physically, as if some horrible existence is about to show up. Are you here? Su Yuan murmured softly, staring at the sea. No nervousness, no panic, just the anticipation of a hunter. Chapter 48. Snapped. A voice came. Under the scarlet sea, a black figure stretched out a hand covered in viscous liquid, put it on the shore, and slowly walked out of the sea. This monster is short in stature, a little bigger than ordinary Heisei monsters, about the size of a sheep, but far inferior to Screamer. This is boss? Su Yuan quietly looked at the weak monster in front of him. This is a dungeon with purple difficulty, so the boss of the dungeon should not be weak. So, what's going on with this guy in front of him? Su Yuan was thinking, when a sound like a baby crying came from beside his ear. And the source of that sound is actually that weird thing crawling out of the sea? Shake. Something is shaking. Su Yuan looked around, and it turned out that the whole coast was trembling. Wrong. If it is more accurate, it should be the corpses of the Heisei monsters left on the coast after he killed them, trembling in response to the monsters' cries. Subsequently, the corpses of those dead monsters began to dissolve under the action of some special force, turning into puddles of flesh and blood fusion, rushing towards the crying monster. Layers of flesh and blood covered the top, and the monster crawling out of the sea was gradually getting bigger. In the end, it grew into a huge monster with a height of 8 meters and a shape like a hill. The cast shadow completely enveloped Sir Yuan, and a suffocating sense of oppression came over his face. Leave 45 High Giant boss level. It turned out to be like this. Looking at the huge dungeon boss in front of him, Sir Yuan thought deeply. Creatures like Usse have all sorts of strange and weird characteristics. Gathering dead bodies of the same kind to strengthen oneself and become a new life form. This ability is simply unimaginable, and it is no wonder that it has brought a lot of trouble to those coastal countries. Only, if you become bigger like this, besides making me a better public when you are a target, what effect does it have? Boom! Every time the Usse giant took a step, the ground trembled. Despite its huge size, its speed didn't slow down at all, and it came to Sir Yuan almost in the blink of an eye, raised his hand and smashed it down. Even if it was a meat shield professional, if he took this punch hard, he would probably be turned into flesh. However, Sir Yuan didn't move. Just watching the giant fist of flesh and blood fall jokingly, and then a word damage 0 appeared. Afterwards, the shield value of Holy Spirit was deducted by about 5%. Do you understand the gold content of golden quality skills? Sir Yuan smiled and pressed his hands. Xiaohu, who was eager to try, was stopped. This guy, Xiaohu, is currently only level 30, but relying on the hidden boss level template, he should be able to fight head-on with the Usse giant in front of him. However, there is no need. Shua. In Sir Yuan's right hand, a scroll was crushed. The blooming brilliance even faintly surpassed the brilliance of the Holy Spirit. The aura that emanated made the body of Usse giant tremble even more, as if he had a little retreat. Soon, 5 spears made of light elements appeared. Before the Usse giant turned around and was about to flee back to the sea, lock it. This is Spear of Holy Light, like Holy Spirit. It is a level 60 golden legendary skill scroll. Boom! 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 The first 4 holy spears pierced at a speed that was difficult to detect with the naked eye, and nailed the limbs of the seasoned giant to death on the coast. Gee! A shrill howl sounded. The Usse giant actually began to gradually melt. From the looks of it, it seemed that the Usse monster at the core realized the threat and wanted to abandon this body and flee back to the sea. Pity. It's just a beautiful fantasy of it. The last light spear fell and hit the center, nailing it in place. Next second, holy light blooms. A strong breath exploded instantly. The raging magic power of the light element completely tore Usse giant apart. You killed level 45 Usse giant boss level, gained experience plus 21,023. A full 200,000 experience points. Transformed into, all purple source points, 160,000 purple source points. Equipment, props, and so on are all floating clouds, only the source point can bring pleasure to yourself. But that's what it says. After all, it is a purple level boss. There may be some good things in the drops, so we still have to take a look. There has to be a limit to being a prodigal, right? 2 purple outfits of level 45? Good luck. On the ground, Sir Yuan picked up 2 pieces of equipment emitting lavender light and threw them into his personal space. He is currently wearing a level 45 purple outfit, but it is the strongest in this level range, so these 2 pieces of equipment are not needed. Purple quality spiritual enhancement potion, which can increase the spiritual attribute by 150 points for an hour. Something. Scream of Terror skill scroll? Isn't this the skill of the Scream envoy just now? What is this? While picking among the trophies, Sir Yuan suddenly discovered something special. This is a fragment with a unique shape, engraved with incomprehensible complicated patterns and patterns. Sir Yuan glanced at its introduction information. Eye of the Deep Sea Key to the Secret Realm Unique Binding. Introduction. You will receive a prompt when the Eye of the Deep Sea Secret Realm is opened, and you can go to the Secret Realm location to use it to obtain the Secret Realm entry permission. Secret Key? Su Yuan's eyes lit up. So far he has only brushed dungeons, but has not brushed the Secret Realm yet. According to the school curriculum, secret realms are much rarer than dungeons, and often have certain entry restrictions, unlike dungeons that anyone can use. Correspondingly, the rewards for secret realms are much richer than dungeons, and sometimes there may even be rewards that exceed the level of secret realms. Since there is a reminder to open the secret realm, then maybe you can go and have a look. Thinking of this, Su Yuan put away the secret key. After continuing to collect the drops of High Si Giant, he left the dungeon through the withdrawal point. Copy outside. Su Yuan's figure appeared. Luo Qiushui was relieved to see that Su Yuan was safe and sound. In any case, this dungeon is the most difficult dungeon that Su Yuan has challenged so far. Although adequate preparations have been made in advance, who can guarantee 100% that there will be no accidents? Only. She was about to speak, but froze for a moment. How do you feel? Su Yuan seems to be getting stronger, a little too much? After clearing this copy, it must be no problem to upgrade to level 1 and level 2. But the problem is, she can clearly feel that Su Yuan has become stronger than that. Could it be that this guy? What rules have been written? Chapter 49. Luo Qiushui expressed the confusion in his heart. Only this time, Su Yuan intends to temporarily conceal the matter of attribute looting. The main reason is that after this dungeon, he found that attribute looting is more exaggerated than infinite growth. Although there are a lot of High Saiyan monsters, there are many reasons why attribute looting is triggered more often. But no matter what, adding more than 400 attributes at once is still too scary to say. So, Su Yuan just pretended to be nonchalant, and said with a calm smile. The new rules are not so easy to realize, but relying on the previous rules, I accidentally comprehended Fire Element Mastery. That's right. Luo Qiushui nodded, as if it should be taken for granted. Otherwise, it would be too perverted if you were lucky enough to write a new rule every few days. Wait, Fire Element Mastery. As she spoke, she was suddenly taken aback. Have you realized the mastery of the fire element? Well, what's the problem? Seeing Su Yuan's calm face, Luo Qiushui cried. Why is element proficiency in this kind of thing seem to be a common thing in Su Yuan's mouth? You must know that the vast majority of professional mages are only barely able to use spells of different elements. There are very few who can really reach the level of elemental proficiency. As for dual element proficiency, that is simply a super genius among mages. Otherwise, why would ice and fire elementalist become an SS class profession? Now Su Yuan is fine. Obviously not a professional mage. As a result, after only a few days of awakening, he directly comprehended dual element mastery. How does this make other mages play? Isn't it purely being hanged? Now she is an SS level professional, so what will an SSS level professional, such as her, the holy hair skur, be worth in front of Su Yuan? What's wrong with you? Su Yuan glanced at Luo Qiushui. Call. Luo Qiushui took a deep breath. In the eyes looking at Su Yuan, there was something called resentment. God is really unfair, even if Su Yuan is made to look uglier, it still has a shortcoming. As a result, this talent will not be mentioned, the person is still so handsome. I really wrote the word preference on my face. Is there something on my face? No, I just feel that my self-esteem has been hit. How to say? Luo Qiushui sighed. Originally, as an SSS level holy lore, I was still a little bit proud, but now compared with you, I feel like I'm nothing. Heard the words. Su Yuan pondered a little. That's not enough. With your current strength, it's more than enough to hit 100 of me. Luokia Shui snorted and smiled. That's right now. After another year or so, I guess you will surpass me. 2. Su Yuan nodded in agreement. He didn't even feel like it might take a year or so. With his current abnormal development speed, it may not be long before he surpasses Luokia Shui. This also made Luokia Shui a little helpless. Are you trying to comfort me? Of course it is. Su Yuan showed a gentle smile and continued. Think about it, although I can quickly surpass you, compared to other people, as an SSS professional, aren't you still the most dazzling group of geniuses? After all, not everyone is like me. In this world, there is only one Su Yuan. In this world, there is only one Su Yuan. For some reason, these words hit Luokia Shui inexplicably. The energetic smile of the young man in front of her made her heart stop for a moment. So much so that after she was absent-minded for a while, she realized that her cheeks felt a little hot for no apparent reason. In the imperial capital, at Longxia University, Luokia Shui has seen countless arrogances. Among them there are many evildoers who are SSS-level professionals like her, but no one has ever made her feel this special. If it was clearly extremely arrogant, why did she have such a faint belief in her heart? Shouldn't I really fell in love with this younger brother who was 4 years younger than her? When this thought arose, Luokia Shui felt a little flustered. Terrifying talent, coming from a wealthy family in the imperial capital, top-of-the-line looks and body. These factors have made Luokia Shui have no shortage of suitors since he was a child. But she really has never liked anyone, let alone dated, so far she is still a blank slate in terms of love. In a panic, she raised her eyes, but happened to meet Su Yuan's clear pupils with a hint of a smile. You're blushing. Luokia Shui opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. In the end, she could only find an excuse that made her feel so embarrassed. I'm just a little hot. Then you can wear one less dress. Rogue. Su Yuan smiled lightly and looked at Luokia Shui whose cheeks were even redder. A rogue is a rogue, but even if you really like me, that's your business, not mine. As for me, I like girls who are good-looking and strong, but it doesn't mean that I will like girls who are good-looking and strong. Luokia Shui didn't even listen to Su Yuan, and ran away. That's right. Ran away. Tang Tang leave 100 Saint Hairsker. With a flushed face, he fled despondently. What the hell? Looking at the back of Luokia Shui running away, Su Yuan shook his head amusedly. Isn't Yuja Fan from the past good-looking, but in the end, why does she feel like a girl, a different kind of contrast? Luokia Shui ran away, but he didn't go far. After all, she was still Su Yuan's personal bodyguard, so she definitely couldn't leave Su Yuan alone. It's just that when he reunited with Su Yuan and returned to Hangzhou, he had already returned to his previous appearance, as if the previous conversation had never happened. Regarding this, Su Yuan just smiled and didn't bring it up again. This kind of thing, let it go with the flow. After returning to Hangzhou, it is not too late. Before going home, Su Yuan went to the Job Transfer Association. After learning that Su Yuan has mastered Fire Element Mastery, Elder Zhou was no less shocked than Luokia Shui. After the shock, he directly sent someone to take all the Fire Element spirits in the treasury to Su Yuan. With the help of these spirits, it is estimated that it will not take long for Su Yuan's Fire Element Mastery to be raised to level 5, thus fully mastering Punishment of Burning Flame. Beyond that, Su Yuan also asked Mr. Zhou about the Eye of the Deep Sea Secret Realm. Chapter 50. The Eye of the Deep Sea? It sounds like it's in a secret place under the sea. If you're strong enough, you can try it. The secret realm is different from the dungeon. It is a one-time resource. The rewards are far more generous than the dungeon. There are only benefits and no harm to you. As for the safety issue, you don't have to worry at all. We will prepare enough hole cards for you to ensure nothing goes wrong. Speaking of which, Elder Zhou smiled mysteriously. After a while, our Longxia's Tianjiao exclusive secret realm will be opened, and you will definitely want to participate at that time, and it can be regarded as familiarizing yourself with the form of the secret realm in advance. Tianjiao exclusive secret realm. Su Yuan had never heard of such a thing. Specifically, you can ask Miss Luo, she has participated in it before. Luo Qiushui participated? Didn't it mean that the secret realm is a one-time resource, and it will disappear after completing the mission of the secret realm? As if seeing Su Yuan's doubts, Luo Qiushui took over the conversation. That secret realm is quite special, it can be opened repeatedly, but there is a quota limit. Generally, only the top 5 in the Longxia University examination every year can be qualified to enter. I see. Su Yuan nodded thoughtfully. But since only the top 5 in the national exam are eligible to enter, do I have to take the exam? Old Zhou smiled and said. It doesn't matter, you can participate or not, the quota will definitely be given to you. It's just, the program of the court is to try not to be special, so it is naturally best to participate. Hearing this, Su Yuan nodded. Then I'd better take part, anyway, it shouldn't be a problem to win the top 5. See what this says. Elder Zhou and Luo Qiushui both laughed. In the big test where the average level is at most leave 10, you are a person who is estimated to be running for leave 60, let alone the top 5, you are the champion of Longxia, isn't that a certainty? But Luo Qiushui suddenly remembered something. President Zhou, if I remember correctly, to enter that secret realm, it seems that one turn is required, right? He's already almost leave 50. Elder Zhou seemed to have anticipated her question, and responded with a smile. Do you see that he has completed a turn? Luo Qiushui was taken aback. Then he looked at Su Yuan helplessly. You guy, you are always a special case outside the rules. Any exceptions to the rules? Su Yuan smiled, not quite agreeing with this statement. As a rule fabricator, he thinks that he is not a special case outside the rules, but the rules themselves. Of course, although it may still be billion points short. But when he is strong enough to write world-class rules, at that time, the title of rules themselves will become his coronation crown. After leaving the Job Changer Association, on the way home, Su Yuan happened to meet Wu Yan, the head teacher. Wu Yan took the initiative to say hello to Su Yuan, but when she saw Luo Qiushui beside Su Yuan, she was a little taken aback. She thinks that she is not bad in terms of appearance. When she was in school, naughty and bold boys often called her goddess teacher. But in front of Luo Qiushui, she felt that she was overshadowed. After noticing Wu Yan's eyes, Su Yuan took the initiative to introduce Luo Qiushui. Ms. Wu, this is my cousin. Luo Qiushui was quite cooperative, and stretched out his hand towards Wu Yan. Mr. Wu, thank you for taking care of my Su Yuan when we were at school. Su Yuan chuckled silently. When did I become your family? Wu Yan quickly came back to her senses, put away that little disappointment, and responded with a smile. It's not about caring, it's just doing my duty as a teacher. After some pleasantries, Wu Yan wanted to check Su Yuan's level. After all, Su Yuan said before that he had already signed a recommendation agreement with a certain university. If someone from the university takes him to upgrade, his level should not be too far behind other students in the school. But after seeing it, she suddenly exclaimed. What's wrong? Su Yuan asked. Wu Yan faltered. Your level. Oh, it turned out to be this. Su Yuan remained calm and explained with a smile. The university sent me a special shielding badge, which can shield other people from probing. It's normal that you can't see my level, Mr. Wu. It turned out to be like this. Wu Yan patted her chest lightly, smiled a little embarrassedly and said. Teacher thought your level was 10 levels higher than mine, I didn't know there was such a thing as a shielding badge before, so I made you laugh at me. Sir Yuan. It's okay, this is the first time I know there is such a thing as shielding badges. Watching the teachers and students singing together. Luo Qiushui glanced lightly at Sir Yuan's homeroom teacher only leave 21? It seems that sometimes it is a good thing not to know the truth. Otherwise, if this teacher knew that his student was almost 30 levels higher than her, how would he feel? Soon, Wu Yan parted from the two. Luo Qiushui suddenly became interested in teasing Sir Yuan. Your teacher is very beautiful, I heard that high school boys have fantasies about beautiful teachers. Why, have you ever had any? Sir Yuan did not avoid Luo Qiushui's playful gaze, but responded with a smile. Why, do you want to get back to the previous place and continue pretending to be Yuja to tease my young brother? TCH, it's boring. Seeing that his face was about to turn red again, Luo Qiushui quickened his pace and walked in front of Sir Yuan. I'm going back to make dinner, hurry up. At home. Luo Qiushui was cooking dinner in the kitchen. Xiao was floating around beside her, watching the delicious food in the pot jumping up and down excitedly. After getting along for a period of time, Xiao, who is quite intelligent, has classified Luo Qiushui as one of her own. As for Sir Yuan, it was sitting in the old position, and began to conceive how to use the purple source point on hand. Currently, the purple source point is his most advanced source point, and the rules that can be written are correspondingly advanced. So, what kind of rules should be written? Sir Yuan thought about it, scribbled in his notebook, deleted, and modified, and finally finalized a few new rules. 1. Absolute will. 2. Malicious premonition. Among them, the first rule, absolute will. No one or anything can change or control any of my memory and will. This point, Sir Yuan felt extremely critical. In the era of job change, various special abilities and skills emerge endlessly. Does the ghost know if there are any means and methods to tamper with and manipulate memory? Therefore, it is absolutely necessary to write such a rule to protect one's absolute will. The second rule, malicious premonition, is even more simple and easy to understand. Anyone who harbors malice towards me will appear in different colors according to the intensity of the malice, as I know. This rule can be used to identify those hypocritical people, and remove those uncertain factors that have strong malice against themselves in advance. The rules I made up before were all biased towards growth and attack, but this time the two rules are biased towards protection. The combination of offense and defense is the kingly way. Chapter 51. After writing down these two rules, Sir Yuan began to try to realize them. The first is absolute will. The content of this rule is very strong. Sir Yuan already had the psychological expectation of failure when he wrote no one can use any means. He just wanted to take advantage of the correction ability of insight into truth, and first get a weakened version of absolute will, and then complete it after the subsequent skill level has increased. Therefore, when the prompt of insufficient skill level appeared, Sir Yuan did not have any surprises. Instead, he had expected it and looked directly at the revised rules. Firm heart, it can be immune to tampering of will, thought, and memory once, and it will be reminded that it will not be affected by similar skills again within 24 hours. Conditions: 3W purple source points, success rate, 0.00017%. Good. It is acceptable to correct it like this. Although there is only one chance of immunization, a corresponding reminder will be given, and there is a 24-hour immunization inertia period, so that you can make sufficient preparations. That's enough. After all, in the final analysis, although the current self is very important in terms of strategic position, in terms of real combat power, he is still just a little man. No one should come here to tamper with his will and memory in a serious manner. Certainly. Whether there is such a skill in this world is still open to debate. This is just my own preparation for a rainy day. Use fate dice. Sir Yuan was once again favored by the goddess of luck, which increased the success rate to an astonishing 89.9%. After consuming 30,000 purple source points, it was in place in one step, and the manifestation of firm heart was completed. Next is malicious premonition. The realization of this rule went unexpectedly smoothly. It may be because it only has the function of perceiving maliciousness without any countermeasures, so even if the rule writing is only leave 2, it can be realized directly. After consuming 50,000 purple source points and trying 2 times, it was also realized successfully. Try the effect. Yuan looked at Luo Qiushui, who was cooking in the kitchen. There is a faint white halo on her body, which shows that she has no malice towards herself. Looking at the pedestrians on the road outside the window. Since these pedestrians didn't know Yuan at all, they naturally didn't have any malice towards him, so they also had a corresponding white halo. Needless to say, this rule is really useful. Down for a supper. In total, Yuan increased his attributes by nearly 25 points. Compared with before, the attributes of this meal have increased a lot. According to Luo Qiushui, after his level skyrocketed, his physique could already digest higher level magic ingredients, so he applied for a recipe change for him. So that's how it is. Yuan glanced at his attributes. Although the attribute increase of a meal has almost doubled compared to before. But after experiencing the plundering of more than 400 attributes at one time, these 25 points really seem a bit shabby. After dinner, Yuan found time to take a shower. Looking at himself in the mirror, he was still handsome, but his figure was much stronger than before. Just the right muscle lines, containing terrifying explosive power, makes him look like a dormant beast. Yuan is very satisfied with the improvement of his physical fitness. The future career plan he had previously set for himself was: rules are added to the body, the field is surrounded, and the enemy can be solved without using hands. But power. You can live without it, but you can't live without it. This is also the reason why he wrote attribute looting. Returned to the room after taking a shower. Yuan sorted out his current situation. Occupation, rule maker, the only one. Level, leave 49, 57.6%. Attributes. Strength, 372 plus 180. Spirit, 502 plus 240. Physique, 380 plus 130. Agility, 350 plus 120. Luxury to the extreme property. If this panel is published, it will probably directly cause a shock in the career transfer world. Because this has far surpassed the attributes that can be possessed by job changers of the same level, it can be called a humanoid boss. Not only that, but with the passage of time, attribute looting is triggered more and more times, and Yuan's attribute will grow without limit. Source. White source, 601W. Green source, 92W. Blue source, 24W. Purple source point, 1.2W. Seeing the source, Yuan felt dizzy. The white and green source points obtained by killing ordinary monsters and elite monsters have now accumulated a lot, 5 million and more than 1 million respectively. But the problem is, neither the white source point nor the green source point can be used. Most of the currently written rules need to consume blue and purple source points. Of course, you want to say that the white source point and the green source point can write rules? Of course you can, but most of the rules written by them are not helpful to Yuan now. Level experience for rule writing? Yuan had tried it before, but he couldn't take advantage of this loophole. Now only the rules written with the purple source point can become effective skill experience. Is it such a waste? Yuan frowned slightly as he looked at the millions of white and green dots. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he thought of an extremely bold solution. Why can't I write such a rule so that low-level source points can be used to synthesize high-level source points? Anyway, failure is no big deal, and I won't lose anything, so I can start experimenting directly. Rule writing. Source point synthesis. Low-level source points can be synthesized into high-level source points in proportion. As for the specific value of the ratio, Sir Yuan didn't think about it. If it can be realized, leave it to insight of truth to correct it and it's over. So, can it be successful? Sir Yuan is looking forward to it. Skill level determination. Insufficient skill level. The lack of skill level is completely expected, it depends on whether insight of truth can modify the weakened version of the rules. Truth insight is being corrected successfully. It's done. Sir Yuan's eyes lit up. Looking at the revised rules. Blue source point synthesis. White source point and green source point can synthesize blue source point at a ratio of 500:1 and 50:1 respectively. Sure enough, it's the ultimate weakened version. The highest quality can only reach blue, but it's okay, it's better than wasting it. The blue source point is enough to write higher quality rules. After consuming the last 10,000 purple source points, blue source point synthesis is successfully realized. Sir Yuan synthesized all white and green sources into blue sources through this rule, totaling nearly 30W. And these blue source points are all used to modify the rules that existed before the promotion. A few minutes later, the blue source points are consumed, and the rules for successful correction are as follows. 4-dimensional attribute amplification. For each level up, the 4-dimensional attribute will increase by 1 additional point. For each level up, the 4-dimensional attribute will increase by 5 additional points. Guide to leader monsters. Guide elite monsters within 500m around. Guide elite and leader monsters within 1000m around. Range instant kill. Instantly kill monsters below leave 15 within 50 meters of the body. Insta-kill monsters below leave 45 within 100 meters of the body. Congratulations! Chapter 52. After correcting range instant kill, the time for me to clear the dungeons below 4.45 only depends on the speed at which I go through the whole dungeon. This 20W blue source point, the value of the flower. That's right. A total of 30W blue source points. 200,000 points have been invested in range instant kill alone. The remaining 4-dimensional attribute increase 8W nodded to lead the monster to guide W. It's just that if it goes on like this, Ning Cheng's dungeon won't be able to last for too long, and he will wipe it out. Never mind. This kind of thing should not need to be considered by yourself. Since the country said it would train him to 4.100 as quickly as possible, then he only needs to make equal arrangements. Longxia is so big, and there are many dungeons, isn't he afraid that he won't be able to find the dungeons? The only pity is that monsters like Thousand Corpse Canyon and Hyasaya are extremely numerous, and the copies distributed in clusters are very rare. Otherwise, use the quantity to increase the trigger rate of attribute looting, not to mention how comfortable it is. The last time I plundered 400 points of attributes at Hyasaya, it was really exciting. Boom boom boom. Just as Sir Yuan was thinking about whether to ask Elder Zhou to try to find some dungeons with a large number of monsters and a dense concentration, there was a knock on the door. There are only myself and Luo Qiushui in the family, besides her, who else can there be? Sir Yuan got out of bed and opened the door. Outside the door, Luo Qiushui looked like he had just showered and dried his hair. There was still a little moisture in the hair tip that hadn't been blown dry, exuding a faint fragrance, which fell on the shoulders, matching with the snow-white skin. It looked extraordinarily attractive. Come to my room so late, what's your business? Looking for you to sleep. Happy to accompany you. Luo Qiushui bit his teeth lightly. You guy, you are not humorous at all, forget it, Mr. Zhou asked me to tell you about the secret realm at that time plus. It turned out to be this. Sir Yuan is really curious about what is so unique about the so-called genius-exclusive secret realm. After making room for Luo Qiushui and sitting aside, Sir Yuan began to listen to Luo Qiushui's eloquence. That secret realm is called Shenlong Secret Realm, and it is opened once a year, and only professionals with rank 1 or lower can enter. After Shenlong Mystery is opened, only 5 people can enter at a time. Normally, it will be the top 5 in the Longxia Dog examination every year. In the Secret Realm, as long as you complete the corresponding Secret Realm task, you can get a piece of Shenlong Blessing, and the basic attributes will be increased by 10%. 24. Dragon Blessing? 10% increase in basic attributes. Su Yuan was stunned. This is no joke. This level of blessing can undoubtedly increase a person's combat power greatly. That's right, the 10% basic attribute is improved, and it is also a permanent buff. Luo Qiushui looked at the shocked Su Yuan with a smile on his face. This is our exclusive secret realm unique to Longxia, as for the source. She paused, seemingly asking an unrelated question. You should have learned in school that there are 3 different stages after the advent of the era of job change, right? Su Yuan came back to his senses, nodded, and recalled what he had learned in class. I have learned it. In these 3 stages, human beings break through leave 30, 4.60 and leave 100 respectively, that is, the dividing line of the first revolution, the second revolution, and the third revolution. Not bad, as expected of the top student in the school. Luo Qiushui was quite satisfied with Su Yuan's answer, with a smile on his lips. The first person in the world to break through leave 100 was our old General Luo Yunhu of Longxia, and as a reward for the first breakthrough, Dragon Secret Realm came, because of Longxia's blessing. Because of this, we, Longxia, are envied by many countries. Speaking of this, her towering chest slightly puffed up, and there was a little pride in her tone unconsciously. And that old General Luo Yunhu is exactly my great-great-great-great-grandfather. Hear this. Su Yuan finally realized. Luo Qiushui was able to stand out from the crowd and become his personal bodyguard. Apart from her father being a member of the court, the bigger reason probably lies in her family background. Old General Luo Yunhu, Longxia's former pillar figure. The first legendary figure in the world to complete the 3-stage advanced task to reach 4.100. He passed away a long time ago, but his legendary experience is not passed down in Longxia's land. It's just that before Luo Qiushui mentioned this matter, Su Yuan had no idea that Luo Qiushui and that legendary old general came from a family. Such a distinguished background, such a distinguished position. No matter how you look at it, Luo Qiushui is the top one among the proud girls of heaven. Before, I was just joking, saying that she condescended to be a little cook for me. Now it seems. What a veritable condescension. Don't look at me with that look, it's weird. Luo Qiushui waved his hand. Pride is pride, but that's a thing of the past. As she spoke, she smiled slyly like a kitten, and looked at Su Yuan. What I'm looking forward to more now is you, the world's first 4.150 breaker, Master Su Yuan. The world's first 4.150 breakthrough? Su Yuan chuckled. I don't have professional advancement tasks, so I can upgrade without limit. If no one can suddenly complete the advanced task of the 4th rank, then there is a high probability that he will become the first breakthrough, as Luo Qiushui said. At that time, the rewards I will get, and the benefits that Long Zhen can get, are estimated to be incalculable. So to say, he really is a super potential stock. Thinking of this, Su Yuan stood up, smiled and walked towards Luo Qiu. In that case, Miss Luo, do you want to consider taking me down tonight? Beautiful thinking. Luo Qiushui fled in panic again. The ugliness of a Cowrie king is vividly reflected. That night, Ning Cheng, a man quietly left the city. His name is Higashi Kawataro, a native of Sakura country. This time I came to Longxia as a visiting scholar for academic exchanges. Only, beneath the surface of this scholarly exchange, he still has a dark secret. Not long ago, by coincidence, Sakura country captured a very special seaman. At that time, he was unconscious on the coast, and when he was discovered by the Coast Guard of the Cherry Blossom Country while patrolling, he was surrounded by Heisei monsters with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. But the strange thing is, none of the Heisei monsters showed any intention of attacking him. This phenomenon made the captain of the guard at the time immediately realize that something was wrong, and directly reported the matter. Later, the Sea-Man was brought back to the Secret Research Institute for Anatomical Research. After research shows, although he looks the same as human beings in appearance, his organ structure is very different from that of human beings, and he can adapt to life under the sea. Even his blood is different from that of human beings, not bright red, but light blue. Not only that, in the follow-up research, experts from Sakura country also discovered that this light blue blood has an extremely powerful attraction to sea genus monsters. Only 1 drop is needed to attract a large number of frenzied sea descendant monsters on the coastline. This time, when Taro Dongchuan came to Longxia, he brought a whole bottle of light blue blood samples. Of course, these bloods were not used to exchange academic knowledge with Longxia. About this matter, Sakura country didn't make any announcements, not even the father of Yingmei Federation. Rely on the high-level props given by the Sakura country government. Higashikawa Taro successfully bypassed the guards leaving the city and headed all the way to the beach. Soon, he came to the sea. The endless sea looks so terrifying in the dark night, like a monster that chooses to eat people. Even with the silver light sprinkled by the moonlight shattering and shaking on the sea surface, it still couldn't relieve 1/10,000th of that fear. Higashikawa Taro swallowed, and carefully took out the bottle of blue blood from his personal backpack. At this time, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Mr. Dongchuan, you have the right to remain silent. But tomorrow morning, you will need to explain why you left the city late at night, so as to decide whether to send you back to your country or execute you on the spot." Higashikawa Taro's body shook violently. There was an expression of disbelief on his face. "How can it be? Didn't I get rid of all surveillance? Why would anyone follow?" Seemingly knowing what he was thinking, the person behind him sneered and said, "With the means of your Sakura kingdom, you still want to make trouble in our Longxia's territory." Before he finished speaking, Higashikawa Taro took a deep breath. Suddenly crushed the bottle in his hand and threw it forward. The monitor Longxia behind him frowned. After all, he is not a researcher, but a special surveillance officer, and he doesn't understand the meaning of Higashikawa Taro's throwing things into the sea. However, just as he was about to step forward, he found Taro Higashikawa collapsed on the ground. "What's the situation?" He rushed forward to investigate, only to find that Higashikawa Taro had committed suicide. "What kind of plane is that BCH's Sakura dog doing?" he cursed. Just thinking about moving the body of Higashikawa Taro back. But suddenly, under the surface of the sea, there were bursts of faint screams. The surveillance personnel's expression changed suddenly, and when they raised their heads, they saw that under the cold moonlight, a large shadow was coming from under the sea surface. This is Heisei Tide? In the middle of the career change era, this notorious monster appeared in the ocean. They proliferate recklessly in the sea and attack coastal countries with no regularity at all. Many weak coastal countries even directly destroyed the country because of their inability to resist, and disappeared from the world since then. For a superpower of Longxia's level, high seas attack is not a crisis at all, but it is quite difficult. What's more terrible is, the surveillance officer didn't know if the thing that the damn Sakura dog threw into the sea just now had anything to do with the sudden Heisei tide. Immediately, without the slightest hesitation, he dialed the emergency number of his superior and informed him of what happened just now. "You mean, that researcher Sakura threw something into the sea just now, and then attracted the tide of Heisei?" "Yes. I have neglected my duties, and I am willing to accept the punishment when I go back. It's not your fault, little cherry blossom BD, this kind of thing can't be prevented. In this way, you bring the corpse back first, and then see if you can grab some bottle fragments before the high tide lands. Yes. Soon. Due to the attack of high tide, Ning Cheng immediately entered a state of alert. The coastal defense team entered the field and began to defend against high tide attack. Boom boom boom. There was another knock on the door. Su Yuan, who was already asleep, was woken up, yawned and went to open the door, looking sleepily at Luqiu district outside the door. Miss, what's the matter? Luo Qiushui laughed a little and said. Don't call me that in the future. I just received news from Mr. Zhou that Ning Cheng was suddenly attacked by a high tide and entered a state of emergency preparations. Tomorrow's deputy. This plan may have to be cancelled. Originally, Su Yuan hadn't reacted too much. After all, coastal cities would be attacked by high tide every now and then, which is normal. With Ning Cheng's defense strength, it is enough to resist it without any casualties. Only. It suddenly occurred to him that he forgot about attribute looting. What are the characteristics of high tide attack? The individual is not strong, but the number is extremely large. It is even very likely to be several times more than the copy of High Yuan. Coupled with the range instant kill that I just modified, it can instantly kill any monster below 4.45, isn't this a perfect God-sent opportunity? Su Yuan immediately felt relieved. The door shut with a bang. When I opened the door again, I had already changed my clothes. Luo Qiushui was stunned. What are you doing? Kill Heisai. Ah. 550 aren't you going? What are we going to do? Ning Cheng's defense force is completely sufficient. Defending the country is everyone's responsibility. XK. Although she didn't know why Su Yuan was so excited. Even more excited than when brushing dungeons during the day. B. Since Su Yuan insists on going, let him go. Anyway, with her here, no matter how fierce the high tide is, she alone is more than enough to kill it. There is no need to worry about safety issues or anything. Why? I really dote on him. What? Su Yuan said he was going to Ningcheng to participate in the suppression of high tide. Well, he said that he can level up and defend his homeland, killing two birds with one stone, so why not do it? Well, you must pay attention to his safety. I was the one who worried too much. With you here, it is estimated that the scale of the high wave will be fine if it is several times larger. Hang up Luo Qiushui's phone call. Elder Zhou was moved for a while, and couldn't help but sigh. Why not do it for such a good one? During the day, Su Yuan had been brushing the dungeon all day long, and hadn't had much rest from the beginning to the end. I didn't expect that in the middle of the night, I would actually be willing to resist the high tide. Leaving aside my energy, this idea alone is worth encouraging. In terms of talent, it can be called extraordinary in the world. Mentally, even more so. If it were another guy, a country could provide such resources, and he would be able to go straight up to level 100, and he would have been flattened long ago. How could he struggle like Su Yuan? Looking at the vast night stars, looking in the direction of Ningcheng, Elder Zhou was extremely pleased. Long Xia, a real dragon is about to emerge this time. Su Yuan didn't know what Luo Qiushui and Zhou Lao thought, nor did he care. What he thinks now is, he can plunder 1,000 attributes in this high extermination battle. 1,000 attributes. Even if he eats extravagant magical ingredients like him every day, it will take several months to increase his attributes by dozens of points every day. And now, the opportunity is right in front of you. Depends on how much you can kill. With Luo Qiushui at his side, it didn't take long to go to Ningcheng. As for the formalities, it was because Mr. Zhou had greeted Ningcheng's leaders in advance, and the journey went smoothly. The two came to the coast of Ningcheng. Look around. What came into view was the vast expanse of high monsters that seemed to be endlessly rushing towards the land. If you were an ordinary person, your legs might already be weak by this time. Luo Qiushui raised his brows slightly, and muttered. The Heisai monsters here are relatively low level, you are 10 levels higher than them, and you have no experience. Before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by Su Yuan waving her hand. Fine. Moonlight. The boy's eyes were clear, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Seems to be anticipating the imminent carnage. I just love to kill these alien races, I have no experience, it's nothing. Finished. Not waiting for Luo Qiushui to react, he rushed directly towards Heisai's army. Chapter 53. The wind whistled in my ears. Along with it, there are also the sharp and piercing screams of the Heisai monsters, and the dull sound of corpses falling down one by one. Range spike. After a full 20W blue source point correction. Now it can instantly kill all monsters below 4.45 within a radius of 100 meters. Before these Heisai monsters had time to show their sharp teeth at Su Yuan, they lost their lives because of the power of the rules. Su Yuan only used a shield-type scroll at the very beginning, and after taking a bottle of enhancement potion that greatly improved the agility attribute, he never made a move again. He just ran all the way in the Heisai tide, and wherever he went, not a single blade of grass grew. Since his level is too much higher than these Heisai monsters, he cannot gain experience. But attribute looting, there is no such level restriction. In this way, without the dazzling reminders of experience, Su Yuan can concentrate on seeing how many times he has triggered attribute looting. Behind Su Yuan, Luo Qiushui followed closely behind. Seeing the sudden death of the large Heisai monsters, her pupils shrank. Su Yuan upgraded his range instant kill? If I remember correctly, Su Yuan said before that his range instant kill is applied to monsters V.15 and below. But now, these Heisai monsters with an average level of around V.30 are obviously within Su Yuan's instant kill range. Unbelievable. It's really too bad. Such things as rules are simply unreasonable. Now that Su Yuan can instantly kill the 4.30 monsters, as he continues to become stronger, will the level of this instant kill continue to increase? When the day comes when this instant kill level reaches 4.100, or even 4.150, how terrifying will that be? You know, she heard from Su Yuan that this kind of rule spike is only related to the level. No matter whether you are an ordinary monster, an elite monster, or even a boss. As long as the conditions are met, all of them will be instantly killed without distinction. At that time, the hidden boss was killed by him like this. At that time, does it mean that Su Yuan can form an army by himself, and directly speed through the Leave 150 dungeon by himself? Purple, gold, dark gold and even red mythical dungeons. Since the Sekal rule has no level limit, it works. Luo Qiushui's heart trembled. That kind of people. Don't look at the present, the country is investing resources to train him. But when he grows up, he alone can feed back the entire Longxia. Just casually brush V.150 red mythical level dungeons, but 1 or 2 pieces of red mythical level equipment will drop its value. Enough to cover all the resources Su Yuan needs to grow, and even more than that. So, in fact, this is the two-way running between Longxia and Su Yuan. For Su Yuan personally, the country's resources, privileges, and preferential treatment can allow him to grow extremely quickly and shorten the development cycle. For Longxia, when Su Yuan grows up, the country's goodwill will be rewarded hundreds of times. This is not utilitarian, but a win-win situation. Think about it. For some reason, in Luo Qiushui's mind, inexplicably recalled the words of Su Yuan before departure. In that case, Miss Luo, do you want to consider taking me down tonight? Members of the Ningcheng Defense Force on the coast are fighting with the Heisai monsters. The individuals of these sea descendant monsters are not strong, but they can't bear the fact that the number is too much. Although it is not easy to cause casualties, it is still very difficult to deal with. Suddenly, one of the team members who was fighting with High SI accidentally slipped his foot, and in an instant, he was about to be submerged by High SI who was coming in like a tidal wave. The teammates were startled, although they wanted to pull him, but High SI in front of him was so entangled that he couldn't get away. But at this moment, the High SI monsters around everyone in the team paused for a beat, as if time had stopped suddenly. But then, like wheat in a wheat field, it fell down in large swaths. This is what happened. The team member who hurriedly stood up again was still in shock, but looked at the sudden death of a large number of High SI monsters in front of him. His face was full of bewilderment. Not only him, but the rest of the people also found that the entire circle around them turned into a rare vacuum. Those High SI monsters who followed one after another didn't even have time to go down. FK. Could it be that a second-rank boss made a move? Everyone looked up in agreement. Not far away, a blurry figure flew past. Although he couldn't see his face clearly, he could see clearly, but wherever he passed, those High SI monsters were all dead and fell down as before. Not one or two will die, but hundreds of thousands, a large area will die. The boss is awesome. Kill these monsters. Brothers, cheer up too. Don't let the boss see the joke. Immediately, everyone's fighting spirit is raised again. Raise the weapon in your hand, and cheer for the mysterious boss in the distance. Afterwards, they gulped down a few mouthfuls of recovery potions, clenched their weapons tightly, and once again met the High SI monsters who attacked again. Tip: attribute looting triggers. Plunder, Strength +4, Spirit +7, Agility +4, Physical Strength +5. Tip: attribute looting triggers. Plunder, Strength +5, Spirit +6, Agility +3, Physical Strength +4. Tip: attribute looting triggers. Plunder, Strength +6, Spirit +8, Agility +2, Physical Strength +7. Yuan galloped on the coast. As countless High SI monsters fell, the trigger prompts of attribute looting were endless. With a success rate of 1 in 1,000, among the hundreds of thousands of sea descendants, the possibility of triggering has directly increased by several levels. Although the High SI monsters here are weaker than those in High SI Yuan, resulting in fewer attributes for a single plunder, but the number of triggers is several times higher than before. So far, in a total of more than an hour, it has been triggered a full 10 times. However, the process of eradicating High SI this time is not halfway there yet. I can kill more. Loot more properties. Combat command. As a coastal city, Ningcheng has encountered several High SI attacks, large and small, in the past, so it can be regarded as rich experience. So even though High SI's attack came very suddenly this time, the speed of the defense line organization was quite fast, and a solid line of defense was established in the shortest time. So far, the High SI tide has been perfectly blocked from the line of defense, and there has not been a single case of casualties. Everything is moving in a good direction, and it is estimated that the curtain will come to an end soon. However, Wang Ji, the person in charge of Ningcheng, never dared to take it lightly, and frowned tightly. He was the one who sent special personnel to monitor Higashikawa Taro. Anyone who came to Longxia from foreign countries for so-called exchange visits would be placed under multiple surveillance. After they get rid of 1 or 2 layers of surveillance in front, they often relax their vigilance, thus showing their feet, just like Taro Higashikawa today. After all, as a superpower with a history of thousands of years, Longxia has few enemies in the world, whether it is playing tricks or plotting. Only those people with watts of brains would think that Longxia only had rituals that seemed useless. Little do they know that behind the Li, there is also the arrogance used by saints. Only, if the High SI tide is really related to the thing that Higashikawa Taro threw into the sea, then this attack will definitely not end so easily. The fragments of the bottle have been sent to the laboratory for research, and it will take a while to get the results. I hope that nothing will happen during this period. Suddenly, alarm sounded in the headquarters. Wang Ji suddenly raised his head and looked at the operator of the monitoring equipment. What's the situation? The energy level of Hai Sai Chao has increased. The average level of landing from the sea is slowly approaching from leave 30 to leave 40. And what a fart! If you have something to say, just say it. Furthermore, the number of Hai Sai tides not only did not decrease, but increased to 1.5 times. That's it. Wang Ji thought something special happened. If that's the only way, that's not a problem at all. Ning Cheng's line of defense can be easily resisted, but it will take a little longer to destroy it. But it hadn't been long since the alarm had sounded. A sharper and harsher alarm sounded again. This time, there is no need for the operator to say focus on yourself, you can see it from the dazzling huge red dot on the screen. Something is coming. Southwest of the coast. Monsters above level 4.80 appear. The operator yelled, his voice trembling slightly. 4 monsters above level 80, which have never appeared in previous Hai Sai attacks. The existence of this level is enough to tear apart the line of defense in an instant. It's not as bad as I thought. Wang Ji grunted. Although monsters at level 4.80 are very strong, they are far from enough to affect a Longxia city. After sneering in his heart and dismissing Sakura's BDS ability, Wang Ji immediately issued an order. Notify the line guard members in this direction to evacuate quickly. Notify the first special team to set off and destroy the target as quickly as possible. Remember, don't let it cross the line of defense. Yes. The correspondent immediately conveyed the order. But at this moment, the monitor on the side suddenly said, etc. Wang Ji raised his eyebrows and stared directly at him. Good guy, you kid dare to shout my order, wait. But after he looked over, he froze in place. The huge red dot that was so dazzling on the screen just now has faded away and is about to disappear? What's the situation? Wang's Hiran was dumbfounded. My order hasn't been sent yet, so why are the leave 80 monsters almost gone? Could it be that there is some strong person who happens to be near there? Coastal. Southwest direction. Yuan sat on the ground, panting lightly. Just now he ran from the west to the east, and from the east back to the west, and ran several times. Over the past few hours, there are countless Hai Sai monsters killed by him in seconds. Just from the number of times a tribute plunder was triggered, we could tell how many sea descendants he had killed. As for the exact number of times it was triggered, it was 43 times. On average, every time a tribute looting is triggered, about 20 points of attributes can be plundered. These 43 triggers directly caused Yuan to plunder nearly 900 points of attributes. It is almost the same as the goal of 1000 points set at the beginning. Although a little tired. But cool. So cool that I can't extricate myself. The attribute skyrocketed by 1000 points overnight. In your place, will you come or not? Luo Qiushui at the side handed Yuan a bottle of drink. Thank you. Yuan glanced before drinking. Sure enough, it is still an enchanted drink, which can increase mental strength by 5 points. After Gyalo took a few sips, Yuan got up again and planned to hunt Hai Sai again. Suddenly, Luo Qiushui let out a light surprise, and temporarily stopped him. What's wrong? Yuan asked curiously. Luo Qiushui pointed to the pitch-black sea in the distance. There are monsters around level 80 there, don't lose them yet. Level 80. Yuan was shocked. So far, the highest level monster he has seen is less than level 50. These level 80 monsters are equivalent to professionals who have completed the second turn. Compared with monsters below level 60, their strength is more than 100 times stronger. Such a thing is far from what he can do. You go. Yuan glanced at Luo Qiushui. According to what Elder Zhou said, as in 4. 100 SSS level Hairsker, her combat power is much stronger than the normal 3 rank, that is, professionals above leave 100. Maybe this time, we can see the true strength of this top talent. Fine. Luo Qiushui nodded. Ningqing's defense department probably didn't expect such a level of monsters to appear in High Sai Tide this time, so they haven't dispatched experts with rank 2 or higher for the time being. If she didn't take action, the defenders here should suffer heavy casualties. It's still a leader-level monster. Luo Qiushui murmured softly. The pupils gradually turned pale gold. There was a sacred aura on his body. She reaches out to the dark sea. Jet! A scream resounded through the sky. Thousands of meters away, a huge monster was bound and grabbed by several golden chains. This monster is 10 times bigger than the High Si giant that Su Yuan saw in High Si Yuan, Zhao Zhao. If the High Si giant at that time was a small mountain, then this 80-level leader-level monster is a real mountain. However, it is so powerful. In Luo Qiushui's hands, it's just a toy. As Luo Qiushui's hands gradually closed, the golden chains that restrained the huge mountain-like sea monster gradually closed, making its screams from endless to weak. Is it that strong? To be honest, Su Yuan was slightly shocked. In the face of this level of power, the current self is still too small. I don't know how long it will take before I can grow to the same combat power as Luo Qiushui. The giant sea monster slowly stopped struggling, and it seemed that it was sent immediately. Su Yuan looked away, feeling a little regretful suddenly. If there is no level difference beyond the limit of 10 levels and no experience gained, maybe Luo Qiushui can beat it to the point where there is only a trace of blood left, and then finish it by himself. In this case, we can see if we can obtain source points above the purple quality. Hiss! Etc. Su Yuan suddenly thought of it. Although I can't get the experience of killing this 80-level giant monster. But attribute looting, there is no level limit. Just now I relied on range instant kill to plunder ordinary High Sai. Isn't that the case, ignoring experience, as long as attributes? If my own luck exploded. It just happened to be able to trigger the 1 in a thousandth probability of plundering attributes from a level 80 leader-level sea monster. Didn't I just take off directly? Bang 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 bang. Su Yuan's heart beat wildly. Although the chances of this are small. But what if you are not careful, you will bet on him. Think about it. Su Yuan didn't hesitate any longer, and directly put his hand on Luo Qiushui's blame. Be merciful. Chapter 54. Luo Qiushui looked at Su Yuan with pale golden eyes, and there was some doubt on his beautiful face with a sacred aura. Give me a few minutes and don't kill it for now. Although he didn't know why Su Yuan made such a request, Luo Qiushui nodded and temporarily stopped his movements. Good. After Luo Qiushui nodded, Su Yuan immediately began to try to correct attribute looting. When this rule was first made up, it had a maximum plunder limit of level 60, and it couldn't be applied to the level 80 deep sea monster in front of it. However, the number of sea descendant monsters slaughtered tonight is as high as about 100,000, among them there are many leader level and even boss level sea descendant monsters. Therefore, Su Yuan has accumulated nearly 120,000 purple source points in total. Originally, he planned to save these purple source points to write more new rules, but the opportunity in front of him made Su Yuan want to take a gamble. Not only should the upper limit of plundering be increased, but also the trigger rate and the ratio of plundering should also be increased. As long as the bet is successful, it is blood money. If you don't win the bet, the big deal is to accumulate source points again. Rule writing. Attribute looting. After killing a monster, there is a 0.2% chance to plunder 2% of the opponent's attributes. The upper limit of the effect is v.100. Determination. Insufficient skill level. Insight of truth correction. After fixing one-time correction attribute plunder, after killing a monster, there is a 0.2% chance to plunder 1% of the opponent's attributes, the upper limit of the effect, 4.100. This is an increase of 0.1% chance and the upper limit of plundering, but the proportion of plundering attributes cannot be changed? That's fine too. So Yuan looked at the actual conditions. Conditions: 10W purple origin, success rate, 0%. When I first wrote attribute looting, I only needed 5,000 purple source points and the success rate was 10 times higher than this. The basic success rate is nothing, with guaranteed success rate, it will become 0.00001%. But the problem is that it costs 10W purple source points to try to realize it once. This seems to be the most consumed rule so far, right? But now that you decide to gamble, bet to the end. Fight. Throw 100,000 purple source points, and start to materialize. So Yuan stared fixedly at the skill prompt. There has never been a time when the rules have been realized, which can make him so nervous. Finally, after a few seconds, the appearance of the word manifest success made him suddenly heave a sigh of relief, and cast his eyes on the deep sea giant in the distance. I've already made the first step with 177 bets. You guys have to cooperate with this last step. What did you say? Luokia Shui turned his head to look. His pale golden eyes flickered slightly, as if he was thinking about what Su Yuan meant by gambling. Nothing. Su Yuan shook his head. I want to ask, can you control the damage so that there is only a trace of blood left on that guy? Can. Then can you completely break its defense so that I can inflict damage on it and kill it? Well, you can try it, but it's a technical job, and you're only 80% sure. 80%? That's fine too. In his backpack, there is also the whole card from the Job Changer's treasure house, the scroll of forbidden spells. If Luokia Shui can't break the defense, then at worst, use the scroll of forbidden spells to kill that deep sea monster. Anyway, the 100,000 purple source points are all spent, and the scroll of forbidden spells or something is not a big deal, just replenish it when the time comes. But why do you do that? Luokia Shui didn't understand. Even if you end it, you can't get any experience, and according to the damage ratio, most of the drops should be soul-bound to me, and you can't use it. Fine. Su Yuan showed a bright smile. I just want to try the thrill of killing monsters of this level. XK. Fine. As long as it does not violate her principles and does not endanger Long Xia, she will help Su Yuan do it. Sacred Law Deprivation Judgment. Luokia Shui opened her mouth softly, releasing one of her profession-specific skills. Afterwards, thorny golden thorns grew out of the golden chain that restrained the deep sea giant, like the roots of plants, piercing into the flesh and blood of the deep sea giant. G. The severe pain caused the deep sea monster to emit a deafening scream, which turned into a terrifying sonic attack and exploded. Luokia Shui's other hand pressed lightly, and a broader pale golden phantom spread out, enveloping the deep sea monster, and even its shriek couldn't penetrate it. 50%. 30%. 10%. The blood bar of the deep sea giant dropped rapidly, until only the last trace of blood skin that was invisible to the naked eye remained. 1,000th almost. Luokia Shui stretched out his hand and embraced Su Yuan. Hold on tight. Before Su Yuan came back to his senses. Behind Luokia Shui, 2 feathers, sedv, made of pale golden light appeared. In the next second, the wings fluttered, and the 2 of them soared into the air, flying towards the deep sea giant thousands of meters away. Luokia Shui flew extremely fast, with a distance of several thousand meters, he arrived directly above the deep sea giant almost in an instant. Next, Luokia Shui released several consecutive skills. The blood volume of the deep sea monster did not drop, but the defense was gradually disintegrated. To be honest, it might not take even a second for Luokia Shui to kill this guy. But to remove its defense, it still needs some tricks. After about 2 minutes, Luo Qiushui finally breathed out, glanced at Su Yuan, and said half-jokingly, "I've worked so hard to make you feel good, how can I repay you? Please eat." "You do. I do. It's a deal." After agreeing to Luo Qiushui, Su Yuan took out his most powerful skill scrolls from his personal backpack. "Luck favors the brave, hope I don't lose the bet." Thinking silently in his heart, he threw all the skill scrolls downwards. These skill scrolls all seal skills below level 60. Although they are of higher quality, there are purple quality and gold quality. Under normal circumstances, it is estimated that even the defense of this deep sea giant cannot be broken, and it may be the limit to cause damage +1. But things are different now. With Luo Qiushui's help, its defenses have been completely lifted. In addition, it now has less than 1,000th of its blood left, and is in an extremely weak state. With so many scrolls thrown down at once, it was still very easy to send it into reincarnation with only one breath left. You killed the 4.80 Sea Soul Beast leader level, because the level difference is too large, and the damage accounted for nearly 0%, you can't get experience, drop port. The prompt came. Just like what Luo Qiushui said, whether it's experience or loss, it doesn't belong to Su Yuan. But this is not his focus, the only thing he cares about is whether he can plunder the attributes of this deep sea monster. 3. Su Yuan counted silently for 3 seconds in his heart, but the reminder did not sound yet. "Have to. I lost the bet. But it's okay, it's not a complete loss. After all, the correction of attribute looting is a real benefit. It not only increases the chance of looting from 0.01% to 0.02%, but also raises the highest level of effect to V.100. Attribute looting triggered successfully. Su Yuan?" When that sea soul beast uttered its last death cry and fell from the sky, the belated rule prompt has appeared. Successful property plunder, obtained, Strength plus 501, Spirit plus 313, Agility plus 202, Constitution plus 640. FK. After seeing the specific data of attribute plundering, Su Yuan burst into a foul language in his heart. "I have slaughtered nearly 100,000 sea descendant monsters before, exhausted myself, and have plundered less than 1,000 attributes in total. This time, nearly 1,600 points of attributes were directly plundered from this leader sea soul beast. It's like this one night. I have increased my attributes by a full 2,600 points. What is takeoff? It's called taking off. Those few points, 10 points, or even dozens of points of increase in attributes may be dreamed of opportunities in the eyes of ordinary professionals. But in Su Yuan's eyes now, it's just drizzle. A real man, if he wants to increase his attributes, he must increase by thousands. Cool, so FG cool. Su Yuan took a deep breath. People are in good spirits on happy occasions, and the salty sea breeze that blows towards them seems so fresh at this time. Luo Qiushui's pale golden eyes looked at Su Yuan, hesitant to speak. Just now, she suddenly sensed that Su Yuan's strength has skyrocketed a lot. What is the specific reason? She has no idea at all, because this kind of skyrocketing is too exaggerated, just like when Su Yuan came out of the Hai Saiyan instance. Then, Su Yuan explained that it was the reason for newly comprehending fire element mastery. What about now? It's just throwing a scroll to kill a monster with residual blood. Could it be possible to understand something? Water element mastery? Facing Luo Qiushui's confusion, Su Yuan knew that his strength had skyrocketed too much this time, so he definitely couldn't fiddle with it. So he simply put up a finger in front of his lips, made a SHH gesture, and whispered with a smile. Secret. That's it. Luo Qiushui understood. They tacitly didn't ask, but waved their wings and brought Su Yuan back to the coast. The death of the leader sea soul beast seemed to have no effect on those sea descendant monsters. They are still rushing to the coast like a tide, but judging from the number and speed it seems to be coming to an end. So Yuan went into battle again. Only this time, he no longer uses shields and skill scrolls. The attribute has skyrocketed by 2600, making him completely transformed into a humanoid boss now. Forget about range insta-kill. He originally wanted to try his current physical strength. As a result, no matter where he went, the high psi monster was instantly killed, leaving a vacuum around him. Bothered for a while. Finally, Su Yuan suddenly wanted to try, can he control the switch of the rules? As the master of rules, if you can't even control your own rules, that would be too messed up. I didn't think about this before, but now I try it, it really works. Okay. Perfect. Su Yuan directly turned off the range instant kill temporarily. Afterwards, he directly threw himself into the high psi group, and began to experience the thrill of punching to the flesh. Grabbed a high psi casually, spread his hands on both sides and violently, swish. Tear it in half from the middle. Blood is flowing. The flesh is breaking. But it wasn't Su Yuan's blood that flowed, the broken ones, nor Su Yuan's flesh. After transforming into a humanoid meat shredder, the thrill of primitive fighting gave Su Yuan a good refreshment. That kind of feeling is almost like a mage who suddenly turned into a berserker and came to a matchless mowing game. That kind of hearty feeling is not to mention how comfortable it is. To the end. Even the top felt a little in the way. So Su Yuan simply took off his shirt, revealing his perfect figure. Now, the wildness broke out completely. Su Yuan was like a wolf into a herd, wantonly slaughtering among the sea descendants. Far away, Luo Qiushui leisurely leaned aside. The high psi tide is almost over now, and there are no other threats. She simply waited for Su Yuan to have a good time. Anyway, she could appreciate her figure from time to time, so she wouldn't be bored. As for the change in Su Yuan's strength, she doesn't want to pursue it too much. Everything that happens to this guy is normal. Because he himself is a miracle. Soon, the high psi tide was finally wiped out completely. The personnel of the Ningcheng Defense Force cheered in celebration. This high psi attack did not cause any casualties, and the battle ended successfully. Only, many people said that they saw a mysterious boss, and wherever they went, high psi was caught in seconds. They wanted to find that mysterious boss and thank him, but they never saw him in the process of cleaning the battlefield. When the high psi tide was coming to an end, Su Yuan and Luo Qiushui had already left Ningcheng. After returning home, he washed his body well before throwing himself on the bed and falling into a deep sleep. After a night of fighting, I released a lot, but I was also a little exhausted. I fell asleep directly on the bed, without any extra time. Early the next morning, after waking up, I feel refreshed. Su Yuan first enjoyed yesterday's victory. Attributes: 1024 plus 180. Spirit: 1123 plus 240. Physique: 1250 plus 130. Agility: 780 plus 120. Just yesterday, the average attribute is less than 400. Today it is already around 1000. Since the strength and physique attributes plundered from Sea Soul Beast are the most, the original highest spiritual attributes have been overtaken. But generally speaking, such an attribute panel can only be accompanied by one kind of evaluation, not a person. As for rank, in the second half of last night, Su Yuan still gained a lot of experience from those sea descendant monsters whose average level was above 4.40. With the addition of the revised infinite growth, his level has changed from 4.49, 57.6%, to leave 51, 12.3%, which is another 2 levels up. At a low level, it is normal to be fast, but at this level, if you go up 2 levels a day, people will only call this kind of abnormal. Go to the living room to finish breakfast. Su Yuan decided to give himself 2 days off. Leveling day after day, clearing dungeons, in fact, there is no need to rush at all. Luo Qiushui fully agreed with this, and said with a smile. It was agreed yesterday you will cook the lunch. I promise to feed you. Su Yuan responded with a smile. In the past few years, Su Yuan has lived alone, but he has learned a good cooking skill. It's a pity that the enchanting ingredients at home are specific types, and there is no house that he is good at. So he simply took Luo Qiushui to the market to buy some food, and experience daily life by the way. However, there was a small episode in the middle. While picking vegetables, Su Yuan received a call. Hey, brother Su? I'm Xiao Zhao. Hey, it's the Xiao Zhao from class 1, the one you slapped me. Zhao Ming? This little bum. To be honest, Su Yuan had long forgotten about him. They are not from the same world after all. I don't know who he asked for his phone number from. What's the matter? Then what? I think brother Su, you were closer to Lin Xiao Xiao before, she seems to have had an accident recently. I thought brother Su, you are not at school, I should tell you. Chapter 55. Something happened to Lin Xiao Xiao? Lin Xiaoxiao's cute and lovely face appeared in Su Yuan's mind, and she remembered several times when she subconsciously stood in front of him. Although he can't say that he likes Lin Xiao Xiao, he still has a good impression of this cute lowly girl. The relationship between the two is at least more than friends. What happened to her? I don't know the specifics. It seems that I heard that it has something to do with her family. After all, she is the girl you like, brother Su. I think you will definitely care about it. On the phone, Zhao Ming is still flattering Su Yuan. It can be seen that ever since he found out that Su Yuan had a relationship with Mr. Zhou, he immediately regarded himself as Su Yuan's younger brother, although Su Yuan never admitted the identity of this younger brother. After hanging up the phone, Su Yuan fell into short-term thinking. What's wrong? Luo Qiushui, who had just returned from picking vegetables at another stall, saw Su Yuan's appearance, and asked curiously. Su Yuan told Luo Qiushui what he learned from Zhao Mingna just now. The latter pondered for a moment, and did not express his opinion, but asked instead. What are you going to do? Well, go and see the situation. Su Yuan quickly made a decision. Help if you can. Okay. Luo Qiushui tilted his head slightly, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. I like that little girl too. As he spoke, he raised the ingredients he bought in his hand. Just do it tonight. Hangcheng, Ming District. In room 503, Unit 2, Building 8, several burly men stood in the room, surrounding Lin Xiaoxiao, who was sitting on the sofa, with playful smiles on his face. And Lin Xiaoxiao was sitting on the sofa, with her arms around her knees, her face buried in her chest. Her lovely face no longer had the bright and lively smile it used to have, instead there were two obvious tear stains. A few minutes later, the man at the head of the burly men finally spoke. Xiao Xiao, it's not that Uncle Li is forcing you, but, your father owes our guild 200 million, and even gave us false information, which made us suffer a lot when we were raiding dungeons. Although it is not a fatal injury, the various props used for treatment and the high-ranking priests invited cost a lot of money. It's good for your father now, he knows he's not up to it, he just died, leaving you little girl alone. Talking. The man named Li Biao sat beside Lin Xiaoxiao, shook his head pretendingly, and sighed. Honestly, it's not a thing. Li Biao, the president of the Hangzhou B-level guild Mad Wolf. Strong in strength, as a berserker of 4.45, he is well known in Hangzhou. As for Lin Xiaoxiao's father in his mouth, he is one of the ordinary members of the Mad Wolf Guild, but he is gambler by nature and often borrows money to gamble. Before Lin Xiaoxiao awakened, he owed a lot of debts, but after Lin Xiaoxiao awakened and became an A-level professional, not only did he not restrain himself, but even worsened. I often boast that my daughter has awakened and become an A-level professional. She is so powerful, and she will definitely make a lot of money in the future. So please lend me some money first, and promise to pay it back in the future. The speaker has no intention, but the listener has the heart. As the president of the Mad Wolf Guild, even if Li Biao lent money to Father Lin to gamble, he would only borrow hundreds of thousands, at most several million. But after learning that Lin Xiaoxiao has A-level potential, he directly waved his hand and lent the money to Father Lin as if he didn't want money, and asked him to gamble until he lost everything and owed the guild more than 200 million. This number. Even if Lin Xiaoxiao is an A-level professional, it may take more than 10 years to repay it. After all, she doesn't have much strength right now, at least she has to wait until she finishes her studies before she can make money and pay back the money. But in the case of rolling interest, at that time, the debt is estimated to have multiplied many times. Father Lin himself? That's even more ridiculous. He is just an ordinary auxiliary professional. You may not earn 10 million in your whole life, so you have to pay it back. So, when he lost the last sum of money and saw the IOU that Li Biao showed him, he found a tall building and jumped off that night. As for whether he would consider that Lin Xiaoxiao's gambling dog is selfish, otherwise he would not become a gambling dog. Just like this. On the contrary, it followed Li Biao's wishes. After paying a home visit to express condolences to former guild members, the chairman and debtor took out a deed of sale as a matter of course and asked Lin Xiaoxiao to sign it. The specific content is roughly the following: due to Lin's father's debts, Lin Xiaoxiao may not be able to repay them within the agreed time, so he must join the Mad Wolf Guild and serve him for 20 years. As for the contract props and so on, they were all prepared in advance, just waiting for Lin Xiao's consent. To this, what can Lin Xiaoxiao do? The money Li Biao lent to her father was legal and did not violate Long Xiao's law, so the debt would definitely be inherited to her. According to the content of the contract, she can no longer go to college, but will be directly trained by the Mad Wolf Guild. After upgrading to 4.30, proceed to career advancement, and then start the journey of repaying the money. But Lin Xiaoxiao's face was buried deeper. She clearly promised Su Yuan that she would work hard to get into Longxia University. Even with her strength and aptitude, the chance of being admitted to Longxia University is very slim, but no matter how bad it is, she can also be admitted to other universities in the imperial capital, which are closer to Su Yuan. How? Have you thought about it? Li Biao asked with a smile. Stretching out his hand, he was about to pull Lin Xiaoxiao into his arms. It's a pity that Lin Xiaoxiao dodged and let his hand fall into the air. On the side, several members of the Mad Wolf Guild showed narrow smiles on their faces. How could they not know about the pettiness in the president's heart? A tender high school girl, regardless of a man who is 18, 28 or 38, as long as there is such a thing, who doesn't love it? Li Biao glared at them, and they fell silent for a moment. But Li Biao was not in a hurry either. This is the third time in these days. He has a clear understanding of the situation of the Lin family. There are no powerful relatives. Lin's mother even disappeared after Lin Xiaoxiao was born. It is estimated that the relationship with Lin's father was just a dewy marriage. With this kind of family background, if she, Lin Xiaoxiao, doesn't sign a deed of sale for herself, how can she repay the 200 million debt? In addition, she herself is just a little girl in high school, so why not let him decide? Think about it. He just thought about continuing to speak. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Li Biao frowned. At this time, besides them, who else will come to the Lin family? Knowing that Lin's father is a hopeless gambling dog, not to mention relatives, even neighbors, few are willing to deal with them. Go and open the door. Li Biao winked at one of them. The man understood, nodded, and was about to walk outside. Wait! Lin Xiaoxiao, who never spoke, suddenly thought of something, and spoke anxiously. She guessed who was outside the door. In a single-parent family, the father is addicted to gambling. Such a family background did not affect Lin Xiaoxiu's character. When she was in school, she was still so youthful and lively, no different from Xiaochang high school girl. Even everyone in the class acquiesces that she has a happy family. It's just that she has never brought her classmates or friends home. The only exception. It was the last time Sir Yuan sent her home. Because I want to spend more time with Sir Yuan. So Sir Yuan was delivered to the door without knowing it. So outside the door, is Sir Yuan? To be honest, Lin Xiaoxiao never thought of telling Sir Yuan about this kind of thing. If she signed the contract, she might part ways with Sir Yuan from now on. The last impression left to the teenager, she doesn't want to have more bad things like this. Lin Xiaoxiu's reaction made Li Biao look at her in surprise. After all, she is still an inexperienced high school girl, so she can't hide what's on her mind. Previously, he was reticent, silent like a piece of wood, and ignored them, but now he behaves like this. Li Biao sneered in his heart, and simply got up to open the door by himself. He wants to see what the origin of the person is. Outside the door, Sir Yuan knocked on the door. If there is no response for too long, he will directly break into the door. But soon, the door opened. The person who opened the door was a strong man with a strong figure like an iron tower. Sir Yuan had never met Lin Xiaoxiu's parents, so he was not sure about the identity of the person in front of him. It's just that through the sight of the strong man, there are several people in the room. To make trouble? Sir Yuan frowned. Who in a normal family is standing 3 floors up and down like this? What's more, Lin Xiaoxiao, who was surrounded by them, was curled up on the sofa, looking not in a good condition. Although the clothes are in good condition and the hair is neat, it seems that they have not been bullied, but it is also obvious that the group of people in front of them is probably not a good person. Who are you? The giant iron tower's voice was like a bell. Glancing at Sir Yuan unceremoniously, he asked in a bad tone. Little classmate Linear. Sir Yuan spoke lightly. Classmates. Li Biao nodded thoughtfully. After looking at Sir Yuan for a while, he showed a meaningful smile. He finally knew why Lin Xiaoxiao had that reaction just now. Probably like this guy in front of him. Tut tut. It's a pity that he's just a high school brat. What can it do? Thinking of this, Li Biao put on a smiling face. I'm sorry, Xiao Xiao has something to do today, please go back. Finished. He was going to close the door directly. But when the door was closed halfway, it suddenly got stuck and couldn't be moved no matter what. Li Biao was stunned for a moment, and then let out a snort. Open the door again, with a half-hearted smile. Boy, are you here to make trouble? Sir Yuan glanced at this guy, leave 45? Normally, he should be able to crush to death. It's just that Long Xia talks about the law, so it's not good to kill people casually. Li Biao sensed Sir Yuan's insight technique on him, and smiled at the corner of his mouth. He leaned against the door frame with his hands folded and said nothing. That means obviously. If you see Lao Tzu's awesomeness, get out of here quickly. Don't play tricks here. However, Sir Yuan didn't even bother to make fun of him. He turned his head and said to Luo Qiushui not far away. You just wait here for me. Okay. At this time, only then did Li Biao realize that there was a woman leaning on him not far from the door. This woman. Hiss. When the line of sight moves away, Li Biao suddenly took a deep breath. As the president of a B-level guild, he has seen the world anyway, and he has never seen any beautiful women. But the beauty of the woman in front of him still far exceeded his imagination, which made him fascinated for a while. Until... boom! He suddenly felt a whirlwind. Then the whole person was thrown heavily on the ground, staring at the stars, only seeing a pair of feet passing by him. In the way. Su Yuan gently left this sentence and stepped into the room. In the room. It was dead silence. Several members of the Mad Wolf Guild looked like they had seen a ghost. Standing there, staring at Su Yuan stupidly, dumbfounded. What did they see just now? This is obviously a high school boy. Just picked up their president with one hand, and then fell to the ground like throwing a rag? How funny is this? Who is their president? 4.45s1 turn berserker. Their strength is so strong that all of them together are his opponents. Even if he had no defense against this guy, he wouldn't be thrown like trash like this, right? I hate you. Behind. Li Biao, who fell to the ground and doubted his life, finally came back to his senses. When he got up from the ground, he was about to pounce on Su Yuan while cursing. However, Li Biao has not yet uttered the curse word mom. The blazing fire element and the berserk thunder element around Su Yuan made him stop abruptly. As a guy who has been working in the wild and in various instances for decades, his premonition of crisis is much sharper than that of ordinary people. He could clearly feel that every pore on his body was resisting to take a step forward, because elemental fluctuations of this level would kill people. Plus, what is the background of this guy in front of me? This kind of strength is still second, the key is that at his age, he has this strength, this is the key. After all, Li Biao still understands people, not the kind of brainless idiots, so he swallowed his saliva and forced a little smile. This little brother. There may be a misunderstanding between us, if we have anything to say, let's talk about it. Su Yuan ignored him. He just looked at Lin Xiaoxiao, who was also stunned on the sofa, and showed a gentle smile. Do you want to drive them away? Lin Xiaoxiao's lips moved. Looking at the familiar face, he didn't react for a while. At this time, Li Biao on the side was quite self-conscious. Let's leave right now, Xiao Xiao, let's talk about it next time. Finished. Greeting directly to the brothers from the Mad Wolf Guild, then leave in despair. But when they just walked to the door, Su Yuan just said indifferently. Did I let you go? Came with it. There is also the elemental fluctuation of the air gently crackling. Several people paused suddenly, and in the end they dared not take another step outside, so they could only slip back in disgrace, and stood in a row in front of Su Yuan. That scene, to be honest, was quite funny. Su Yuan's eyes fell on Li Biao. Tell me, what is it? Li Biao gritted his teeth. Briefly explain the matter. Of course, he only said that Father Lin owed him 200 million yuan. As for what provided false dungeon information and injured guild members, he didn't say anything. Because this is what he used to bluff Lin Xiaoxiao, but in fact it is not the case at all. Is that so? After listening, Su Yuan nodded. 200 million, this is definitely an astronomical figure for anyone. Certainly. Except for him. 200 million, just a set of Leave 45 top-level purple clothes on him is much more harmful than this. Not to mention, there are those scrolls of forbidden spells that were forced by Mr. Zhou. In short, money is not a problem for him at all. It's just Lin Xiaoxiao. Single parent, father is a gambling dog, and he is gone. If she had to pay it back alone, she might still not be able to pay it after more than 10 years. Looking at her, Su Yuan seemed to see himself, who also lost his parents and was alone in this world. It was a bit sympathetic. Thinking of this, Su Yuan was silent for a while, then suddenly said. Small, or are you going home with me? Chapter 56. On the sofa. Lin Xiaoxiao, curled up like a frightened kitten, raised her head in astonishment. From just now until now, she has never really figured out what happened. She knew that the people in her father's guild were not good people, but she also knew that they were very strong, very strong. DS. just casually brought down the strongest guild leader among them. It all happened so fast that her brain hadn't figured it out yet. But now, Su Yuan's words. Like a boulder thrown into a lake. 1,000 layers of waves were stirred up in Lin Xiaoxiu's heart. Facing those clear eyes and seeing that familiar smile, Lin Xiaoxiu's grievances that have been suppressed for the past few days are about to burst. But she still bit her lips tightly, even though there were tears swirling in her eyes, she still didn't let them flow down. She has been without a mother since she was born. Now that I don't have my father, I am alone, and I don't know how to face the next life. In this case, the joy of awakening to become an A-level professional has long since disappeared. Su Yuan's words directly touched the most vulnerable and soft place in her heart. But she knows very well that she is completely a burden. With a debt of 200 million yuan, how could he cause trouble for Su Yuan? He has already been admitted to Longxia University. No matter what, the future is not bright, but it must be smooth. Although I really want to agree, but let's forget it. Lin Xiaoxiao shook his head. Said thank you very quietly. At this time, Li Biao on the side summoned up his courage and interjected. This little brother, her father owes our guild 200 million, but there is an IOU, which is recognized by Longxia's law. I know. Su Yuan didn't care. 850. I'm not an unreasonable person. It's only natural to pay off debts. Talking. He looked at Lin Xiaoxiao again, with the same smile. 200 million, I'll help you pay it back. But as a price, your contract with the Mad Wolf Guild will be converted into a contract with me, how about it? Ah! Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback for a moment. Then a look of anxiety appeared on his face. It's not because of the so-called contract assignment, but because Su Yuan promised to bear her debts. That's 200 million. Even if it's Su Yuan, it must be a long, long time. How could she let the person she likes bear such shackles? Lin Xiaoxiao is like this. Li Biao was taken aback. It never occurred to him that the mysterious young man in front of him would take a sky-high debt of 200 million yuan onto himself. How does his relationship with Lin Xiaoxiao reach this level? Or could it be that the two of them have already eaten the forbidden fruit, so they fell in love with each other? The corner of Li Biao's mouth twitched slightly. But this kind of thing is obviously not what he wants to pay attention to. This guy of unknown origin is obviously not something he can afford. Compared with the 200 million yuan and the more than 10 years of a prostitution contract of an A-level professional, the latter is obviously more valuable, and it is also the fundamental reason why he set Father Lin up. But in this case, it is not bad to get back 200 million. Boom! At this time, suddenly there was a knock on the door. Li Biao looked away, only to see the top beauty who made him lose his mind earlier, leaning lazily by the door. Excuse me. She spoke softly, and her voice was so nice. With a flick of his fingertips, something was thrown in front of Su Yuan. Let's swipe my sister's card first. It's just a little smile, but it's the most touching beauty in the world. Frenzy Wolf! Everyone stared blankly, almost screaming out. Su Yuan accepted Luo Qiushui's bank card with some amusement. Let's talk about it first. You can have interest, but you don't sell yourself. Who am I? Luo Qiushui snorted and smiled. Let's go, I'll wait for you downstairs. Okay. What's the situation? Who is this woman? Li Biao and others were completely dumbfounded. 200 million, just borrow it if you just say it. The point is, who the hell is a decent person with 200 million in cash in their bank card? In their confusion, Su Yuan had already stood up and took Lin Xiaoxiu's hand. Go, after paying back the money, go to my house and cook something delicious for you. The warmth from the palm of your hand. Lin Xiaoxiu's heart trembled, and she no longer refused. It just started when she lowered her head and blushed softly with a soft Even if there is no so-called contract, she is already Su Yuan's person. After helping Lin Xiaoxiao pay back the money, Su Yuan beat up the Frenzy Wolf Guild as a way to give Lin Xiaoxiao a break, and then sent them away. Mad Wolf, the group of people in the guild, were beaten up, but they didn't dare to say a word. After all, they got their money back. Such strength at such a young age, plus amazing financial resources. What level of energy is behind them, they dare not even think about it. Certainly. Although Father Lin's death had something to do with them. But the most fundamental reason is that Lin's father is addicted to gambling, and he will end up on such a road of no return. No wonder others. Su Yuan could only help Lin Xiaoxiao do this. Home. Luo Qiushui was helping Lin Xiaoxiao tidy up the new room. Su Yuan is showing off his culinary skills in the kitchen, ready to show off. Not long. The delicious food is on the table. It is delicious in color, fragrance, and taste. Just by looking at it, it will whet your appetite. Very beginning. Lin Xiaoxiao was a little embarrassed. When eating, I was obviously a little nervous. Regarding this, Su Yuan didn't say much, just added a lot of dishes for her with a smile. After all, there is a process of adaptation to everything, and this kind of thing must not be rushed, and it cannot be solved by saying a few words. Just take care of this. Fortunately, a few days down, Su Yuan's concern and Luo Qiushui's kindness made Lin Xiaoxiao gradually adapt to life here. After finishing the funeral for her father, she finally reconciled with the past and became the lovely young girl again. That night, after everyone falls asleep, Lin Xiaoxiao found Su Yuan's room in the dark, gently opened the door, and went to bed quietly. She hugged Su Yuan tenderly like a kitten, and buried her face in his chest. Su Yuan was awakened by the movement. Feeling the warm touch beside him, he was taken aback for a moment. I didn't mean that at the time, you don't have to do this. To be honest. Although he has a certain affection for Lin Xiaoxiao. But in the matter of helping her, he never thought about what to do. The transfer contract mentioned at that time was only in a joking tone, so that Lin Xiaoxiao could accept it more psychologically. In the past few days, the word contract has not been mentioned at all. I know. Lin Xiaoxiao's cheeks were hot and she murmured. I'm not doing it for payback, it's my own thing to do. Su Yuan was silent for a long time. Then there was a soft "hey." With a response, it is naturally enthusiastic and youthful, perhaps it is just like this. In the next room, Luo Qiushui turned over. In the dark night, the eyelashes on those beautiful eyes trembled slightly. Early the next morning, both Lin Xiaoxiao and Su Yuan acted as if nothing happened. It's a pity that Su Yuan can be extremely indifferent, but whenever Lin Xiaoxiao sees Su Yuan, her cheeks will still turn red unconsciously. After these few days of consideration, Su Yuan decided that since Lin Xiaoxiao was going to be admitted to Longxia University, it would probably be useless to study step by step in school. After all, she only has A-level qualifications, and the difficulty of getting into Longxia University is still there. As long as you open your mouth, you can take her with you. After learning about this, Luo Qiushui said with a smile. Su Yuan thought about it and rejected the proposal. He didn't want to raise Lin Xiaoxiao into a canary, that would hurt her. Then, Su Yuan decided, because she wrote an initial version of infinite growth. In this way, Lin Xiaoxiao's level can be guaranteed to a certain extent, and then she will be given a set of blue outfits and some protective cards, allowing her to go to dungeons and practice in the wild. As a fighting profession, Shadow Assassin still needs combat experience to grow. After learning that Su Yuan was going to write infinite growth for herself, Lin Xiaoxiao's face was full of shock. You can write rules for other people. There's more, this is too precious. To this, Su Yuan just laughed. Since you are already my person, this little thing is not precious at all. This sentence. It made Lin Xiaoxiao's face instantly flush with big blushes, directly reaching the back of his ears. At that time, she was able to muster up the courage to take that step. Even she herself felt incredible. How could she stand up to Su Yuan's teasing? Soon, the primary version of infinite growth was successfully written. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the beating experience bar excitedly, and was amazed by it. This is the first time she really felt Su Yuan's terrifying ability. At the same time, she also reminded herself countless times in her heart that she must not tell this matter, otherwise it will definitely bring Su Yuan pain. After writing infinite growth, Su Yuan prepared a suit of blue outfits for Lin Xiaoxiao. It's not that Su Yuan is stingy and didn't prepare a purple outfit for her, but if she wears a purple outfit, fighting monsters of the same level is completely crushing, and it doesn't have the effect of experience. This is instant teleportation scroll. When life is in danger, it can be teleported back instantly. Under normal circumstances, as long as you use the shield scroll, it should be able to cover all attacks. Watching Su Yuan explain patiently, the little girl Lin's heart was pounding, and the feeling of heartbeat became stronger and stronger. She had never experienced this warm feeling of being cared for meticulously before. Suddenly, she opened her mouth softly and looked at Su Yuan cautiously. "Can I call you brother in the future?" "Elder brother?" Su Yuan glanced in surprise. Then he smiled and rubbed her head, just like before. "Sure. Great." The girl cheered. The days off are over. Lin Xiaoxiao went out to start training, and worked hard to get into Longxia University. As for Su Yuan, it's time to start again. Over the past few days, the revised advanced version Infinite Growth has brought him about 850,000 experience points every day. As a result, even if he didn't do anything, he has been promoted from 4.51 to 4.53. Luo Qiushui complained countless times about this. "When I was at your level, I had to spend a lot of effort to upgrade to level 1. Now you are lucky, you can upgrade while sitting at home." To this, Su Yuan will not refute anything. There will only be a smile that belongs to hanging force. If you can't widen the gap with others by being forced, it's a shame, right? The following few days, the copy that Ning Cheng hadn't completed last time experienced Su Yuan's ravages again. After 2 large-scale attribute plundering, the current Su Yuan, even without relying on Wei Mei, relying on its own strength alone, as well as thunder element proficiency and fire element proficiency, are enough to penetrate many dungeons. This single swipe seems like a miracle in the eyes of outsiders, but to Su Yuan, miracles or something, it's just my daily life. The copy is finished. Su Yuan's level has almost reached level 55, and he has accumulated a very considerable number of origin points again. However, since he still owes Luo Qiushui 200 million, Su Yuan collected all the spoils of this dungeon. In addition to using 1 key raid, the loot will be doubled directly. After a few days, these things are taken to the exchange to sell, and they are directly sold for nearly 4000 W. 21Z? A piece of cake. Of course, because these copies were brushed by Su Yuan. All the guilds and teams in Ningcheng, like Hangcheng, have temporarily fallen into a situation where there is no copy. To this end, there was also a wave of protests on job changer forums. It's just that whether it's Hangcheng or Ningcheng, they say it's dungeon maintenance, and maybe compensation will be made, so everyone has no choice but to accept this result. At the same time, to the outside world, Longxia officials did not announce to the public the connection between the attack by Hai Sichao and Ningcheng and Sakura. It was just secretly putting pressure on the top management of Sakura country, and questioning what Higashi Kawataro was carrying. To this, Sakura country directly denounced Higashi Kawataro's behavior, saying that he must have been bewitched and had nothing to do with Sakura country. In this situation, 1.1. Since you are shameless, what should I do for you? Longxia simply announced this matter to the world, which immediately caused an uproar around the world. Regarding the Heisei monster, it has always been a serious problem for many countries, even the Eagle America Federation is no exception. Then, dogs can't hide the fact that they're doing this kind of research from their masters. After being beaten up by the master, Yinghua Kingdom still refused to let go, but the huge pressure they were under made it difficult for them to catch their breath. This day, Su Yuan suddenly got a message from Mr. Zhou. Because of Xiaohu's characteristics, it is necessary to devour the broken clone to break through the level limit and advance. So before, Su Yuan asked Mr. Zhou to help him investigate and find out if there is an area like Wild Night Ridge that has been shrouded in unknown black mist all year round. In this kind of area, it is very likely that there is Xiao's broken clone, which is another hidden boss lord of Ghost Mist. Originally, Su Yuan was not in a hurry, he just wanted to ask Mr. Zhou to help find the best one slowly, and it's okay if he can't find it. As a result, unexpectedly, there was a discovery. In the Yuncheng area, which is a certain distance from Hangzhou City, there is an area called Death Valley, which is very similar to the deserted Night Mountain, and it is shrouded in black fog all year round. After getting the news, Su Yuan, who swiped the dungeon, decided to go to Death Valley for a while. If you can really make Xiaohu devour the broken clone to complete the evolution, it will be a bloody profit. If not, take it as a break. Certainly. Luo Qiushui must have gone with Su Yuan. As for Lin Xiaoxiao, she is already V.19, and she is still working hard to train herself, so she did not participate in this trip. She is very aware of the gap between herself and Su Yuan, and she never expects to catch up, but only wants to make this gap slightly smaller. Chapter 57. Cloud City. This is a small border town in the southwest of Longxia. The weather is pleasant and the seasons are like spring. It's a pity that after the job change era, a large number of monsters appeared in the wilderness. Except for those sanctuary areas controlled by the government, few people went to other places. At this time, the entrance of Yuncheng Transmission Center. The figures of Su Yuan and Luo Qiushui appeared. Both of them were wearing casual clothes, and they looked like tourists who came to play. The teleportation array is really convenient. The distance of thousands of kilometers will arrive in a short time. It was the first time for Su Yuan to experience long-distance teleportation. Looking back on the teleportation experience just now, he couldn't help feeling emotional. The teleportation array is the pinnacle of magic creation in the world at present, and it needs the cooperation of high-level mages, arcanists, and various legendary craftsmen to complete it. In some relatively weak countries, the power of the whole country cannot even create a teleportation array. The difficulty of its construction can be seen. That's why the cost of using the teleportation array is naturally quite high, and ordinary job changers simply cannot afford long-distance transmission. Fortunately, Su Yuan has the Along card, which allows him to use all the teleportation arrays in Longxia territory for free. It's very convenient. Luo Qiushui nodded in agreement, then looked at Su Yuan. Should we go to Death Valley today, or wait until tomorrow? Today. Okay. After the two left from the transmission center, he went directly to the local employment center in Yuncheng. The wilderness area of Yuncheng is rich in spiritual specialties, such as various precious medicines and spiritual mines. Therefore, many pharmacists, enchanters, and blacksmiths from other places often come to collect the corresponding materials. However, the topography of this area is relatively complicated, and people who are not familiar with the road will often encounter various troubles. The employment center, in addition to issuing various employment tasks, can also hire a local guide to avoid such troubles. Hangcheng and Yuncheng are far away, and Mr. Zhou has no connections here. I wanted to report it to the country and let the leaders of Yuncheng receive it, but Su Yuan euphemistically rejected it as too troublesome and unnecessary. He is not a giant baby, so he doesn't need to rely on the help of the state for every detail, and this trip is for Xiaohu, which is his own private matter. But Originally thought that the process of finding a guide for 24 would be quite smooth. It turned out that I didn't expect that there were quite a few tour guides in the employment center. But when they heard that the place where Su Yuan and others were going was Death Valley, one or two of them changed their faces and directly stated that they would not take this job. Even if Su Yuan is willing to pay more, they will not do it. It's really strange. Judging from the information Mr. Zhou gave him, besides being shrouded in black mist all year round, the average level of monsters in Death Valley is only around level 20, so it's not too dangerous, right? Why is it all like hiding from the plague? In the end, it was an elder sister who answered their doubts. Turn out to be. Although the average level of monsters in Death Valley is around V.20. But that place is a bit evil, no matter if you are level 20, level 30 or even level 40, accidents may happen. Because so far, there are countless missing professionals in that place, and the highest level even reached 0.45. That's why. Even the Yunchinj officials have specifically warned them. It is said that if there are no special circumstances, it is best not to go to Death Valley to level up or collect materials. Son, I think you are so young, about the same age as that girl in my family. I guess you are at most 10 or 20 levels, right? I advise you not to go. The eldest sister persuaded me kindly. Su Yuan and Luo Qiushui smiled at each other. 10 or 20. This lady is still young. He is going to go to level 60 now. As for the frequent disappearance of professionals, to be honest, Su Yuan didn't really care. If something is really wrong, he can't handle it, isn't there Luo Qiushui? If she makes a move, no matter what evil things you have, I guess she can directly blow that place away. Then, Su Yuan gave up the idea of finding a tour guide. After thanking the eldest sister, I went to buy a detailed field map, and went to Death Valley with Luo Qiushui. Exit Cloud City and enter the wilderness area. Even with a map in hand, the endless bushes, forests, and swamps are too complicated. It took Su Yuan and Luo Qiushui a lot of effort, and it was not until evening that they finally saw the valley shrouded in black mist not far away. As for why Luo Qiushui was not allowed to fly with him? First, looking down from the sky, it is almost covered by the same tree canopy, and it is impossible to recognize the way. Of course, these places can be directly raised to the ground, so that it will be easy to recognize. But this is obviously impossible. Second, Luo Qiushui's Holy Spirit wings can only last for about 10 minutes. And Death Valley is hundreds of kilometers away from Yunchinj, this time is far from enough. But anyway, just get there. Black mist shrouded the valley, and the silence was a little scary. From time to time, there were some looming wailing, which made this Death Valley even more terrifying. In the first half of leaving Yunchinj, Su Yuan and Luo Qiushui also met many job changers who were leveling in the wilderness. But the closer you get to Death Valley, the fewer people you meet on the road, and in the end, you don't even see anyone for several hours. At this time, a certain area in Death Valley. Su Yuan turned to Xiao who was floating beside him. How is it, do you feel a familiar smell? He and Luo Qiushui have already stepped into the range of Death Valley. If there is a trace of Lord of Dead Mist nearby, then Xiao can perceive it with the talent of soul melting complement. However, Xiao flew around, then shook her head towards Su Yuan. Then keep looking inside. Su Yuan was not discouraged, the area of Death Valley was much larger than that of Desolate Night Ridge. So far, he and Luo Qiushui have only explored less than 1/5 of the area, which is still very early. Continued for over an hour. Xiao never responded. Could it be that there is no broken clone of it in Death Valley? Su Yuan thought about this question, until Luo Qiushui beside him temporarily stopped in his tracks, and pointed towards not far away. There are people there. Su Yuan looked up. Sure enough, a small team appeared in the distance. At the same time, they seemed to have spotted the two of them, and moved towards them on their own initiative. Not for a while. That team came in front of them. There were 6 people in total, 5 men and 1 woman. Sir Yuan took a look. The average level was around 4.60. This level is far beyond the level of monsters in Death Valley, even surpassing Sir Yuan. Such a strong team. What are you doing here? Could it be that they also came for Lord of Ghost Mist? While Sir Yuan was thinking, the leader of the team, a dark-skinned middle-aged man, greeted the two of them with a smile. Hi there. His accent is kind of strange that can't be described. But Longxia has a vast territory and different pronunciations in hundreds of miles. Sir Yuan didn't care too much, and responded politely. Hi there. You guys, what are you doing here? Do you want to be together? He took the initiative to invite Sir Yuan and the others. Behind him, the rest of the team also showed friendly smiles. Sir Yuan stared at several people for a while, and finally shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, but we'll go on our own by. Well, okay, don't bother me. The leader of the team smiled and waved, turned around and left with his team. After they left, Sir Yuan and Luo Qiushui continued to explore Death Valley. But on the way, Luo Qiushui suddenly said, a few of them have problems. I know. Sir Yuan laughed. You know. Luo Qiushui turned his head in surprise. Sir Yuan nodded slightly. When I first met that team, there was no big problem. But after a few words, behind their friendly and kind smiles, Sir Yuan saw a gradually changing halo through malicious premonition. They have ill will against themselves. However, this kind of malice was not strong yet, so Sir Yuan didn't let Luo Qiushui do it directly. Thinking of this, Yin Yuan wrote Gu Luo Qiushui. How did you find out they had a problem? Luo Qiushui smiled. You haven't even explained how you found out that they have a problem, but you asked me about it. However, she did not pursue the question, but explained. I think their level is high, and they must have some kind of conspiracy in this area, plus their tone of voice, it doesn't feel like Long Zongren. Not a real dragon? Sir Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly, no wonder the leader of that team spoke strangely. So, I used the spirit of surveillance, a magical gadget invented by my mentor, which can serve as a surveillance device. It's a pity that I can't understand the language they said, but the monitoring spirit sent back a few pictures. Talking. Luo Qiushui made a gesture of wiping his neck. I guess, some of them proposed to kill us, but because they couldn't detect my level and didn't know my strength, they didn't do it for the time being. I see. Sir Yuan nodded. The reason why their malice was not very strong just now may be related to their inability to understand Luo Qiushui's strength. Otherwise, there may be a killing intent on the spot. How to say? Luo Qiushui looked at Sir Yuan, waiting for him to make up his mind. Should we get rid of them now, or wait and see? Sir Yuan thought for a while. Can you promise to handle them? Luo Qiushui smiled angrily. Are you insulting me? Sir Yuan shook his head lightly. Since you can guarantee to take care of them, let's see what they are going to do first. It's not too late to kill them after you figure it out. And when the time comes, don't kill them all, leave one for me. Ah! Luo Qiushui looked at Sir Yuan in surprise, as if asking him why he said that. Sir Yuan raised his eyes and looked into the distance, then retracted his gaze, and said slowly. I know very well that this world is not so beautiful. In the future, I will definitely kill people. But I'm not a perverted killer who is indifferent by nature. If I can't kill someone for the first time, I won't panic or tremble. It's good to take this opportunity to practice my skills. Luo Qiushui heard the words and said quietly. Your rationality is even more called. People are afraid of. Sir Yuan smiled softly, looking harmless to humans and animals. He is completely a sunny high school student. People don't offend me, I don't offend others. If people offend me, and let him see the sun tomorrow, it is all my mistake. Talking. He paused. Speaking of which, the official announcement, the high tide in Ningcheng seemed to be caused by the Sakura country, and now there is another thing from an unknown country. Why are these guys? What can? After hearing this, Luo Qiushui felt a little helpless. After the era of job change came, our Longxia developed too fast, and it is estimated that we will be able to surpass the Eagle America Federation in no time. It is normal for other countries to have some thoughts. Su Yuan snorted softly. After I'm good enough to write rules that affect the country, give them a rule to suppress the country's movement, and see if these clowns can still jump up and down. Heard the words. Luo Qiushui smiled brightly. The country didn't love you in vain. Then, without knowing why, another sentence came out of nowhere. My father should like your words very much. With a smile on the corner of Su Yuan's mouth, he stared at Luo Qiushui. Whether your father likes me or not, it only matters when you meet your parents. Why, do you have such an idea? Luo Qiushui. Go aside. The other side. That team is heading towards the depths of Death Valley. The leader, named Guman, is an 462 level spirit master. As Luo Qiushui deduced, he was not Daoist long, but a Burmese. As for the other 5 members of the team, the same is true. Like him, they belong to the A-level guild in Burma Oni Yaman. Myanmar 217 is very close to Yunchench, and this time he led the team to subdue the Lord of Ghosts. He once smuggled to Yunchench to live for a period of time, but later he had to escape back to Burma because he killed someone. But Lord of Ghost Fog in Death Valley has always made him never forget. That was a few years ago. He hadn't completed the second turn at that time, it was just v.4. When subduing ghost monsters in Death Valley, I met that Lord of Ghost Fog. A ghostly hidden boss. Although he escaped from death that time, tried his best and sacrificed all his spirit control before barely escaping. But as a spirit master, he always misses the Lord of Ghost Mist, and vows to subdue him. As long as he succeeds, he will be able to go one step further, and even master Animalman. It is unknown. So, after completing the second rank advancement and consolidating his strength, he returned here again. As for the couple just now, if he dares to hinder him, he will kill him without hesitation. The only variable is that he can't detect the level of that beautiful woman. I don't know if he is wearing a shield badge or if he is 10 levels higher than him. Looking at the other party's age, he was more inclined to the former, otherwise, she would have to be level 70 or higher. Such a character, even in Longxia, is considered a genius among the top geniuses. How could he come here? After all, those who have seen Lord of the Ghost Mist, except for him, are generally dead, and the news will definitely not spread. Take back your mind. Guman stopped the team. Okay, now we can start. After returning to Myanmar, he accidentally acquired the inheritance of an ancient ritual. Through this kind of human blood sacrificial ceremony in the inheritance, it can attract powerful dead souls from a few miles away. Because of this, he has the confidence to come back and subdue Lord of Ghost Mist. Yes, boss. The other 5 in the team. After hearing Guman's order, he sat down cross-legged. At the same time, he took out a small knife engraved with mysterious lines, and cut a wound on his wrist. Guman gathered the people together and performed sacrificial rituals. Half an hour later, the sacrificial ceremony is completed. With the strong smell of blood gradually diverging, the thick black fog covering Death Valley began to roll. Subsequently, a chilly ghostly breath came. In the thick fog, a huge dark eye unexpectedly appeared. It was the characteristics of the Lord of Ghost Mist that Guman encountered at that time. It worked. Guman was ecstatic in his heart. This human blood sacrificial ceremony is really effective. However, just as he was making a move, a somewhat familiar laughter came. As international friends, I don't know if you have heard such an old saying from Long Xia. The praying mantis catches the cicada, behind. Everyone. We meet again. Chapter 58. This is. Those two real dragons you met just now? Guman's pupils suddenly narrowed, and he suddenly looked in the direction of the sound. There, the figures of Su Yuan and Luo Qiushui slowly appeared. Su Yuan still had a smile on his mouth, and he didn't look aggressive at all. The praying mantis catches the cicada, and the oriole follows behind. Although Guman is not a real Long, but he has stayed in Longxia not for a short time, so he can understand what this sentence means. This is to compare Lord of Ghost Mist to a cicada, to a praying mantis, and to compare themselves to a squirrel. Their target is also Lord of Ghost Fog. Guman's eyes suddenly turned sinister. Like a poisonous snake. Without saying a word, he released his three-headed spirit control. He is a spirit master, a type of A-level beast master, and has an alias, Ghost Master. His three-headed spirit controllers are all extremely vicious ghosts. They were trained by him in Burma with several sacrifices of human life, and their levels are all above 4.60. Although I don't know the strength of that Long Xia woman, but that Long Zhen man is only LV. My own three-headed spirit control can definitely kill him in seconds. The remaining dragon woman. Make plans according to the situation. After Luo Qiushui used the spirit of surveillance to discover that Guman and the others were performing weird bloody sacrifices, the two rushed towards this side directly. At the same time, when the dark eye appeared in the thick black fog in the sky, Xiaohu finally reacted. It's exciting and tense. Excited, it should be the existence of another Lord of Ghost Mist through soul-melting complement. As for the nervousness, it is naturally because it is much weaker than the Lord of Ghost Mist in Death Valley. At this time, seeing Guman's three ferocious monsters came towards Su Yuan. However, Xiaohu, who is only 4.30, didn't have the slightest fear, and directly appeared from the mini version as a prototype, and called towards them, regardless of whether he could win or not. Su Yuan. Although very touching. I also appreciate Xiaohu's courage. But he still called Xiaohu back. Even if you hide the boss template, you can't ignore the gap of level 30 plus 1 advancement, right? Gee. Xiaohu seemed a little unconvinced. Su Yuan was happy, and threw it behind her with a smile. Your task today is to swallow that guy up there later. Talking. He gestured to Luo Qiushui. Two ends to you, and the other end to me. Luo Qiushui hesitated for a moment. This is a ghost above 4.60, the strength is not at the same level as monsters below 4.60, at least 10 times stronger, are you sure? Not sure, but try and talk. In fact, Su Yuan was not completely sure. After all, a level above Leave 60 is the second rank, and there is an insurmountable gap with the first rank. It is almost impossible to accomplish a miracle if you want to beat the second round in the first round. B. Some people are born to perform miracles, aren't they? Su Yuan raised his hand, a large number of thunder elements gathered, almost in the blink of an eye, several thunderbolts fell towards one of the ghosts. For ghost monsters, physical attacks are almost useless, only magic attacks can cause damage. Boom! 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 Several thunderbolts fell, and the violent thunder force directly blasted the ground into a deep pit. Luo Qiushui, who was just about to make a move, gave a sudden meal, and was deeply shocked in his sleep. What's wrong with you? This was the first time she saw Su Yuan cast a spell with all his might. But the problem is, this is completely unlike the skill power that a Leave 55 professional can achieve. Even if he took a lot of thunder element spirits, Lei Wuzu's proficiency reached V.5. But without the support of a strong mental power attribute, it is impossible to cause such a terrifying destructive power. So, how high is this guy's mental power attribute? Luo Qiushui was shocked. Su Yuan is actually a bit too. Because, so far, he has never released Chuan Li, whether it is a dungeon or something else. So I don't quite know what level my nearly 1500 point mental power attribute is, but I didn't expect it to be quite strong. Certainly. This is not what Su Yuan himself said, but the fact that the blood bar of that ghost lost almost 1/5. This level of damage made Guman, who is the master of the spirit control, stunned. Did he read it right? That dragon real man, level 4.55, can knock out 1/5 of the blood of his ghosts with one blow? However, after instant thunderbolt, Su Yuan followed up with another punishment of burning flames. This time, the blazing fire element condensed into a prison of fire, directly covering the monster, directly burning 2/5 of its blood bar again. Luoqia Shui? She was shocked again. All she knew was that Su Yuan possessed thunder element proficiency and fire element proficiency. Instant thunderbolt. This skill, if thunder element proficiency reaches a certain level, you can control the thunder element to achieve the same effect. But this punishment of burning flame is obviously a high-level fire element skill. So far, Su Yuan has not taken the skill book from the Job Changer Association's treasury, so how did he master this skill? XT. Did you realize it yourself? Luoqia Shui's beautiful eyes flickered, apparently fainted by Su Yuan. On the side, two other ghosts saw that their companion was injured, so they were about to go down to Su Yuan. Luoqia Shui stretched out his hand and grasped it out of nowhere. As an SSS level holy hairsker, Luoqia Shui's magic power is of the holy attribute, and he is the most restrained against ghosts like this. Therefore, the two ferocious ghosts of Leave 61 were directly evaporated, as if they had never appeared before. Guman? He had absolutely no idea what was going on. The whole person just froze in place, like a statue. The whole process is estimated to only take 0.1 seconds. But his career panel has already given 2 consecutive hints. Death of spirit controlling. Death of spirit controlling. Guman felt like he was going to collapse. That 4.55 Long Xia man has a combat power that far exceeds his level. Now, what kind of monster is that Long Zhen woman? Originally, he thought that if the opponent's combat power was stronger, he would forcibly wake up the 5 people who fell into a short sleep because of the blood sacrifice ceremony. But now it seems, even if they wake them up, it's just a gift of their heads. This disparity in strength is simply desperate. Look at Luoqia Shui again. When she casually crushed 2 Leave 61 ferocious ghosts to death, the beautiful eyes still stared at Su Yuan, blinking again and again, and raised their chins towards the only remaining ghost. You continue. Continue to what? I want to see what other skills you have. Su Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled faintly. One trick, eat all over the world. Talking. A few more shots of instant thunderbolt and punishment of burning flame sent that ghost directly to the west. Simple, violent, and elegant. Unfortunately, Luoqia Shui didn't believe it. She felt that Su Yuan was hiding his clumsiness. He definitely has stronger skills that are useless. Well, it sure is. Taking his eyes away from Su Yuan, Luoqia Shui looked at Guman and 5 other Burmese not far away. What to do with them next? Su Yuan pondered for a while. The word kill was just about to come out. Guman on the opposite side chose to fight to the death because he knew that his death was approaching. He didn't know what special skills he used, and the 5 teammates who were sleeping beside him had their eyes bulging and their orifices bleeding. Afterwards, a large amount of blood flowed from their mouths, much more than the blood sacrifice ceremony used to attract the Lord of Ghost Mist before. A large amount of blood gathered towards Guman, turning him into a blood man. Blood escape. Guman seized the opportunity. He directly played his strongest escape card. The whole person directly turned into a bloody light, which flew away at a speed that was difficult to catch with the naked eye. Pity. He overestimated his occult skills. He also underestimated Luo Qiushui's strength. Before Guman had time to congratulate himself for escaping from birth, he only heard a bang. The bloody light hadn't flown a few meters before it exploded, turned into a little bloody water, and sprinkled on the ground, killing all life. As for the other 5 Burmese people, they were already dead when Guman performed the secret technique. Luo Qiushui sighed. Sorry, I couldn't save one for you. Su Yuan waved his hand. Practice again next time you have a chance. Something happened here. Su Yuan looked up at the huge dark eye in the thick black fog in the sky. Leave 50 Lord of Ghost Mist hidden boss. At first, it was obviously attracted by the blood sacrifice ceremony of Guman and others, but after seeing Xiaohu, it was completely attracted by Xiaohu. It can be seen that not only Xiaohu wants to devour it, but it also wants to devour Xiaohu. This kind of fusion should be the instinct that every broken clone will have? Su Yuan is not quite sure. But there was one thing he was sure of. Because this Ghost Mist Lord is much stronger, its desire to devour Xiaohu to make up for itself will only become stronger. Because of this, when it fought with Guman just now, it always hid behind the black mist and did not escape. Pity. Xiaohu has a backer, do you have one? Thinking of this, Su Yuan pointed to the Lord of Ghost Mist in the sky. First hit it to the point of remaining blood, then grab it and give it to Xiaohu to swallow. Okay. Luo Qiushui nodded. Behind him, the pale golden holy spirit wings appeared again, flying towards the black thick fog in the sky. In a minute, Luo Qiushui is back, dragging a cage made of light golden magic power in his hand. And in that cage, there was a black phantom, but it looked a little transparent. Probably because there was only a trace of blood left. Xiaohu poked her head out from behind Su Yuan, and glanced at the Lord of the Ghost Mist in the cage, showing some hesitation. Su Yuan grabbed Xiaohu directly, pushed it to the front of the cage, and said amusedly and angrily. Just now I was thinking about swallowing it, but now I have really caught it for you, why are you loose again? Certainly. That's all Su Yuan said. In fact, he understood Xiaohu very well. At that time, it was not afraid of those 4.60 evil spirits, because it, as the master of the Ghost Mist, had a natural ability to suppress ghost monsters. But the one in front of him, in a sense, is its kind, even itself, so how could it not panic? But Su Yuan's aggressive approach seems to be quite effective. After Xiaohu confirmed that the self in the cage had no power to resist, she immediately became more courageous, and immediately started to use soul melting complement. I saw a swirling vortex appeared on Xiaohu's body, sucking and pulling the Lord of Ghost Mist in the cage until Bai gradually merged into his body. This soul melting complement process lasted for about a minute. Soon, the black shadow in the cage completely disappeared. At the same time, Xiaohu's size skyrocketed again. And in the center of its forehead, there is also a dark eye like the Lord of Thinking just now. Su Yuan opened Xiaohu's panel curiously and glanced. Lord of Ghost Mist. Level 40. Quality, Gold. Attributes. J1220. Spirit, 1630. Agility, 1610. Physique, 1432. After devouring this Lord of Ghost Fog, Xiaohu's level restriction was finally lifted, and she rose to V.40 in one go. Correspondingly, its attributes also skyrocketed, even more exaggerated than the current Su Yuan. You know, the average value of Yuan's current four-dimensional attributes is around 1100. But the average value of Xiaohu's four-dimensional attributes has reached a terrifying 1500 points. And the reason why it caused such an exaggerated increase in combat power. In addition to its first step up, it is probably also related to its quality promotion. From the purple quality, it was directly promoted to the golden quality. Golden quality pets. This is what many beast masters dream of. Now, He, a non-beast fencing professional, got it. It can only be said that fate is sometimes so dramatic. At this time, Su Yuan suddenly remembered something. Not long ago, Chairman Chen of the Royal Beast Center contacted himself. He said that he wanted to invite himself and his son to have a battle against beasts. According to Xiao's current situation, I don't know if this battle can still be carried out. At that time, don't hit the imperial beast of Chairman Chen's son for a second, it will be embarrassing. How is this little guy getting stronger? Sighed. Luo Qiushui asked with a smile. After spending so much time together, she still likes Xiaohu very much. Su Yuan coughed lightly and didn't speak, but shared Xiaohu's attribute panel with Luo Qiushui so that, promised, she could see it by herself. Obviously, this pretense was very successful. After Luo Qiushui looked at Xiaohu's attribute panel, it took him a long time to squeeze out two words with a strange expression. Abnormal. Su Yuan smiled. How can a non-perverted pet be worthy of me? However, after reading the attribute panel, there is still a skill panel that I haven't seen. After devouring, Xiaohu has a new skill. Nether Realm, it can temporarily open up a small dimensional space. Su Yuan? What the hell? Open up a small dimension space? He never thought that Xiaohu's newly acquired skill would be this kind of space-type skill. You must know that the skills of the space system are counted as one, and almost all of them are godlike existences. But, after thinking about it carefully, it seems reasonable. The Lord of Ghost Mist had survived in Death Valley for so long, but it was still difficult to find. Maybe it's because of this skill called Nether Realm. Whenever a strong person searches for it, it activates the realm of the netherworld to hide in, and come out when it is safe. From this point of view, if Guman and his group hadn't used some special sacrificial ritual to summon it, it might be really difficult for them to find it. Xiaohu, try this skill. Gee. Xiaohu happily responded. After casting the skill, it disappeared directly from the eyes of Su Yuan and Luo Qiushui. If that's the case, it's nothing, at best it's a life-saving skill, but the key is. Luo Qiushui, a level 100 boss, after Xiaohu entered the realm of Netherworld, he couldn't even notice its existence anymore. In this way, the usefulness of this skill will be great. The most direct point is sneak attack. Although it is unlikely that Su Yuan will use this method of sneak attack, but the world is impermanent, who knows for sure. Besides, Su Yuan also has a very bold idea. That is, can you give away the realm of Netherworld developed by Xiaohu? Chapter 59. After devouring, Xiaohu's wisdom has been greatly improved. Although he can't speak yet, he can express himself clearly. After hearing Su Yuan ask him if he could enter the Netherworld, Xiaoyu frantically shook his head. Waving his hands and feet and making babbling gestures, as if he wanted to explain to Su Yuan why he couldn't. The expression on that small face is relatively complicated, very anthropomorphic. It's a pity that Su Yuan couldn't understand the specific content, all he knew was that the answer was no. Pity. Su Yuan sighed slightly. Otherwise, it is estimated that it can do a lot of things. Pity. Luo Qiushui on the side almost cried angrily. Do you know how rare golden quality beasts are? How many strong beast masters may never meet one in their lifetime, and you just got it like this. Forget it, the result is still a hidden boss level attribute panel. Stronger than ordinary golden quality beasts. If it's a pity if you can't bring Xiaohu's space skills with you, then 99% of the Beastmaster professionals in the world can be killed directly. It's a pity. Su Yuan didn't think so. Pointing to Xiaohu who is adapting to the strength, he said with a smile. If the realm of Netherworld can bring people in, it is almost equivalent to an invincible life-saving skill, unless someone is powerful enough to distort the space W. It also makes sense. Luo Qiushui pursed his lips, but I always feel that you are in Versailles. Su Yuan, blame me. Half an hour later, Luo Qiushui carried out the humane destruction of the corpses of the remaining Burmese people present, leaving them back to the dust. As for the things that exploded in their personal backpacks, they were all routinely confiscated and handed over to Su Yuan for handling. Later, Luo Qiushui reported the incident, which was affirmed and praised by his superiors. As mentioned in the above reply, Su Yuan is an important support for Longxia's future national fortune. Anyone who shows hostility to Su Yuan is Longxia's enemy. Whether it's deist Long or a foreigner, Luo Qiushui is allowed to kill first and play later. Su Yuan's safety is the top priority in everything. In short, it is very promising. After processing, it was already very late. After the Lord was swallowed, the thick fog above the Death Valley began to gradually dissipate. The silver moon hangs high, and the faint silver light can finally sprinkle into Death Valley once. Because it was too late, so Yuan 630 and Luo Qiushui decided to rest in Death Valley for one night. For ordinary job changers, staying overnight in the wild area is no different from courting death. But in the face of absolute strength, everything is allowed. As long as I am strong enough, I can sleep wherever I like. As for whether there will be monsters to disturb? Simply thinking too much. Not to mention Su Yuan's range instant kill, any monster below 4.45 will be instantly killed if it gets close. Just talking about Xiaowu, after completing soul melting complement and his strength skyrocketed, this little guy was very excited. Killing all the monsters in the entire Death Valley is not enough, even the monsters in other parts of the surrounding area are also given to it. Therefore, there is no need to worry about the disturbance of monsters. Only, there is an embarrassing thing. That is, there is only one magic tent in Luo Qiushui's personal backpack. This magic tent is a must-have tool for the field that integrates various functions such as damage absorption shield, attack alarm, temperature control and so on. Luo Qiushui's model is currently the most advanced on the market. Its defense module alone can resist the attacks of 4.60 monsters independently. After all, it is only the size of a tent. If one person lives, it is more than enough, and if two people live, then it has to be attached. Are you afraid? With a smile on the corner of Su Yuan's mouth, he watched Luo Qiushui put the magic tent in place. Luo Qiushui paused. How could he not know what Su Yuan's fear refers to? There's nothing to be afraid of. She raised her chin slightly, and that beautiful face looked even more charming against the backdrop of the moonlight. It is really difficult for people to control such a stunning beauty in the world. I was worried about your notion of male and female intimacy, but since I'm not afraid, it's okay. Su Yuan looked back with a smile, entered the magic tent, and lay down. Luo Qiushui acted as if he didn't care at all, and also entered the magic tent. It's just that because of the limited space, even if the two sleep with their backs facing each other, their backs will inevitably touch each other. Feeling the distant touch on the back, Luo Qiushui's heart couldn't stop beating wildly. As the daughter of a wealthy family, apart from her family, she hardly had any close contact with boys. When she was at Su Yuan's house, she also slept in a room alone. But now, plop, plop, plop. It's okay if there's a little movement outside, it might not sound so obvious. However, all the monsters were killed by Xiaowu, and the surroundings were so quiet that one could even hear a needle drop on the ground. So, what's wrong with this? Luo Qiushui almost went crazy. She is not yet strong enough to control the rhythm of her heartbeat. In this way, all the characters of Yuja that she usually shows will be destroyed. Etc. Su Yuan didn't seem to respond. Could it be that I was too tired today, so I just fell down and fell asleep? If so, that's fine. Luo Qiushui heaved a sigh of relief. Listening to the clear heartbeat in the dark night, Su Yuan didn't even think about teasing Luo Qiushui or anything. Girls, they all want face. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and he slowly fell asleep. Early the next morning, Luo Qiushui wakes up first. But when she opened her eyes, what came into view was Su Yuan's face, which made her whole body freeze. It turned out that at some point, the sleeping positions of the two of them inadvertently changed from sleeping facing each other to facing each other last night. But fortunately, in addition, there is no other cross-border behavior. Luo Qiushui breathed a sigh of relief, and stared at Su Yuan for a while. It's really handsome. When Su Yuan woke up, Luo Shui was no longer with him. After leaving the magic tent and going outside, he found that Luo Qiushui was playing with Xiaohu. Woke up. After Luo Qiushui found Su Yuan, he pointed to the dining rack not far away. Breakfast. After breakfast, continue to increase the attributes by a little over 10 points. After a while, the two set off to return to Yunchenj. With the experience of coming, this return will be much smoother, and it took less than half of the time before to successfully return to Yunchenj. Due to the great success of this operation, the two hit it off and decided to reward themselves in Yunchenj. There are quite a variety of delicacies in Yunchenj, and eating it all around is enough to satisfy your appetite. At the same time, on the other side, Hangcheng, Plain of Weeping. The monster level here is around V.20 on average. Because the terrain is relatively flat and suitable for team combat, it has become one of the most popular leveling areas around Hangzhou. At this time, a Leave 21 phantom leopard is eating its own prey. This top predator does not stare at the food when eating, but instead looks at the surrounding environment to guard against sneak attacks. However, after all, it is a low-level monster. Although it has a certain predator instinct, it has no intelligence. So I didn't notice at all that in the shadows cast by the trees not far away, there was one that was slowly moving towards it. Swish! Instantly, a petite figure quickly flashed out from the shadow. That person's speed was extremely fast, plus he suddenly appeared from the shadows. Phantom leopard was unexpected. It wanted to avoid it, but when it was about to make a move, a cold light flashed in the man's hand, and it turned out to be a dagger with a cold light. There was only time to let out a wail, and after a deep scar was drawn on the neck, Phantom leopard fell to the ground with a bang, and the blood bar directly bottomed out. Who? 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 The person who launched the attack from the shadows stood beside the body of Phantom leopard panting heavily. It seemed that this clean attack was not as easy as imagined. Only, if someone witnessed the whole process just now, they would definitely be shocked and call it crazy. Because, the person who made such a deadly and neat attack was not some ruthless and cunning killer at all, but a petite girl with a cute face. This kind of contrast is absolutely extreme. See, this person is none other than Lin Xia. Due to the infinite growth rule, her level has increased very quickly, and she has reached 4.20 in just a few days. This kind of exaggerated upgrade speed, she never dared to imagine, but now, through Su Yuan's blessing, it has become a reality. At the very beginning, she was relatively conservative, and the wilderness areas she chose were all relatively low level. But slowly, she found that this level of experience did not have much effect on her. Trying to keep up with Su Yuan is not enough. So, she finally came to Lamentation Plain. In a battle of life and death, her combat experience has grown rapidly. Shadow stealth consumes too much. Lin Xiaoxia reached out and wiped the fine beads of sweat on her forehead, but there was a bright smile on her face. However, great progress has been made. From the first 3 seconds, to 5 seconds, and then to 10 seconds. See if we can try to improve it to 15 seconds. This shadow stealth is one of her professional skills as a shadow assassin, which can make people hide in the shadows, and is an excellent assassination miracle. In the past few days, Lin Xiaoxiao defeated the strong with the weak several times, all because of its preemptive attribute. I don't know how my brother is doing now. When I think of Su Yuan, there will always be a warm feeling in Lin Xiaoxiao's heart. Although the title brother was requested by her, rather than her own siblings, it made her feel a kind of fetter. Because of this bond, she will work hard to become stronger, and strive to be able to help Su Yuan do what she can in the future when he needs it. Take back your mind. Lin Xiaoxiao is going to collect the drops of Phantom Leopard and collect materials. Although Su Yuan helped her pay off her debts, she has. I have quietly decided in my heart that I will work hard to save money and return it to Su Yuan when the time comes. Hello. Do not move. At this moment, an indifferent female voice came. A girl who looked to be about the same age as Lin Xiaoxiao walked towards this side surrounded by several archers. What's the matter? Lin Xiaoxiao blinked, looked at the girl and asked. Her personality is very friendly and lively, otherwise she would not be so popular at school. So she preconceived that the other party might need help with something. In the ranks, the eyes of several archers lit up. Obviously he was amazed by Lin Xiaoxiao. After all, the girl they are supporting not only has an exaggerated figure, but also looks a bit unflattering, if it is not because of money. Pity. The fat girl just frowned. She has always hated girls who are good-looking and slender. She thinks that they must be deliberately trying to please boys and make themselves beautiful, they are all shameless little sluts. Thinking of this, she raised her face, with her nostrils facing the sky, pointed to the body of Phantom Leopard beside Lin Xiaoxiao, and said in a low voice. This Phantom Leopard was the prey I was eyeing before. My guards had all aimed at it just now, and they were about to shoot it, but you killed it first. Ah! Lin Xiaoxiao was stunned. I didn't know you were hunting it, too. Then you go, this Phantom Leopard is mine now, I want to use its skin to make clothes. Talking. The fat girl looked at the wound on Phantom Leopard's neck, and frowned. How did you do it? This kind of wound, the blood has splashed to other places, and it will be very troublesome to clean. Actually, washing blood is not troublesome at all. It's simply that this fat girl is upset when she sees Lin Xiaoxiao. Certainly. Lin Xiaoxiao just has a good temper and a friendly personality, not the kind of soft persimmon who can be manipulated by others. After hearing what the fat girl said, he immediately realized that she might be looking for trouble, so he akimbo angrily. Even if this is what you saw before, but it was killed by me, it stands to reason that it should be my trophy. If you want. Talking. Hold out a hand. You can buy it from me. The fat girl didn't expect Lin Xiaoxiao not only not to be bluffed by herself, but also dare to ask her for money instead. His face darkened, and the fat on his face trembled, which was very scary. What I said is mine is mine. You guys, go and peel off the skin of that Phantom Leopard. /JVE. The guards behind the fat girl hesitated to speak. Although they did come to hunt Phantom Leopard to make leather clothes for her. But the problem is, they actually just passed by, and happened to bump into the girl in front of them hunting and killing the Phantom Leopard, so there is no such thing as what they have been staring at for a long time. On the statement. The fat girl frowned. The guards fell silent, they could only apologize to Lin Xiaoxiao, and then stepped forward to skin him. You are unreasonable, aren't you? Lin Xiao smiled pettily. He stopped directly in front of several people. Several guards were in a dilemma, but the fat girl had a lot of background, under her pressure, they could only bite the bullet and go forward, trying to put Lin Xiaoxiao away. But at this moment, a cold female voice came from behind them. Guo Li. The fat girl frowned. The voice felt familiar, but she couldn't remember who it was for a while. However, when she turned her head to look, suddenly the corner of his mouth twitched, and even the fat on his body trembled a few times. Although she hated those pretty and slender girls very much, there were still a few girls in Hangchang who she couldn't hate, or didn't dare to hate. Among them, the most important one is undoubtedly the iceberg beauty Yi Muanyun, who came to her for relying on others. The fat girl named Guo Li squeezed out a smile. Miss Mu, is this your friend? Roll. Mu Anyun didn't say a word. She knew very well what kind of virtue Guo Li was. Guo Li was embarrassed. But what can she do? She can only roll away with her guards in despair. But before leaving, he took a deep look at Lin Xiao, as if to remember her appearance. After Guo Li left, Mu Anyun looked at Lin Xiao. Why are you here? The level of monsters here is very high, relatively. Before the word dangerous could be uttered, Mu Anyun's figure suddenly stopped. There was a deep shock in those cold eyes. Your level. Chapter 60. Your level. In the end, Mu Anyun didn't continue speaking. The reason why she helped Lin Xiao drive Guo Li away was because she knew Guo Li's character very well. She was very unreasonable and liked to bully others. As for the specific reason of the matter, she was not clear, and a group of guards surrounded Lin Xiao, and incidentally blocked the body of Phantom Leopard. It wasn't until after Guo Li and her guards left that Mu Anyun discovered the body of Phantom Leopard on the ground. Feeling slightly surprised, she used the insight technique on Lin Xiao. Unexpectedly, she was stunned by this look. 4.20. This level is very high. How high is it? As an SS level Ice and Fire Elemental Envoy, she practiced continuously in the wild, and finally reached 4.21 at this time. She vaguely remembered that Lin Xiao seemed to be an A-level Shadow Assassin awakened. Although the strength was online, she would definitely not have such a fast upgrade speed. Could it be that someone brought her an upgrade? But to bring 4.20 in such a short period of time, the average family absolutely cannot afford it. Never mind. Mu Anyun didn't want to ask either. Her personality is relatively cold. She stood up just now, simply because she couldn't see what Guo Li was doing, and Lin Xiao was at the same school as her anyway. But, that's all. As for how Lin Xiao got promoted, whether it was by money, by chance, or by going astray and being punished, that has nothing to do with her. I am leaving. Be careful yourself. After leaving such a sentence, Mu Anyun turned around and left. Thanks. Lin Xiao thanked Mu Anyun's leaving back. But the latter didn't respond, and quickly disappeared not far away. The campus belle of Muda looks cold, but she is actually quite warm-hearted. She is not a stone like they said at all. A smile appeared on Lin Xiao's face again. Although there are many annoying people in this world, such as President Li and that fat girl just now. However, there are also many good people, like Su Yuan, Sister Qiushui, Mu Anyun. But then again, just now Mu Xiahua noticed her level. Although he didn't ask, he must have been taken aback. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a little guilty. She knew that as an A-level professional, this upgrade speed was completely beyond her ability. If Su Yuan gets into trouble because of this, then what should I do? Ding! Just at this time, an information beep sounds. The message was very brief, just saying I'm back. But this is what Su Yuan sent, so the meaning is different. Lin Xiao jumped in joy for a while, then immediately finished collecting the drops and materials of Phantom Leopard, and rushed back towards Hangzhou with the fastest speed. At home. After Lin Xiao came back, he ran directly towards Su Yuan who was on the sofa, and gave him a bear hug. Maybe because he was too excited, he accidentally tripped and hugged him away. After being forced to feel a wave of facial cleanser, Su Yuan coughed lightly. Lin Xiao's face was flushed, and she immediately got up in a hurry. Sorry. Su Yuan pretended nothing happened. Haven't seen you for a long time. Saying that, he got up and carried 2 bags of things to Lin Xiao. Here, a gift for you. Inside, most of them are some special snacks of Yunchenj, as well as some handicrafts and trinkets. Precious is not precious, the main thing is a heart. It is clear. Lin Xiaoxiao was very pleasantly surprised and very moved. It may be because she has never felt this kind of feeling of being cared about since she was a child, and for a while, her beautiful eyes were covered with a layer of mist. Like it? Lin Xiaoxiao nodded heavily. However, because she was afraid that she couldn't help crying later, she excused to unwrap the gift and went back to the room directly. Sighed. Luo Qiushui, who was about to prepare lunch, clicked his tongue and said, "You're really terrified of the little girl." Su Yuan laughed and said, "A dirty person sees everything as dirty. Who are you calling dirty?" At lunchtime, Lin Xiaoxiao talked about his encounter with Mu Anyun in Plain of Wailing. "Will I get you into trouble if I level up so fast?" She looked at Su Yuan timidly. His big eyes blinked and he looked worried. Su Yuan expressed that he was a little cute, and comforted him with a smile. "Don't worry, if someone really asks, you just say that you were led to upgrade, no. Are you really all right?" "Well, it's really fine." "That's good." Lin Xiaoxiao was relieved. However, she didn't say anything about the fat girl named Guo Li. Because she felt that this kind of small conflict, no one should care about it afterwards, but it made Su Yuan worry about it. After lunch, Su Yuan returned to the room. He took out his notebook again. When he was brushing dungeons in Ningchang before, he accumulated a lot of origin points. Originally, he wanted to implement a few new rules, but he ran to Yunchange, which was temporarily delayed. Now that things in Yunchange are over, and Xiaoyu has completed the first soul melting completion, she can finally continue to conceive a few new rules. Take a look at the leveling experience required for rule writing and then use the purple source point to write 8 rules, and then you can level up again. In the last upgrade, rule writing got guaranteed success rate. I don't know what new entries will be obtained in this upgrade, and I am looking forward to it. 10 minutes later, Su Yuan finalized a rule. This rule has been conceived before. It's just that it couldn't be realized at that time, but now you can try it. This rule is called a good start. The content of the rules is very simple, but also very perverted. Good start. The first monster killed in the dungeon will inevitably drop the same level of equipment as the dungeon. If this rule can be realized successfully, the benefits it will bring will be extremely terrifying. Just imagine. As long as you download a copy, 100% dropping equipment with the same level as the dungeon attribute is already an exaggeration. Now, you don't need to clear the dungeon and kill the boss of the dungeon, but you only need to kill the first monster and wait for the evacuation. Are you happy? Fantastic! This rule. There is no doubt that the ecology of brushing copies can be changed. Let me ask, who brushes the dungeon not for the loot in the dungeon? If you can brush the first monster happily, you can get the same level of drops as the dungeon. Who cares about brushing the boss? Think about it. Su Yuan directly began to try to realize it. The skill level is being judged, the level does not match. Insight of truth is being revised, fixed. Good start. Among the first 10 monsters killed after entering the dungeon, a piece of equipment of the same level as the dungeon will definitely drop. Highest effect, purple copy. Looking at this revised good start, Su Yuan is quite satisfied. There is not much difference between killing the first monster and killing the 10th monster. Certainly. The kind of dungeon with exactly 10 monsters including the dungeon boss is not counted. It's just that this kind of copy, it is estimated that there will be few in the world. Conditions, 8W purple origin, success rate, 0.000034%. The number of source points consumed is not too much, only 80,000 purple source points are enough, and Su Yuan has accumulated nearly 300,000 purple source points. It's just that the basic success rate is really unbearable, reaching an exaggerated 3/100,000,000. At this time, the importance of the guaranteed success rate is perfectly revealed. Use fate dice. Increased success rate 0.00001% - 31.9%. Not bad, neither high nor low, about 1/3 of the success rate. Manifest. The first realization failed. The second manifestation failed. Although he failed twice, Yuan didn't panic at all. After writing so many rules, he got used to it. Success for the third time. Good start. This rule was successfully added to Yuan's panel. From now on, if Yuan goes to make a copy, it is not just a copy, but a purchase. Because you have to know that even if you brush 10 copies of the purple level, you may not necessarily drop a purple outfit. But for Yuan, such probabilistic problems will no longer exist. Not only that. After one's own skill level rises, if the materialization consumes golden source points, is it possible for the scope of Good Start to be upgraded to a gold level dungeon? Then go up, there is the dark gold, and the copy of the red mythical level. Thinking of this, Yuan smiled. A good start, a good start. The first monster killed after entering the dungeon will drop red mythical equipment. This is the true form that Good Start should have. According to my current growth rate, this day should not be too late. Job Transfer Association. Elder Joe received a call from Yuan. The two talked and laughed, and talked about the next arrangement. Well, as long as things are done, then I will arrange corresponding dungeons for you to brush. To be honest, when the old man and Yiting and I were bragging about High Cow, I really didn't expect you to grow so fast, and you will break through level 60. Less than a month has passed since your awakening, right? This speed has never been seen in Longxia's history, or in the entire world. When your level is higher, our mission in Hangcheng will be over. Next, the imperial capital, the world, that will be your bigger stage. What? Arrange all the copies of the purple level for you. Ha ha ha, you really have a big appetite. But don't worry, even if you are under pressure, I will help you take over all the dungeons. Hey, what's the matter here? You can eat the resources you can eat, you don't need to explain anything. Wait. What did you say? Suddenly, Elder Joe's voice soared several degrees. He who had always been moody and angry, his voice trembled a little at this moment. I almost didn't shake my hand just now. The computer crashed, and all this was because of what Yuan said just now. On the phone. Yuan smiled and said it again. I accidentally wrote another rule just now. As long as I'm here, copies of purple and below levels can 100% drop a piece of equipment of the corresponding level. Grunt. Elder Joe swallowed hard. He stretched out his hand and pinched his thigh to make sure he wasn't dreaming, then asked cautiously. The corresponding level you mentioned, is that what I mean? Old Joe, if what you're thinking is that the purple dungeon will drop purple equipment, and the blue dungeon will drop blue equipment, then that's what I mean. Plus, even a respected veteran coder like Mr. Joe. After receiving Yuan's affirmative reply, he couldn't help but burst out a swear word in his heart. The purple copy must drop purple equipment. What kind of concept is this? This means, compared with the normal situation, there will be nearly 10 times, or even 100 times the output of purple equipment. This is just a rule written by Yuan for himself. If the scope of this rule is extended to Longxia, that Longxia's output of purple clothes will be more than the sum of the whole world. And purple outfit. It is already the highest level equipment that ordinary professionals can touch in a lifetime. Gold and dark gold equipment can only be owned by very few top experts. As for the red mythical equipment, that is the most important weapon of the country. It is a national treasure of every country in the world. So, if Longxia's production of purple equipment can reach 10 times, 100 times, then the army's combat power will be the first to bear the brunt and have the greatest impact. Due to the huge number of troops, Longxia's unified armament is only green rank. Only a small number of elite troops can be equipped with uniform blue equipment. The elite among the elite is purple. And now, such rules written by Sir Yuan. Let the popularization of purple clothes in Long Xia's army bring the dawn of hope. This level of news, Mr. Zhou did not dare to delay for a moment, and directly reported to the court. Clearing the purple dungeon will definitely drop purple equipment. This can be called a rule against the sky. Any person with insight will know its weight, let alone a member of the Longzhen tribunal. Therefore, after learning about this matter, the court held a meeting specially for this matter. Even if the target of this rule is only Sir Yuan, it does not hinder their excitement in the slightest. Especially an old general in the court, his blood boiled immediately, the bright smile on his face, from the beginning of the meeting to the end, has never been together. In his words, as long as the army's armament is upgraded from green to purple, then Long Xia's army can push the world across the world effortlessly. This is the terrifying potential behind Sir Yuan's rule. And everyone has no doubts about this statement. Because they know that there is no problem with this statement. So, after the meeting, the chamber performed 3 tasks. First, directly raise Sir Yuan's strategic position to the highest rank, and upgrade the corresponding Elong card to the highest specification. Second, arrange manpower to screen out the dungeons with the highest drop purple clothes in the corresponding level range within Longxia's range, and wait until Sir Yuan is willing to contribute this rule later. Swipe for maximum efficiency. Third, select some golden copies suitable for Sir Yuan's level, and wait for his strategy to speed up his growth. The headquarters of the Hangzhou Job Transfer Association. After the initial shock, ecstasy, and excitement, Mr. Zhou finally calmed down. After that, he immediately issued an order to seal up all the purple dungeons controlled by Hang Cheng, and cancelled all the previous dungeon reservations for Sir Yuan to attack. Even in the face of a sea of doubts, Mr. Zhou still resisted all opinions, with a firm attitude, and did not allow others to comment. At the same time, Elder Zhou also received a message from the court. It was a list of golden dungeons closest to Hang Cheng. The levels range from 4.40 to 4.60, and there are 4 seats in total, all reserved for Sir Yuan. A copy of the golden rank. It is extremely rare. It is one of the most important resources of a country, and it is not open to the outside world at all. But now, directly gave Sir Yuan 4 seats at once. Not only that, but it is also specially marked that after Sir Yuan clears all the 4 golden dungeons, he will continue to add more. Guarantee that whenever Sir Yuan needs it, there will be a gold dungeon brush. This treatment is invincible. But again, only Sir Yuan. Only worthy of it. Seek to follow the soil. Chapter 61. Home. Sir Yuan just received a call from Mr. Zhou, saying that the arrangements have been made. Hang Cheng, including the purple level dungeons in nearby cities, are temporarily closed and open to the public, leaving it to him to attack. The gold content of 100% dropping purple clothes is really too high. Even now, Mr. Zhou is still a little incoherent on the phone with Joy. Besides, Mr. Zhou also informed Sir Yuan of the court's resolutions. Your Elong card has been updated online in real time, and it has now been upgraded to the highest level, which is 2 levels higher than the old man's. When he said this, Zhou Lao laughed. There was no jealousy in his tone, because he thought this was exactly the treatment Sir Yuan deserved. The highest level Elong card? Is there any difference from my original one? Sir Yuan asked. Elder Zhou cheerfully explained. All the privileges you had before have all been strengthened. And, from now on, any of your expenses will be paid for by the state. Do you understand what this means? It means that as long as there is money in the treasury, you don't have to worry about money in your life. Besides, the resources in the job changer's treasury anywhere are unconditionally open to you. Of course, the dark gold legendary level and red mythical level things are national strategic materials, and they are not included in this list for the time being. I see. Su Yuan understood. Now he is tantamount to being supported by the state. Whether it is asking for money or resources, as long as he asks, he will give them all unconditionally. In this way, not only can it greatly accelerate his growth rate, but it can also fundamentally prevent him from being lured by the sugar-coated bullets of foreign forces. Money? Resource? We Longxia have them all. Don't touch porcelain from other countries. This principle is roughly similar to how a daughter needs to be rich. The girl you raised doesn't like the little advantage of the yellow hair next door, so naturally she won't be hooked away. One more thing. Zhou's 653 old voice is mysterious. In addition to raising the Along card to the highest standard, the court has also opened up 4 golden dungeons for you to attack. It is relatively close to our Hangzhou city, and the levels range from 4.40 to 4.60. It's up to you if you want to go solo or team up, and you can do whatever you want. A copy of the golden rank? Su Yuan took a deep breath with fiery eyes. The drop of the golden level dungeon is not bad for him. With the red dragon card, he can get the highest level of gold equipment and props in the Job Changer's treasure house. What he values is the golden origin. Just like the current good start rule. If you use the golden source point for correction, maybe you can increase the range of action to the golden dungeon. A 100% purple outfit drop is enough to drive a country crazy. The 100% drop golden epic equipment is enough to make the whole world crazy. Not only that. Except for good start. There are still many rules that can be written by the golden source point. It is estimated that any one of them will be much stronger than the rules written by the purple source point. Thinking of this, Su Yuan made a decision without hesitation. I'll just swipe solo. By swiping alone, he can get the most source points. If he forms a team, no matter whether he lays down and clears the dungeon or brushes it together, he will lose a lot. If it is a purple source point, it may not be heartbreaking, but there are very few dungeons of the gold level, and I don't know how long it will take to refresh one, so naturally I can get as many source points as possible. Okay, it's all up to you. But if you want to single-handle the copy of the gold level, you have to be fully prepared. In terms of difficulty, the gold level dungeon of the same level is dozens of times more difficult than the purple level dungeon. If you want to brush solo, it's not so easy. Talking. Zhou Lao seems to have decided on something. The previous training for you focused on the level, thinking about pulling you to level 100 first. Now if you want to collect dungeons with golden difficulty, then equipment, skills, and so on must be put on the agenda. Let's talk about the equipment. I'll pick out the most suitable and strongest golden suit for you. In terms of skills, what you have now is Thunder Element Mastery and Fire Element Mastery, right? I'll go to the treasury to check if there is a corresponding gold level skill book. Troublesome Zhou Lao. No trouble, no trouble. By the way, I heard from Miss Luo that you took a female classmate home to live in, right? Su Yuan did not deny. Well, yes. She is my friend. Something happened at home, and now she is left alone. I think we can take care of her by living together. Elder Zhou laughed. This is a matter for you young people. Who among the strong men in this world doesn't have a few confidant friends? 7 or 8 is not too little, and 10 or 100 is not too many. This has nothing to do with us, nor does the country. It doesn't matter. I just asked that question, just to ask if you want to change to a bigger house, will the place you live in be a bit small? Su Yuan coughed softly. I don't need it for now, it's quite spacious for 3 people. That's fine, I'll hang up first, I'll go find equipment and skill books for you. Okay. 11. At the same time. In Luo Qiushui's room. She was also on the phone, but she picked up the phone she learned. On the phone, Luo's father first asked about Luo Qiushui's recent situation, but then he said some things, obviously something to hide. Luo Qiushui was well aware of his father's temperament, so he could only smile and ask. Father, what are you trying to say? Over the phone. Father Luo smiled a little embarrassedly and said. Sure enough, I still can't hide it from my daughter. Luo Qiushui rolled his eyes. If she couldn't even notice it, she would be no different from a fool. Tell me, what do you want to ask? Having said all of this, Father Luo didn't pretend anymore, just see the picture. Actually, it's nothing. Dad just wanted to ask, how do you and little brother Su Yuan get along? Luo Qiushui thought for a while, but didn't fool around, and answered whatever was on his mind. It's good, he's nice, we get along very well. Gone. Luo Qiushui knew what his father wanted to say, but he just smiled and said. Gone. Father Luo pondered for a while, then lowered his voice. Girl, let me tell you, if it's possible, it's best to take down little brother Su Yuan. You're not young anymore, your mother has long wanted to hold a grandson. Luo Zhongtian. What are you talking about? Don't get me involved. Sighed. Luo Mu's voice came. After a burst of sounds of snatching the mobile phone, it was obvious that Luo Mu had won a big victory. Hello, my daughter. Mom told you, you can do whatever you want. There is no arranged marriage in our family. Mom supports you to fall in love freely. It's too early to hold a grandson or something. Don't listen to your father. I haven't heard my mother's voice for a long time. Luo Qiushui will really miss him for a while. After the mother and daughter chatted for a while, Mother Luo returned the phone to Father Luo. Luo Qiushui's beautiful eyes flickered, and her tone was teasing. I remember when you sent me a mission before, you said that it doesn't matter if you are a friend or a lover. Why do you suddenly speak now? There. Although Luo's father was repaired by Luo's mother. But when it came to this question, he was still very excited. You don't know, little brother Su has just successfully written a new rule that can change the future of Long Yuan. New rules enough to change Long Xia's future? Just now Su Yuan has never come out of the room, and she is also resting in the room, so she really doesn't know. However, why is his success rate of writing rules so high? Every now and then a new rule can be written. Just thinking about it. Father Luo suddenly asked a seemingly irrelevant question. Master Zheng Long, do you still remember that? I used to hug you when I was young. Of course I remember. Luo Qiushui's head was full of confusion, and he had no idea why his father would ask this. The Luo family and the Zheng family are both military families, and Mr. Zheng Long was her father's former leader. Although he has resigned from the military position in name and retired to the second line, he is still the top leader of the military in fact. Not only that, but he is also the vice president of Long Xia's court, the kind of heavyweight who can make Long Xia tremble 3 times when he stomps his feet in the true sense. It's just what did Dad mention about Mr. Zheng at this time? Grandpa Zheng, something happened. What are you thinking? Mr. Zheng's body is strong. What I want to say is, about the new rule written by Su Yuan, Mr. Zheng said this in court. What words? In time, Su Yuan alone can reach Longxia's army of hundreds of millions. Ah! Luo Qiushui's beautiful eyes blinked, obviously shocked by these words. In the job change era, the strength of the army is several times greater than before the job change era. Even the most powerful professional in the world, when faced with an army of millions, the only thing he can do is to run away. Therefore, to make old man Zheng, who is well versed in the combat power of the army, say this sentence. What exactly is the new rule written by Su Yuan? Soon. Luo Qiushui's confusion was answered. Clearing the purple level copy, 100% will drop the purple outfit. Su Yuan can write such a rule now, and when he gets stronger, can he change the rule a little bit so that he can become a monster in the wild and drop the purple outfit 100% of the time? As long as it succeeds, our Longxia's purple dress production will exceed the sum of the rest of the world. A team equipped with purple armor, the combat power will definitely increase exponentially. So you said, Sir Yuan alone can be worth hundreds of millions of troops. Here. Luo Qiushui completely understood why old Master Zheng said these words. This is definitely a rule that is enough to cause a huge earthquake in the world, and it is a rule that is enough to change the world pattern. So, do you know why Dad wants you to take Sir Yuan down? Let me tell you, Mr. Zheng is planning to match his granddaughter with Sir Yuan. There's no shame in us doing this. But Grandpa Zheng's granddaughter, I remember, just started junior high school. 3 years in junior high school, 3 years in high school, but only 6 years. Sir Yuan will only be 30 years old by then? Who wouldn't want to have such a son-in-law? What is it to be a teenager? Luo Qiushui was dumbfounded. She knew that Sir Yuan was very popular among Longxia's senior management. It's just that I didn't expect that it would be so popular. Even Mr. Zheng could not resist this temptation. Outrageous, very outrageous. But when you think about it carefully, it seems inexplicably reasonable. Just like Daddy said. Who wouldn't want such a son-in-law? One person can be worth hundreds of millions of troops. For a military family, this is simply the sweet pastry among the sweet pastries. Daughter, I don't want to talk too much about it. In fact, I think the same as your mother. If you are not interested in Sir Yuan, you must not force it. 11. But if you are also interested in Sir Yuan, you must act quickly. You don't know how many people are staring at him and drooling. Hang up the phone. Luo Qiushui's expression was complicated. Does she have a crush on Sir Yuan? The answer is yes. B. She has never been in love after all. I really want to do something to take Sir Yuan down, but she doesn't know what to do. Do you want one? I thought about it randomly. As a result, not only did he not come up with a reason, but his entire face turned red. Forget it, let's let nature take its course. Towards evening, Zhou Lao came to visit and brought Sir Yuan a set of gold quality equipment, as well as gold level skill books for fire elements and thunder elements. Gold quality equipment. Whether it is the bonus of attributes or the effect of additional entries, it is far from what Zizhuang can compare. Even in Mu Dongjian's S-level guild flame punishment, only he and the vice president own a few pieces of golden equipment. The rest, even the core members, don't have a single gold outfit. This shows the rarity and power of golden equipment. However, Mr. Zhou said directly domineeringly. You can wear this Leave 55 golden suit first, and then you will be able to buy it. After your level exceeds Leave 60, I will replace it with a Leave 60 or higher suit. Gold suit. Sets are much more rare than pieces. Even a suit of purple quality is priced sky high in the exchange. There is often no market for the price, and as soon as you hang it up, you will be robbed by the major forces. As for the gold suit, that can almost only appear in dreams. But on this, what Elder Zhou said was just let it go. With a gold suit, Sir Yuan may be the only one in the world. 4.55 Golden Suit Endless Weaponry. Set attributes. Plus 1000. Spirit plus 1000. Constitution plus 1000. Plus 1000. HP increase plus 20%. Mana plus 20%. All damage type skills power plus 20%. HP and mana base recovery speed plus 100%. To be honest, after seeing this 5.0 golden suit named Endless Armament, Sir Yuan was slightly shocked by its extremely luxurious set attributes. 4-dimensional attributes, all increased by 1000 points. And Sir Yuan's current average basic attribute is only around 1200 points. In addition, it also provides a 20% increase in blood volume, mana, and skill power, as well as a 100% base blood volume and mana recovery speed. Is this the power of the golden quality suit? Just hang up the purple suit and fight. Sighed. After learning that Mr. Zhou prepared endless armament for Sir Yuan, Luo Qiushui was taken aback for a moment, and then said in shock. This set of equipment. I learned about it in the equipment analysis course of Longxia University. It is said to be the strongest golden suit in the first turn. It seems that there are less than 20 sets in the entire Dragon Truth. Miss Luo is really well informed. Elder Zhou smiled and nodded. Endless armament balanced and terrifying 4-dimensional attribute bonuses, as well as various powerful boost effects, make it the well-deserved number 1 magic outfit under the second turn. This set was specially transferred after he applied to his superiors, and it took a lot of effort. Soon, Su Yuan finished wearing this set of endless armament. The feeling of soaring combat power made him feel extremely refreshed. Only, if the gold suits are already this strong, how strong will the dark gold suits, or even the red mythical suits be? In this regard, Zhou Lao said with a smile. The dark gold suit is very strong, beyond the imagination of ordinary people. As for the red mythical level suit, it has never appeared in the world so far. The red mythical level equipment only has spare parts. As he spoke, he paused and looked at Su Yuan with a smile in his eyes. Maybe the first set of red mythical equipment will be born on you. At that time, you have to divide the old man and let me see how strong the red mythical suit is. Chapter 62. If you change to someone else. Maybe I should be more polite to Mr. Zhou's statement. But Su Yuan is different, because he knows very well who in this world is most likely to get the first red mythical suit. That person can only be him. And he believes. As long as you can get the first set of red mythical suits, there will be a second set and a third set. Thinking of this, Su Yuan smiled at Elder Zhou. At that time, what's the point of having an eye addiction? Wouldn't it be better to wear it and try its power? The meaning of these words, although not straightforward. But Mr. Zhou understood immediately. What Su Yuan said is that at that time, there is no need to tell him to watch, but to give him a set directly. Hey! Don't say it! Although it looks like drawing big cakes, Mr. Zhou still firmly believes that Su Yuan can really do this kind of thing. But well, moved is moved. He still smiled and shook his head, waved his hands and said, I appreciate the kindness. But we guys are old, and Longxia's future belongs to you young people. Give me such an old bone, it's really not as good as giving it to a proud girl like Miss Luo. Being mentioned so suddenly, Luo Qiushui sighed. Mr. Zhou is over the top, I'm just a loser who couldn't complete the mission of the third rank, so I can't be considered the pride of heaven. Elder Zhou's expression changed. You can't say that, your third rank advanced task is several times more difficult than ours, besides. He changed the subject, pointed at Su Yuan, with an uncle smile on his face. Isn't there Su Yuan here? Su Yuan nodded quite cooperatively, his eyes were clear and natural. I said before that I would help you complete the third rank. As long as it is what I promised, I will never break my promise. Luo Qiushui opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he never said it. In the end, thousands of words turned into a smile. I got it. Equipment problem solved. Then there is the question of skills. Generally speaking, the most powerful skills of a job changer are job-specific skills, followed by general skills. However, due to the professional characteristics of rule maker, except for rule writing, there are no other professional specific skills, and only general skills can be learned. 1 turn golden 4.55 thunder dragon biting. 1 turn golden 4.55 thunderstorm. -24 turn golden leave 55 meltdown crash. These are the 3 golden skill books Zhou Lao prepared for Su Yuan. Su Yuan's current fire element proficiency and thunder element proficiency have both reached 4.5, meeting the learning requirements for these 3 skills. If you want to learn higher level skills, then V.5, element mastery, is not enough. But, due to the method of using elemental spirits to improve elemental proficiency, the maximum can only reach 1.5. If you want to continue to improve the level of element mastery in the future, you can only accumulate experience by upgrading the skills of the corresponding elements to the level of consummation. Here, Thunder Dragon Bite is a single target damage skill, and Thunderstorm and Melting Crash are both area of effect damage skills. As for the skill strength, don't worry, I will help you choose the most powerful skills in the corresponding level range. Veteran Joe handed over the 3 golden skill books to Sir Yuan, and gave a brief introduction at the same time. Okay. After Sir Yuan received the skill book, he directly chose to use it. As a large amount of relevant skill knowledge pours into the mind, the reminder of the success of skill learning appears. Thunder Dragon Biting Successful Study. Thunderstorm Learning Success. Molten Crash Learning Success. On the General Skills panel, there are icons for these 3 skills. As for the 2 skills that Sir Yuan learned through Arcane Comprehension, they can no longer keep up with his strength. Instant Thunderbolt is a purple quality skill, needless to say. Punishment of Burning Flame. Although it is of golden quality, it is an 4.40 skill, and its power is not enough. But seeing these 2 skills that were about to be eliminated, Sir Yuan suddenly had a new idea. As your level increases, old skills have to be eliminated all the time, and then you have to learn new skills. How troublesome is this? Can you write a rule yourself to avoid this from happening? Adaptive skills. Let your skills grow and evolve along with your level. And the direction of evolution is the most powerful skill of the corresponding element in the corresponding level range. In this way, I only need to learn 1 skill for each element, and I can solve the trouble of learning skills once and for all. It looks very good. Sir Yuan conceived and completed this rule directly in his mind, and made a concrete judgment. The result: failure. All right. It seems that my rule writing does not support this kind of adaptive growth skills for the time being. It was a damage type skill just now, and then it is a protection type and auxiliary skill book. Talking. Elder Joe took out 3 golden skill books in one breath. What is rich and powerful? That's called being rich. The rarity of golden skill books is even higher than golden equipment. Because of skills, no one would think too much of them except Sir Yuan. 1 more skill, sometimes, 1 more life. Same. Sir Yuan used these 3 skill books again. 6-layer magic pattern shield learning success. Blessing of Spirit learned successfully. Blessing of the Holy Spirit successful study. 6-layer magic shield is a shield skill with extremely strong defensive ability. There are a total of 6 shields superimposed. It is the best defensive skill and the dream skill of countless tank professionals. Blessing of Spirit can apply buff to increase the attributes of oneself, cooperate with endless armament, can make Sir Yuan's attributes increase by nearly 40% in a short time. Protection of the Holy Spirit is immune to all mental interference skills under the golden quality. It may not be used much, but as long as it is used, it will be very incomprehensible. For the next week, Sir Yuan, who was fully armed, directly started the journey of Raging Dungeons. The previous dungeons were all around Level 40, this time it directly soared to 4.50 LV.60, but the time Sir Yuan cleared them, even faster than before. The strongest golden suit. The strongest golden quality skills. When did the monsters in these purple level dungeons suffer from such abuse? In order to upgrade these elemental skills to consummation to increase the level of elemental mastery, Sir Yuan temporarily turned off range instant kill. But despite this, Still Spike, Thunderstorm and Molten Crash, the 2 range-based instant kill skills, are not easy to use. Once released, the monsters in the dungeon will almost die when touched, and they will not survive at all. In this case, Sir Yuan directly turned into a duplicate bulldozer. At first glance, there are quite a lot of purple copies, but within a few days, Sir Yuan cleared all of them. Correspondingly, with good start, these dungeons all dropped at least 1 purple outfit. Not only that, So Yuan also found out. One key sweep can also trigger good start. So in fact, when he brushes a dungeon, what he drops is not one purple outfit, but 2 purple outfits. Others brush the dungeons of purple and other ranks, beg grandpa to tell grandma, burn incense and worship Buddha, all thinking that they can drop a purple outfit. What about Su Yuan? He is going to buy directly. It's just that purple equipment is useless to him, and because of the existence of the Along card, he doesn't have to bother to sell these equipment for money. He collected all the fallen purple clothes and sent them to the treasure house of job changers in Hangzhou. Therefore, when he saw the mountain of purple outfits in the job changers' treasury, Mr. Zhou only had countless. In his mind, he originally thought that Su Yuan would spawn a lot of purple outfits, but the number of purple outfits in front of him is still much more than he expected. But anyway, these purple outfits that have no effect on Su Yuan are treasures that many people dream of, so the more the better. After these days, Mr. Zhou's mouth is crooked. Only the management personnel of the job changers treasure house found him more than once, and asked Mr. Zhou secretly whether Hangzhou was going to be listed as a key city by the above. Otherwise, how could so many purple outfits be distributed? That's right, they directly regarded these purple outfits piled up like mountains as being distributed from above. As everyone knows, these are created by Su Yuan alone. In addition to purple outside, Su Yuan herself also gained a lot. The first to bear the brunt is naturally the source of purple. Due to the increase in the dungeon level, the experience gained from killing monsters has increased a lot, and the corresponding source points have also increased. Until now, Su Yuan has accumulated nearly 5 million purple source points in total. This is undoubtedly a huge sum of money. As long as the luck is not too bad, it is enough to upgrade rule writing to 4.3. Secondly, on the way to brush the copy, through attribute looting, Su Yuan plundered nearly 2,000 attributes in total. This is because the number of monsters in the dungeon is small, resulting in fewer triggers for attribute looting. Otherwise, if the number of monsters like Hai Sichao can be reached, Su Yuan feels that the attribute points he plundered can go up to 5,000. At the same time, even though the experience of spawning monsters is only 20%, relying on infinite growth, Su Yuan's level has successfully reached level 59, 72.3%. Only a little bit, it can be upgraded to 4.60. At home, the purple dungeon has been done, and the next thing to do is the gold level dungeon. It's just that in the middle of this, Su Yuan gave himself 2 days off, otherwise he would still be a little exposed. Of course, say vacation. But in fact, what Su Yuan is really doing is to use the 500W purple source points to write more rules, so that rule writing can be promoted to level 3. He has a hunch that after rule writing is promoted to 4.3, and he has a golden source point, the quality of the rules he can write will improve a lot. Finally, after 3 days of conception, writing, and revision, Su Yuan finally got his wish and upgraded rule writing to V.3. The new rules are as follows. The first, protection. If the skill released by the opponent has never been seen before, it will be invalidated, and there is a 50% chance to rebound it. Range of action, 4.60 purple level skill. Spell amplification, all damage type skills, power increase by 20%. Health volume regeneration, when the blood volume drops to 50% for the first time, it will return to 100%. Cooling time, 24 hours. Mana regeneration, when the mana is reduced to 50% for the first time, it will be restored to 100%. Cooling time, 12 hours. The revised rules are as follows. Infinite growth, gain 10 experience points per second, gain 15 experience points per second. Range instant kill, instantly kill monsters below 4.45 within 100 meters around you, insta-kill monsters below 4.55 within 100 meters around you. Arcane comprehension, when using a skill scroll, there is a 1% chance to comprehend the corresponding skill. When using a skill scroll, there is a 3% chance to comprehend the corresponding skill. 4-dimensional attribute increase. Every time you increase one level, you will get an extra 5 points of 4-dimensional attribute. Every time you increase one level, you will get an additional 10 points of 4-dimensional attribute. There is nothing to say about the revised rules. As Sir Yuan's level increases, they need to be adjusted upwards. Among the newly added rules, what Sir Yuan is most satisfied with is the preliminary protection. Although the current scope of action is only purple level skills below 4.60. However, with subsequent revisions, the scope of action has expanded. It will become one of your most effective shelters. Certainly. In addition to a series of new and revised rules, what Sir Yuan pays most attention to is undoubtedly the extra ability of rule writing after upgrading to v.3. Rule Promotion 477. The rule maker completely masters the rules he writes, and he only needs to invest in the corresponding number of source points of the same level to promote the rules without further steps. A probabilistic upward correction is made. After seeing the new abilities brought about by the skill upgrade, Sir Yuan's eyes became more and more fiery. There is no doubt that this is definitely a godlike experience. Before that, if he wants to make an upward revision to a certain rule, he needs to make a new judgment. If the judgment is successful, a basic success rate will reappear, and then the source point will be spent to realize it. But now, this mode will no longer exist. He only needs to spend the corresponding number and level of source points at one time, and he can 100% promote a rule. You know, in the past few days, the source point spent due to the failure of the correction has reached almost 60%. Without these wastes, he could write and modify more rules. Whether it's the guaranteed success rate or the rule promotion, they are extremely practical. I don't know if the subsequent upgrade will bring more powerful subsidiary abilities. I'm really looking forward to it. Somewhere in a wilderness area hundreds of kilometers away from Hangcheng. This is a restricted area in the wilderness, guarded by Longxia soldiers around, and no one is allowed to enter. The reason is simple. Here is the gold level copy of 4.51 Earth Dragon Ruins. No matter which country the gold level dungeon is in, it is regarded as a strategic resource and is firmly controlled by the government. Most people don't even brush the golden dungeon, they can't even take a close look at it. At this time, next to the copy entrance, several soldiers are waiting in formation. They received an order, saying that someone will come here today to attack the ruins of the Earth Dragon. Not long after, they ushered in raiders of the dungeon, a man and a woman. The boy looked like a high school student who had just awakened. Girls look like college students at best. Several people looked at each other in blank dismay. Every time someone came to raid this dungeon before, they were in groups. At least once, there were 8 people. But now there are only 2 people? Although they were very puzzled, their nature as soldiers prevented them from asking too much. After checking the corresponding documents and confirming that they are correct, they will be released. It was just the next scene that made them really doubt whether the higher-up made a mistake. I see. After the copy is opened, the boy who looked like a high school student entered the instance. But that girl had no intention of entering the dungeon from the beginning to the end. Single brush gold copy? Several people looked at each other, and they all saw a deep shock in each other's eyes. If it is a middle-aged person who only brushes the gold dungeon, then they can accept it better, but if it is a high school student, what kind of monster is that? However, and that's not all. A minute later, the figure of the high school boy appeared at the entrance of the dungeon, and the dungeon was displayed as to be refreshed. They are completely messed up. Chapter 63. What the hell is this? 1 minute seems to be the time to refresh the evacuation point, right? It means that he has already cleared the golden dungeon before the evacuation point is refreshed? Several people are the guards of this Earth Dragon Ruins dungeon, and they know a lot about the dungeon. This dungeon is a rare boss room type dungeon, which means that there is only one boss in the dungeon and no other mobs. As long as you are from Longxia, you should be very clear that as long as anything has the word dragon on it, it is basically impossible for it to be weak. Earth Dragon Ruins, just like its dungeon name, after entering the dungeon, it is a huge ruin. And this ruin is the territory of a terrifying boss rock earth dragon with the blood of a dragon. Terrible destructive power. Extreme defense. Rock earth dragon possessing these two characteristics is definitely the master of monsters below V.60. Even if it is an A-level meat shield professional, if he does not have strong defensive skills, he may be whipped by the tail of the rock earth dragon, and he will die suddenly on the spot. So, they don't understand the situation at all. If it is said that this guy used his strength to single-handedly brush earth dragon ruins within a minute, they would rather believe that this guy is not a human being, but a god. Other than God, who the hell can solo V.51's earth dragon ruins at this age? Don't be too outrageous. But the problem is, if this guy is the son of someone above, relying on external forces, that is, high-level scrolls, high-level props, etc., to speed through this dungeon, so, for what? The high-level scrolls and props that can kill rock earth dragons so quickly are estimated to be worth much more than the drops in this dungeon. Isn't this a completely loss-making business? Or just come here to have a good time? If so, then this is too wasteful. Several guard soldiers are like this. Luo Qiushui's current mental activities are actually similar to them. Because she didn't know that Su Yuan had already raised the applicable level of range instant kill to 4.55. She has learned about the monster rock earth dragon in the Advanced Monster Theory of Longxia University, and knows its powerful characteristics. If she were to face the same level, leave 100 rock dragon, it would probably be a little tricky, and she would definitely not be able to reach Su Yuan's speed. The rock dragon scales covered by rock earth dragon have a 30% reduction in elemental damage. Su Yuan's skills are all elemental, even if he wears the first golden set endless armament below 4.60, he can't kill so fast, right? Let's go. Facing the dazed Luo Qiushui, Su Yuan greeted with a smile. Speaking of which, there are range insta-kill, and the level is below 4.55, no matter what level it is actually the same for him. Hidden bosses like Lord of Ghost Mist can be taken by seconds, so naturally you rock earth dragon will also be taken by seconds. Because before the power of rules, all beings are equal. Therefore, his process of conquering earth dragon ruins is actually very simple. After entering the dungeon, first apply the buff of Blessing of Spirit to yourself, and after getting the attribute increase, then put on a 6-layer magic pattern shield. Make sure that you won't be instantly dropped by rock earth dragon, and then go directly into its range of 100 meters, then trigger range instant kill, and instantly kill all monsters with a level below 4.55. If there is a next time. He also fills in very simply. As for the drops, this time I was a bit unlucky. There were no gold level items and equipment dropped, and they were all purple equipment and purple props. The same is true when using one-piece sweep. But after killing Rock Earth Dragon, he gained 20W experience, and thus got 16W golden source points. Cool. After obtaining the 160,000 source points, Su Yuan glanced at the source points needed to upgrade Good Start. Good Start, the current highest range of action, is the copy of the purple level. If it can be upgraded to the gold level, it means that every time you make a gold copy, you will have a guaranteed gold equipment drop. And one gold outfit is worth thousands of purple outfits. The two are not at the same level at all. Upgrade required, 2000W golden source point. Su Yuan, excuse me. Although the success rate of rule promotion is 100%, the golden source points required for this upgrade are still a little exaggerated. But this is also understandable. After all, the gold content of 100% gold drop is there. As long as there is a gold dungeon, it is equivalent to having a mine that can produce unlimited gold equipment. At the same time, Hangcheng, Mu Family Manor. After being promoted to 4.25, Mu Anyun temporarily stopped the pace of leveling. With this level and SS level professional talent, no matter whether she wants to be admitted to Longxia University or Imperial University, she is already sure. If you relevel up next, the speed will be slower, and the price-performance ratio will be high. So, she plans to spend the next time more on skills, so that her combat power can go further. As Ice and Fire Elemental Envoy, Mu Anyun possessed 4.1 Ice Elemental Proficiency and Fire Elemental Proficiency when she awakened. In addition to Ice and Fire Elementalist's career-specific passives Blessing of Ice Spirit and Blessing of Fire Spirit, the element mastery will increase with the growth of the level. So far, her Ice Elemental Mastery and Fire Elemental Mastery have reached 4.2, which is enough to support learning some more advanced elemental skills. Mu Anyun is a very rational person. Previously, instead of relying on her family's strength, she went to the wilderness area to practice leveling alone, in order to temper her combat experience, because this kind of thing can only be obtained by others if she experiences it herself. But when it was time to use the resources at home, she would not hesitate at all. For example, now, she went directly to her father, Mu Dongjian, and asked him to choose a suitable fire element skill for her. It's already 4.25 as expected of my daughter, Mu Dongjian. Recently, Mu Dongjian took flame punishment and everyone to go to other places to capture a special dungeon, and he hasn't seen his daughter for a long time. Seeing that Mu Anyun came to look for her on her own initiative, she used the insight technique to take a look. Just looking at it makes me feel proud. He fully supports Mu Anyun's experience in the wilderness alone. Looking at him, every strong man should walk his own path. How many of those who were thrown out by resources have real skills? Certainly. Except for Sir Yuan. Because of Sir Yuan's situation, the country is begging to give him resources. Assuming that there is no help from the state, a bug-level evildoer like him will definitely be able to grow up, but the speed may be slower. Speaking up. A few days ago, Elder Zhou also contacted him and asked him to recommend fire element skills for Sir Yuan. It's just that when the old General Zhou asked for it, he was immediately dumbfounded. Because Zhou Lao's request is the strongest fire element skill in the golden quality of 4.50 LV.60. What does this mean? It means that Sir Yuan's level has reached above 4.50. And fire elemental proficiency at least reached V.5. In addition, there are mental power attributes, which are far beyond the normal level. To know. The current Sir Yuan is not cultivated by the state, but by them in Hangzhou. In this case, the growth rate is already so scary. If you really wait until the country takes over, it may take less than a year to overtake yourself. Why? It's okay to be unconvinced. Dad. Mu Anyun frowned slightly. After being yelled at by her, Mu Dongjian realized that he had been distracted for a long time, and got up directly. Ahem, let's go, Dad will recommend the most suitable skills for you. You are now level 25, and your elemental proficiency has reached 4.2. You should be able to learn blue quality skills. Talking and talking. Mu Dongjian suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Just now he was proud of his daughter. But look now. Sir Yuan is already 4.50, girl group V.25. Sir Yuan has already learned gold quality skills, and the girl only learns blue quality skills. This can compare. No, Mu Dongjian shook his head. No matter what, my daughter is a treasure, there is no need to compare with others. Especially if this person is Sir Yuan, not to mention his own daughter, even those SSS-level enchanting geniuses in the imperial capital, wouldn't they want to follow Sir Yuan to eat the car exhaust? Thinking of this, Mu Dongjian immediately regained his balance. Soon, Mu Dongjian brought Mu Anyun to the treasure house of the Job Transfer Association. As one of the 10 people in Hangzhou, he naturally has the right to use the materials in the treasure house. When he was searching for a suitable skill book for Mu Anyun, the more he looked at it, the more something went wrong. In this treasury, why are there purple clothes everywhere? The places where props, potions, scrolls, and skill books were originally placed are all piled up with all kinds of purple clothes. He hasn't been in Hangchang for a few days, what's going on? After asking Mu Anyun to look in the treasure house first, Mu Dongjian walked aside and called Zhou Mi directly. When he learned that all these purple outfits were created by Su Yuan, he was again stunned. How lucky is Su Yuan to be able to create so many purple outfits? Regarding this, Mr. Zhou smiled and explained to him the rules of good start, and then Mu Dongjian couldn't help but swear. He felt that his worldview had been subverted. The flame punishment he led, the core backbone only wore purple clothes. Now, Su Yuan directly made a rule of 100% must drop the purple outfit. This is no longer a talent, this is a mine at all. A long time. Mu Dongjian lamented. I hate it. Old Zhou was dumbfounded. What do you hate? Mu Dongjian lamented. I hate that my daughter has no chance. Hearing this, Elder Zhou laughed and teased. Not to mention your daughter, even Luo Qiushui may not have a chance now. You have to know how many people in the imperial capital are looking at Su Yuan as a sweet pastry. Ah! Now it was Mu Dongjian's turn to be shocked. Luo Qiushui's family background and personal qualifications are definitely a proper daughter of heaven. If she doesn't necessarily have a chance, who will have a chance? In this regard, Elder Zhou smiled meaningfully. Luo Qiushui is indeed the pride of Longxia, but there is more than one such pride as her Longxia. What's more, those whose family background is more prominent than her, and whose talent is superior to her, even. There are so many. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter how many confidant you have, but we, Longxia, are only allowed to have one genuine wife. Do you think the competition is fierce? Mu Dongjian pondered for a while, and it seemed that this was indeed the case. Although he didn't want to admit it, compared with Luo Qiushui and other truly proud daughters of heaven, her own daughter really didn't even have the qualifications to compete. Pity. If only we could have a puppy love. It would be nice to take down Su Yuan before he wakes up. By the way, anyway, the treasure house is overflowing with purple outfits, pick one for your Xiao Yan and prepare it. Okay. Mu Dongjian glanced at his daughter who was curiously looking at all kinds of purple clothes not far away, and nodded. Girl, since you can't get his people, then his equipment is only a few 100 million points away, so it's not a big problem. The other side. Since Earth Dragon Ruins ended very quickly, Su Yuan went to brush another 4.55 golden copy named Shadow Spider Nest. Compared with Earth Dragon Ruins, which is a rare instance of a boss room, Shadow Spider Nest is much more normal. But because the copy map is large and maze-shaped, it takes a long time to clear the level. But correspondingly, the harvest is quite rich. In addition to 300,000 golden points and more than 3 million purple points, Su Yuan also gained nearly 800 attributes and a piece of golden equipment. Although Su Yuan can't use this piece of equipment now, it is the first gold that he dropped after all. The use value is small, but the commemorative value is great. 4.55 Gold Shadow Fang. Introduction: kill the top quality weapon dropped by Shadow Spider Nest Dungeon Boss Shadow Spider Queen. Attributes: Dexterity plus 350. Critical strike rate plus 20%. Critical damage plus 30%. Characteristic: lethal quenching poison, apply forbidden healing state for 60 seconds to the injured target, and very poisonous state for 60 seconds. Phantom attack, attacks launched without the target being aware of it, damage plus 100%. After seeing the effect of this dagger, Su Yuan's first reaction was that it was a perfect match with Lin Xiao's Shadow Assassin class. 2. Lin Xiaoxiao is his first woman, and this dagger is a perfect match for the first gold commemorative attribute dropped in his career. Therefore, Su Yuan decided to give Lin Xiaoxiao this dagger as a surprise when she reaches level 55. Brushing 2 golden copies a day is quite enough. Among the remaining 2 dungeons, Li Wanghao, the level leave 45 dungeon is too low to gain experience and source points, so Su Yuan has not done it for the time being. As for the leave 61, since range insta-kill is no longer applicable, it will be a tough battle, so Su Yuan plans to prepare again. So, after returning home, Su Yuan decided to use the golden source points obtained by brushing Earth Dragon Ruins and Shadow Spider Nest to write a rule that he wanted a long time ago. This rule is the ultimate weakened version of Immortal. Su Yuan named it Phoenix's Shelter. Phoenix's Shelter, immune to an imminent fatal injury, and teleport yourself to a safe place selected in advance. With this rule, Su Yuan can safely and boldly make some more dangerous attempts, for example, find a chance to try the Dark Gold dungeon below 4.55. The range of range instant kill is 100 meters, which means that if there is a monster below 4.55 that can kill itself within 100 meters, then this rule becomes. Decorations. The monsters in the Golden Dungeon are definitely not able to do it, but the monsters in the Dark Gold dungeons are not necessarily so. So, if there is this rule, maybe I can try to clear the Dark Gold dungeon. If it fails, it's not a big deal. But if it succeeds and obtains the Dark Gold source point, it will be blood money. As for why he thought about the Dark Gold source point just after opening up the Golden source point, if he didn't have any ambitions, would he still be called a man? Soon. Under Su Yuan's try. Asylum of the Phoenix, which has been failed due to insufficient skill level, has been judged to be successful. Conditions: 40W Golden Origin, success rate, 0%. Su Yuan, Tomb. He has lost count of how many zeros this success rate is. Fortunately, guaranteed success rate is specially designed to deal with this situation. So, no matter how low the basic success rate is, you have to obediently start from 0.0001%. Use Fate Dice. The success rate, give me an increase. Chapter 64. The increase was successful. The success rate rose to 11.01%. A new low success rate. It almost fell below 10%. Perhaps it is because the concepts of death and transmission are involved in Phoenix's Shelter. So even if the golden source point is used, its success rate is still very low. 40W Golden Origin, 11.01% success rate, Bo? That's definitely going to be a fight. The rules related to growth rate and strength can all be put aside. The sky is big and the earth is big, and human life is the biggest. As long as people are alive, there are infinite possibilities. Even though he is now under the protection of the state and has Luo Qiushui's personal protection, there is no need to worry about safety for the time being. But who can guarantee? As I grow faster and faster, and start to lead Longxia, lead the world, and even lead the entire era, won't it cause others to peep? So. Flower. Spend me hard. Any origin points spent on protective rules are worth it. Spent 400,000 golden source points, now in progress. Successful realization. Followed by the prompt that the rules are realized successfully. On Su Yuan's personal panel, there is an extra word Phoenix's Shelter. Phoenix's Shelter, immune to an imminent fatal injury, and teleport yourself to a safe place selected in advance. Cooling time, 30 days. 30-day cooldown period. Equivalent to every month, I have a resurrection armor. Su Yuan is quite satisfied. At the same time, he noticed that with the increase of writing rules, the rule protection on his personal panel has been stacked into several rows. Rules are different from active skills. Active skills, if there are too many, it will look messy and may take up too much brain space. But rules are more convenient than passive skills. There is only one saying, that is, the more the better. Just ask. When I add endless rules, 3-dimensional protection from attack to defense with 360 degrees without dead ends. How should you deal with it? With Phoenix's protection, Su Yuan directly located the safe location of the teleportation at home. In this way, no matter when or where, as long as you suffer a fatal attack, you can be immune to it, and then send it back home. Will such a rule change? Abnormal. The ultimate pervert. So, Su Yuan directly started doing more perverted things. That is, through Elder Zhou, apply to the court for the right to conquer dark gold level dungeons below 4.55. If the golden dungeon is already a strategic level resource for a country, then the dark gold dungeon is even more a national level resource. Any dark gold dungeon, if it appears in a certain country, it is okay, but once it appears at the junction of two countries, it will definitely trigger a fierce competition. For example, last time, the 4.130 red mythic rank dungeon that appeared on the border of Longxia and Sakura. Compared with the dark gold dungeon, the red mythical level dungeon is even more important. It hasn't sparked conflicts between Longxia and the Eagle Beauty Federation, it's all because its difficulty is too high. Last time, the joint attack team of Longxia and Yingmei Federation was nearly wiped out, only Longxia was left, and half of the disabled people of Yingmei Federation came back alive. In the case of being unable to attack, whether it is Longzhen or Yingmei Federation, they have become extremely generous and polite. Do you want a strategy? Then you go. For dungeons of this difficulty, at present, there is no return at all. Whoever wants to attack will mean the loss of a large number of top powerhouses, which will greatly weaken the country's strength. As for Longxia and Yingmei Federation, who are in a competitive relationship with each other, they both want the other party to come up with a second strategy. This is a game. Certainly. In this game, what the Yingmei Federation didn't know was that Longxia still had a whole card. This whole card is Su Yuan. When he grows up enough to be able to write the rules that affect this dungeon, the Yingmei Federation, kept in the dark, may still ask Longxia to attack with a smile on his face. I just don't know how wonderful the expression on Longxia's face will be when he realizes that he has become a clown in the Eagle Beauty Federation after successfully swallowing the largest piece of fat in the world. In the headquarters of the Job Changers Association, in the office. What? You want to try to clear the dungeon of the dark gold rank? Elder Zhou looked at Su Yuan in front of him in shock. In the past, no matter what request Su Yuan put forward, he almost always responded to it. For the first time, he showed a hesitant look. Certainly. This is not because of the resource problem of the dark gold level dungeon. It was purely for Su Yuan's safety. The monsters in the dark gold dungeon. The strength can be called against the sky. It's not at the same level as the monster strength in the gold level dungeon. Every time you attack a dark gold level dungeon, you will almost form a national team according to the maximum number of people allowed to enter the dungeon. In this way, there are often casualties in the strategy, the difficulty is great, and the risk factor is high, Seft, can be seen. A long time. Elder Zhou looked at Su Yuan with a serious expression. If you want to conquer a dark gold level dungeon, you must never do it alone. There must be a certain team to protect you. Your safety is more important than anything else. Talking. It seemed that he felt that his tone just now was too serious, so Elder Zhou's expression softened a little. The country would rather you grow slowly, and want you to be safe. We can afford to wait, and we are willing to wait, you don't need to be too. How can Su Yuan not understand Zhou Lao's intentions? He thought about it. It's not impossible for me to try a dark gold level dungeon for the first time, and it's not impossible to attack in a team. Although there is Phoenix's asylum, even if you encounter danger in a single brush, you don't have to worry about your life safety. But Phoenix's asylum has a 30-day cooldown after all, so it's best to keep it unused. Therefore, Yuan nodded, smiled, and agreed. That's fine, I won't just brush. Heard the words. Zhou Lao's hanging heart finally let go. He didn't know that Yuan had the rule of Phoenix's asylum. Of course, Yuan didn't think about it either. Because this rule is special compared to any rules written before. It involves the concept of immortality. Even if the job change era has come for hundreds of years, the development has been quite mature. But there is still no professional, whether it is a priest or any other auxiliary professional, who has a skill like resurrection. Even the resurrection item has never appeared before. To be dead is to be dead. There is no resurrection. There is no second life. Certainly. With the opening of the subsequent level cap and the world level breaks through Leave 150, such skills and props may appear. But at least, not now. Once this rule leaks out, what Yuan was about to face, not to mention himself, was probably something that even Long Xia couldn't predict at all. As long as the Dark Gold level dungeon is successfully captured, it will usually be wiped out directly after refreshing, and it will be used to extract national strategic level resources. If it happens that all the dungeons below 4.55 are brushed, you may not be able to clear it again in a short time, and you can only wait for it to be refreshed. I understand that. Okay, then I will help you apply to the court, just wait for my news. After leaving the Job Changer Association headquarters, Luo Qiushui couldn't help feeling. When I first came to your side, how many levels were you? Have you already developed to the point where you want to single-handedly acquire a Dark Gold level dungeon? Yuan laughed. Isn't there no single brush in the end? With the national team leading the team, I guess I can lie flat. Luo Qiushui did not refute on this point. The dungeons above the golden grade are all in the hands of the state. After completing the first strategy, in order to maximize the efficiency of brushing resources, a corresponding national team will be formed. Within the maximum level and maximum number of people allowed in the dungeon, form a team that can pass the level without injury and efficiently. Such a team is called the national team. Only the gold copy is fine. Even if the national team wants to pass the level of the Dark Gold dungeon without injury, it is relatively difficult. Of course, if the cost performance is not considered, and the national team brings in corresponding high-level props and scrolls for strategy, then that is another story. Just in this way, the cost of the strategy dungeon will increase significantly, and sometimes the gain outweighs the loss. But Luo Qiushui silently glanced at the young man beside him. If there is Yuan in the team, cost, or whatever, go to hell. No matter how luxurious the treatment is, how expensive it is. He deserves it all. After returning home, Yuan was waiting for Elder Zhou's news about the Dark Gold dungeon, while trying to write new rules. After brushing 2 golden dungeons, he obtained a total of 460,000 golden source points, of which 40,000 were spent on Phoenix's asylum. There are still 6W golden source points left, Yuan intends to use them as some interesting experiments. The rules he is currently writing. Most of it works on itself. For example, infinite growth, 4-dimensional attribute amplification, and the latest Phoenix's shelter, and so on. In addition, there are 1 key sweep and good start for dungeons, range instant kill, and elite monster guide for monsters. Rules that only apply to equipment, so far, have not been written. And the improvement of the strength of the equipment to the job changer is undoubtedly huge. The combat power that the same person wears different equipment may be very different. Last time, Yuan wanted to write a rule called adaptive skills, so that his active skills can evolve adaptively, so that he doesn't have to keep learning new skills. Now, with the same inspiration, Yuan wants to write a similar rule that applies to gear. Let's start with the weapons. Endless armament, although it is the strongest golden suit under the 2nd rank. but its suits are mainly armor, not weapons. In addition, Yuan usually brushes dungeons mainly through range insta-kill, and occasionally releases skills when he is in the mood to improve elemental proficiency, so most of the time he does not use weapons. Certainly, Yuan doesn't use it, but it doesn't mean there isn't one. In his personal backpack, there is always a V.55 golden quality staff. Before awakening, Yuan learned the usage of various weapons in the actual combat class at school. Among them, the 3 weapons with better results are the sword, knife, and bow. Besides, he also has a relatively small weapon hobby, which is the giant hammer weapon. That's right, the giant hammer. The feeling of smashing everything with one blow made Yuan feel very refreshed and decompressed. It stands to reason. After awakening, what type of professional is awakened, and what type of weapon will often be used. For example, assassins mainly use daggers and hidden weapons, and mages use staffs, magic balls, and magic books. Instead, it was Yuan. Rule maker. This profession does not have any weapon restrictions. It's just because his current skills are all elemental skills, so he chose a golden staff when choosing weapons. Now it seems, maybe I can get back to my old hobby. As long as this whimsical rule of mine can become a reality. Rule writing. Limited form release. After acting on the weapon can be transformed into any form, and the corresponding main attribute will be transformed. If we say that weapons are a man's natural hobby, then, a weapon that can transform into a shape is definitely the dream weapon of every man's dream. Skill judgment. The level meets the requirements. Check out the conditions next. Conditions: 200,000 golden source points, success rate 0.0000567%. Although the basic success rate is relatively high, 5 times higher than the guaranteed success rate, the realization of this rule requires the consumption of 200,000 golden source points. At present, Yuan only has 60,000 golden source points left, which is not enough. Alright. It seems that the remaining Leave 60 golden dungeon is time to put it on the agenda. That night, Yuan received a message from Mr. Zhou, saying that the dark gold dungeon below Leave 55 has not been refreshed yet. Among them, the fastest dungeon of dark gold also takes half a month to refresh. In this regard, Yuan conceived a rule called Dungeon Cooling Acceleration. Dungeon Cooling Acceleration, it can shorten the cooling time of the dungeon to 80%. Unfortunately, currently only Leave 3 rule writing, so Dungeon Cooling Acceleration can only be applied to 5 copies, and has a maximum V.60 gold limit. Otherwise, if the target can be extended to all copies of Longxia, it will be a lore. But even so, Dungeon Cooling Acceleration still needs 30W golden source points. Looking at the 6W golden source point in his hand, Yuan could only do the same thing as release of restricted form, looking at the ocean and sighing. I don't know when he will be able to realize the freedom of origin and become the kind of rule player who can do whatever he wants. In a few days, Yuan is ready. Set off to brush the golden copy of 1V.60. The golden source points harvested after finishing this dungeon should be enough to support the lifting of the restricted form of the island and the cold acceleration of the dungeon. After imagining the effect of release of restricted forms, Yuan can't wait to own a multiple forms weapon. And regarding dungeon cooling acceleration, he has already thought about it. The state provided him with the resources needed for growth without compensation, and he didn't need to wait until after 4.100 to repay. After this rule is realized successfully, he will ask Mr. Zhou to ask the court, among the golden dungeons below 4.60, which ones produce the most precious resources. When the time comes, just select them as the target of dungeon cooling acceleration. Chapter 65. Wenchange. Wilderness area, dungeon restricted area. Similar to the previous Earth Dragon ruins and Shadow Spider lair. As long as it is a copy of the golden level, the area around the entrance of the copy will be listed as a restricted area. When normal people see the restricted zone signs, they will walk around, because they know what those signs symbolize. If you really want to force your way, you will be cut first and played later, and there will be no time to cry. At this time, next to the restricted area, a team of high-level job changers passed by. In the team, a man who looked extremely strong looked up at the sign of the restricted area, with an expression of yearning. If only I could get a gold dungeon once in my life, Grandma, if I can get a gold outfit, it will be worth it in my life. Beside the burly man, a lean man grinned. Golden dungeon? Are you thinking of farts? Don't say we don't have permission, even if we do have permission, it depends on a few broken coppers, can you beat it? The rest of the team burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, no matter how cruel you are, you will scold yourself. The thin man raised his chin, quite disdainfully. I'm called self-aware. Who doesn't know that there are good things in the golden dungeon, but good things have to be taken with one's life? Everyone nodded. Even the burly man sighed. The strength of their team is pretty good, and they were able to clear the purple dungeon of 4.50, and they were well known in Wenchange. But the golden dungeon is still beyond their reach. Correct. The thin man suddenly changed the topic. Is this year's Longxia exam coming soon? Every year, the city's champion in the Longxia University examination will have the opportunity to be taken by the national team daddy to experience a golden dungeon, and can choose a drop as a reward. I think back then, I almost became the #1 scholar in the city. It's a pity, a pity. I missed a tiny bit, and I missed 1,000 miles. Now I have to lead you guys to live a miserable life. A little bit? A little bit. Everyone in the team is a brother who knows everything, how can they not know that the thin man is bragging, laughing, and joking? At this time, the burly man suddenly saw not far away, there were two figures walking straight towards the restricted area, his eyes lit up. Someone came to brush the gold dungeon. When everyone heard the words, they cast their gazes one after another. I saw that the two were quite young, and looked completely like students. Only, the Longxia exam hasn't started yet. How can any student come to brush the golden copy? Several people looked at each other in blank dismay. These two people must not know that this is a restricted area, right? If you break in stupidly, you will cause a big disaster. The burly man greeted his companions. I'll go over and remind them. With that said, he ran towards the two of them. After a while, seeing him coming back with a shocked expression, everyone asked about the situation one after another. They could see clearly just now that after the man said something in the past, the two students still entered the restricted area. As the saying goes, it's hard to persuade the damn ghost. A word of warning would have been nice. If they don't listen after you persuade them, then let them go. As for whether they came to brush the dungeon, everyone didn't think about it at all. Two people who looked like students came to scan the golden dungeon, and if they talked about it, others would think that they were mentally ill. However, facing everyone's questioning, the burly man just shook his head with a wry smile. Let's worry about it blindly. They really came to brush the gold dungeon. Everyone? It was Su Yuan and Luo Qiushui who caused the misunderstanding. After coming to Wenchange through the sending array, the two went straight here, and the scene just happened. But now, the two have entered the restricted area, and several armed soldiers surrounded them. Please show your ID. The restricted area has received news that someone will come to brush the golden dungeon today. However, due to Su Yuan's special identity, no specific identity information was given. Therefore, they must conduct inquiries and checks to avoid the mixing of other idlers. Authentication is complete. Soldiers put down their vigilance and guard. The copy entrance is here, this way please. Soon. Under the leadership of soldiers, Su Yuan and the two came to the entrance of the copy. The soldier captain responsible for the management of the restricted area here has long been waiting here. After seeing the two, he first introduced the situation of the dungeon, and then opened the dungeon. Everything was fine. Until Su Yuan stepped into the dungeon alone, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became weird. The few soldiers who led the way just now thought that Su Yuan and Luo Qiushui were the ones who were taken to brush the dungeon, but the strong leader who led the team had not yet arrived. After all, no matter how you look at it, both Su Yuan and Luo Qiushui are too young. Sir, this is the golden copy of Leave 60, just him. One of the soldiers couldn't hold back and asked in a low voice. However, the soldier captain just didn't look sideways, and said indifferently. Don't ask if you shouldn't ask, go back to your post. Copy space. The cold wind howled, and what caught my eyes was solid ice and white snow, and the cold air was biting, like an ice knife piercing the bone marrow. There are towering snow-capped mountains on both sides, and the mountain walls are full of potholes. In the dark potholes, there seem to be pairs of eyes watching Su Yuan, an outsider. Here is the famous Leave 60 Golden Difficulty Ice Prison Valley. As the name suggests, most of the monsters in this dungeon are of ice attribute, quite difficult to deal with. But what makes this dungeon the most famous is its boss, the head of a pure elemental creature, 4.60s Frost Ice Spirit. Elemental creatures. It's like a student who is extremely biased. Because of their extreme single element attribute, they are often extremely powerful. Not only that, bosses of elemental creatures also have a very special feature, that is, they also drop an extremely precious and rare golden item, Elemental Core. After using Elemental Core, the job changer has a certain probability to directly obtain Leave 1 elemental mastery of the corresponding element. It's a pity that not only the elemental creature bosses with 4.60 and above will drop Elemental Core, and the drop rate is very, very low. Sometimes, killing 1,000 elemental creature bosses may not necessarily drop one. Take back your mind. Su Yuan glanced at the potholes on the snow-capped mountains on both sides. Surviving in these pits is Ice Spirit Bat, a giant bat that is comparable in size to a lamb and can use ice elemental spells. 6 layers of magic pattern shield. Sacred Flame Protection. The former is Su Yuan's own shield skill. The latter is a high-level golden shield scroll. As a fire elemental shield, it has twice the absorption of ice elemental damage. Double shield plus body. Su Yuan began to head towards the depths of the dungeon. But just as the first step was taken, a sharp hiss sounded. In the next second, a large number of Bingling Bat Factory rushed out of the pits on the cliffs of the snow mountains on both sides. They screamed, covering the sky in the valley like an ice storm, flapped their wings, and released a skill called Ice Cone Storm towards Su Yuan. Because this Ice Cone Storm is a skill that Su Yuan has never seen before. And it meets the conditions below 4.60 purple quality, so it directly triggers the first-sighted protection. The power of invisible rules is at work. The Ice Cone Storm released by Ice Spirit Bats has been nullified. At the same time, because it has a 50% probability of rebounding, those Ice Cone Storm that were originally aimed at Su Yuan became Su Yuan's accomplices instead. Swish swish swish. Trigger the rebounding Ice Cone Storm, and directly shoot down the unexpected Ice Spirit Bats from the sky. At the same time, Molten Crash. This is the strongest golden quality fire element range skill below 4.60. Boom. 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 Endless lava falling from the sky. The blazing and violent fire elemental damage directly sent those Ice Spirit Bats that escaped unharmed to the west. Seeing the killing reminder and the purple source point crediting reminder from the madness, Su Yuan's mood did not fluctuate at all, but continued to move forward. In the Gold Dungeon, only leader-level monsters and bosses can provide golden source points, and the rest of the monsters provide purple source points. And Su Yuan's trip. There is only one purpose, and that is to earn golden points. When Yuan fought all the way through and stepped into the deepest part of Ice Prison Valley. Even with sacred flame protection, I can finally feel a bit of a thorough chill. There was a buzzing sound like a spar trembling. The ice elements in this dungeon space seemed to have been summoned by some kind of call, and began to gradually gather here. A terrifying ice storm swept over, and the ice crystal fragments that looked like sharp edges, sharp blades, and thin needles were completely sharp weapons for killing people, and they would die if touched. In this case, even if Yuan had the dual blessings of 6-layer magic pattern shield and sacred flame protection, the shield value was also decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Slowly, the blue ice crystals condensed into the body. The boss of the dungeon, Frost Ice Spirit, officially debuts. Finally appeared. Seeing the boss gradually forming in front of him, the corners of Yuan's mouth slightly raised. The so-called cheating protagonists in various novels often need to go through a hard fight with the boss before they can win. It is a pity. This situation is not suitable for him. It's really boring. Who is fighting with you there, exhausted to death? Is that impure looking for trouble? Think so. Yuan showed a kind smile. He took out one of the previously prepared hole cards LV.60 Golden Forbidden Curse Big Burning Flame. Forbidden Curse. Although it is also leave 60, it is also of golden quality. But compared with normal skills, its power is more than 10 times higher. Otherwise, can it be full of forbidden characters? Goodbye. Simply spit out 2 words. Although covered by the violent snowstorm. But it was the death sentence left by Yuan to Frost Ice Spirit. Forbidden Scroll. Freed. Subsequently, under the blessing of the spiritual blessing released in advance, Yuan swept out of the range of the forbidden spell at the fastest speed. In the distance, on top of the snow-capped mountains, Yuan looked at the area where the boss was. There, the formerly terrifying ice wind. The storm was covered by blazing clouds that enveloped the sky. At this moment, the scorching fire element melted the ice element into nothing with an overwhelming advantage. The stream of flames fell down like a punishment from heaven, causing a little turmoil in the entire dungeon space. Forbidden Curse. Great Burning Flame. Already terrifyingly powerful. Under the restraint of the fire element to the ice element, the leave 60 golden ranked boss Frost Ice Spirit was killed in seconds. Any extra second is a disrespect to the forbidden spell. At the same time, Yuan received a corresponding prompt. You killed 4.60 gold boss Frost Ice Spirit, gained experience plus 80W. 80W experience. 64W golden source point. Cool. Yuan took a deep breath and showed a big smile. This 64W golden source point, if you are lucky enough, you can directly realize the 2 rules of restricted form release and copy cooling acceleration at the same time. When the time comes, when you get the restricted form weapon, you must try its giant hammer form and find a copy to have a good time. The pleasure of smashing the monster's skull with a hammer always excites him. But this has to be based on good luck. Otherwise, it is very likely that even a rule cannot be realized. Thinking of this, Yuan was about to leave the top of the mountain. The boss has been killed, so it's time to go down and pick up the loot that fell. 0. However, at this moment 1. Arcane Comprehension triggered successfully. Forbidden Curse Big Burning Flame learning success. Yuan? This sudden reminder. It almost made him slip and fall directly down the mountain. But after regaining his senses, Yuan's breathing became visibly quickened by the naked eye, and his eyes suddenly became even hotter. When I used the scroll of the forbidden spell, I got lucky and triggered arcane comprehension. This is a forbidden curse. Any forbidden spell, even a scroll, is priceless. As for the skill books of forbidden spells, even to say that they are rare, it is too much to say. As long as you are a mage professional, if you can master a forbidden spell, it is no exaggeration to say that you can go sideways if you are directly promoted to mage. Like just now, if you are using ordinary skill scrolls of the same rank and level, you may not be able to kill the Frost Ice Spirit by throwing out 10 scrolls in a row. But as a forbidden spell, Big Burning Flame can instantly kill it instantly. The damage gap in this is simply not an order of magnitude. Not only that, compared with ordinary skills, forbidden spells require a lot more prerequisite skills. Elemental forbidden spells, element proficiency alone must reach 4.8 or above. So, cause and effect chain. Yuan's pupils constricted. He still remembered that because of the trigger of arcane comprehension, he had mastered instant thunderbolt and punishment of burning flame. And the minimum requirement for these two skills to be released is leave 1 elemental mastery, so through the reverse of the causal chain, I have obtained V True Fusu mastery and fire element mastery. But now, the minimum requirement to release elemental forbidden spells is leave 8 elemental proficiency. In order to verify his conjecture, Yuan immediately opened his skill panel, and originally it was leave 5 fire element mastery, now it has been upgraded to V.8. Not only that, there are also a lot of other front-end skills of Forbidden Curse Big Burning Flame, such as Flame Sky, High Pressure Flame Explosion. My guess is absolutely correct. Due to the irresistible power of the rules, the causal chain worked again, and arranged the entire skill chain of Forbidden Curse Big Burning Flame for himself. At this time, 1,000 words for Yuan. It can only be combined into the simplest, crudest, and most expressive words. Plus, he never thought about it. Come here to Brush Boss to earn golden source points, and you can learn a wave of forbidden spells by the way. Here, I can really say that I am making money. Senior Colonel Hua Mu Anyun's father, Mu Shiyi, who is known as the #1 fire magic in Hangzhou, can he know the forbidden fire spell? When the time comes back, I may be able to ask him for advice and experience. After all, I just learned to know. But to be proficient in releasing the forbidden spell, you need to practice more. A few minutes later, Yuan finally regained his composure. Even if you learn the forbidden spell, you still have to pick it up from the boss. If you are lucky, you will come across another elemental core, forget it. It is estimated that triggering arcane comprehension has already used up one's luck. Chapter 66. A few minutes later. The boss area of Ice Prison Valley. Due to Forbidden Curse Big Burning Flame, this place is already a mess. The surface of the earth, which was originally covered by solid ice, was scorched black at this time, and a large amount of rock and soil was melted by the blazing high temperature, and then cooled and solidified again, forming uneven folded rock formations. The power of the Forbidden Curse level Big Burning Flame can be seen from this. At this time, center of the area, Yuan standing among a pile of purple and gold drops. Looking at the light blue crystal nucleus exuding bursts of cold air in his hand, he felt complicated. After triggering arcane comprehension and successfully mastering Forbidden Curse Big Burning Flame, he originally thought that his luck should have been used up today. Elemental core. What's more, even if you kill an elemental creature boss every 1,000 times, you may not drop one. He didn't think about this before entering the instance. As a result, one really popped out. Elemental Nucleus Ice. Introduction. The magical core of the ice attribute element biological boss. After using it, there is a 10% chance to obtain the corresponding element of leave 1 element mastery. Is my luck really that good? Looking at the elemental core in his hand, Yuan murmured softly. As the saying goes, 1 effort, then decline, and 3 exhaustion. Now that the explosion was all over, Yuan finally decided to use it on the spot. Hint: you used elemental core ice and successfully obtained 4.1 mastery of ice element. Outrageous. Off the spectrum. At the moment when the information prompt pops up. Although Yuan had already made mental preparations, he was still shocked by his luck that was against the sky. As a rule maker, I'm already in a hole. If there is another Destiny Europe Emperor, how can others play it? Certainly. Tuko belongs to Tuko. Su Yuan doesn't care about others. The most important thing is for him to develop comfortably from 010. Now, I already have fire, thunder, and ice, the element proficiency of the three elements. Among them, the mastery of the fire element has reached an exaggerated heart. 8. This level of elemental talent. Even Mu Anyun, the natural ice and fire elemental envoy, is far behind. Except for elemental core, the other drops of Boss Frost Ice Spirit are relatively regular. 3 leave 60 purple outfits, 1 leave 60 gold outfit, and various potions and props. After putting all his brains into his personal backpack, Su Yuan rushed towards the evacuation point. Copy entry. Following a burst of spatial fluctuations, Su Yuan's figure appeared. After seeing Su Yuan, the soldiers guarding at the side tried their best to maintain a calm face, but their hearts were already filled with turbulent waves. Why? Because the status of the dungeon has been changed to be refreshed. This means that the young and handsome high school boy in front of him has successfully cleared the dungeon. Even the captain of the soldiers in charge of the restricted area here looked calm on the surface at this time, but the shock in his heart was no less than that of the soldiers under him. It is now less than an hour since Su Yuan entered the instance. 1 hour, 0.60 golden dungeons were completed in a single brush. How much money does this cost? This made him couldn't help but think about how terrifying this person's identity background was to support him to just brush the golden dungeon of 4.60 at this age. Of course, this idea just flashed by for a moment, and he pressed it down. Because he knew that this was definitely not something he could guess. Even his superiors don't know the specific information. Sighed. Luokia Shui smiled sweetly. How's the harvest? Su Yuan smiled lightly. Not bad. After completing this dungeon, you will earn 6 4W golden source points. Plus Forbidden Curse, Great Burning Flame and Ice Element Mastery 2 surprises, which far exceeded expectations. As long as you are satisfied. What's next? Shall we spend a few days in Wencheng, or go back to Hangzhou directly? Go back to Hangzhou first, I have some other things to deal with. Su Yuan only wants to go back now. First, he couldn't wait to try the weapon effect of remove restricted form. Second, he intends to explain the effect of dungeon cooling acceleration to Elder Zhou, and ask him to pick out the most valuable golden dungeon. Hangtown. Go home. After a short rest, Su Yuan immediately began to embody the rules. First of all, it is naturally the restriction form release of the heart and mind. After the increase of fate dice, the success rate has risen to 54.5%, about half. Consuming 200,000 golden source points, the first realization, failed. The corner of Su Yuan's mouth twitched. The 20W golden source point is just in vain, and it would be a lie to say that it doesn't feel bad. But go ahead. The second realization was successful. From now on, Su Yuan can use this rule to act on the weapon, so that the weapon body can change shape at will. Most importantly, it can also transform the corresponding main attributes. For example, the weapon that Su Yuan uses now is that leave 55 golden staff. Its main attribute is naturally the mental power attribute, and the increase rate is 450 points. Hold the staff and turn your heart freely. Restricted form removal started to take effect. The staff was first covered with a layer of blurred phantom. Then, almost instantly, the decomposition and reassembly were completed. Now, the staff in Su Yuan's hand has changed into a head. The corresponding main attribute has also changed from 450 points of mental power to 450 points of agility adaptively. It worked. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. Transform the weapon in your hand again into a longbow. The main attributes of bow and arrow weapons and dagger weapons are generally agility, so there is no attribute change. Then, the weapon is disassembled and reassembled again. It turned into a giant hammer as tall as a man. Now, the primary attribute changes from agility, adaptive to strength. The only shortcoming is the unlimited form release when changing the weapon form, only the corresponding main attribute can be transformed. Sub-attributes and equipment entries cannot be converted. Maybe they can be changed after the subsequent rules are promoted. For example, whether it is into a dagger form, a bow and arrow form, or a giant hammer form. The additional attributes and entries of the original gold quality staff such as mana recovery, magic boost, meditation have not changed. But being able to do this now, Sir Yuan is quite satisfied. Even if it is a bit flashy for the time being, which man can refuse such a toy? Put away your weapons. Sir Yuan began to try to realize dungeon cooling acceleration. At present, there are still 300,000 golden source points left, just enough to be discovered once. Fortunately, luck was better this time. After the fate dice increase, the success rate reached 79.7%. With this kind of success rate, it is natural to succeed once, and directly complete the manifestation of dungeon cooling acceleration. After finishing, Sir Yuan was hollowed out again. The 70W golden source points that have just been accumulated are gone before they are warmed up. After completing the implementation of the two rules, Sir Yuan contacted Mr. Zhou and said two things. The first thing is that the 4 golden dungeons arranged last time, except for the one whose level is too low to provide the source point, the other 3 have been completed. The second thing is to inform about dungeon cooling acceleration, and ask Mr. Zhou to select 5 dungeons with higher output resource value. At first, Elder Zhou's reaction was relatively normal, and he patted his chest and promised. Don't worry, the court has already said that as long as there is a suitable golden dungeon, it will be prepared for you. It is estimated that a new list of dungeons to be brushed will be sent out in a few days. But after learning about dungeon cooling acceleration, Elder Zhou was obviously a little excited, so that Sir Yuan could imagine him on the other side of the phone looking excited and spitting. A rule that can shorten the cooldown time of dungeons by 20%? As long as it is a golden dungeon that does not exceed 4.60. This is real. Of course it's true. Sir Yuan replied with a smile. From the beginning to now, the country has provided me with so many resources and the best growth environment, I don't think I have to wait until 4.100 to repay the country. Although the 20% cooldown reduction is not much, it should be considered useful, right? Of course. Elder Zhou was extremely excited. It's like the set of endless armament you're wearing, it's the strongest gold quality suit under the 2nd rank, and it's made in a Leave 55 gold level dungeon. Currently, we in Longxia only have less than 20 sets of storages. The cooldown refresh time of that dungeon is 5 months, and shortening it by 20% is equivalent to reducing a full month. More importantly, your rule has no expiration time, which means it can be maintained forever. In this way, over time, the extra resources produced will be extremely considerable. Sir Yuan listened and added with a smile. Currently the cooldown is 20%. Wait until later, this ratio should be expanded, and the scope of action may be increased to a higher level golden copy, or, maybe a dark golden copy. From year to year, 20% cooldown reduction is already very good, if the ratio of cooling reduction can be increased. Our dungeon production capacity of Longxia is estimated to make the rest of the world salivate. Okay, just send me the list after selecting the corresponding dungeon. Success, I'll go now. Dungeon cooldown shortened. The appearance of this rule made the court shake again. Prior to this, the country made it clear to Sir Yuan that it was willing to train him to 4.100 for free. And it has been stated that the country will respect his will in the future and will not force him to write the specified rules for Longxia. But now, their promise to Sir Yuan has not yet been fulfilled. but Su Yuan already has a move to repay the country. This kind of heart is not only commendable. It directly proved that they did not misunderstand the person. Su Yuan, it's totally worth the resources that Long Xia puts into him. In court, the smile on Mr. Zhang Long's face never disappeared from the beginning to the end. Everyone. We didn't see the wrong person. Little comrade Su Yuan has the traditional virtues of our Longxia. If you know your kindness, you will repay it. Longxia has a history of 5,000 years, and there has never been a shortage of people who are willing to contribute to the country. But in the future, what Comrade Su Yuan has to do is not simply to add bricks and tiles, but to build a glorious palace that has never been seen before for our Longxia. He will cast a crown for Longxia. So my suggestion is that the resource investment for Comrade Su Yuan can continue to increase. The rest of the Tianjiao, we will cultivate as usual. But if there is a conflict with the resources and treatment that Comrade Su Yuan needs, then let them make way. This primary and secondary relationship must be determined. What do you guys think? Everyone agreed. Agree. Fully endorses. Old Master Zheng is right. Besides, as a veteran figure in the Longxia military circle, Mr. Zheng Long also proposed in the court to confer military rank on Su Yuan. Military rank, it doesn't need to be too high at the beginning, it just means. Of course, just relying on the dungeon cooling acceleration rule, his merits are enough to be a major. What do you think? As soon as this word came out, everyone in the courtroom was shocked. Master Zheng Long intends to confer military rank on Su Yuan. What this means, everyone present is very clear in their hearts. This is to connect Su Yuan with the military and pave the way for his future development. Combined with some recent rumors about Mr. Zheng Long's plans for his granddaughter. Could it be possible? Master Zheng Long, do you have the intention to train Su Yuan as an heir? In the face of everyone's speculation and the gazes cast by him, Mr. Zheng Long did not avoid it at all, but dealt with it calmly with a smile on his face. That look, as if to say, "Old man, I really have this in mind, why, do you have any objections?" Certainly. This is not to say that Mr. Zheng Long has any arbitrary thoughts. The old man has served the country all his life, has a public heart, and is selfless, but it is just a simple, show-off. Su Yuan is now the treasure in the palm of Longxia, whoever can bring him home will be a master. Soon. After some discussion, the court finally adopted Mr. Zheng Long's statement. Selected the 5 copies with the highest output value of resources below 4.60, including the origin of endless armed forces. According to the corresponding merit, Su Yuan was awarded the rank of major. In the past, any award ceremony was held in the imperial capital. But now, the court has decided to do something special. There is no need to let Su Yuan come to the imperial capital, but let the person who is awarded the honor go to Hangzhou. As for the candidate public, when Mr. Zheng Long volunteered, it is said that he has long heard that there is heaven above, and Suzhou and Hangzhou below, and he wanted to go there for a while. By the way, after seeing this future pillar of Longxia with his own eyes in 3.3, everyone silently voted for it. Only. Your old man is someone who can make the entire military tremble with just one word, so go and confer the rank on Su Yuan in person. This kind of courteous treatment, this kind of heart, guessed that Su Yuan might really be taken down by the Zheng family in the end. So, when voting, Father Luo's sighing and frowning appearance made many people laugh. They all knew that the guard beside Su Yuan was Luo Qiushui. Is it possible to say that you don't have any intention of getting the moon first if you are close to the water? Unfortunately, Mr. Zheng Long was once the leader of Luo's father, teacher, friend, and father. Do you dare to vote against this? Hangtown. When Su Yuan learned from Mr. Zhou that due to the benefits that dungeon cooldown acceleration brought to Longxia, he would be awarded the rank of major, he was immediately stunned. What's the situation? Major rank? That's not enough, is it? Although this rule can bring certain benefits. But it is only after long-term accumulation that it is more substantial. In a short period of time, it is estimated that there will only be a sound, and there will be no waves. But soon, Yuan figured it out. The symbolic meaning represented by this military rank is estimated to be greater than the rewarding meaning. To put it bluntly, it is the honor that the country forces on you, even if you don't want it, you have to. Thinking of this, Yuan felt relieved. When referring to the person who came from the imperial capital to award him honors, Mr. Zhou just smiled mysteriously and did not tell the specific candidate. Yuan didn't care too much about this, but changed the subject, and asked Mr. Zhou to contact Mu Dongjian for himself, saying that he wanted to ask him about some elemental skills. As for the specific matter, he didn't say clearly, and Mr. Zhou didn't even think about asking, but directly agreed. No problem at all. Please follow up. Chapter 67. After hanging up the phone, Elder Zhou contacted Mu Dongjian. Xiao Mu, I have some time to spare recently, and I have something to do with you. What Zhou Lao said was very domineering. He didn't ask Mu Dongjian if he had time, but asked him to set aside time directly. The implication of these words is, even if you have other things to be busy with, you have to push it away before talking about it. You know, there are repeated orders and repeated requests from the court. Any request from Yuan, as long as it is not harmful to the country, is the first priority. And Mu Dongjian had worked with Mr. Zhou for so long, and he knew very well what Mr. Zhou was like, and he would never use power to overwhelm others. Listening to what Mr. Zhou said now, I immediately realized that there must be something important to explain. Mu Dongjian immediately cheered up. If you have anything to say, Mr. Zhou, just say it. Yuan said that he wants to ask you for some advice on elemental skills, please arrange the time. Mu Dongjian was taken aback. At first, he thought that something big happened in Hangcheng. But, according to Yuan's status and importance, this is really a big deal. Let him come anytime, I'm free this week, so I'm staying at home. Zhou Lao laughed and joked. Since your kid is free, can't you come to tutor him? Mu Dongjian is drinking water. Hearing this, he choked suddenly, and complained. I'm the boss of our Hangzhou city anyway, isn't that inappropriate? Certainly. He just sold out with Mr. Zhou. In fact, Mu Dongjian doesn't have a lot of airs on weekdays, and he doesn't pay much attention to such vain things as the way a big boss should look like. Elder Zhou naturally knew this too, so he didn't say much, but told Mu Dongjian with a smile that Yuan had successfully compiled dungeon cooldown shortening and was awarded an honor by a major. The dungeon refresh time has been shortened by 20%? Hiss. Mu Dongjian took a deep breath, and once again deepened his understanding of the horror of Yuan's rule-maker profession. If this takes a long time, the accumulated extra resources will definitely be extremely impressive. Such credit, a major rank, is completely reasonable. Aren't you talking nonsense? Elder Zhou scolded with a smile. This is a motion proposed by the court. If it is unreasonable, can it be passed? Only. Elder Zhou smiled mysteriously, and deliberately picked a topic. Do you know, who is the person from the imperial capital who came to confer military rank on Yuan? I don't know. 24. Mu Dongjian scratched his head. His circle is lower than Zhou Lao's, and he doesn't have many contacts in the imperial capital. In addition, he didn't know much about Longxia's military circles, so he naturally didn't know who would award Yuan a military rank. However, when veteran Zhou said that person's name, Mu Dongjian was immediately stunned. Completely confused. Because even if he doesn't know much about Longxia's military world, but this thunderous name is completely beyond the scope of the military world. Zheng Long, Zheng Lian. Longxia's veteran military leader. One of the few top 4.150 masters in Longxia. He can definitely be called Longxia's core top boss. And such a person who is enough to shock the whole Longxia, actually wants to come here to confer the military rank on Su Yuan? Oh my god! Mu Dongjian finally realized. After successfully compiling the rules such as copy cooldown shortening, so that the real bosses in the imperial capital can see the realizability of the god-level qualifications. Just how high is Su Yuan's status? The military rank was conferred by Mr. Zhang Long himself. This kind of treatment is probably unprecedented, and it will never be hidden again. Only Su Yuan is alone. How about it? Do you still feel that you have lost face by giving Su Yuan home counseling? Elder Zhou joked with a smile. To this, Mu Dongjian looked solemn, and spoke righteously. Mr. Zhou, send me the location of Su Yuan's house, and I'll go right now. It is my responsibility to clear up the confusion for every knowledge seeker who is willing to learn the skills of the fire element. Even if the road is difficult and long, I will not hesitate. Mr. Zhou. When Mu Dongjian went out, Mu Anyun was practicing in the yard the blue quality skills she had just learned not long ago. After several days of adaptation and practice, she has been able to release it more proficiently, and has exerted nearly 70% of its power. I believe that after a while, it should be able to reach 100% power. Soon, Longxia's final exam will begin. At that time, I might try to challenge the champion of Hangzhou. During the practice, seeing her father walking outside in a hurry, Mu Anyun asked casually. Where are you going? Mu Dongjian didn't even look back. There is something important. Another important thing. Mu Anyun's pretty brows frowned slightly. Ever since he was a child, his father has been busy with things every day. It's not about the Job Transfer Association, or about the Flame Punishment Guild. My mother is similar, it seems that I have gone to other places in the past 2 days. But she is also used to it. Withdrawing his eyes, that cold face continued to release his skills seriously and focused, and carried out consolidation exercises. Boom boom boom. Coming. Su Yuan was in the room thinking up new rules. Luo Qiushui, who was watching TV in the living room, got up and opened the door. After seeing Ma Kotoyan standing outside the door, he was a little surprised. President Mu? Why are you here? Last time at Mu's Manor, Mr. Zhou introduced several people to each other. Luo Qiushui naturally still remembered the president of the Flame Punishment Guild, who was known as the #1 fire art in Hangzhou. Miss Luo. Mu Dongjian smiled and said hello. I heard from Mr. Zhou that Su Yuan recently had a question about the fire elemental skills. I happened to be passing by here, so I thought I'd come over and see if I could provide some help. Oh, that. Luo Qiushui nodded, invited Mu Dongjian into the room, and knocked on Su Yuan's door. What's wrong? The door opened, and Su Yuan came out with a slightly tired expression. He has been brainstorming just now, trying to conceive a series of new rules, which is quite exhausting. Before Luo Qiushui could answer, seeing Mu Dongjian in the living room out of the corner of his eye, he was slightly taken aback. President Mu? Why are you here? Haven't seen you for a long time. Mu Dongjian greeted Su Yuan with a smile. I received a call from Mr. Zhou, saying that you have encountered some problems recently. I just happened to pass by here, so I came up to take a look. Oh. After hearing this, Su Yuan felt a little embarrassed and said. President Mu is probably very busy every day. I thought I would visit you when you were free, but I asked you to come. Heard the words. Mu Dongjian's heart warmed up. Su Yuan's current status, to be honest, is definitely much higher than him, but he still maintains a humble attitude, without being overbearing at all. The more you look at it, the more pleasing to the eye, the more you look at it, the more you like it. Pity. Their Mu family is doomed to miss such a pillar of the country. When he came back to his senses, Mu Dongjian smiled and said. Where is there? What's the trouble here? Why don't you come into the room and tell me? You can ask me any questions about the fire elemental skills. Okay, that's troublesome. After Su Yuan and Mu Dongjian entered the room. With nothing to do, Luo Qiushui lay back on the sofa and watched TV. To be honest, she admires Su Yuan a lot. Where the skills are not clear, they still take the initiative to study and study. Does this mean that people who are more talented than you work harder than you? Think so. Suddenly, there was an unbelievable exclamation from the room. Forbidden curse. Luo Qiushui paused. What's the situation? She glanced suspiciously around the room. That voice just now belonged to President Mu, right? Forbidden curse. How did they discuss forbidden spells? Oh, by the way, it seems that Su Yuan does have a few scrolls of forbidden spell skills on him now. But it seems that you don't need to understand the principle to use the scroll of forbidden spells, right? Isn't that just releasing it and using it? Luo Qiushui shook his head, unable to understand. But soon, there was another extremely shocked cry from the room. Element mastery of Leave 8. Luo Qiushui couldn't sit still anymore. Elemental mastery for 4.8? Is President Mu talking about Su Yuan? This is impossible. If she remembered correctly, Su Yuan's elemental mastery stopped after reaching 4.5. Because this is already the highest level that can be achieved by taking elemental spirits. In the future, the difficulty of improving will increase exponentially. 4.8 element proficiency, that has reached the level of being able to release forbidden spells. Luo Qiushui was so clear about it. It's because she, as an SSS level holy hair sker, possesses 2 holy type forbidden spells. And they can only be mastered and released after Luo Qiushui's holy element mastery reaches 4.8. In the room, Su Yuan had expected it a long time ago. When Mu Dongjian knew that he had mastered a forbidden spell, he would have a more violent reaction. However, seeing Mu Dongjian's appearance of seeing a ghost and being so shocked that he hasn't spoken yet, he knew that he was still a bit conservative. Is it such an exaggeration to master a forbidden spell? Su Yuan thought to himself. Before that, he only knows that the forbidden spell is very powerful and very powerful. But how difficult it is to grasp, he still doesn't know. Because this kind of knowledge was not mentioned in school at all, and it was even more unreachable before awakening. Now it seems. Maybe, it has reached the level enough to be called a miracle? Opposite Su Yuan, Mu Dongjian was so dumbfounded that he almost turned into a statue. So far, even if it is him, he has only mastered a forbidden curse of the fire element. And fire element mastery is only v.9. And Su Yuan? It's been less than a month since I woke up. She already has 4.8's fire element mastery. What's even more exaggerated is that he has mastered a complete forbidden spell. From the pre-skills to the auxiliary passives of the skill chain, you have mastered them all. What's the situation? This is it. Mu Dongjian was completely stunned. Dare to love. What Zhou Lao said, Su Yuan is a little confused about the fire element skills. Referring to the release of the forbidden spell? But the most important thing is, Su Yuan is not an elemental mage professional at all. Whenever he changed his profession was an elemental mage, so he might be better off accepting it. But now, he only feels that his decades of hard work and this SS-level career may all be attributed to dogs. Or the emergence of this situation is also related to Su Yuan's career? Mu Dongjian moved his lips, thinking about asking. But he suddenly realized that this kind of question belonged to Su Yuan's personal privacy, so he didn't ask it in the end. A long time. He took a deep breath. Trying hard to suppress the shock in my heart. He began to teach Su Yuan his experience of forbidden spells. Although Mu Dongjian mastered the fire-type forbidden spell and Su Yuan mastered Big Burning Flame differently, but in some respects, the skills and insights are the same. Therefore, 2 hours of explanations. Yuan feels that he has learned a lot. After the end, Yuan sent Mu Dongjian downstairs, and sincerely thanked him. The insights and knowledge on the use of those forbidden spells are absolutely priceless, and Mu Dongjian imparted them all without reservation. Thank you, President Mu, I have benefited a lot from your explanation. Mu Dongjian smiled wryly. It would be best to be helpful, I'm afraid I won't be able to help you after a while. But he is an optimistic person after all, and before he left, he did not forget to tease himself. In a few months, remember to come to me to claim the title of Hangzhou's #1 fire art. Yuan waved goodbye with a smile, turned and went back upstairs. In the room, looking at Yuan who came back, Luo Qiushui's eyes looked like monsters. Now, she already knew what happened to Mu Dongjian's exclamation 503 just now. She wants to know now. What happened to Yuan in the Ice Hell Valley instance? Why did Yuan's fire element mastery soar from V.5 to 4.8 after coming out of there, and he also mastered a forbidden fire spell? This is outrageous. She and Mu Dongjian had the same feeling. Number Baronet. With Yuan here, what is the meaning of existence for other elemental mage professionals? If they want to upgrade the corresponding elemental mastery to Level 8, how much effort will they need to make and how many resources will be consumed? What about Yuan? Now he has just awakened for less than a month. It has already achieved the achievements that many elemental mages can't achieve in their lifetime. Besides miracle, what else could be called such a person? But the reason why Luo Qiushui is slightly better than Mu Dongjian is because she has witnessed too many unbelievable things about Yuan, and she clearly knows. Yuan is the miracle itself. Think about it. Luo Qiushui suddenly seemed to realize something. That pair of beautiful eyes stared at Yuan closely, and said word by word. Don't tell me after clearing the instance of Ice Hell Valley, you also got Ice Element Mastery. Can you guess this? Yuan was a little surprised. He did not deny it, but nodded lightly. You really hit the spot. XX. Mastery of Fire Element. Proficient in Thunder Element. Now comes another Ice Elemental proficiency. She remembered that Yuan's school seemed to have an SS level Ice and Fire Elemental envoy. By the way, it was President Mu's daughter. What about Yuan? Directly and bluntly, turning yourself into a 3-element envoy? In the world, can there be anything more outrageous than this? After leaving Yuan's house, Mu Dongjian was walking on the road, his back was 3 parts bleak, 3 parts lonely, and 3 parts without ministers. There is always a bit of seriousness in the joking words. He really felt that if Yuan was allowed to develop for a while, his title of Hangzhou #1 fire technique might really change hands. This world. It's so difficult. After a while, he took out his mobile phone and called Mr. Zhou. Soon, the phone was connected, and Zhou Lao's voice came. What's wrong? Mu Dongjian took a deep breath. Mr. Zhou, do you know what Yuan is referring to when he mentioned some problems with fire element skills? Elder Zhou was taken aback for a moment. I don't know, I didn't ask him. Mu Dongjian smiled wryly. I just got out of him. What he was asking was the fire-type forbidden spell he had just mastered, and he couldn't release it proficiently, so he wanted to ask me for some experience. Oh, then you can share your experience with him and it will be. It's halfway through. Elder Zhou was stunned. His newly mastered forbidden spell. Chapter 68. That's right, the forbidden curse. Faced with Zhou Lao's shock, Mu Dongjian was not surprised at all. Because he had the same reaction when he first knew that Yuan had mastered a forbidden fire spell. After all, it is really against normal cognition to reach 4.8 elemental proficiency and master a forbidden spell less than a month after awakening. Not to mention the history of Long Xia, even if you look at the history of the world since the advent of the job change era. This has never happened before. Even an SSS level elemental mage professional cannot do it. So, looking back now. At that time, after learning of Su Yuan's occupation, the court made a god-level evaluation, which was really prescient. A long time. Elder Zhou said with a relieved smile. Our Hang Cheng is almost unable to accommodate this real dragon. Perhaps it is almost time to hand him over to the country for training. Longxia, the imperial capital. Mr. Zheng was born in the army, he has been in the army for a long time, he is bold and generous by nature, he never likes procrastination, and he doesn't like those red tapes. Therefore, after the court passed the motion to confer the rank of major on Su Yuan, he went directly to the transmission center of the imperial capital alone, and went to Hangzhou. And the person who notified in advance was only Mr. Zhou. At this time, in front of the Hangcheng transmission center, Zhou Lehe is here, waiting for the arrival of Master Zheng Long. When the appointed time was about to arrive, Mr. Zheng arrived. Old man Zheng was hale and hearty, and his steps were steady. Although he had a kind smile on his face, he couldn't hide the murderous aura on his body no matter what. It's just that because he has retreated from the front line to the background, he didn't wear military uniform before this trip, but casual clothes. Otherwise, as Long Xia he's famous killing god, his murderous aura is probably much heavier. As for the guards, Mr. Zheng himself is one of the upper limit powerhouses of Long Xia Leave 150. What's more, this is Long Zhen realm, where is there any need for guards? General Zheng. Mr. Zhou met and went forward to salute. You don't have to be polite. Zheng Long waved his hand. Although he was older than Mr. Zhou, due to his strength, he looked much younger than Mr. Zhou. Moreover, the long-standing temperament, even Zhou Lao, who is the chief of Hangcheng, pales in front of him. Let's go, take me to meet our real dragon of Longxia. Yes. It took only half a minute from when the two met to when they set off for Su Yuan's residence. If this were placed on other big shots, it might take several hours just to go through the scene. Master Zheng's temperament can be seen from this. Because I am not in a hurry. The two walked all the way. While admiring the scenery of Hangzhou, Zheng Long fell into memories. During the mass eradication, my troops passed by Hangcheng, but I was rushing to the front line to fight, so I didn't enter the city. This is the first time I have come to this paradise on earth. When Zhou Lao heard the words, he didn't answer the words, but his expression was surrounded by it. Great annihilation. This is the most colorful stroke in Longxia's history. In the early and mid-term of the job change era, a large number of monsters spawned on the territories of various countries, wreaking havoc and slaughtering humans. It was a chaotic era, and it was extremely difficult to communicate between countries and cities. Each city can only barely protect its own territory from being breached by the tide of monsters. Later, with the general increase in the strength of the job changers, 100 years ago, countries launched counterattacks one after another, and in Longxia, this counterattack was called Great Annihilation. Under the command of the Joint Court, the major cities unite to eliminate all the high-level monsters in Longxia, establish a wilderness isolation zone, seal the monster refresh points in the city, control the dungeons, and ensure that everything is under control. In short, after the heroic and fearless sacrifices of tens of millions of Longxia soldiers, the Great Annihilation finally came to an end smoothly, the era of chaos ended, and the country's order was restored. Longxia also completely started his soaring journey in the era of job change. You can say that. If there was no Great Annihilation back then, there would be no Longxia today. Just like those countries with relatively weak strength, there are still a large number of monsters roaming in their territory today, and they cannot restore the order before the era of job change. Chatting all the way, the two came to the community where Su Yuan lived. Mr. Zheng Long stopped, and looked at Mr. Zhou angrily and amusedly. You just let Longxia's national treasure live here. Seeing Mr. Zheng's expression of provoking a teacher to inquire about his crimes, Mr. Zhou felt a little helpless, and said aggrievedly. General Zheng misunderstood. This is Su Yuan's own idea. I suggested that he change the house before. Speaking of this, as if afraid that Mr. Zheng would not believe it, he added. I checked Su Yuan's along card limit before, and he doesn't spend much money at all. During this period of time, he has been brushing dungeons. Apart from taking some resources from the job changer's treasury, he didn't ask for anything else. This child probably doesn't care too much about material standards. Hearing this, Zheng Long nodded thoughtfully. Okay, let's go up then. At home. Before that, Su Yuan received news from Elder Zhou, saying that someone from the imperial capital would arrive soon, because he was awarded the rank of major. It's just that so far, he still doesn't know who the person who came to award him the military rank is. Just judging from the tone of Zhou Lao when he mentioned it, he should be a big shot. Therefore, Su Yuan prepared a little more formally. As for Luo Qiushui, she is also curious about who came to award Su Yuan with the military rank. The Luo family is also a military family, and has a very wide network of contacts in the military. Maybe the one who came this time was an uncle she knew. While waiting, time passed bit by bit. Finally, there was a knock on the door. Su Yuan got up and went to open the door, and then saw Mr. Zhou, and a strange face standing beside Mr. Zhou. If nothing else happened, this person should be a member of the military circle who came from the imperial capital to award him a military rank. Only, when the eyes fell on him, Su Yuan's body paused indistinctly. Did I read it wrong? Why did he feel a sense of coercion like a scourge in this seemingly kind old man? Even when he faced the 4.80-liter level monster sea soul beast that appeared on high tide in Ningcheng, he didn't feel this way, did he? Su Yuan's subtle reaction naturally couldn't escape Zheng Long's keen observation. Because when Su Yuan was looking at him just now, he was also looking at Su Yuan. In terms of talent, it goes without saying. Su Yuan is Longxia, and even the whole world, the only god-level profession. In addition, both in terms of appearance and temperament, they are all top-notch. What a handsome man! Zheng Long is quite satisfied with Su Yuan. Without waiting for Mr. Zhou's introduction, he said with a hearty smile. When I was still in the army, I committed too many murders, and this killing will not disappear for decades, so Xiaohu don't want to be offended. Killing potential? Su Yuan blinked. Is there such a thing? How many monsters and people must be killed before they can be raised? Sighed. Elder Zhou smiled mysteriously. Su Yuan, this is General Zheng Long Zheng, you should know him. Hello, General Zheng. Su Yuan withdrew his attention and politely said hello. In Longxia, those who can become generals are all people who have made great contributions to the country and deserve everyone's respect. Ar. What does Mr. Zhou mean when he said that he should know each other? Su Yuan was a little puzzled, he had clearly never seen this old general before. But it does look familiar? Suddenly, Su Yuan froze for a moment. He finally remembered that he seemed to have heard of the name. It's just, at that time, he saw this name in a history book. Think about it. Su Yuan suddenly raised his head. The General Zheng Long who led the Great Annihilation. Elder Zhou nodded with a smile, the meaning of which is self-evident. Here. Su Yuan was completely shocked. As long as you are from Longxia, it is impossible not to know Great Annihilation. And the name Zheng Long is a myth that is almost directly bound to Great Annihilation. Leading the army to exterminate and expel tens of billions of monsters in Longxia, and proposed a plan for a wilderness isolation zone. He killed 3 peak monsters of Leave 150 with his own power, and was dubbed God of Killing. As long as this name is mentioned, anyone who has gone to school can tell many legendary deeds in one breath. However, such a legend is actually standing here alive at this moment, wanting to confer a military rank on himself? Even though he knew that his current status in the eyes of the country was detached, Su Yuan was still deeply shocked at this time. And behind Su Yuan, Luo Qiushui, who heard the voice, also had a look of disbelief in her beautiful eyes. Zheng, old General Zheng. Compared to Su Yuan, as a member of a military family, she is much more aware of Mr. Zheng's position in the military and in Longxia. So she is very clear about what this move means. Xiao Luo, long time no see. Zheng Long greeted Luo Qiushui with a smile. The Zheng family has a close relationship with the Luo family, just as Father Luo said, when Luo Qiushui was young, Zheng Long even hugged her. A few minutes later, Luo Qiushui sat aside in a daze, watching Zheng Long perform a simple award ceremony for Su Yuan. His face was shocked and numb. What kind of treatment is this? Back then, when her father received an honor from the general, he did not receive such treatment. And now, Su Yuan has it. Especially he only accepted the rank of major. Comparing them like this, the contrast is even more obvious. The rank of major awarded by General Tseng Lung. Let's talk about it. I'm afraid no one will believe it. Alright. After completing the award ceremony, Zheng Long patted Su Yuan's shoulder with a smile, and changed his address. Major Su Yuan, the country thanks you for your contribution. Anything, do what you can, your safe growth is very important to Longzhen. Su Yuan took a deep breath, nodded heavily, his gaze was firm. Now, Longxia is giving him resources and preferential treatment, so in the future, he will naturally relying on the power of rules, to lead Phi Longxia. Honors end. After a few casual chats, Zheng Long didn't stay any longer, and left with a smile. With an old guy like me here, even if you can't say it, there must be pressure in your heart. I'll take a step first. Next time, I'll probably meet you in the imperial capital. Finished. He didn't even need Mr. Zhou's company and left alone. Legends always have the personality of legends, and no one can do anything about them except themselves. Coming and going like the wind, being free at will is Zheng Long's consistent style. No matter what he does, he is concise, neat, and straightforward. After General Zheng left, the list of dungeons selected by General Zhou was handed over to Su Yuan. These are the highest value dungeons selected by the court after discussion, which can maximize the effect of the dungeon cooldown shortening rule. Su Yuan took a look, and the dungeon that produced endless armament was impressively listed. Therefore, these 5 dungeons were directly selected and became the target of the rules. The power of rules takes effect instantly. At the same time, Changnan City, outside the copy of Endless Zenjiu. This dungeon of Endless Beast Realm is the origin of the strongest golden suit Endless Armor under the 2nd rank. It's a pity that the output is extremely scarce, and the current stock of dragons is only about 20 sets. Copy resources vary from country to country. So far, there have not been 2 identical copies. Therefore, if other countries want to obtain endless armament, they need to pay a huge fee and apply to Longxia to purchase it. Of course, you can also spend less money to obtain the rating right of the dungeon. As for whether you can burst out endless armament, it depends on luck. But even so, there are still many countries willing to pay the strategy fee in exchange for the right to conquer a certain number of times. Sadly, the vast majority have lost everything, so far. Except for Longxia, only the Eagle American Federation, the European Continental Union, and the Siberian Ice Field have obtained 6 sets, 4 sets, and 3 sets of endless armament respectively. Relying on this dungeon, Longxia's extra income can be said to be quite generous, full of money. At this time, fierce quarrels are taking place at the camps of various countries outside the copy. There is only less than a month left before the cooldown refresh time of Endless Beast Realm. The representatives of various countries are arguing about who can get the right to attack next time. Fake. It was your strategy last time, it should be replaced by us now. The representative of the European Continental Union splashed wildly with saliva, spraying the face of the representative of the Eagle American Federation on the opposite side. The representative of Eagle America Federation calmly wiped his face with his sleeve, and grinned, showing an arrogant smile. Gentlemen, the price we're offering is so beautiful that you, whores, can't afford it. For God's sake, don't lose face here. The representative from the Siberian ice field raised his head and downed a bottle of vodka, and shouted at the two with a red neck. 10 times in a row. The right to attack 10 times belongs to both of you. Now it's our turn. And on the side, Long Xia's person in charge folded his hands on his chest, with a smile on his lips, watching the show. When their quarrel is over, the price will often be raised higher than the preset price. This is the benefit of resource monopoly. But at this moment, someone suddenly came over and whispered a few words beside the person in charge. Subsequently, the quarrel was terminated. Gentlemen, I have received a notice several people may have to evacuate first, and this copy will not be open to the public for the time being. Fac. What did you say? Don't Long Xia want to do business anymore? God. What the hell? What's the reason? Several representatives glared at the person in charge of Long Xia, wanting a reason. The person in charge just shook his head. No comment, please come back. And I want to remind you, please complete the evacuation within today, otherwise, we will forcibly dismantle your garrison points. Several foreign representatives had no idea what Long Xia was doing. The cooperation was good before, why did it suddenly terminate? While they were aggressively issuing diplomatic reprimands that had virtually no effect. The entrance of the dungeon in the distance suddenly released a brilliance. This is the reminder for the refresh of the copy. WT? Several foreign representatives looked at each other in blank dismay, and looked up dumbfounded. Doesn't this dungeon have nearly a month before it will be refreshed? You should know that the cooling time of the copy is fixed and cannot be changed in any way. But combined with Long Xia's inexplicable start to drive people away just now, several foreign representatives realized something was wrong. Among the three, the representative of Eagle America Federation shouted directly. What the hell are you Long Xia doing behind our backs? The dungeon refresh time is advanced, you are breaking the rules of the game.